and they do it often at night. The Japanese like to fight at night. It's a wonderful equalizer. They do it on land. They do it at sea. They are probably, until the really good radar starts showing up to the Americans in the mid-1940s, changing the game a little bit. They're probably the Navy you least want to face in a night encounter. Very well trained, very good at night. It's very scary to fight at night because all of the normal uncertainty that plagues a daytime, well-lit battlefield gets much worse at night. The Japanese, so probably I would say of all the armies that fought in the Second World War, major forces, red states, the Japanese are the most enamored and like hand-to-hand combat the most. You can find individual groups, Gurkhas, which are a special elite force in the British Empire, for example. They like hand-to-hand combat too, but it's not like one of the major players in the war. An Axis power, the Japanese will engage and look forward to and keep hand-to-hand combat as something in their tool belt in a much more upfront fashion. I mean, we're talking about generals and officers who go into battle carrying samurai swords. So there's a little bit of a throwback ethos involved. But by this era, when people don't do that very often, there's a psychological effect. I don't know that I can put a finger on what the effect is, but there are some great books written from a psychological perspective, often by military, by mental health professionals, talking about the effect of killing in combat. And one of the theories is that this is heavily influenced by proximity. So the farther you are away from the person you're killing, the easier it is to do, and the less damage it does to you psyche-wise. You can shell them from miles away from artillery, for example, or drop bombs from 10,000 feet. And it's one thing having to shoot them in the face from 50 yards away is another thing. Having to use a bayonet on them or strangle them at close range is a different thing altogether. And the combination of the Japanese penchant for both night attacks and hand-to-hand combat is one of those unique. Not unique as you could run into this in any front of the war, but you had the best chance of running into it in a place like the Pacific and some of these nighttime encounters that U.S. troops, for example, would deal with in these foxholes, in these pitch black, areas around the islands where they were separated from the other foxholes, and the Japanese would launch a night attack and dive into these foxholes with bayonets. It is like a horror movie. The other thing that will work well in Malaya, besides the surprise attacks, and we should also point out, because we would be remiss if we did not, the fantastic generals on the Japanese side at this point, they certainly have a lead in that, especially in Malaya. That's General Yamashita, and he is awesome. And you have Hama in the Philippines, and he is great too. He makes a few blunders, but then again, the guy on the other side is General Douglas MacArthur, and he makes a few blunders too. The real killer, though, in a place like Malaya and the Philippines is the Japanese ability to outflank. They do it on land by running into the jungle anytime they're held up by an Allied roadblock and infiltrating around and threatening to surround Allied forces, so then the Allied forces have to pull back. Surrounded, so that means your line is moving back. And all the work you did to prepare it and get it ready is wasted because now you have to pull back to the next line of defense. But what really kills them is by not controlling the sea, the Japanese are able to use, and it sounds like an improvisation. There's a couple of things they do that sound now like improvisation, which when I was growing up, it was assumed was all part of the plan. And I've heard hybrid theories where it's a little of both. The Japanese will take everybody's bicycles that they find in Malaya or bring them with them, again, that's the old theory, and start riding down the few main roads in Malaya, making great progress. They can even go down some of the jungle paths on those things. They will also pick up every little fishing boat or skiff or landing craft or anything they can get their hands on, tied up at a dock or pulled up on the beach, throw as many soldiers as they can into the 2030 into this fishing boat, just take a little joyride down the coast a few miles, and then disembark them behind Allied lines, maybe at night, causing crazy chaos. And remember, the conditions here make that more likely. It's not just a question of the nighttime stuff. The terrain plays a factor. It's hard to see things in jungles. These mountains are in the way. The rain is incredible, and I have not brought that up enough because it plays a huge role in everything from obscuring sight. The Japanese tanks could be on you at night in the driving rain to making the morale of the troops just sag more. We have to remember these soldiers in Malaya and the Philippines are rarely under cover. This rain is torrential. It can go on for days. Imagine fighting rearguard action after rearguard action, losing your buddies, never getting a chance to rest. By the time you finally stop, instead of resting, you have to build defenses as quickly as you can, which should have been built before the war, but that's one of the screw-ups or acid tests of combat. So there you are, just dying, and it would be awful if it were 72 degrees and wonderful shirt sleeve weather. Instead, you've been out in the rain for 2 or 3 days. You can see why the people began to fall apart. In Malaya, they fall apart from exhaustion. And unlike the Philippines, the British can get some reinforcements into Malaya. They can't spare troops anywhere because they're fighting in a bunch of places. But the reinforcements will come in dribs and drabs, a little at a time. And instead of allowing them to get acclimated to the climate, to wait till the next ship with all their stuff arrives, to form a nice mobile reserve that we can then throw in at the key moment to turn the tide of battle, they get thrown into the meat grinder as they arrive as quickly as possible. And what that does is just wear them out and make them exhausted too. So by the time, the Japanese are pushing down towards Singapore and the Allies are pulling back towards Singapore, the Allied armies outnumber the Japanese, but they're a shadow of their former self. They can't fight anymore without some rest and some refitting and some restoration, some help, somebody to hold the line while they rest. I mean, Churchill put it best, I think, when he talked about the campaign a little bit, and has one of those lines that's echoed down in history. That's, you can love him or hate him, but the guy had a way with words, and he was talking about the situation. How does a smaller force beat a larger force? This is what Churchill writes, and when he uses the word causeway, by the way, it's sort of like a bridge, but it's a little bit more substantial than that, connecting Singapore to the mainland. And he writes, quote, "The Japanese mastery of the air, arising, as has been described, from our bitter needs elsewhere, and for which the local commanders were in no way responsible, was another deadly fact. In the result, the main fighting strength of such an army as we had assigned to the defense of Singapore, and almost all the reinforcements sent after the Japanese declaration of war, were used up in gallant garrison and the masses of base details which swelled our numbers, though not our strength." He's talking about what some have called the useless mouths, the civilians who require food that don't really help much in the defense. He continues, "There remained the two fresh brigades of the 18th British Division, newly landed from their ships, in strange and unimagined surroundings after their long voyage. The army which could fight the decisive struggle for Singapore, and had been provided for that supreme objective in this theater, was dissipated before the Japanese attack began. It might be 100,000, but it was an army no more." Once again, the many that have been focused on during this whole affair. I mean, you could do hours and hours just on each one and examining the pros and cons. One of the more interesting aspects of Winston Churchill's books about this, and you need the unabridged version if you really want to see what's going on, because part of it, remember, is a defense of himself. And he includes, it's a very self-serving defense, because if there's any place, in this war, and there's a couple, where this guy really would seem like the obvious person to blame for some failure, this is it. He even says, and writes in the book, if Singapore were to fall, if Malaya were to fall, it'd be this giant scandal. Well, who's in charge of the country as the prime minister? Well, there you go. And he even falls on his sword at one point in one of these humble moments where he says, "I should have known, I should have asked, my staff should have known, my staff should have asked, there's no excuse." And then he proceeds to give an excuse, which is interesting. Remember, the adjective attached to this fortress city of Singapore, the Gibraltar of the East, right? It's a fortress city. And Churchill says, in my defense, I basically didn't think to ask whether something called a fortress had defenses. He said, I would no sooner ask if a battleship that you had just launched had a bottom. So why were there no defenses? It's complicated. Some of it was part of a particular branch of the military theories right at the pre-war. You saw it in the First World War too, this idea that defenses are bad for morale. Troops get accustomed to the safety of living behind trench walls or fortifications or whatever. Then you need them to go on the aggressive, they're soft. Another reason some of the generals in Malaya said that they didn't want defenses, they thought it was bad for the morale of the civilians that the troops were protecting. There's a lot of reasons. The problem is that if you turn out to be wrong about that, if the acid test of combat proves that it would be very nice to have some defenses, and they're not there, once again, They'll get screwed in that situation, and the Allied troops will be forever trying to build ad hoc defenses in pouring rain as quickly as they can, 5 minutes after escaping combat, with the Japanese still on the way, often at night. These soldiers were going to fight an entire campaign against the Japanese, with the chances so stacked against them that you look at this the same way the Marines on Wake situation looked like. A sort of inevitable amount of suffering that has to be borne because the alternative is incomprehensible. And I should point out, what's interesting is if you actually delve into each of these situations, you'll find that in almost every case, the soldiers on the ground believed that there was some light at the end of the tunnel, or some rescue operation, or some alternative to suicide. They had a ray of hope in each one of these situations. And oftentimes modern authors and some modern historians will be very harsh in the condemnation of the people that gave them the false hope. For example, I have a book on the defense of the Philippines, and the author is scathing against President Roosevelt for continually, again, the Roosevelt family would argue this, but continually seeming to give the people defending the Philippines, the Americans, and the Filipinos false hope that help was on the way, and don't worry, you just hold out, we'll get, when they knew that there was nothing of the sort happening. I would chalk that up to just one more tragedy the average soldier on the ground has to deal with, for some sort of, we would hope, big picture aspect that aids the war effort, helps the cause, and shortens the conflict. And we'll try not to go into the cynical territory where we think it might need to cover people's rear ends to deflect blame into a different direction, or to get a bunch of doomed people to fight on longer and suffer more, because there's some other positive element down the road that this provides. A lot of these soldiers, I should point out, are fighting for time, if for no other reason than they're involved in these many rearguard actions, and they're fighting so that the rest of the force that they're a part of can get away, retreat a few more miles, set up a new defense line, and try again. And if you read the accounts from Allied soldiers during this phase in the war, really in the entire Pacific War, when you're dealing with land warfare, stuff on the ground, this is a different kind of war in the Pacific, and it's different because of the Japanese, and they do things differently, and that prompts different sort of responses from their opponents. Each of the major theaters in this war have a sort of a different vibe. If you wanted to say that any theater had a sort of a gentleman's approach to war, then that would be something like the Western Front. Maybe you could say North Africa, where you had the British and Germans mainly facing off. There could be bad incidents between the two, don't get me wrong. Same thing with the Americans and the Germans. I mean, the Malmedy massacre, anyone during the Battle of the Bulge, I mean, it happened. But by and large, you had a pretty good chance of surviving the war if you fell into the enemy's prison camps or they fell into yours. The Germans would treat the Soviets and vice versa very differently. On the Eastern Front, you had your Malmedy massacres regularly. So different sort of vibe over the Eastern Front. You had this ideological war of annihilation. Throw in the racial superiority, Jewish thing, anti-commissar thing, and I mean, it was just set up for extreme state-sponsored nasty. The stuff the Japanese were doing, it had a flavor all its own. This wasn't state-sponsored anything. It was a sort of a weirdness that people have been trying to explain, Japanese people especially, ever since, because it didn't make any sort of a logical sense. For example, you will get incidents where the Japanese general in Yamashita will find out that his troops did some of the things that the Japanese are routinely accused of doing, the rapes, the killing, and all the things that we'll get into more in a minute, by the way. And he would be appalled, and he would punish them, and he had specifically ordered that this stuff not happen. Matter of fact, he was executed after the war for some of this stuff. But it was really other generals and people who disagreed with that sort of an attitude that could have their troops just run wild, either through just benign neglect or outright hostility and cold-bloodedness. In other words, it was a sort of a spotty track record that the commanders in Japan would have, and you could have troops that are well-behaved under a vigilant commander and other troops that are poorly behaved under another one. And of course, listen, it doesn't take a whole lot of spotty commanders for a lot of troops to be acting out of line in a lot of places, which is what you have, by the way. Again, in Hong Kong, the Japanese will come in and do something that a little bit of a trademark for them in this early part of the war. They will walk into one of these, if it's a college that is being used as a hospital behind the front lines in Hong Kong, right before the city surrenders on Christmas 1941. And the Japanese troops will start going up to injured soldiers lying in their cots and bayoneting them. Nurses get raped, other people. I mean, this becomes one of the many occasions where you will find super patriots, as you can find in every country, right, who will try to say that this is propaganda, this is contrived, that's been disproven. I mean, I guess I'm perfectly willing to listen to stories of all that kind of stuff because I'm very cynical myself about wartime propaganda and all that kind of stuff. The problem is in some situations, the preponderance of evidence becomes overwhelming, even with admissions from the very people who did this on the Japanese side too. So I think this falls into a similar place with the Holocaust and a number of other things, which just it wouldn't matter if you could disprove this aspect or that occasion. The preponderance of the evidence is overwhelming and graphic and unbelievable to these allied peoples in some respects, and it takes a while to adjust, and the adjustments are what creates this war without mercy. It's not hard, by the way, to make a pretty good case that these sorts of incidents of atrocious conduct really hurt the Japanese, and it hurt them on a macro level and a micro level. And there are influential figures and military leaders who saw this at the time as well. But on a macro level, remember, there's something the Japanese Empire is selling here. And while it's tempting to think of things like propaganda and global marketing as fluff and window dressing, let's realize that the thing that Churchill is most scared of is people like the Indians buying into the fluff and window dressing. In other words, if you think about it, the Japanese war aims are so audaciously expansive that it's almost impossible to imagine them ever coming true. But one of the small little paths towards attaining that goal would be for the millions and millions and millions of people that this marketing strategy is aimed towards to buy into it. And these sorts of atrocious incidents don't reflect well on the brands, do they? And let's recall, it's not a brand that is without tarnish already, because they have all those incidents in China going back to at least the early 1930s. Then you get these newly liberated peoples, the Malayans who the Japanese sort of free as they're driving the Imperial British forces backwards, the Filipinos who don't even realize they need freeing in some cases from the Americans being freed, and they get a chance to see, forget the marketing message, they get a chance to see what it's going to be like to live under this new leadership. And as we said, I think, in the last segment, it's a little like for a lot of these people, getting out of the frying pan and thrown into the fire. It's going to be really rough in a lot of these places. I mean, the stories from the Philippines are classic, but I mean, classic and horrible, obviously, but I mean, people who get their heads chopped off in the streets by Japanese officers wielding samurai swords for not bowing low enough. The comfort women, the women from some of these localities who were co-opted, coerced, forced into prostitution to serve the Japanese army. I mean, these are the kind of things that are the reality of living in this East Asia prosperity sphere. So maybe a lot of people that Winston Churchill was worried might throw off the yoke of British oppression are going to try to find a third sort of option rather than adopt the cloak of Japanese oppression. So on the macro level, really, really makes the job with the Japanese soldiers in the field fighting for this sort of goal harder. And by the way, a lot of them really believe in the goal. And then on the micro level, it's really hard on the soldiers themselves. And I keep trying to figure out, how many people in an army have to act a certain way, right? Commit atrocities, for example, before you can make a justifiable case that everybody in the other army deserves to be punished for it. You'd like to think, hey, one bad apple commits an atrocity, so hopefully that guy gets what's coming to him. But we all know that in warfare and in combat, since let's just say caveman times, I'm going to assume this idea that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction definitely applies. And so you don't have to have too many American soldiers or Filipino soldiers or Imperial British soldiers from India or the Highlands of Scotland or Canada or Australia or a indigenous local Malay person fighting for the British. You don't have to have too many of those people chopped into pieces and positioned grotesquely and put at a road junction to make sure that the people on their side see this. You don't have to have too many of those stories circulating via the scuttlebutt between soldiers to decide that every one of these Japanese deserves to be treated like they did it themselves, personally. Now, before we think that this is just something that happens in every war everywhere, it didn't. Now, the Russian front, which we all consider, if we know anything about it, right, to be a particularly nasty place, you would see people disfigured and mutilated. But in a place like North Africa, the two sides, I mean, there's Italians there too, and the British might bury an Italian or a German foe on the battlefield with honors. That they might do the same for someone on the other side. Almost a gentlemanly kind of thing going on. Christians would act towards enemy. Of course, the more standard thing would be to just leave them where they lay in the field, but rarely did you have people mutilating each other, right? It wasn't that kind of war, but it was in the Pacific, and it was because one side liked to do it. And you wonder, and you think to yourself, what did they gain from all this? Maybe in some ancient time it was considered intimidating. I know that the Viet Minh used to do that when they were fighting the French in Indochina after this period. It's maybe an indigenous way to say, screw you, and this is what's going to happen to all of you. Maybe you get a psychological edge or an intimidation factor involved in that. But in this case, it really backfired. There was a terrible boomerang effect that just made Allied troops often think that these were not people deserving of any mercy. What's more, you have the other problem involved, and this is connected to the other side of the Japanese character that just kills the average Japanese soldier in this period. It's the fanatical question. I think we said when we started this story that there was a different way that the Allied propaganda sort of, and this is after the war too, sort of portrayed the Germans and the Japanese. They portrayed them both in kind of a robotic sense, right? That they fought for the leader robotically, that they were machines. But the German machines were cold and logical. The Japanese were also portrayed as machines, but they were like unstoppable and fanatical, and they would fight till the last fingertip was destroyed, and the finger would come chasing you. It was that kind of a sort of thing. And that led to the other problem, which is the atrocities sort of are a hot blood thing where people act because they feel angry and they want the revenge, and you cut up our people, so we're gonna mistreat your corpses. But the cold-blooded side of this, where a logical person who never wanted to commit an atrocity in his life, just operating with common sense, just wants his unit, to get back home, wants to see the guys under his command get back to their loved ones. In the Pacific, because of Japanese conduct and the way that they acted, and part of the fanaticism that probably one could make a case is a part of their soul that led them to being a people that sort of punched above their weight class, historically speaking, that never say die, the last finger of the robot that's going to keep chasing you. That's what's going to do a lot of Japanese soldiers to simply be liquidated on the battlefield. And the reason why is because they were seen as extremely dangerous, even wounded, even while surrendering, even while seemingly dead. The Japanese would come back to life and kill you on the battlefield. Don't believe me? It's one of the wonderful, perverse. I mean, the war is so interesting, but it's also darkly interesting. But I mean, the first-hand accounts are everywhere, long-lasting, and they will be a part of this story until an atomic bomb begins to end the story. But in Singapore Burning, author Colin Smith has a lot of these first-hand stories, and he describes it. He didn't say a Lazarus moment, but he said everyone sort of had their own personal Lazarus. And what he was talking about was, remember, this is the first time in Malaya, in the Philippines, in these places, where the Anglo-American troops are clashing with Japanese forces. So they're learning a lot quickly, right? What's true? What's false? They are every bit as fanatical as portrayed. That robotic finger will chase you down the street, the equivalent. But you can't take chances with them. Not only will they come after you until totally destroyed, sometimes they will try all the little tricks. Wait till you come up to check on them and then whip out a grenade and blow you and a couple of buddies and themselves up. And while this is not behavior that's inhuman and not seen anywhere else, it's rare elsewhere. It's like we said about the kamikazes. You can see people suicidally fly planes into structures or troops or ships or whatever. You can see it in other armies. It's just really rare and unusual. The Japanese do it Well, comparatively, you would call it regularly. On the Russian front, you could see a Russian who knows he's wounded badly wait until the Germans come to check on him and then blow himself and a bunch of Germans up. That sort of stuff happened. But the Japanese did it so often that the Allies stopped taking chances with them. In his book, Singapore Burning, Smith has a story from an Australian fighting in this whole Malayan situation being pushed back towards Singapore. His name is Patrick Reynolds, and he talks about his sort of Lazarus moment. And I've got to say, when you read accounts of the Pacific War, in no other theater in the Second World War does it sound so much like movie combat. Like it doesn't even sound real. Like what Rocky is to boxing. Because you go to the other fronts and you're like, wow, this is a lot more mechanized and the distances are really great. The Pacific War is a little like Vietnam sometimes, depending on where you are, because it's not all jungle. But where it is jungle and overgrowth, it's like Vietnam was in the sense that the war is often fought in a very small perimeter of a clearing or whatever you can see, because everything else is blocked off by the jungle canopy or vegetation or everything else. So everything is right around you. It gives it very claustrophobic, very isolated sort of feel to it. And the stories just sound like you were right up close with the other side. I mean, it's very movie, one guy against one guy or two guys against one guy. Lots of stabbing, lots of edged weapons. It's really quite nasty. And Smith quotes Lieutenant Patrick Reynolds in the Malay campaign in a fighting down towards Singapore. Quote, "The section on my right was again pinned down by automatic fire. Lying amongst a heap of about 15 apparently dead Japs, I was signaling to the other section when suddenly one of the corpses came to life, holding a grenade in his right hand and raising himself from the ground with his left. I shot at him. The grenade exploded simultaneously, and half his head was blown off. 2 pieces of the grenade hit me, one under the right arm and one on the other side of my head." End quote. Smith has another story of a Sergeant Desmond Mulcahy, and he talks about his particular Lazarus, meaning his learning moment, the learning curve when he realized that just because these Japanese look dead doesn't mean they won't come back to life unexpectedly. And Smith writes, quote, "Sergeant Desmond Mulcahy's particular Lazarus was a fallen sergeant of the Canoe Guards. He was about to search him for the letters and unit identification beloved by the battalion intelligence officers when the dead man sprang indignantly to his feet with a grenade in his right fist. Mulcahy grabbed his left hand to stop him pulling the pin. This was good thinking, but it allowed his opponent to bludgeon him about the head with his grenade, while he did his best to fend him off with left jabs. Mulcahy shouted for help, and while he was holding the man's arms, the guard's NCO, so far from the pomp and circumstance which had molded his military career, was first bayoneted and then shot." End quote. Smith then points out that there was another case where somebody ended up dead on the Japanese side, but maybe they didn't need to, and that this is signaling part of the learning curve and how they're going to start to deal with these unpredictable, fanatical people, the ones whose robotic finger will keep coming at you even when you think you destroyed that whole thing. And he writes, quote, "There appears to be no good reason why this particular Japanese could not have been restrained and captured. But it seems that it rapidly became the norm, as it did almost everywhere the Imperial Japanese Army ever met Western troops, to regard almost any attempt to take them alive as much too risky." End quote. Now quoting a 16-year-old soldier fighting for the British Empire, quote, "From that first engagement, we learned not to trust their wounded." End quote. Smith had an interesting line, though. He pointed out that the majority of Japanese playing dead were probably playing dead for the same reason anybody's soldiers were playing dead in that situation, hoping to be overlooked by the enemy and maybe they'd be left alone and could get away. But some of these people clearly didn't, and as I said, you can see that on any front in the war, just not as regularly as you saw it here. What percentage of the Japanese had to act this way for every Japanese potential POW to get the same treatment just in case? not fooling around. And there's video. I have to say, one of the most shocking things I ever saw, because I definitely grew up in the era where our side was the unequivocally good side, and the other side was the unequivocally bad side. There was not much gray area until I got to maybe the 1980s. And I saw a piece of film footage, and it was part of a British documentary, and you could not get it in the United States at the time. It was actually something that I believe was released relatively recently, and eventually some of that footage made it into American documentaries. But because you hadn't seen it in the U.S., the black and white stuff, all the history, everything you could ever see. I'd never seen this stuff, and I was transfixed. And I was transfixed for two reasons. One, it was late war stuff, so it was in color, which of course makes it all seem so much more real. The second reason why is it showed the stuff that would never have made it on the official war footage that the U.S. government would have approved and released. Even after the war, it showed things like the possum patrol, which one veteran described as the point where they would rush out onto the battlefield after the fighting had ceased, before the officers could stop them and kill all the wounded Japanese. I was struck, I remember, by this American soldier. He was killing these grievously wounded Japanese soldiers by shooting them in the head with a pistol. And he had a corncob pipe that he was smoking in his mouth while he did this over and over again. And I was struck by it and reminded of the very nonchalant nature of these soldiers who killed every day. And it was just killing day. I mean, it was a reminder that when you say war without mercy, it's one thing. When you see it, it's another. And when you see your own side doing it, you realize, of course, they can still be the good guys in this war and have to do terrible things in order to fight it. What do you think war is, right? Sometimes you can be gentlemanly on both sides, can treat the other with respect and bury their dead, and notify the other side of the death so that their families can be told. You saw this in the First World War, for example. And sometimes you kill the wounded, kill the prisoners, and just tell the people back in base command that once again those fanatical Japanese refused to surrender and died to the last man. Hard not to see it as a tragedy for the poor average Japanese kid who ended up in the army at this time fighting this war in this place. But for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. And it's hard not to notice that the Japanese were, in this particular case, reaping what they sowed. Of course, where we are in the story right now, the Japanese are doing a lot more sowing than the Allies that are doing the raping. This is one of the times in the story, too, when there seems to be a particular spike in atrocities in the story. And there are two kinds, the kind that you can see the Allied troops engaging in as well, and the kind you can't. So, for example, the last battle of consequence during the Malayan campaign, right, this Japanese drive down the Malayan Peninsula, which, by the way, by the time they reach Singapore, end of January, they will have fought and advanced 600 miles in 7 weeks against one of the armies with the highest reputations in military history. But I think it's very fair to say, this is not the first string team. If we're talking about this like a college football game, this may be Alabama, but this isn't the first string, but they're still wearing the uniforms. As we said, the first string is probably in North Africa right now, fighting the Desert Fox or in Rommel. But in this last battle of consequence in the Malayan campaign, mid-January, some Australians and Indian troops ambush a Japanese column on a bridge, knock out a bunch of tanks, inflict 500 to 1,000 casualties, get what I think is pretty fair to say is a tactical victory at a time when they're already strategically defeated. And at this point, the Allied troops aren't fighting with one hand tied behind their back, they're fighting with both hands tied behind their back, and the Australians and Indian troops were flanked and infiltrated, the typical routine that all the Allies get in this time period have to retreat back, and at a certain point during the retreat, the Japanese will get their hands on more than 100 Australian and Indian wounded, had to be left behind by trapped troops, and they will butcher them. Now, as we said later in the war, you might see Allied troops do this. Depends, but you might. That's part of that tit for tat thing we were just talking about. It's the other kind of atrocities the Japanese engage in that are relatively inexplicable. Allied troops would never engage in, certainly not on any large scale. perfect example of it will happen in February. There will be an attempt by some people to get away from Singapore, and a ship will be sunk by the Japanese. The survivors will make it to shore, and the Japanese military there will kill the survivors. There were like 50 or 60 troops, British troops and their friends, but there were also more than 20 Australian nurses, and these are girls in their 20s. It appears were raped and then forced to walk out into the surf, and when they got to waist level were machine gunned. These are the kind of things that Allied troops did not do. This is a different level of atrocity, and it's the part that makes, again, if you think human beings are an interesting species, the questions related to why and how do these things happen, and why do they happen when and where they do, is a fascinating study. And it should be emphasized that obviously this is something we've seen. They find the mass graves of people this has happened to in prehistory, but each situation seems to be colored by the specifics. In this case, this has something to do with the Japanese military, especially the Japanese military in this period. What's going on? Well, you can make a lot of people hate you, but this is not stuff that anybody's broadcasting. We should point out the Japanese public certainly knows nothing about this. The other thing we should mention is that with all these atrocities, sometimes these stories don't come out till after the war. Sometimes they come out in dribs and drabs. Certainly no one like a biblical era ruler is broadcasting this, right? We raped and massacred a whole bunch of nurses in the last town we took, and beware, we're coming for you. I mean, it ain't that kind of deal. In fact, the denials continue to this day. So a lot of this stuff comes out in war crimes trials later, and obviously by their very nature, these things do not lend themselves to witnesses because the perpetrators are already so to kill all the witnesses. It does sort of lay out the stakes a little bit for the people that might fall into Japanese hands, and enough of the scuttlebutt will be making it through the general public that they will do things in Malaya and Singapore, like make sure that all the alcohol is destroyed if it's in the path of where the Japanese army is going to march through. Just don't take any chances that the commanders of those troops are trying to keep them in line. The last thing you want to have happen is for them to stumble on a bunch of alcohol too. Just maybe pushes them over the edge if they need to be pushed over the edge. After that last encounter in mid-January, late January, the Allies are forced over the causeway, the big bridge that separates Singapore from the mainland of Malaya, the fortress of Singapore. The Allies blow the causeway, and there they are now, basically besieged of their own choice in Singapore, which is a 270 square mile place. You think about Los Angeles, greater area of Los Angeles, it's like half that. Got 1 million people basically there and about 85,000 soldiers. The Japanese army that's going to come right up to the edge of the moat that separates Singapore from the mainland has like 30 to 35,000 troops. I don't have to tell you, and you don't have to be a math major to know that's like a third of what they're facing. Maybe a little less than a third. But the British Empire, when they do get defeated, especially a guy like Churchill, who remembers the much, should we call it Kiplingized history of Victorian British colonial conquest. When the British are defeated, it's dozens of plucky Englishmen that are overrun after killing, thousands of the tens of thousands of Zulus or Dervishes or tribesmen in Afghanistan, whatever it might be. It's a total flip of the script here to have the non-European forces be the ones that are badly outnumbered and yet have the imperial forces on the run. It's embarrassing. And more than that, the optics for the British Empire could be deadly. This forces Churchill into all kinds of interesting decisions of the sort that are fascinating reading today, but have to make you, if you have any empathy in you at all, have to make you glad that you don't have the soul-crushing decision-making responsibility that people like Churchill have in this situation. Not that he makes the right choice at all, but think about what the choice is. At the beginning of January, Winston Churchill still seems to be operating under the idea, because he's led to believe this, that the fortress of Singapore is going to be be this great defensive bastion that no matter what happens in Malaya, will hold out, be a thorn in the side of the Japanese Empire, be this place they could rally and form a counterattack, and it will still be the linchpin of the defense of the entire region. And by the end of January, Churchill, because again, what he's been told by people on the scene, now believes that no matter how many troops are thrown into Singapore, it's basically indefensible. You can't stop it from falling. So what do you do? The first of the two hard choices for Churchill concerns what you do once you connect the dots and decide Singapore can't be held. Now, there are, shall we call them the ultimate Monday morning quarterbacks today, who point out that knowing what we know now, Singapore could have been held. The Japanese were in precarious supply situations. There'll be a lot of things thrown out there, but remember, there's this thing called the fog of war, which is connected to what commanders on the ground know. And oftentimes they can be bluffed. And this is well known. I mean, Yamashita was bluffing and hoping that the enemy wouldn't know his weaknesses, but that's a pretty traditional thing. Churchill was getting information from the people on the ground that Singapore couldn't be held. So do send more reinforcements there, because reinforcements are on the way already. Churchill points out that there are places like Burma where these reinforcements could mean the difference between saving or losing Burma. And he says if we make the wrong choice here, we can end up losing both. But understand something, the British have not publicly written off the people in Singapore, the million civilians, the 85,000 soldiers. So if you divert reinforcements from there, what are you saying to them? What's more, while Churchill's having these meetings that are supposed to be pretty closed doors, sometimes they're not as closed doors as everyone hopes. And somehow the Australian Prime Minister gets word that Churchill's considering this with his staff and talking about it, and writes a letter that Churchill publishes in his works, basically saying, after all we've done for you, you would run and abandon Singapore, which we've, because of your assurances, made a linchpin of our defense strategy too, and our troops are way off fighting for you in North Africa and places like that in the Allied cause, and the 17,000 or so that are here close by are in Singapore now, and you're telling me they're trapped there and you're not going to, I mean, the optics of this become a problem. How many people are you willing to sacrifice for optics, though? So Churchill has to debate these questions, and eventually he will decide that it's more important to send troops to the island, even if you're just adding to the number of prisoners the Japanese will eventually get to take. There's another question, and this has to do with how hard everybody has to resist on this island. And Churchill, I think it's fair to say that he goes from being pretty sure of things in the beginning of January to right around into the 19th and the 20th of January 1942, when the light bulb goes on, and he almost has, my opinion only, but he almost looks like he panics a little bit, freaks out about the situation, and decides that because, he even says this, because the Russians are fighting so fiercely against the spearheads of elite German divisions, for their life in Moscow, and putting a pretty darn good account of themselves, and the Americans are resisting stubbornly in the Philippines. It would look terrible if we didn't resist well, too. Churchill issues commands, I mean, he's the prime minister, on multiple occasions. The first one that I see is on pretty much the 19th, where he tells the people in Singapore that you've got to fight to the death. And as time goes on, basically it looks like he wants this to be Berlin in 1945, and every strong point is going to be destroyed individually. The officers will die with their men, and the ruins of Singapore will be our tomb, kind of thing. For example, on January 19th, 1942, this is right when he becomes aware that this is an issue. He will issue a bunch of different orders to the commander in scene, listed A through J, I believe, the list. And, starting with point H, this is, by the way, this is Churchill to General Ismay. Point H says, and continuing, quote, the entire male population, meaning Singapore, should be employed upon constructing defense works. The most rigorous compulsion is to be used, up to the limit where picks and shovels are available. Not only must the defense of Singapore Island be maintained by every means, but the whole island must be fought for until every single unit and every single strong point has been separately destroyed. Finally, he writes, the city of Singapore must be converted into a citadel and defended to the death. No surrender can be contemplated. End quote. So you have here a place that he's now believing is indefensible. Right? You have no options of winning, but you have to lose like this for, depends on what you want to label it, optics or pride or honor. And before we dismiss this stuff as, window dressing, it's not worth the lives of real people. Let's realize that you're only a couple of dominoes tumbling before those seemingly amorphous, hard to quantify words actually equals real people. You think how much the prestige of the British Empire forms one of the pillars that holds it up. And what if something like that is badly damaged? If people in India were to, for example, revolt, India's a little like China in the sense that whenever there's an upheaval, it ends up costing a lot of lives because there's a lot of people. It would also cost more effort where the British had to then send forces to India to quell the problem in ATM. It may sound like a non-real thing, the pride and the honor and the prestige of the British Empire, but believe me, everything in the middle of this war is going to devolve to the same thing at the lowest common denominator, and that's going to be life and death. And Churchill wants these people to put a good showing because it will help cement the British pride and honor. And he basically says that openly when on February 10th, when things are much, much worse and the situation in Singapore has changed dramatically, Churchill is still of the opinion that there has to be a goddamn room here. He writes a letter to General Wavell, who is the overall commander in the theater, and says, quote, "I think you ought to realize the way we view the situation in Singapore. It was reported to the cabinet by CIGS that Percival, meaning General Percival in Singapore, has over 100,000 men, of whom 33,000 are British and 17,000 Australian. It is doubtful whether the Japanese have as many in the whole Malay Peninsula, namely 5 divisions forward and the 6th coming up. In these circumstances," he writes, "the defenders must greatly outnumber Japanese forces who have crossed the straits, and in a well-contested battle, they should destroy them. There must at this stage be no thought of saving the troops or sparing the population. The battle must be fought to the bitter end at all costs. The 18th Division has a chance to make its name in history. Commanders and senior officers should die with their troops. The honor of the British Empire and of the British Army is at stake. I rely on you to show no mercy to weakness in any form. With the Russians fighting as they are, and the Americans so stubborn at Luzon, the whole reputation of our country and our race is involved. It is expected that every unit will be brought into close contact with the enemy and fight it out." When that particular order, I should say, reaches Wavell, Wavell adds some more things to it, mentioning, hey, and the Chinese have been fighting for 4 years against these people. So it adds a little bit more, hands the order down to General Percival in command of the scene. Percival adds a little almost chastisement, which you can see in Churchill's writing too, a little bit of like, hey, you outnumber the enemy. And then Percival hands this note to his underlings who are supposed to distribute the message to the troops. And I was reading, I think it was in the Battle for Singapore, Peter Thompson's book, he says a bunch of these commanders simply ripped up the order, and most never told them what the commanders were saying because they knew that the troops on the ground were being treated as though they were, top notch, ready to go right off the parade grounds, but also veterans instead of these people who have been fighting in these horrible conditions over and over since the Japanese landed on Malaya December 8th. I mean, a bunch of people who are exhausted, and they're being chastised for not putting up a good enough fight when we ordered you to die to the death because it doesn't look good. I think if you were on the ground and you were one of these soldiers, you might be a little bit bitter at a bunch of people that basically inferred you haven't fought well enough. You've been fighting with both hands tied behind your back now for weeks because on the last day of January, as we said, the causeway is blown up. Singapore is cut off. You have a moat separating the 30 to 35,000 Japanese troops from the 85,000 Imperial troops in Singapore with the million civilians in Singapore. And in a phase of this war where we've pointed out over and over, there's a ton of finger pointing. Who's responsible for Pearl Harbor? Who's responsible for this and that? This is the finger pointingest moment of all. Where the hell are the defenses in Singapore, the fortress city? If this fortress Singapore idea is like a marketing scam Winston Churchill kind of portrays himself as the most prominent person to buy deeply into the hype.
I can't fucking see
And if we
this.
take him at his word, and he was thinking of maybe when defenses were like places that had good defenses, ineffective though they may have been from this time period. You think of the Maginot Line in France. You think of the Czech defenses that so unnerved Hitler before he was able to get them through negotiation instead, intimidation. If that were the case on Singapore, might have been a really hard nut to crack. But of course, as Churchill points out, he found out several things all at once. He found out those big guns that everybody counts on to be so formidable and disrupt anything really are meant to be used against naval targets. We used to be taught that they couldn't spin around to hit anything on land, but apparently that's not true at all. The problem has to do more with the fact that they have a lot of armor-piercing shells and not a lot of high-explosive ones. And those big armor-piercing shells just bury themselves in the jungle or the earth. They don't do much damage. And because these are naval guns, the trajectory is pretty flat on these things, which makes them useless in a counter battle. What that means is when the Japanese pull up their artillery to shell Singapore, they're going to have these howitzers and things that lob shells in a high arc. They can be behind forests or hills or whatever. Those flat trajectory guns can't hit them. So if you have nothing to stop the Japanese from pulling their artillery close up and bombarding Singapore, Singapore's in big trouble. Then there's the landward stuff.
What did you think of Twitter? Well, I was on it for like 6 seconds. Who was on it longer, you or President Trump?
Underestimated Japanese capabilities.
Trump
because when the Japanese prove that they can do things that the pre-war planners didn't think they could do,
I just make another account. Fuck, he doesn't do that. I don't understand that. Well, they would have just banned that one. And then I would have spent the rest of the fucking campaign making new accounts with VPNs over the street.
And if you're a military planner in 1939, someone's just going to Japanese do that. A lot of these military planners would say, you crazy. I can count the number of armies.
I'd be like, he hates me.
But the Japanese could do that.
Fuck your Jesuit ass, you fuck-faced cunt.
D-Day type assault under fire at night, which they didn't even do in the day. And by morning have landed 13,000 to 14,000 guys and have established a beachhead. Now, they did have one of the heaviest bombardments from the Japanese side of things for the entire war. Now, the Japanese were not big land artillery people, especially not massed artillery, but here they lobbed almost 90,000 shells against the coast of Singapore, created chaos, disrupted all kinds of things. And then when these Japanese hit the water to cross this 30 miles, some places wide, called the road, when they cross it, they're crossing it in some places on armored troop ships. Armored barges. I mean, talk about planning, talk about capabilities. There's an elegance to this that you would have expected to see in the best armies of coordination. This is hard stuff to do and not screw up. And by February 9th, 1942, they are in place in the northwest part of Singapore, an established beachhead. By the way, the next day is when Churchill writes that order, which is called the standard die order. By that, he would have known there were Japanese troops involved. The Japanese assault force did not have to face the heavy defenses that everyone had thought might be there. They didn't have to face the bunkers, didn't have to face pillboxes and landmines and barbed wire. What they did have to face was put together rather hastily. We should point out that some of these Japanese troops are Imperial Guard forces. You consider the Emperor's own samurai. They are veteran troops as well. They are particularly tip of the spear type guys.
Girl. That's good, man. Oh, she did the dance. That's good, girl. I did it. Everybody gotta do that one. I mean, she's living. Girl, you gotta set it to something that can stop a clock. Alright, are you done?
A lot of people have been hammered for why this happened.
Did it upload or share the video? Did it share 17 videos?
And there's all kinds of things where you have no idea who to blame, although different people always do. Take, for example, there's more than once where key orders are misinterpreted. So who's at fault there? The high command that issued the order that was misinterpreted, or the lower commanders that issued the order misinterpreted? There's a bunch of those kinds of things. I mean, whole units and parts of the line will pull back incorrectly, threatening the rest of the line that has to then. I mean, and the Japanese are infiltrating like crazy. I had to think for a while what might even account for why they were so effective at this. Just my own theory here, and it's probably already been proposed by much smarter people. But I just throw it out there because infiltration, as you military history does know, is not a new thing. The Germans were doing it with stormtroopers in the last World War. A bunch of militaries doing this war. But infiltration essentially means sort of hiding behind things and moving up and bypassing strong points and whatnot. Well, if you're doing this on a golf course, it's got one level of effectiveness. If you're doing it in the jungle, think about how much more effective. It's an amplifier to the infiltration tactics. The other thing that the Japanese have going for them is kind of, I hate to say it's kind of cool, because I mean, but it's we talked about earlier how the willingness to expend human lives on the part of Japanese commanders gave them an arrow in their decision quiver, their command quiver that most military leaders don't have. And one of them is the willingness to allow their troops to trap themselves behind enemy lines, because that's what infiltration essentially means. What's the worst thing that can happen to you on a battlefield? You get surrounded by the enemy, right? Infiltrators are deliberately moving behind enemy lines and putting themselves in a situation where they are surrounded. It's dangerous. In fact, it's practically suicidal sometimes. If I'm an American commander and you tell me you want my troops to infiltrate the way the Japanese infiltrate, I'm going to say, are you out of your mind? I'm not going to. That will do most of those troops. The Japanese could live with that if the results are worth it. And so they're infiltrators, and they will poke through the Allied lines and then find an opening, and boom, they're through it in the back, causing trouble. They'll throw up star shells and flares to tell the people on their side of the lines that they're through. The Japanese use of infiltration tactics on Singapore Island are just as effective there as they've been throughout the whole campaign so far. And the other elements of the recipe in this Japanese blitzkrieg are equally successful. Go read the primary source accounts. The people on the ground are talking all the time about being pounded from the air, strafe bomb, just pounded all the time. If you look at the first day or two on Singapore Island, the only thing missing from the recipe that was so successful the whole way down Malaya is the Japanese armor. And General Yamashita will start ferrying that over within about 48 hours, and then the Japanese will get the inadequately destroyed causeway that used to separate Singapore from the mainland back up and running, so that now the Japanese armored columns can just drive right on over. This war will quickly move from the jungles and rubber tree areas to the suburbs. And you kind of read there. And again, this is not something Americans are so aware of, but we're talking about sidewalks and streets and fire hydrants and front lawns and people's two-story homes. This sort of thing where now all of a sudden the Japanese sniper is hiding in the little girl's bedroom in the upper right hand, floor from the window, and sniping Imperial troops that are standing in the middle of the park where the kids used to play. I mean, it's that kind of fighting. Needless to say, and this is an underappreciated side of the story sometimes when we get into all the military stuff, are the civilians who live there. Now, for a while, they start moving away from the fighting. I had a guy who was in Bosnia. He explained it this way because he was living in Southern California at that time. And he said it's like when you get a forest fire. They're not forest fires, they're bush fires in Southern California. And you see it off in the distance, and there's all this smoke in the sky, and you know that, 25-minute drive from here, and it's very, very, very heavy over there. But right now, life continues in this section of the city just fine. Of course, the fire can move, as anyone in the path of one of those will tell you. The war can move too. So for a while, if you're a resident in the urban area of Singapore, the war just looks off in the distance, all that smoke, and of course the bombing that's even going on near you. But that smoke and that flame and that fire comes closer, and the friendly lines are hurling inward, and the refugees are being compacted into a place where within a couple of days you'll have 1 million people crammed into like 3 square miles. And the Japanese are advancing on the reservoirs that have water supplies, and the ammunition is dwindling. And this is where you get to some of the finger-pointing stuff at the troops themselves. There will be fingers pointed, for example, at Australian troops, which is so weird because they are some of the best troops in the war. They've been some of the best troops in the entire Malayan campaign. But now now in Singapore, they're going to get flagged sometimes, but the fighting is intense. And you read about the fighting, and a lot of it going on at night, which is extra chaotic, right in city streets sometimes. It's very difficult. And you read these accounts, and they sound wicked. I mean, heavy-duty fighting. I mean, take this one from, this was Peter Thompson's book, but he quotes a soldier from the 18th Division. You know, they're pulling back behind roads. Like we pulled back behind Thompson Road. I mean, I always had the hardest time picturing these sorts of urban conflicts, like the Battle of Berlin in 1945. Always so difficult for me to get my mind around. But that's what this is, right? People are pulling back to the intersection where, you know, the supermarket is. It's that kind of thing. So in this case, this unit that this first-hand account comes from had pulled back and set up a defensive position in a Chinese graveyard that had a really good field of fire. And he writes, quote, "We dug trenches, and that night the Japanese started attacking. We were in action against them continuously, sometimes in hand-to-hand fighting. We could see them on various hillocks in this enormous graveyard. They tried intimidating tactics by screaming out, or they tried to imitate us by saying they were friends and they were advancing. They made a tremendous noise. I had 2 forward platoons on little hills, and on one ghastly occasion, they got in amongst one of the sections in the night and bayoneted some of the men. The screams and cries of anguish were really quite terrible. On another occasion, I was watching out from my command post when I suddenly saw a Japanese officer and about a dozen men crawling up behind one of the forward positions. Fortunately, our machine gun battalion, the Northumberland Fusiliers, were with us, and we had a section of machine guns. It was a very good target, and in a very short time, we had put paid to that attack." But I mean, you think of like the pirates sneaking up between the teeth at night. There's a particular horror to the Pacific War, and it's that. But these troops hardly seem like they're flinching very much, right? Why are they getting some blame? Some of it appears to be the difference, as we said, between what these units look like on paper back at the command post, which is almost always in Singapore, too far away from what's going on for the commanders to really know what's going on. The difference between what their maps look like, these paper icons representing these units at full strength, fully equipped, fully highly well rested, the whole thing, and the troops on the ground. There will come a point when the Australians are accused of not fighting, and you read the commanders' letters to each other, the troops' morale is not what it should be, and the Australian general named Bennett will sort of, in an offhanded way, complain to this captain that is part of one of these units that's been fighting the whole time. And this is recounted in Cullen Smith's book. And he says, quote, "Criticism also came from a surprising quarter. Quote, I don't think the men want to fight, end quote. General Bennett informed an exhausted Captain Frank Gavin." Let me stop here. Gavin's one of these Australian officers that's been fighting like the devil for weeks. And now remember, he's speaking as a captain to a general here. Smith continues, quote, "Gavin did not mince words," now quoting Gavin. "The men are very tired," he told Bennett. "Their rations have been irregular and inadequate. They have been constantly in contact with the enemy, and they feel that they have been badly let down. I feel that too." End quote. When you think about it, there are incidents that people point to. Sometimes there's one in Smith's book that involves bayoneting. That just is one of those moments that reminds you, combat's one of those things that's sort of on a spectrum. And on one end of the spectrum, let's call it the 10 or the 1, however designated. But on one end of the spectrum is the heroic combat fighting that makes up, well, real combat sometimes, and then themes of soldierly conduct going back to Ajax and Achilles and Homer and all that. But I mean, Schwarzenegger, Stallone, Face Off, whatever it might be. And that stuff happens. People listening to my voice now have probably been involved with those kinds of things, that level of fighting. Now, if you go all the way to the other side of the spectrum, though, and you go away from bravery and heroism and all that stuff, you get to the other aspect of combat. The pathetic, not ennobling, dirty, the thing that leaves a stain on the victims and the victimizers. And one of these incidents involves the Australians in Singapore running to some degree. Now, let me just defend them for a second before I go into this, because when you realize that these guys had just been acting as a rear guard for the rest of their unit, so they're the ones holding off the enemy so the rest of their forces can get away. The enemy they're holding off happen to be elements of the Japanese Imperial Guard, and at a certain point, the Imperial Guard elements will outnumber the Australian Rear Guard elements, and then the Imperial Guard will put on the bayonets in charge. This is all happening, I believe, at night. It certainly gives you the feeling like an urban situation in terms of the terrain. Smith picks up the narrative, and he got it from the remembrances of a Japanese corporal who was a member of the Imperial Guard. So he wrote about this incident. Smith sort of translates it for us and writes, quote, "The Imperial Guard, having passed through the torments of Buddhist hell," is what the word means, the torments of Buddhist hell, had their blood up and were looking for revenge. First Corporal Sushikani, I hope I pronounced that correctly, was involved in a grenade duel with the Australian Rear Guard. In his excitement, the baseball pitching skills he had acquired at senior high school almost undid him, because he threw the first one much too long and was nearly killed by the pineapple variety of hand grenade that came back and rolled within 2 meters of the rubber tree he had dived behind. The second one he got right. Then they all charged with fixed bayonets. Some of the Australians, now badly outnumbered, started running. Sushikani chased one down, pushed him to the ground, and heard a, quote, deathly yell as he impaled him with his bayonet and then withdrew the blade. The corporal noticed that others were neither running nor fighting. Now directly quoting the corporal, quote, "Having lost their nerve, some soldiers were simply cowering in terror, squatting down and avoiding the hand-to-hand combat in a wait-and-see position. They too were bayoneted or shot without mercy." End quote. That's the pathetic side of combat, where you just feel like here you have a bunch of people that are trapped in a place and a time. And you see this over and over again. And if this is considered to be the troops not giving a good account of themselves or what have you, you want to just, like this soldier that said, they feel like they've been let down, you just want to flip somebody off, don't you? How about you get the aircraft out of the skies and make them stop strafing us all the time? Maybe we won't run so quickly when we're charged with bayonets by the Imperial Guard that outnumbers us. I don't know. Within a short period of time, the Japanese have advanced into a position where at first they start to threaten the water supply of Singapore, and then they begin to capture those places. And now you have a humanitarian disaster looming. The letters between Churchill and the commanders locally begin to soften in terms of this everybody has to stand or die thing, and Percival, the commander in Singapore, will end up having to accept surrender conditions where the British are photographed carrying a white flag and surrendering. I think it's not the largest, it's one of the largest number of Imperial troops to a foe in the British Army's history. Oh yeah, more atrocities while all this is going on. I don't know to what depth to go into the atrocities. There's a famous, another one of the hospital attacks, like the one in Hong Kong. This one will see upwards of 150, closer to maybe 200 victims. And once again, we have the rapes, we have the bayoneting of wounded soldiers in their cots. It's awful stuff. The 80,000 or so Allied troops that have to surrender to the Japanese on February 15th, 1942 will be carted off into a captivity that is nightmarish by the standards of any other powerful agreed against in the Second World War. And needless to say that while those troops will go off and suffer for several years in captivity, including General Percival, by the way, off to captivity himself, the citizens, all the different ethnic groups, the Chinese, the Malays, all the people in Singapore are all going to suffer under the Japanese occupation there too. There are books written, some of them just in Chinese, the diagram on a regular basis the homicides and rapes and mistreatment at the hands of the new colonizers, right? The ones that are doing it under the banner of Asia for the Asians. It didn't say it was going to be nice necessarily, and it's not going to be. Churchill earlier had been embarrassed and said that this was a shock that we can't perform better when the Russians are doing amazing feats and dying to the last man against the Germans, and the Americans are doing so well in the Philippines and Luzon. Well, there are some differences because the Luzon stuff, all the Philippine stuff is happening simultaneously with the stuff going on in Singapore and Malaya and everything. But there are some key differences. First of all, the whole campaign really kicks off a little later, like 2 weeks later. Troops land instantly, but I think it's the 22nd, 23rd or something of December 1941, when like 40,000 Japanese troops land on the big island of Luzon, where Manila is. Then everything gets real right away. But unlike Malaya, where there are few or no tanks, one or the other, some people say few, but every place just say there are no tanks in Malaya. There are tanks in the Philippines, and it makes a very big difference against the Japanese tanks that are landed, right? If only the Imperial troops had had a bunch of tanks in Malaya, even bad ones. These aren't big monster tanks that you're going to get later in the war. A lot of them are light tanks, but listen, I'm just glad to have anything that give good service, because when the Americans and the Filipinos will continually get pushed back the same way the Imperial forces are, right? Infiltration,
Now make a joke in my head.
outflanking the whole thing. The tanks and other troops will be able to provide some sort of cover that allow, in this case, the Allied troops, the Americans and the Filipinos, to pull back and not get rolled up momentum-wise. They're able to stop and consolidate, which allows a more sort of vigorous and stubborn defense. In Malaya, the Imperial forces never got a chance to stabilize. The other difference in the Philippines, it's going to be different, is you don't have General Percival in charge of things. You have Douglas MacArthur in charge of things. And that is a very different animal, well, any way you slice it. To go from talking about Churchill inordinately to going and talking about MacArthur like we're about to makes me feel like we're completely embracing the great man theory of history, and we're just going from one great, usually male figure, to another, dominating the historical scene at will, standing astride history like a colossus. But that's an old theory. The Greeks and Romans all wrote that the great man moved the world and whatnot. And there's all kinds of other theories that have cropped up since. The trends and forces one way we can't have a handle on because the conditions, for example, are set up correctly for one to rise. And then if they are set up correctly, one will rise. My counterpoint to that, because I happen to believe the trends and forces, but I believe it interacts with the great man theory. My counterpoint is, but the figure that arises because of the trend and forces at the time doesn't cork you nut. Right? He didn't say he had to be weird. He just said time was right for somebody. And to me, that's where you put the personal stamp on the whole trends and forces thing. I feel similarly with MacArthur, because he's a fascinating dude, but his personality is actually going to impact how the whole war is fought and why things go the way they do. You turn around and go, wait a minute, even if the trends and forces make it just perfectly right for a guy like MacArthur to rise, they didn't have to produce a guy like MacArthur. This, just so we make it perfectly clear, is a diva. And he's a diva in a way. It's funny. Every sort of group of people that has a diva class amongst them, whatever they may be, singers, actresses, whatever it might be, generals are another one of those types where they just produce these prima donnas.
Where am I setting?
It's been said by somebody that I've read with, one of the great gifts that Eisenhower had.
Manage account.
He was the commander of Allied forces in Europe. Was that he
How
was
about
one guy who could sort of mediate between a group of prima donna Allied generals who were tough to coordinate and interact and get to work together. The Pattons and the Montgomerys and all those guys. Martha Gilmore, who was the Second World War war correspondent, married to Ernest Hemingway for a while, definitely one of the more interesting journalistic figures in war correspondence. And needless to say, a very early woman on the scene and tough as nails. And she went to all these places, talked to all these people in all these governments and systems. And she said, and I'm quoting from memory, but she basically said that the politicians and the generals are the same everywhere you go. Doesn't matter what the political system is or anything. They're a type. And they're the kind of people who are going to turn out, or likely to turn out, or most of the time turn out to be prima donnas and divas in a military sense. Are those the kind of guys that have the drive to become generals in the first place? So does it attract those kind of people? Or does being a general and all the perks that come along with that turn you into a military diva? I don't know, but MacArthur is the best example of type you'll ever see. He's a caricature of himself, and he's been lampooned for his sort of type more than anybody I've ever seen him. From MASH to The Simpsons, everybody, they got the corncob pipe, smoking, dark sunglasses, iron jaw. MacArthur is a unique figure, but he's weird. And I have a line in the sand, psychologically speaking, where on the far side of that line, I can't say what you have, I just know you're on the far side of the line, and most of us are on this side of the line. And the dividing line is people who seriously refer to themselves regularly in the third person. I don't know what it means to do that, but MacArthur's on the far side of that line because he does that. He's one of these people, though, that it's hard to. What makes him really interesting is not that he's weird like that, but that he kind of lives up to the hype of his own imagination, also. And here's the way historian Craig L. Simons runs down a little bit of this guy's background. He's sort of the golden child from the time he first appears on the military scene. And Simons writes, quote, Douglas MacArthur was then and remains today a lightning rod for both admirers and critics. The only child of General Arthur MacArthur, who had been awarded the Medal of Honor for his heroism on Missionary Ridge during the Civil War, the younger MacArthur had been something of a celebrity, even during his cadet days at West Point, where he graduated first in the class of 1903. During the First World War, he had performed brilliantly, returning from the war in 1919 as a 39-year-old brigadier general with 2 distinguished service crosses and no fewer than 7 silver stars. He became West Point superintendent. Then in 1930, at the age of 50, he became the U.S. Army Chief of Staff. Arthur had a mixed reputation, though, amongst troops. Depends on who you of troops that had a sour taste in their mouth, because it was MacArthur who, with an extremely forceful hand, broke up some, they became riots, I guess you could say, but there was a long-term protest during the Hoover administration by people during the Depression who were veterans and who wanted their veteran bonus payments given out to them earlier than originally specified, because, it was the Great Depression. And MacArthur, these are all veterans. MacArthur sort of crushed this encampment, the bonus marchers, they were called, roughly, and there were people that held that against him forever afterwards. And then there were people like Eisenhower, and it depends on what you read from Eisenhower, because you can find him saying good things and bad things. He thought MacArthur's mind was crazy interesting and good, but at the same time, that the guy was over dramatic. Well, Simons continues, he talks about the other side, right? Because with MacArthur was this glittering golden child from long ago, almost like born to rule from a military hero father. And Simons writes, quote, Then there was the man himself. In addition to his obvious intellectual gifts, MacArthur's personal demeanor included an all-too-evident self-regard that put off many of his contemporaries. He seemed ever conscious of himself as a historical figure, and frequently behaved, even in private, as if he were declaiming from a stage, pacing back and forth and gesturing theatrically with his corncob pipe. He discounted, even disparaged, the opinions of others, and saw criticism as less disagreement than treason. As the historian Max Hastings put it, now quoting Hastings, quote, MacArthur's belief that his critics were not merely wrong, but evil, verged on derangement. Simons continues, quote, These characteristics repelled many of the men he had to work with, including King and Nimitz. MacArthur had an astonishing memory, a deep knowledge of history, and a quick and incisive mind. It remained to be seen, however, if he also possessed the diplomatic sensitivity to orchestrate the land, air, and sea forces of several countries, a skill so evident in his former aide, Dwight Eisenhower. End quote. I personally don't think that there's any doubt that this guy had what it took to do any of these monumental things in terms of his raw talent and the polishing of the diamond that he had done since he was young. This is a very accomplished, very gifted person, but with it comes the rest of this package. And it's interesting as heck. In his great book, Rampage, MacArthur, Yamashita, and the Battle of Manila, author James M. Scott tries to flesh out the MacArthur figure.
On the radio,
And he quotes several people
you know,
talking
this is about
the
a lady
great
with a big
brain,
butt.
brilliant man, genius,
And we
genius,
laugh.
as generals were all saying.
But yeah,
He quotes Philip
my
Lovell,
uncle, of course it is. It felt like a brick shit house.
saying, quote, his mind was a beautiful piece of almost perfect machinery. End quote. So everybody admires this guy's brain, but it's weird being alone with him and having him refer to himself in the third person.
I didn't know what that
Scott
meant.
quotes Dwight Eisenhower as saying about the experience, quote, the sensation was unusual. In time, I got used to it and saw it not as objectionable, just odd. He then goes on to say that the word discuss or discussion is not the right word to use when you're having a discussion with MacArthur. It's more like a monologue. And he had an interesting way of talking that in a way fleshes out the character. It's like those theater folk who come off stage and they still sound like they're on stage when they talk, like very dramatic, using maybe archaic words. MacArthur used archaic words. Scott quotes a journalist trying to give you a sense of the way MacArthur talked, and he says, quote, he often used archaic words and terms as one might a rare spice for extraordinary flavor. End quote. Well, that explains President Roosevelt's line, also quoted in Scott's book. Roosevelt said that he talks in a voice that might come from an oracle's cave. Well, if you spice it up with those archaic words and terms, speak of yourself in the third person, and use it almost like a stage voice, well, yeah, you sound like an oracle. You just know how to play to the crowd, right? But it's a weird part of the guy's character. It makes him more interesting as a historical figure, but then, of course, I don't have to work with him. This is a person who also knows how to use the media of his time. I mean, if Twitter or any of the other social media outlets had been around in his day, he'd have 1 billion followers. He had his own direct pipeline from the Philippines commanding to the U.S. media outlets and were hungrily waiting for any info he gave. And when he provided that info, most of the time it only mentioned a single person. Him. Mr. Ronald H. MacArthur's great stature in the United States was in part due to his own highly efficient public relations organization. Most of the war news from the Philippines, which the American public read, came from MacArthur's communiques and press releases. Of 142 communiques released by his headquarters between December and March, 109 mentioned only one individual, MacArthur. And Spectre then quotes another historian that points out that MacArthur had a way of getting his name into the press releases in multiple places, even when it's not about him, particularly like instead of saying the U.S. Army's right flank of Bataan, the press release would say MacArthur's right flanks on Bataan. And instead of saying something like, the 10th Regiment's soldiers, it says MacArthur's men. And that historian said the names of combat units, commanders, and individuals who had performed exceptional exploits. MacArthur also had this other side, which was something, it was part of the rumor mill back in Washington, D.C. between the two world wars. I mean, MacArthur was accused of going Oriental, as it was called at one point, wearing kimonos around the office, fanning himself with a Japanese flag, and smoking from a jeweled.
Really? It's like the first day on Earth. Like, what's called music? I get it. Like, what is
the problem was that there has always been a spectrum of
let's check it out.
I can see MacArthur groupies, the superfans, and they are the people who buy into MacArthur's worldview that he's been stabbed in the back by a U.S. Navy to multiple presidents, whatever it might be. That this was the greatest soldier in American history. That he was the person who was in the right in those confrontations with the presidents, and in fact should have been the president someday himself. And on the far opposite end of the scale, you have the people who think, and this was always part of the lamp when I was a kid. MacArthur is sort of delusional. that the real world is sort of blocked from his vision through the cataract of his own greatness, and he's kind of like blithely out of it. Sometimes you'll see him issue orders too. In Rita's work, Francis Pike has some of these deals with. He'll issue these orders that are, or make these demands on Washington that are so out of touch with reality that you wonder about the man himself, for example. In the early days of the fighting in the Philippines after the harbor attack, MacArthur is urging Washington to strike the Japanese home islands now with naval assets right away since they're all occupied
on purpose, everything incorrectly.
Well, this is delusional because that's the same time that the Navy's telling Roosevelt they can't even defend the Philippines. Forget about launching a strike on the Japanese home islands. Pike also quotes Admiral Hart, who was the naval commander of U.S. assets in the Philippines and who worked closely with MacArthur between the wars and who considered himself a friend of MacArthur until the war got close and the friendship broke down. And Pike quotes Admiral Hart as telling his wife that he's not sure MacArthur is, quote, altogether sane, end quote. And then he adds that he may not have been altogether sane for some while now. What does that even mean? I've read a ton about Douglas MacArthur over my lifetime, and I still find him as a figure completely impenetrable. I don't know how to process this idea that maybe he's this out of touch thing living in his own world. Like a Mr. Magoo stumbling on from one military good thing to another triumph. He's going to do a lot of things in the rest of his life that seem like really hard things to do under the best of conditions. I would think if you weren't grounded in reality. Possible. That's just my view. At the same time, this guy is so complicated that sometimes it's difficult to know how you feel about him, unless you find yourself unreservedly on one of the two polarities on the guy. There's another way of looking at him too, which is the crazy like a fox way. We mentioned earlier, how many followers this guy had, how well he was media of the day. Well, how much of this is all for publicity purposes, right? I had a buddy say, is he putting us on? Eisenhower had said about his old boss that he would have made a great actor, and that he studied dramatics under him for 7 years, basically, when he worked for him. Is this all part of branding? Right? Maybe you think about it this way. Maybe MacArthur's positioning himself for an eventual presidential run, and this is all part of the brand. And before you dismiss it out of hand, some writers and historians over the years have made similar charges against other public figures from that time. Churchill, even, for example. The cigar, the ever-present booze, the hat, the V sign. You could put it on a poster, couldn't you? Wonderful brand. You know exactly what you're dealing with. It serves two purposes. It promotes Churchill personally and whatever cause he wants to push at the same time. Well, if Churchill could do it, MacArthur could do it, so maybe it's a put-on. My response to that is, I'm a cynical, all those kind of things that I see right through. This is the kind of put-on that would work even for me. And it's possible it's geared toward working on people exactly like me. Let me tell you one of my favorite MacArthur stories, and it'll just give you an idea of how hard this guy is to pin down for this kind of stuff. So he gets accused of not visiting the troops in the Philippines during the whole disaster we're just about to get into. He only does it once. But it's a big deal, right? He's coming to the foxholes from he's been safe underground on the island of Corregidor, putting out press releases about how terrible things are here, but he hasn't actually gone there in the mud and the blood. But there are generals out there who have been. Wainwright's out there, just working his tail off. So MacArthur's going to go. It's this big deal. He comes in. Some of the troops talked about how overdressed they were. They're in creased pants and shined shoes. MacArthur pipe the dark glasses. He's got the cap. Good luck finding that cap on any other U.S. military officer in any other service. It's basically, self-designed. He gussied it up a bit. It's the MacArthur cap. He shows up and he tours the defenses for the whole day. A lot of people saw it.
One of the most famous dudes of all time.
If this was today, there'd be a zillion retweets and he'd be trending. The number one thing today on Twitter, Douglas MacArthur the troops. There are multiple accounts of different people who saw MacArthur that day. The undefeated author gives an account from a U.S. soldier.
It comes at 100 at 92 miles an hour.
Being hit particularly
your body.
hard at that time by Japanese aircraft.
You can throw your back out.
And the soldiers in the foxhole just
Like,
cowering down, trying not to
Getting
die.
down it correctly. That is
He looks up, and here's General MacArthur strolling casually towards them with another general and staff officers. The soldier's name, by the way, is Captain Ralph Hibbs. And Sloan has Hibbs explaining what happens when he sees MacArthur and these men trailing behind him. They're coming over the hill in the battle zone towards him.
Is that true?
Captain Hibbs says, quote,
Or
I jumped out of the foxhole and gave a rather clumsy salute without thinking. Hibbs
I bet
later
there are like
recalled.
millions of people.
MacArthur waved to stay put, and swinging his riding crop vigorously with great strides, moved across the open meadow as more Zeros came winging in. A couple of his aides were tugging on his shirt and telling him to get down, but he shrugged them off and kept walking. The bombs landed fairly close, but the general was completely oblivious to them. Me,
But I didn't throw it out.
foxhole.
I just had severe
There was a really great
which is
man.
different. Why? One's muscle, the other's nerve. I had like sciatica, and that's
My buddy might ask
throwing your back out. That can be sciatica.
MacArthur and some of these other really superstar generals, by the way, all of them a little bit media, maybe overly media savvy.
Usually throwing your back would have.
Douglas
That's kind of
MacArthur
the
did
point.
all this. He would say he's doing it for the men, and there's no doubt that guy, his morale skyrocketed. So maybe that's the truth.
So
But
much
is that the whole
attached
truth?
to the.
Douglas MacArthur's a hard guy to figure out. I'll tell you this though, if this is a publicity stunt, and I said this to my friend, I think I used a different analogy, I came up with a better one, but if this isn't a publicity stunt, it's the kind of publicity stunt that reminds you of like a person who would string a tightrope between two skyscrapers and walk across it carrying a pole. I mean, he may have invited the media to come and watch it, maybe an excuse for everybody to come and cover him, but it's not phony. And what MacArthur did that day is not phony either. I was walking past the TV tonight, and I'm thinking about MacArthur, and a light bulb went on over my head. When I heard that television.
Stretching your muscle or tissue connecting
I
to
used
the
to
bone.
embarrass yourself because I knew nothing about it. I knew nothing about the character. I don't know why he has this nickname. I just knew when I heard it. That should be Douglas MacArthur's nickname. It should be Douglas the Situation MacArthur. To me, that sounded exactly like what his code name should be in Washington, D.C. That's what they should call him in the White House when they're talking about it, because to people like Roosevelt and General Marshall and most of the admirals, a lot of other people, Douglas MacArthur is the situation. And the funny thing about Douglas MacArthur is if he found out his nickname was the situation, he might like that too, because he wanted to be on the minds of all these people. Thought he should have been on their minds. In fact, thought he should have been a higher priority. In fact, hated the Germany First policy that had just been agreed to. Going to be the one that was de-emphasized. And MacArthur's a big fish in that theater and made a lot of promises to the locals. I mean, heck, he was the field marshal of the Philippines, for whatever that was worth at the time. So he's got a lot of personal contacts in his relationship, by the way. Still complicated with the money and the power of the Philippine power structure. Again, depends on your image of the man. But the reason this guy's such a situation are two more check boxes on the Are You a Diva test that he checks off. I mean, number one, he's a pain in the ass to his cohorts and his superiors. Franklin Roosevelt's relationship with him started off sort of lukewarm and degenerated from there. By the end of Roosevelt's life, MacArthur hated him. And Roosevelt had said that MacArthur was one of the two most dangerous men in America. The other that I think he was thinking of was Louisiana Senator Huguenot the Kingfish. MacArthur famously had problems with the next American president, too. He had problems with the Washington Army brass in D.C. He had problems with most of the admirals, although he liked Bull Halsey. A pain in the ass. And see, normally, when you get these kind of people and you're looking for a better level of unity, these people are not worth the trouble, especially if they don't perform well at a certain point. You take those opportunities to axe those malcontents, those poisonous people, those divas, unless, of course, they're like Frank Sinatra or Judy Garland or one of these Sammy Davis Jr., Michael Jackson, any of the giants right out there where you just go, I don't care how weird they are. However many green M&Ms they want in their dressing room, I don't care. Just get me, Frank Sinatra. What that means, though, is that people like that, you invest really high hopes, and they become so valuable.
Who
sold
is
out
super
the
like
palladium for Frank
Beyonce,
Sinatra.
but it's a
You
good
can't
repost.
cancel
She
Frank
wants to make sure
Sinatra
people
without
read
there
that
being
contract
big
really
problems.
well.
And the U.S. takes the
All kinds of
opportunity
weird shit in it. Like,
that Douglas MacArthur's stature provides them to invest a lot of hope in Douglas MacArthur. They turn him into a hero, by the way. The U.S. government takes a guy who's already 2/3 of the way to fitting that mold already, pours the Disney-like propaganda hose on him, gives him a Congressional Medal of Honor in the future to make a superhero out of MacArthur. The reason this is important is, well, what if you're sitting in the Philippines and you realize you are screwed, you're doomed, there's no way this is going to work out, the odds are totally against you. The only thing that gives you any hope in the Philippines is that you have a transcendental military leader in charge. It's hard to describe what people thought, especially the Filipinos thought MacArthur was capable of. He could pull a rabbit out of his hat, militarily speaking, at any time. Can't rule out Douglas MacArthur, so you can't remove Douglas MacArthur either without that whole pillar of hope collapsing. He's too big to fire, and he knows it. So you're stuck with him. And the problem is that initially he does not perform well at all. Historian Ronald expects
now this is just
the government
what?
would have been fully justified in removing MacArthur. To be honest, once again, I tend to cut people slack in this situation. MacArthur and the Americans and the Filipinos are going to face the same kind of acid test of combat exposure moment that the British and the Imperial troops in Malaya got to experience, right? Where all of your pre-war estimations are put to the test. Your assumptions, your plans, all that stuff gets the final exam. And as usual, and this is always the problem with war games and whatnot, we generally don't assume for situations that seem too wild to contend with. And I can guarantee you, MacArthur's war plans, the idea that the Japanese might control the air and the sea, uncontested control of the air and the sea, by the way, that's not generally in your assumptions, and that's going to be the case. So right there, the difference between the pre-war plans and the actual war conditions. The other problem that they had in Malaya will be replicated here as well, which is that the decisions made before the conflict breaks out will doom everybody. Before I start criticizing General MacArthur's plan for defending the Philippines, and of course, as a history fan, I'm totally entitled to criticize one of the U.S.'s major general services. You're totally qualified to do that. But before I do, let's acknowledge something right away. There are no good plans for defending the Philippines. It's not like MacArthur's plan is up against a bunch of plans that were better and just didn't get you. There are no good plans. There's a sizable contingent of top military leadership, especially in the Navy, who considers the Philippines indefensible. If the Japanese want them, they can have them, if for no other reason than proximity, right? Look how close Japan is compared to the United States. And remember, these are people who think the Philippines are indefensible, who are assuming there's still going to be a robust United States Navy to contend everything. If they're indefensible under those conditions, they're really indefensible after Pearl Harbor. But if they're indefensible, do you just not defend them? Do you say that the war policy for the United States and the Philippines, remember, we have military assets there, it's one of our bases. Our war plan is the Japanese attack, we're leaving the Philippine Islands to, the conquerors. That is so politically unpalatable for people that, at least we mark it as a big brother, little brother relationship, and a lot of Filipinos buy into that. We certainly are making a lot of noise about protecting the islands. We have military assets there. We have General Douglas MacArthur there, whose wonderful cap is proof that he's all in, because that's the cap of the Philippine Army's top rank, Field Marshal, which he holds, which is weird. He fights with Eisenhower, but Eisenhower basically saying you're a four-star U.S. general. That's something to be proud of. What are you doing holding a gaudy Field Marshal baton for the Philippines? An honor's an honor. MacArthur liked that stuff. He wore that cap all throughout the war. His signature Field Marshal cap. But MacArthur's also out there telling the Filipinos in these rousing speeches, don't worry, we're here. The entire weight of the great democracies of the world are here at your side. I mean, come on. your war plan has to do better than we're going home if we're attacked. So sometimes the politics get involved in ways, and the diplomacy gets involved in ways that sort of doesn't consider too much what's actually going to happen on the battlefield. Because if the islands really are indefensible, what happens to the people you send over there to defend them? That's the situation the troops will find themselves in on the ground here, the same way that those troops in Hong Kong fighting for Canada and the Empire and all these other places had to continue to fight on or what have you for the honor of the Empire. Well, we have to have a war plan here in the United States for an indefensible place, because to not have a war plan to defend the indefensible place is indefensible. If you know what I mean. This is as old as armies, by the way. There's nothing new at all about putting troops into military and dubious situations for diplomatic purposes. It happens all the time, and it's a reason that strategists and war planners have to account for. You'll understand that sometimes the best we can hope for in a situation is to perhaps not be victorious, but have a strategy to not lose, or to lose really slowly, or to hold out for a long time under siege and then be rescued. Many of those things might be applicable in certain situations in between the two world wars. There were war plans that accounted for things like that. And the basic attitude was that if you couldn't defeat the enemy, you would retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and hold out there. The Bataan Peninsula is a wonderful place to retreat for all sorts of reasons. The first one is if you control it, happens sort of right by Manila Bay. If you control it and the bone in the throat, fortified little teeny island of Corregidor, you control Manila Bay, and there's Manila, the giant urban center of the Philippines, right there as well. MacArthur said that if you had an invasion take the rest of the island, control Corregidor and Bataan, then they might have the bomb, but he'd have Allied troops would be doing damage to the Japanese simply by holding out on Bataan and Corregidor. There'd be a thorn in the side of all their operations. So this is a good strategic spot to retreat to in terms of having importance. But it's also a good spot to retreat to because it's very defensible. Nature began that process by creating this peninsula that is some of the heaviest jungle you will ever see. And I lack the natives to distinguish between all the different levels of heavy jungle in this theater. But it's very heavy jungle indeed. You would never want to have to go rooting
This has to
out
be
there.
the
There was
longest one.
waiting for you. In addition to the heavy jungle, there's not one, but two volcanoes in this space that's something like 50 by 30 miles or 20 by 25 miles. I don't know. It's not a very big area to have two volcanoes. Now, they're not spewing lava at the moment. They're dormant or they're dead. I don't know. Look at a map. They take up a huge chunk of real estate in this area that's very important. And they're going to be used as part of the defense line, right? I mean, if you want an anchor defense line, you want to have the middle covered by something that should keep the enemy at bay. We'll put a volcano in the middle of it. And once you decide you're going to use the Bataan Peninsula for this purpose, you bring in the combat engineers and you improve on what nature started. You lay out the minefields, you build the tank traps, you clear fields of fire, you sight artillery, you build pillboxes and bunkers. You make this the kind of place that armies will break themselves trying to get into. And then, of course, you have to make sure that the people behind them under siege here, because that's what everybody does. You have to be like the Alamo, right? Hopefully, they're ending. They're going to need stuff, aren't they? So you're going to stockpile all the food and all the ammunition and all the medical supplies and Bataan. So there's plenty to keep people happy while they await rescue from the U.S. Navy, which is the next division. Douglas MacArthur does not like these plans. He does not like the whole gist of these plans, the idea that you would assume a plan for a defeat and essentially prepare to be besieged by the enemy. He called it defeatist. Call it anything he wants, it doesn't really matter. Until mid-1941, when he's put in charge of American and Philippine forces in the Philippines. This is several months before the war breaks out. So now this is the guy who has to decide what the plan for the defense of the Philippines is going to be. And it is not going to be that we're going to assume we're defeated and we're going to prepare to be besieged in Bataan. We're going to throw the enemy back into the sea. What do you expect any less superstar super ego generals? It just doesn't suit them to say, good plan, good days, then I'm going to let the bloody Navy come and rescue me. He had always had a good jab for the Navy. You're going to rely on it. It was not going to happen. So MacArthur looked at this plan. It doesn't look like a bad plan at all. If he's got a first-class military carrier, you got the U.S. military from 1944. It's a big plan. He doesn't have that. He has something that on paper looks large enough to be mistaken for that. But those numbers lie. It is MacArthur's own team, though, that he built from scratch that might have clouded his judgment. It's one of the miracles here. There is a Philippine army that is somewhere between 80 to 100,000 men that's going to be put into action in the Philippines. Let's understand something. 10 years before this time, there was no Philippine army. There was no institute. There was nothing. MacArthur came in, and it was really over the previous 5 or 6 years that he's built up this entire institution from scratch. And you think of everything that you have to do to create a foundation for a armed forces of all kinds, not just army. It's incredible that there are as many Filipinos that could meet the Japanese and defeat them in this army as there are now. There's 12,000 Philippine scouts in the U.S. Rangers. There's millions in the first Philippine divisions. So no knock on that. But when you have 80 to 100,000 men in a military institution that's only been around 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of those people are not going to be ready to face the Japanese. And this is something MacArthur should have known. Having one of those great minds, right, that runs like a machine, you would think you would understand that you cannot put some of these units in places where if they lose, the entire planet goes to hell. But that's just what MacArthur did. Now, you don't know it. It's all theoretical, right? Until you get the acid test of combat. It's not just theoretical. It's backed by MacArthur himself. So that's the golden seal of approval. Just because you think there might be reservations, you don't get back to me today. I might have this work. I built this team from scratch. I know these men. They will resist the Japanese on the beaches on December 22nd, 1941. You get a chance to find out whether MacArthur's right or wrong about that.
My EBT card number
MacArthur was accused here by critics of reacting sluggishly to the initial Japanese moves. And I think that's true, but on the other hand, let's look at the Japanese side of this too. Part of it is that they are doing things at warp speed, and we had mentioned earlier in the story that speed and audacity is something the Japanese are using to compensate for some of their deficiencies and greatly delay its
I called on Thursday
Japanese blitzkrieg
to see if I
plan,
could
and now it's
perhaps
working well.
get additional funds, so you may have another message from me. And again, if I don't
this is one
get
of those stories
anything
where it's the
today,
opposite of
I'm
what it is.
probably going to
Sometimes you can go into a war
Thank you.
story
I appreciate
talking about where the troops move and what the generals are doing, and all that stuff sort of illuminates and clarifies the situation. But sometimes it does the opposite, and you sort of lose the forest for the trees, and this is one of those situations. Part of the reason why is the military moves don't matter that much, because nothing that the great strategist is going to do is going to change the outcome. It's not a question of, well, if you don't night long over here, you're not going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat here. This is a foregone conclusion, because most of these Philippine units cannot fight the Japanese. They wouldn't probably be able to fight them on equal terms, but they're in an extremely disadvantaged situation. As we said, the American Air Force, which is really the Army Air Force, has for all intents and purposes in this part of the Philippines by this time ceased to exist. And these troops, these green troops who have almost certainly never heard a shot fired in anger, are being bombed and strafed with artillery. The Japanese have tanks, they have offshore naval guns. This is a slaughter. So this is a plan that was doomed already. And the Japanese push inland so fast that you don't realize unless you look at a timeline and match it up to events how quickly it's happening. I mean, we in the United States celebrate the heroism of the Philippine units, General Wainwright's forces, the 26th Regiment, which is the Philippine Scouts, and the American forces, in slowing the Japanese down. And it is heroic, the stuff that's done. This is some of the Alamo type moves. You have two kinds of military history. You have the triumphs where you're marching through the enemy's city victoriously, and it's all great and advancing and offensives, smashing the enemy, and that's great. And then you have the Alamo, the wonderful deeds that you celebrate. We in the United States and the Filipinos, we celebrate these delaying actions. But when you actually look at the timeline, and they're heroic as heck, but they didn't delay them very long. I mean, by the 23rd, the afternoon of the 23rd, remember, it's the morning of the 22nd that the big invasion happens. So a day and a half later, General Wainwright is asking for permission to retreat to a defense line. They're already saying, we're done. And more power to him. I mean, he's commanding the 26th Regiment, the Filipino Scouts, which, by the way, are horse cavalry. Yes, horses, men on horses in the jungle. It's awesome. They're getting decimated. And he said that this whole time period began, and I'm loosely quoting here from memory, of killing Japs, being killed, and pulling back. And he learns and is exquisitely good at keeping the Japanese, chasing him, and then setting up as if he's going to fight a battle, making the Japanese stop, set up for a whole set-piece battle, which takes hours and everything, gets everything in place, and then pulling back. So it's wonderful rearguard actions, and it serves a great purpose. I mean, these people are all dying during these rearguard actions and these leapfrog backwards actions for time. And the reason we said is because everything's happening so quickly, and the Japanese will be speeding on their way on the roads towards Manila within 48 hours. They have also landed on the other side of Manila with 7,000 to 8,000 guys. MacArthur, who knew the amphibious assaults were going to come somewhere, after all, Malaya was seeing that in spades. Maybe wasn't expecting it quite here, because this move now is going to catch Manila in a pincer movement and close it up in a ring and threaten to cut MacArthur's forces into pieces so that they can be defeated by one. So MacArthur has to do something drastic because his plan is failing. So he changes the plan within 48 hours. MacArthur's new plan is one of the older plans. It was called War Plan Orange 3, WP03. And it's the sort of plan that MacArthur would have called defeatist. In fact, he did call it defeatist, but now that his troops were being defeated, it didn't sound so bad to retreat to the Bataan Peninsula and hunker down there for a siege, except, of course, that none of the things that you would have had in place there had this been the plan the whole time, or in place there anymore, because it hasn't been the plan for months. The troops that might have been in a position to easily retreat to Bataan are now spread out all over the island, some of them 140, 150 miles away. The stuff that should have been stockpiled in Bataan to feed, treat the wounds and disease of, and supply the weapons for all these troops, that's not in Bataan either. Most of that's been captured by the Japanese as they overrun the supply depots. There's this horrible heartbreak. You know the story. I like to think of it as like twisting the knife into the wound that has been made, where the Japanese will burn rice pyramids of rice. They'll capture tens of millions of bushels of rice that will soon be desperately needed by all these Allied forces. And it's rice, of course, that will be in Bataan. And Plan 3, the new plan, been in effect the whole time, so MacArthur critics have revealed that at the same time, when the initial plan fails, you have to do something which you don't want to stick with the other plan. So there's going to be this chaotic move now for all of these people to get down to Bataan before the siege starts there. Essentially, it's going to be defended. So if you want to be on the Allied side of things, you need to get that Bataan. And Philippine Army units and U.S. Army units with a ton of civilians added are going to make their way down to Bataan as quickly as they can to be safe. The problem for all of them is that the hive system at this time cannot handle that kind of traffic. Massive traffic jams. The reason those are extra heartbreaking is because General Wainwright and his troops are literally dying buying for time to keep the doors to Bataan open a little bit longer so that these people and these supplies that they can salvage and get down to Bataan can make it down there, and they're stuck in a traffic jam. That's extra awful, right? Right, by the way, conducting a going for guard action where you will destroy more than 180 bridges, sometimes in a heartbreaking situation. He's got to make decisions about trapping friendlies on the wrong side. And the Japanese have just shown up. He will fight his way with his troops down to Bataan.
Yeah, she was
On
in
the
that one.
26th, by the way, December 26th, remember the invasion, Manila will be declared an open city. So essentially, MacArthur and the Allies are conceding Manila to the Japanese, which is partly for humanitarian reasons, cultural reasons. You don't want to hope that the city doesn't get leveled. It's a beautiful great city that's perishing. You hope that it doesn't be caught in a vicious street fighting that destroys the cultural heritage of the great city. At the same time, the Japanese sort of misread that MacArthur catches a break here. Well, the Japanese sort of think this means they won, kind of. They sort of slow down before they score the touchdown, before they reach the end zone. Make it as MacArthur and the Allied troops have extra chance to get away down to Bataan. When I was a kid, history growing up in Shoshu Elementary National, that's how you see things. I was always kind of taught that this was a kind of a mini victory with this part of the United States. We got away. Mama didn't get us. It's like a mini Dunkirk, right? The Japanese failed to destroy us. We get across, blow the last bridges to Bataan, 15,000 Americans, 65,000 Filipino troops, 20 to 25,000 refugees are sitting in Bataan, flipping off the Japanese army. Missed us. As I get older, I kind of see there's hardly enough food to last like 20 days for this amount of people through Bataan. The medical supplies are dwindling. The ammunition, I mean,
Is it
what
called
are they going to do? They're
ESPN?
holding on by the skin of their teeth. And Hama is actually advised by some of his underlings, General Hama, that you should just leave them there. Just put up a screen so they can't get away and let starvation in the jungle just do their work, right? They'll dwindle, they'll shrivel on the vine. But for reasons that are still not figured out conclusively, because different people can still argue about them,
What the hell is that
decides
song?
that they have to be attacked and destroyed. Francis Pike thinks he's one of those people who thinks the Emperor had something to do with it. John told him back in the 1980s that the Han's pride required that the other generals were kicking everybody else's rear end all over this first phase of the Japanese blitzkrieg everywhere else. He's not going to be the lone guy in front of the Emperor who can't get the job done. And right before he's about to get the job done, he gets his best unit taken away from him. This is sort of a key moment in the whole affair, because some historians attribute everything going the way that they go to the fact that Hama doesn't have the cocky unit of veterans that had spearheaded this whole assault into the Philippines up to now. They get taken from him for all the right reasons, right? Because the Japanese high command's looking at this whole first phase of the Japanese blitzkrieg and thinking, wow, this went better than expected. If victory can go to your head and you already were susceptible to it. So far, things are going so great. They're already thinking, let's move up the timetable on phase 2, which is just what they do. So they're going to take this unit away from Hama more quickly than they'd expected, but he shouldn't miss it, right? I mean, the Japanese walk into the open sea.
Imagine me, I do.
On January 2nd,
I think about you day and night. It's only right to think about the girl you love and hold her tight. So happy together. If I should call you up, invest the time, and you say you belong to me, and even mine, imagine what the world would be. So very fine, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me, so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the sky could be blue for all the night. Me and you and me, no matter how they toss the dice, it had to be. The only one for me is you, and you for me. So happy together. Ba, 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 ba,
Extinct volcanoes. And it's more than that. It's the rags and rocks and cliffs and that makes it seem too general.
no matter how they toss the dice, it had
That
to
it's just
be.
impossible. That you don't have to because truths can get there. So instead of laying out his troops in an unbroken line across the whole neck of the peninsula,
Can you flood it this process? No.
one flank guarded by
I don't
the
think I've
one side, the other flank guarded by the sea.
it's like 100 years ago.
Aside from just a few tribes, one unbroken line of troops. One on the east side of this mountain, one on the west side. Each of about 20 to 25,000 people thrown together so that they have population get their act together to resist the next.
That's very good, man. You know all the words. Cool, man.
Before the Japanese arrived, there were
Alright, so I was
they asked Wainwright, "Are you sure you don't want to put troops up in front of the
walking
mountain there
to
just
Grace
in case?" And Wainwright said,
Now I know what to do with my life. It was
"This is sort of the fatal mistake for those who are aficionados of this
January
battle.
of my
But that
senior year,
doesn't preclude
and I was trying to get into
that's going to happen.
law school, and I had been
This
studying for the
will
LSAT.
be the first time since Pearl Harbor that any
I
Allied
was punching out
forces
a
have
job
really had a
that
chance to
was
stop
basically like a no-show job.
one
That
second,
thank
or
God
just
I
only
had it
one
because
second,
the only thing that
and dig in for a minute and on a wide front, be ready for
ability
this.
to provide
It's
for myself.
far from optimal. The air is still in Japanese hands. I mean,
And,
still a million disadvantages, but about half as many as normal so far in this campaign.
and I was walking towards this
resources in Malaya, right?
time
In
clock
this case, on January
in the little
9th,
doors of Grace Hall.
that more force of garrison troops from Formosa
Easterly,
starts
easterly,
approaching, almost lined up
and
like bowling pins. And as they do,
this wind came across. It was dead fucking silent. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning. There's no reason why I would have been like working at this time. The people there knew I didn't have any money yet, and knew I needed to. Anyway, so like minimal work could give me a couple hours here and there. And that turned out to be very important for me to be able to drive for myself. As I was going to the spot to go to punch out or in whatever it was, I had this huge wind come over me, and this sun was on as it happened, and I felt,
just hoping for a nice
it
cushy.
was more like this. I was listening to something, that song ended, this wind came over, I felt on my fucking ass, and this song came on, and it just changed my life forever. Not that it was like the first time I ever heard it, but that time I fell on my fucking ass, and I said, I'm done with this fucking shit. I'm done with the snow. I'm done with the fucking cold. I'm done with all this bullshit. All the leaves are brown, and the sky is gray, and the sky is gray. I've been far apart when the winter stays. I know winter stays. Take a walk, take that walk. If I was in LA, if I was in LA. California dreaming of such a winter's day. Stopped into a church. I passed along the way. Well, I got down on my knees and I began to pray. You know the preacher at the cross. I'm gonna stay, 'cause I'm gonna stay. California, dreaming on such a winter's day.
This is small-scale jungle warfare. Take a snapshot of any sector in time. You could have one side on the attack, one side on the counterattack, another side on the defensive. One thing you start to see now is the Japanese need lessons in words like fighting Americans and Filipinos. The hard lessons from the Japanese. The Japanese is like we said. Shakespeare just turned like everyone else before. So everything else the Japanese
On the breeze about, and the sky is gray, and the sky is gray. I've been for a walk on a winter's day, on a winter's day. I'll be singing I didn't tell her I could leave today, I could leave today. California, California dreaming on such a winter's day. California dreaming on such a winter's day. California dreaming on such a winter's day.
And they are somewhat unnerving, even for the side
And that's what happened.
that is just mowing these people down. By the way,
What
there
happened?
are photos that do exist. They are not pretty. Of the aftermath.
I fell, and I just had, I remember that song was on. I think I was listening to that song. I was like a bunch of times over. But what?
Officers, because you could understand suicidal charges, which is what the bonsai charges are, suicidal charges into the teeth of modern combat.
It wasn't exactly
that. They achieved something.
Well, no, it wasn't. I knew I was getting that fuck out.
Almost never did.
But I also knew it was unsafe for me to be there. Why? I was like, you know what? I'm a healthy individual. I'm in college. I'm in the prime of my life. I have shoes on. I have clothing on. I'm like dressed for the elements. And I just fell on my fucking ass. And I could have hit my head and been out and dead. Like that fucking while you were sleeping or like just knocked out. And all the investment that I've made in my life and sacrifices and challenges I've overcome, and the sacrifices and challenges my parents have overcome to get me to where I am. And like that, it's gone. Because like the snow wasn't plowed. I'm not saying that was it. Because they do an excellent job doing the snow there. It's just, it's impossible when they don't run water. They need to run hot water under the sidewalks. And they know it because they do it in some areas, but not others. Just one area. And they need to do it everywhere. Make those fucking things go. Anyway, because if fucking don't oh, shit, Mike, though. Anyway,
Sloan goes on to point out what we had talked
but it was like, and I wasn't like, oh, the university should make an investment in it. Students, no, that's pretty advanced. Nobody has like underground water there, but it's really easy to do. Just run hot water under there. They know how to do it. It's outside the bar like that. It's outside the business school like that, and it's and no ice melt forms, but it's not there. And I fell right on my fucking ass, and you know. I'm not, as a student, I couldn't sue or anything like that. Not that I would. I'm not the kind of person. At the university, have you had reasons? Yeah, and I would win cases against you. Quite a few, like more than one. Holy shit! I didn't think, yeah. You see it. Go ahead already. Yeah. Anyway. I fell, but it has nothing to do with that. That one had to do with gender discrimination. This and that one's in
yelling and charging in the open with fixed bayonets again. I mean, it's unnerving for the people who have to kill them.
De facto. When they tell you you can't go in a certain building because of your gender until a certain time, but if you were another gender, you could 2 hours early. Makes your job different. Makes it more difficult. Much more difficult. Yeah. Also make sure
bonsai charges that are part of what is convincing all the allied troops that they are up against crazy fanatics here.
They
just crazy. And that changes the way you see them. It's very easy to depersonalize. You just write them right now.
Alright, is that the end of your story? No, just the fact that it's
led to this is a crazy person.
And it was reinforced. I mean, I fought it, and they were like, "No, this is how it is."
I mean, if this were a war
Really?
game, and
Yeah.
we're talking about human beings, and we're
It was
talking
like, but
about cool
I mean, it's
things
based on my
happening to
gender.
the Japanese player. I mean, the
Yeah, but it's a
Japanese have
private
this
school, and you have to understand that there are rules that are here.
I mean, I wouldn't want to lose a lot of people.
Yeah, but you take federal money. You can't just say like, "Well, we're not going to have."
It was a mystique. They maximized it in a bunch of different ways. The Japanese would use
Eskimos in the building because we don't like Eskimos. Till a certain time, then Eskimos will come in. But we think Eskimos might rape you between 7 in the morning and 9 in the morning. Most of the girls there would probably, when I was a student, and now would say can't rape you, but nonetheless.
And this is part of the vibe we
Is
talked
that the end of your
about.
fucking story? Because it sucks. Thanks.
To fight in the Second World War. I mentioned it's an eye of the beholder thing, right? It depends on your own quirks or peculiarities, which one will bother you the most. I have to say that the vibe that you get when you read about the U.S. troops, especially in the foxholes,
No, it had nothing to do with it. I just felt
Bhutan is the first place where you really get this. The vibe that you get there is very similar.
But I remember
to the same
thinking,
vibe you get when watching
this is
slasher
dumber.
films, like a Nightmare on Elm
I'm
Street.
not going to live as long here. If I
Because
were old, I
it's
would
one
have
of those
broken
things,
it.
like
I
what
mean,
you
I
said
felt
earlier, that the
hard.
worst battlefield is
And
the one
I was someone who would wear a
your
lot of extra
proclivities and
protection.
quirks are the most
And I
upset
still,
effective.
I remember
I couldn't handle
it
the
hurt.
horror movie vibe.
And I remember saying, that's it. I'm done.
That little
I'm done.
note that plays in a
And
horror movie, I don't know what instrument it is, but they'll hold that note for a long time right when you're about to look behind the corner and see something awful.
I
That's
know
the
it
note
happened
that's
once
playing
or
for
twice,
all
maybe,
of these poor
but I don't.
soldiers in
When
these
I
foxholes at
moved
night.
back,
And it is almost
very
like
fortunate.
the stereotypical setup for one of these horror movies. You're sending a bunch of high school kids to babysit the creepy house. They have a bunch of chainsaws.
That was the last
It's
time
one
I
of those things where you go, don't go there, you're so stupid, of course there's an axe murderer there. Well, in these stories, so often it's like two poor GIs, and they're usually like 18 or 19 years old, in a foxhole, in a pitch black island night environment. And there's other troops all over the place, right? 20 yards to the left of you, there's a foxhole. 20 yards to the right of you, there's a foxhole. But you can just barely hear the people there, and you can't see them in the dark, and you're basically isolated. And you have to take turns sleeping. This is a horror movie setup right here. And the Japanese do the greatest job in the world of psychological torture here. Because, and again, they do this on every front. In the war, every side does this. The Japanese just do it so
South
much better.
Carolina or Southern
First of all,
California.
they do things that you
But yeah,
have to
Southern
actually
California actually wasn't
imagine happening on
not
other
Southern
fronts
California,
to
San
properly
Francisco.
grade.
Really,
So
yeah,
let's
I moved
calibrate
there.
this thinking.
So,
If I told you, and it's not
but I did
outrageous,
visit
you
South
believe it.
Carolina.
If I told
And
you on the Western Front, maybe in 1944, when the Germans and the Americans are facing each other in France,
Crazy.
that there was a
Why?
German
They had 6 to 1 girls die. It's ridiculous. All of Charleston is one of the most beautiful cities in America. A lot of places
butchered the
color
GIs in
like
there,
like
put them in
painted like
obscene
it
positions
with
right on the
these
side of the
pastels.
foxhole with
Israel
blood, and then go back to their own trenches at night.
light blues and
If I
yellows and
told you they
pinks.
call themselves the
Looks like
werewolves,
fucking
the vampires,
where
because
you
they're freak everybody out. That's not too hard to believe.
but this is
probably
different.
know the movie or read the book
This
about
was
it, because the Second World War has all kinds of wild things like that,
it
right?
was a campaign that doctors did around
But
this
it's
time.
crazy,
And
right?
if you ever asked anyone what I wore every
Imagine
single
the
day,
people on the ground would probably be talking about it in the sector where it happened. Did you hear what happened? The werewolf struck again.
either Dockers or
But I had to
whatever
think
my
about it like that to
school
realize how
demanded that we
freaky
wear
it is,
because of the
because in the
uniform,
Pacific that happens all the time.
but
The
it's like
Japanese
all
do
I
this
wore.
routinely.
So
They
I was
jump
very
into the
comfortable
foxholes
golfing them
and they butcher
to
people.
do my
They
whatever
disembowel
work I had
them,
to
they
do on
stuff the
them
genitals into the mouth,
to
and the stories
casual,
are all over the place.
and they
this
nailed it
happens
with all the fucking shit.
this will happen
But it
all
was the
over
song.
islands
It
in
was
the
like
Pacific, and people
the whole
wake
fucking
up.
campaign.
It is not
But my
unusual
friends would
occurrence.
be like,
Wake up with their buddy being killed by a Japanese
I would just be
soldier
watching
jumped
it
in
like,
the trench at night with a knife. They maximize this when the Japanese infiltrators get behind you. Sometimes they're carrying mini loudspeakers and they'll start talking to the Americans from behind you. They carry firecrackers to freak you out. They use snipers like nobody else uses snipers, and it's another way to make you feel like you're not safe anywhere, even behind the lines. And I think the reason that
and I saw it and I was like,
they're so much more willing to put their people in suicidal situations and being snipers, like being an infiltrator.
that is what I want my fucking life to be. That fucking commercial. Whatever that fucking was, every single fucking scene in it, and nothing not in it. And it's not like, oh, I don't like doing something in that. I like all of it. I want to spend time with a son and a wife and play golf, and all that seemed great.
Unfortunately So, all too familiar with how disruptive a gunman in a setting where you're not expecting them can be for a while till you take them out. And the U.S. will, by the way, have to come up with anti-sniper patrols who go out there and hunt the snipers. But it's all part of making you unsafe at all times and having a horror movie kind of vibe going on with it.
I love that fucking
In the horror movie, going to an instrument, there's like a violin that's just being held in one note for the longest time. Around the dark corner, you know something must be. That's the note that the whole scene wants. I feel like I can relax sometimes over Western from between the couch. In the Pacific, if you're in a foxhole, and you fall asleep, God forbid you fall asleep on the what it is like.
It's gonna grab a hold on you.
It's one of those things. It's funny too. The more combat you start to do, the vibe is different into this. The one thing that overwhelms me is
I'm going to be a bar with my own ball court. California hustler.
If you're shocked by
Here, in the game, that you can't forget. From sundown to sunrise, there's a great mentality that never to the back. It's gonna grab a hold on you. Oh, it's so never fear, shed all the tears, cause the reason why my friend died here for the hustle. For the hustle, so get your hustle now. Have a and you can't go wrong, cause you're losing all day long. I feel it, baby. Part of the wine, alcohol in the plate. Split the blades and the pig. Go stretching in the fridge. Live with the drinks and I'm drinking. Can't no time when the world sleeping. In the fast lane with the things of the reason. Cause they can't shake it and they're speaking. If you're looking for me, I'm hustling in the region. California hustler.
Every night somebody screaming from some box or someone who can't do anything about it. Besides, sometimes.
To California soul.
After the first attacks are viciously repulsed by American forces. MacArthur gets a notice from his commander, the Japanese commander. He printed it in full and says this, quote, "Sir, you are well aware that you are doomed. The end is near. The question is, how long will you be able to resist? You have already cut rations by half. I appreciate the fighting spirit of yourself and your troops who have been fighting with courage. Your prestige and honor have been upheld. However, in order to avoid needless bloodshed and to save the remnants of your divisions and your auxiliary troops, you are advised to surrender.
You control the
In
world.
the meantime,
Okay, so what?
we shall continue our
What else?
offensive, as I do not wish to give
That's
you
too much
time
power.
for defense. If you decide
Convert.
to comply with our advice,
No one said you
send
can't
a mission
convert.
as soon as possible to our front
Well, that's hard.
lines. We shall then cease fire and negotiate an
That's not
armistice.
you, bro.
Failing that, our offensive will be
I can't
continued
do
with
it.
inexorable force, which will bring upon you only disaster. Hoping
I'm
your
living
wise
proof
counsel will
that
so
someone
prevail
absolutely
that you will
nothing could
save the
basically
lives of your
go for
troops. I
nothing and get
remain,
very religious.
yours very
exactly
sincerely, Commander-in-Chief, the Japanese Expeditionary
for
Force.
more.
MacArthur says that when he failed to respond to this,
I don't have enough
the
money. You have more
Japanese
money than I
showered
do.
the American lines with a leaflet that said this, quote, "The outcome of the present combat has already been decided, and you are cornered to the doom.
You didn't
But,
get that one
however,
sound you wanted.
being unable to realize the present situation, blinded General MacArthur has stupidly refused our proposal and continues futile struggle at the cost of your precious lives. Then they address a message directly to the 65,000 Filipino troops who outnumber the Americans
Really?
by many times. Quote,
Yeah.
"Dear Filipino soldiers!" Exclamation point. "There are still one way left for you. This is to give up all your weapons at once and surrender to the Japanese force before it is too late, and then we shall fully protect you. We repeat, for the last!" Exclamation point.
I've never
Surrender at once.
had
Rebuild your new
taken
Philippines
anal
for
sex or
and
given
by
anal sex.
Filipinos.
And
End quote.
one time I asked the girl,
MacArthur says that everyone roared with laughter in the
I
foxholes
was like-
that night, but the Japanese were putting out other notices.
I was like, what is it? Like, she's like, it's
telling the Filipino troops
And I
to
was
kill
like,
their American officers and come over to the
describe it.
Japanese
And
side.
she's like, it's just, that's all I'm gonna say.
MacArthur all this time, by the
And I
way,
was like-
as you might expect, is asking for help. And think about what you have here. I mean, let's
Did I
assume
describe
the worst.
it
Let's assume that the United States doesn't care
accurately?
about 65,000
Can you tell me if I'm right?
troops and the
Potentially.
refugees and everything else, which is wrong. But let's assume that
Okay.
there's 15,000 American troops here. They are essentially doomed if somebody doesn't do something. And MacArthur's essentially
Well, when
asking
we had it,
Roosevelt and
very
the generals
consensual.
back home, what are you
But
going to do? And
different.
he keeps asking for things which, given
And I was
the
like,
climate,
I was kind of like a
impossible. With aircraft carriers,
consensual
what can he expect? I mean, when is
rape
help coming is what he's basically
of
saying.
your asshole.
And here's the funny part about it. On one hand, you're totally with MacArthur,
That
and the
feels
Filipinos,
like
by the way, are incensed. The head of the Philippines is
really
ready to call
big
it quits.
shit
He's saying, why are my people dying? He's we're
going
fighting
in
and
and
burning
out
for a flag that can't protect us.
a lot.
And MacArthur's kind of feeling a little
And
bit the same
the
way.
pleasure
Here's the
would
problem.
be similar
This
to
is
what
why
one gets when they
everybody
take a
told
really
me
big
this
shit.
area was not defensible.
Is
If he
probably
wants
the
help,
best
they're
way
saying,
to
if we
fucking
could have
describe
provided
it.
help, the area would have been
And
defensible.
she said,
So MacArthur wants to not be written off, but Franklin Roosevelt and the generals and admirals back in Washington are beginning to have some of the same ugly business, as Churchill called it, decisions to make where they have to wonder about sending precious supplies that could be very helpful somewhere to a place that's probably already doomed. And MacArthur desperately doesn't want to be that place. Needless to say, the Filipinos don't either, and they're angry. The Filipino president will shake with rage at one point after listening to Franklin Roosevelt on the radio promising all these supplies to the battlefront in Europe, and when the United States is now all of a sudden giving aid and support to the former not adversary but not so friendly Soviet Union, and yet nothing for the little brothers of the Philippines. And the leader of the Philippines is shaking in his wheelchair and says to MacArthur, how like the Americans to be worried about some distant cousin in distress while, their daughter is being raped in the back room. This is something, once again, we get into it. He said sort of debate where MacArthur says that Roosevelt's basically telling him help is on the way. I'm not so sure that's true, but MacArthur's certainly always looking to bolster spirits and always an optimist. Tells everybody else that help is on the way. He tells his troops in a proclamation on January 15th, when they have been fighting this bitter fight now, giving a great account of themselves, by the way, really, really bitter combat. Quote, help is on the way from the United States. Thousands of troops and hundreds of planes are being dispatched. The exact time of arrival is unknown, as they will have to fight their way through Japanese attempts against them. It is imperative that our troops hold until these reinforcements arrive. No further retreat is possible. We have more troops in Bataan than the Japanese have thrown against us. Our supplies are ample. A determined defense will defeat the enemy's attacks. It is a question now of courage and determination. Men who run will merely be destroyed, but men who fight will save themselves and their country. End quote. American troops were beginning to talk about MacArthur with derision, calling him dugout Doug for staying on the island of Caribbean, which was no picnic, needless to say, being bombed and stuff all the time, but it was luxurious compared to the troops in the foxholes who were having Japanese ninja-type stuffing their genitals into their mouths, Freddy Krueger style, so that was about as bad as it gets. If MacArthur and the Filipino leader think that the United States is forsaking the Philippines, the troops in the Philippines simply think they're forsaken. Author James M. Scott in his book Rampage was talking about how the soldiers had white V's painted on their helmets, which were supposed to mean victory, but had come to mean victims, because they were just out there beginning to starve and the disease beginning to get to them. And nobody in the United States seemed to be making any effort to do anything about it. Was their job to just slowly wither on the vine there? An American war correspondent with the troops printed a saying or poem that he says was going around the soldiers. They're trying to keep their name in the news. Remember, there's a lot of things crowding out the siege of Bataan. There's a world at war now. The United States is part of it, and there's a lot of newspaper space devoted to places less depressing than the ongoing siege of Bataan. And you can imagine 15,000 Americans would like to be on the agenda. And the war correspondent said that the poem said, among other things, quote, "We're the battling bastards of Bataan. No mama, no papa, no Uncle Sam. No aunts, no uncles, no nephews, no nieces. No pills, no planes, no artillery pieces. And nobody gives a damn." The Americans and Filipinos furiously try to repulse the same things that sunk the British defense in Malaya. The constant attempts at infiltration or amphibious assaults around the frontal attacks are beaten off. It's the infiltrators that are the terrible problem. They were in Malaya, in this case, General Wainwright, who's been so heroic in how he's conducted everything so far, turns out to have been terribly wrong with this idea that this mountain, this extinct volcano, would block the Japanese from infiltrating the two groups of soldiers and turning their flank, because that's exactly what they do. He said they slither like snakes through the lines at night. And to give you an idea of how crazy thick this jungle is, John Toland says at one point 1,000 of them slipped through the line in this terrain that was supposed to be impassable and were undiscovered for 3 days. Think about that for a minute. 1,000 men behind your line and not even know it for 3 days. At one point, more thousands get through. And the Americans involve themselves and the Filipinos involve themselves in trying to isolate and close off these pockets of people that have penetrated the front lines. So this is not even a defensive battle per se, because at times the Americans and Filipinos have to attack the Japanese that have penetrated their lines and have formed pockets. It will take the Allied troops sometimes weeks to eliminate these pockets. Within 2 weeks of the initial Japanese assault on Bataan, the Allied commanders look at the situation, the Americans especially, and just say, this is untenable. We have to abandon this line. It's too compromised. And so I think it's January 22nd that the official notice goes out and the pullback starts. And as usual, I'm always intrigued by the last people out. And in this case, it was U.S. soldiers who had to leapfrog their way back in a 9-day growth of beard. They're described with hollow eyes, sunken cheeks, like dead men walking as they make their way backwards to the next line of defense. The Japanese caused problems even with that retreat. What happens now at this part of the story is the damage that the Allied troops have done to the Japanese stopped the Japanese for a while. General Hama and his troops need to reform, refit, resupply. They need to get some new, bigger guns in here. They have to rethink this whole thing. This is a huge personal defeat for Hama. It's embarrassing. Captain Stennis just passed out from the stress of all this. He kept asking for reinforcements. The headquarters denied him. And so now he basically has to, look really bad here, but say, we really need to treat this, as a heavy-duty thing and finish this. So that's going to take some time. Normally, the Allied forces were welcome this time because they'd like to refit, resupply, bring in new, fresh troops, and the whole thing too. But the Japanese are the only side that can do that. Remember, that's what this whole siege thing is. So this is the period where it's not so much other than the ninja stuff that's happening anyway, but it's not so much the enemy activity as it is just being here under these conditions that begin to kill the troops, the starvation and the disease. The Bataan Peninsula is one of the most malarial regions on the planet. And you also get very, very dengue fever. The number of diseases you can get from this area is, well, if you look at photos of frontline soldiers, you often often will see them covered in all sorts of what they call the jungle rot. Their authors read says that the jungle is the only kind of terrain that reliably and all season long killed the people who were fighting in it. Probably some local tribes that are from the jungle that can handle it, but Japanese and Allied troops alike started to rot literally. There are other theaters where the climate could kill you. I'm sure the Germans on the Eastern Front are finding out at the very same
How many
time
stars
the
was
going on, how nasty
What did Rivals have?
how many it will take away.
About Scout.
Kill right on the front lines of people first
The
stage.
university recruited.
Spring will come on the Russian steppe.
These are questions that must be answered. Why? Oh, I'm sure we can recruit him. We recruit a kid who shoots 2 people. We only get the kid who shoots 3 kids. That's not funny. I've just learned something, kids. It's never too soon. It's never too soon. Why? It was like a big deal when Gilbert Gottfried made a joke after 9/11, and there was this period where you could not make a joke after 9/11, and it was like, I don't know. And once you take humor away, try to get it back.
Monkeys that look like human babies, and I only say that because the guy who told the story, the veteran who was quoted in the book,
Why?
said he couldn't eat them as starving as he was. They would jump into the foxholes because they'd get scared of the shelling, and the soldier
Well,
in the
I'm just sure
foxhole
we
just
would
grab them and
get ourselves like a
lunge
2-star
right
shooter.
in something.
This guy's at least a 3-star shooter, it sounds like.
Bill Sloan,
Really?
undefeated,
Got 3 kids.
quotes a colonel
I don't know what star
Townsend,
system is, but
the 11th Regiment, quote,
generally I
"Rations
think
were reduced
5-star
to
guys
16 ounces a day
might be able to get 5
and then
people
to
and
4.
random
Twice a
football
week we got
shooting.
small amounts of carabao, mule, or horse meat.
Why?
There was no flour, vegetables,
Those
or
guys are
sugar.
usually big.
The quinine was exhausted.
Or fat.
Malaria rampant. Almost
So they
everyone
don't
had
have the same
dysentery.
talents to kill someone as a 3-star,
Sloan then interjects
but then that extra little
the men were hungry enough to try
agility,
to devour anything that
athleticism
seemed
gets them the
remotely
4th,
digestible.
and
And
then
then quotes Major Harold
pure
Johnson
power,
of the 57th Regiment.
speed
Quote,
gets them that
I
shit.
saw
But
soldiers
those are rare
squatting
guys.
beside trails, boiling a piece of mule hide or carabao hide in a tomato can,
Never too
and
soon,
chewing
kids.
away
Never
at the
too soon.
hide, trying to get some
Alright,
nourishment.
are you done?
The soldiers never really complained, Johnson said, but all the time you could see the question in their eyes. What in the world have you done to us? End quote. As General Hama's preparing for what he figures will be the final push of bringing in new big guns and new troops and fresh units and all this stuff, the U.S. government realizes that they're going to lose this situation relatively soon. Everybody's really proud of the resistance put up here in Bataan, but at the same time, it's clear that the end is near, and the U.S. government's looking at this and going, "We just created this superhero in Douglas MacArthur. We can't let him fall into enemy hands." Right? It's bad enough to think you might relieve him. He said the whole House of Hope that much of the policy was based on would collapse if the wild card was taken away. But what if the wild card were captured by the enemy? And it's interesting. There was one thing that I had read here that I had never heard before, but it fits so well into the story. Was Douglas MacArthur was screaming and yelling so much about not getting any support. And the U.S. government's not helping him, and the Navy's not helping him, and he criticized the Navy relentlessly. He said, for example, that there wasn't a real blockade, that the Navy just said there was a blockade, that if you just challenged it, you'd see it was a paper blockade, basically implying that they don't have the guts to challenge it. MacArthur's continual demand for more troops and how he was kind of being left in the lurch was so public and almost, so petulant, some might say, that the enemy even started.
I just like how it says. I love everything about it. I love this.
When he says, quote,
This.
the Japanese and the Germans had mocked MacArthur in other shortwave broadcasts, paying tribute to his struggle as a way to embarrass the United States. Now, quoting the Japanese broadcast, quote, in the name of fair play and chivalry, the Japanese nation demands that the United States give General MacArthur the reinforcements he needs so he will be able to wage a war that would be to his satisfaction in order.
And look me over.
Wow, that's the enemy. So making fun of the country and everybody at the same time.
I'm the one.
I'm
the one you need. I'm the one you love. Whose life is guaranteed.
He's clever, he's tricky. The facts are usually pretty reputable. Anyway,
Much too young to love each other this way.
MacArthur's a whole different animal. First of all, I read lots and lots and lots of generals. I've never read one like MacArthur's. There's nothing like it. It is not like a general's point of view. Whereas they certainly, if you read a book by physicists, there's a certain way the mind sort of works in these people, and you expect a certain sort of an approach. MacArthur doesn't write like a general. He writes like I do article history. He's more organized too, less tangent speaking. Doug MacArthur history. When you read the writing, it's full of analogies, and the drama is enormous. And the reason you have to be careful is, unlike Churchill or Slansness and spin things, MacArthur flat out makes stuff up. You get the same these detractors call him lying. You call him phony. I've studied this guy a long time. I truly think it. And it's weird because if you read this MacArthur baggage, I truly think he's genuine. And if he's genuine, you have to buy it. If you think he's smart like a fox, well, then you have to sort of buy him. I think MacArthur believes what he wrote. Critics of stuff. I thought he was so I can't trust him with the facts. I can't trust him. I just never say he studied dramatics of MacArthur for 7 years. MacArthur's this is really big to the point where MacArthur's screaming and yelling, and he's ready to go out when the government says MacArthur really has to leave for 3 months. He doesn't want to go. He threatens to go enlist as a resign his commission, enlist as a volunteer, and fight as a general soldier, which is a bit of
Is that your favorite Barbara after?
one of the stories I like about him is when he's in Corregidor, he shows a Derringer pistol he has to
Is that your final answer? Yeah.
Again, a little dramatic, but probably true. I still think he gives the best epitaph now to the whole Bataan campaign, and why not? Maybe he deserves to. It's certainly dramatic enough. But here's the way he describes it, and this is, one of these really dramatic moments in MacArthur's life, and believe me, he notices it in the MacArthur story that he's writing in his head. This is right before an intermission. It should also be pointed out, I think that Douglas MacArthur wrote this himself. I think no color writer, nothing. Our troops were now approaching exhaustion. The guerrilla movement was going well, but on Bataan and Corregidor, the clouds were growing darker. My heart ached as I saw my men slowly wasting away. Their clothes hung on them like tattered rags. Their bare feet stuck out in silent protest. Their long, bedraggled hair framed gaunt, bloodless faces. Their hoarse-wild laughter, stream of obscene and ribald jokes issuing from their parched, dry throats. They cursed the enemy, and in the same breath, cursed and reviled the United States. They spat when they cheered at the Navy, but their eyes would light up and they would cheer when they saw my battered and much reviled in America scrambled eggs cap. They would gather round and pat me on the back, and Mabuhay Makarsarni, it's in quotes. They would grin, that ghastly skeleton-like grin of the dying, as they would roar in unison, "We are the battling bastards of Bataan. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam." They asked no quarter, and they gave none. They died hard, those savage men. Not gently like a stricken dove folding its wings in peaceful passing, a wounded wolf at bay, with lips curling back in a snarling menace, and always a nerveless hand reaching for that long, sharp machete knife, which long ago they had substituted for the bayonet, and around their necks as we buried them would be a thread of dirty string with its dangling crucifix. They were filthy, and they were lousy, and they stank, and I loved them. End quote. By March 12th, MacArthur has to leave. He doesn't want to go, but he's convinced that he has to. He gets this harrowing escape, promises to come back, makes his way to Australia, broadcasts a radio announcement where he says the famous "I shall return" about coming back and liberating the Philippines. And of course, in wonderful Douglas MacArthur fashion, and I hadn't heard that until I was doing research. Apparently, it was suggested to him that he should say, "We shall return," the Allies, the Americans, whatever it might be, and chose to use the personal pronoun instead. It's just perfect. Not everybody, of course, was happy or saw MacArthur as this superhero again, soon to get the Congressional Medal of Honor. MacArthur's action, as he might have surmised, not exactly taken well by the people who can't get away on a PT boat and make it to Australia. Ronald H. Spector in Eagle Against the Sun writes, quote, "In the Philippines, the exhausted Americans and Filipinos also took a more critical view of MacArthur's action. Quote, who had the right to say that 20,000 Americans should be sentenced without their consent and for no fault of their own to an enterprise that would involve for them endless suffering, cruel handicap, death, or a hopeless future," wrote General William E. Brusher, who commanded the 11th Division on Bataan. Continuing, quote, "A foul trick of deception has been played on a large group of Americans by a commander-in-chief and a small staff who are now eating steak and eggs in Australia. God damn them." I think we mentioned the Alamo as a kind of comparison to the situation. Texas against the Mexicans in that beleaguered little mission that was doomed from the outset, commanded by guys like William Travis. What if instead of dying at the Alamo at the last minute before the big final charge, William Travis left? Very important. If any of you in Washington, and listen, I shall. It'd be a very weird ending to the Alamo story, wouldn't it? In this case, MacArthur claimed
What's
in
the
his
best song
memoirs that
ever?
he was expecting and wanted to die to Garrison. And even his wife had been asked.
No, there's this one fucking song I had. This is my fucking song.
No,
To the point where I'd be in the dining hall. I never ever really eat alone, ever. I mean, only when I wanted to, and
dramatically puts his own signature.
it was usually only once. Really? Occasionally I'd have breakfast and I would get the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, and I think the USA Today. And I would, and then the school papers, and I would just read them. And it was the best morning ever. I would eat melon, fucking drink coffee, and just read the paper.
Had his plans to set up a direct micromanagement system from Australia.
I have this like fucking huge. I was going through it, reading the fucking then like take it, like having the crossword, fucking folding that bitch up, do that in class.
By the end of April, is going to be made the head of the entire.
We weren't so sustainable then, so I'm not even going to take the Observer because I'll get an Observer when I'm there because they're going to put out a million of these fucking things every year. Really, and it's a wonderful thing. Really, yeah. You might even get quoted in it once or twice. Okay, anyway, are you done? So what was your thing? Oh, so one time, this fucking band kicks ass.
Giving him a healthy dose of
really, yeah. They're like the second best band of the Knots. So maybe the best rock band, like harder rock band of the Knots. As in the Real Five Revolution. And these guys are number 2. And everybody shits on them. Everyone. But I love them. Really, yeah. They're like one of the best. They'll be one of the big.
We're standing in line because they'll never get in. It's at the bottom of the ninth and I'm never gonna win. This life ain't turned out quite the way you want it to be.
So why is this such a thing? Well, this song came out and it was a big fucking deal. It was it's like a great song, I thought. Right when I first heard it, I liked it. And I liked it. Right? And at the time, my friend and I were really like into Wayne Gretzky. Why? Okay, so I guess my roommate my senior year, technically, just to make things easier, was the neighbor, his next door neighbor. And so who's this bitch? Not Petra Ecclestone, but whatever. Gretzky and Co. Anyway, I just wanted to do cocaine off that motherfucker's ass. Whatever her name is.
Shells
Is
seem
it
to explode
Petra
on
or
top
something?
of each other. It reminded American veterans of the heaviest German barrages in
really
World War I.
So anyway,
Bombers
but
of the
it was funny because
Japanese
we're watching this
22nd Air
music video, and
Brigade
my friend's like, "Oh, that's right next door to my house."
in perfect
And
formation
like
and
this
dropped
part
tons of
where when
explosives on the
Gretzky did his
2.5
yard,
miles in front
putting
of
a
Mount
fucking
Semak.
hockey stick.
Bamboo
So anyway,
groves burst into flame.
that
The
was
phenomenon was
interesting.
treated
But
lightly at first.
that's not
Men
why I
lit
like the song.
cigarettes
By
on the burning
not at
trails.
all had to do with
Then
that.
brush, dry
I
as
like the song,
tinder,
period.
ignited,
But
and the heat
the
became
song's fucking written.
intolerable.
Right? Of course it is. So anyway, so I'm in North Downey and I'm walking out the door, and the guy becomes a very good, maybe one of the best,
away, leaving the ground
holy,
almost
most
bare,
underrated.
and the defenders thought they were safe.
My friend
But a
Andrew Quinn.
wind sprang up and flames leaped
It's
over
like-
the cleared area to the lush jungle growth beyond. The men
He
were
just
trapped
he
in
said
a
to me
circle of
something
fire.
like,
Hundreds were cremated.
"Bro,
Those who escaped
I'm like,
fled
what?
to the rear like frenzied
He's like,
animals, spreading panic.
you."
End quote.
I don't think he said bro. People weren't saying bro.
I've always
The
been interested that the zoom level that you apply to historical
What would he say?
events determines the way they sound. So that's
Dude was
obviously
there,
on the
bro was
ground
out here.
level.
It was like literally when I
Very
fucking
amazing.
crossed the
If
mountain,
you zoom
everyone started
way
saying
out
bro.
and you read encyclopedias
Really, yeah.
of
So he
military
was like,
history and whatnot, you
dude,
just get the bare bones of what these
have you
major
heard
formations are doing.
that
But you
song
lose
Rockstar?
the sense
And
of
I'm
what's
like,
going on to the individual
yeah.
humans. But it helps
He's like,
explain
dude,
sometimes the bare
you
bones in a way
fucking
that
lived
gives you a
that.
framework. For example, in the
He's like,
encyclopedia of military
and
history.
was I even listening to it at the time? I don't think so. I was just walking through the dining hall. He's like, that is your fucking song. He's like, he said to me, I have never known a song to fit a person better than that song fit you. And he's like, yeah. I'm gonna go through it, standing in line because we never get it.
Bottom of the night, and I never gonna win. This life ain't turn out right the way you want it to be. I'm doing a brand new house on an episode of Cribs, and a bathroom I can put baseball in, and a king size tub big enough for 10 plus me. I need a credit card, just got no limit, and a big red check in a bedroom, and I'm gonna turn out for the 37,000 feet. We're gonna beat school bus full of old guitars. When I got on Hollywood Boulevard, the wind between Cher and James Dean is fine for me. I'm gonna trade this life for fortune and fame. I'll even cut my hair and change my name. Cause we all wanna be big rock stars and live in hilltop houses driving 15 cars. The girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. We'll all stay skinny as we just won't need. And we'll hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars. And the good girl is gonna wind up there. Every playboy bunny with every smile. Hey, hey, you're gonna be a rock star. Hey, I'm gonna be a rock star. I wanna be great like Elvis without the tassels. The hate bodyguards who like to beat up assholes. And a lot of gas and they eat my meals for free. And when I bless my ass with the latest fashion and front door key, here's the Playboy mansion. Gonna be a better fold who loves to blow the money for me. Gonna do it. I'm gonna change this life for fortune and fame. I'll even cut my hair and change my name. And we all just wanna be big rock stars and live in hilltop houses driving 15 cars. The girls come easy and the girls come cheap. We all stay skinny as we just won't eat. And we hang out in the coolest bars in the VIP with the movie stars. Every good girl is gonna wind up there. Every playboy bunny gonna reach my hair. And run out on the private rooms with the latest dictionary and the crazy too. To get you everything with that evil smile. Everybody's got a drug dealer on speed dial.
this person
Hey,
already.
hey, I wanna be a rock star. I wanna sing my songs, but the pain the sense is gonna pop my pills from a pills dispensers. My stuff's gonna be drowning on my stuff. Still singing every night so I don't get them wrong. Well, we all just wanna be big rock stars and live in hilltop houses driving 15 cars. The girls come easy and the drugs come cheap. The all stay skinny as we just won't eat. And we hang out in the clean stars in the VIP with the movie stars. Every good road we become around up there. Everybody's going by with the beach line. Come out in the private rooms with the latest dictionary and the day too. I make sure everything with that evil smile. Everybody's got a drug me on speed dial. Hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. Hey, hey, I wanna be a rock star. Shout out to my boy Andrew Quinn.
For like 27, 28 straight days.
Most underrated
Destroyed all the
goalie they ever had.
pieces on the island, shattered everything above
Who's the
ground.
best goalie you think you ever saw?
Wainwright, his staff,
Well, here's the
his
thing.
troops are living in the underground tunnels, and they finally come up. And
I saw him, and
the Japanese point their guns at these. They look like staff members.
it was when he was young.
From Corregidor,
But I think
I was always taught
I don't remember anybody scoring on him. But yeah. But I'd also say he plays the most boring fucking sport of all time. So if they did it, like in between my naps.
They do not have long left to live. The general scuttlebutt amongst the American troops, if you read the primary sources, was
You think soccer's boring? Who doesn't? Why? They need to play soccer like they played soccer when I was a little kid. It was like line to line. And it was like you could kick it anywhere back there. Fuck this little fucking net and shit. You should be able to kick it anywhere like a little kid. It'd be like two little kids. Like the simpler the sport, the better. You put two cones out for your fucking thing or whatever. That's your goal. But that it should be the whole fucking side. You just got to kick it past it. Yeah. Why? Because then teams will win like 67-34. It'd be really fucking interesting. Why? It's a totally different sport. If you had one of those things that lights up where they have to kick it in one of those things, now that would be a really cool sport. Really? Yeah, and it's more here's what's gonna happen, soccer fans. Give it a couple more years, or just have them hear this. All you have to do to be the best soccer player in the world is just master the upper 90, which is the kick in the upper 90 degree of the crossbar. And really, if you can kick it there every time, no goalie can stop it. And players just get to the point on TikTok and shit where they just get really, really good at putting it there every fucking time. And it becomes a thing where nobody can defend against that. So when you're doing a shootout, guys will win a shootout 4-5, 5-5, because everybody can fucking win it. And it just becomes a thing like there's a major flaw in soccer, and it's that upper 90. And guys don't abuse it. I mean, they always kick around it, but if you get to ask anybody, they can get the upper 90 every single time. Ask any goalie, they can't get it. And if they can kick it at decent enough speed, and what does that mean? So guys will just take a whole summer and sit there and kick at the upper 90 every single day and get really, really good at it and realize, oh my God, when I'm in penalty kicks, I'm unstoppable. Because all I have to do is hit fucking upper 90. The goalie's fucked. There's nothing he can do. Really? Yeah. And he basically can just sit there and you're going to hit that. You'll hit it like 90. These guys will get like 98% of the time that they hit that fucking thing. When you got a guy who's kicking that thing 98% of the time, it's no fun. The sport sucks anyway, but it's no fun anymore.
The same sort of thing you might see on the Western Front, or maybe over in the East, where the Germans have a homicidal program to wipe out various peoples. It's not the same here. You don't have orders from the highest up saying massacre all these people, commit all these atrocities. You have something more akin to the sort of thing that armies have done to defeated enemies forever. just acting like triumphant jerks. I mean, you can see videos sometimes or films from surrenders of troops from the 1970s, 1980s, 90s, the 2000s in some countries where you'll see the victors running up to the line of paraded captives, to their throat, slashing, just throw things at them or take them out alive and steal stuff and then beat them all the time, looking for any excuse to shoot anybody. Well, that seems to be more the norm. But to us now, and even in the mid-1940s, it looked barbaric. When General King surrendered to his counterpart, he said, "Now you're going to treat my men well," and the counterpart said, "We are not barbarians." Well, by the standards of the British and the Americans, we might be.
Okay, are you done?
If you look at the
Hey, your
number of
mattress
people
is green.
who died in Japanese captivity compared to the number of people who died in German or Italian captivity, it is a huge
You're just gonna let us
difference.
know.
Russell of Liverpool, I was looking at the stats compiled at the Tokyo War Crimes trials and came up with a doozy. Now, this obviously doesn't include the Soviet Union or China, which would change these numbers immensely, but he said a British or American soldier
Because that's
to
a
captivity
business
by the Germans or
to
the
get in a
Italians
black
had a
generally.
4% chance of
Yeah,
dying.
let's tell a quick story. Okay, so fucking
British or
Chicagoland
American
Duchette,
soldier
who's that?
fell
Rabbi's
into
ex-wife.
Japanese hands had a 27% chance
Her
of
father
dying
owned a furniture store
before being returned home. It's not even close. Most
Chicago
gentlemen, you could probably say
when
is that the
she was a
Japanese
kid,
had
and if they had a
much
good year,
lower level of
they go
priority in
to
terms of attention and resources towards POWs than the other major
Israel
powers did.
and Florida. They had a bad year, they would just go to
guys like General
So that's the standard here. If we have a good year, we'll go to Israel and Florida. If we have a bad year,
led this
just
Philippines
Florida.
campaign will both be executed by the Allies after the war for war crimes, and probably neither one of them.
No, but that furniture store reopens a big
If you
huge.
examine it
Really?
closely,
Yeah.
both of those generals, I mean, Hama had it set up so that there were hospital stops and rest stops and
Is that the end of your story?
but only for about 24,000 or 25,000 people. They had the same problems with the exposure moment and the acid test of combat. They win, but they plan for 25,000 prisoners and they end up with 78,000. Well, that's going to be chaos anyway, isn't it? And if it's not your highest priority anyway, and if you have quite a few people amongst you that are happy they're behaving the same way that Egyptian troops would with captured Hittites marched
Shout out
through their
to
capital,
AYOP American Youth on Parade.
you have a recipe
Why?
made for a horrific war. And the stories are all heartbreaking, but they're all these are troops who
Well,
had
I
not
could
had
just
food
say,
for days.
so American Youth on
Japanese
Parade
invaded, but they
would
eat
come
from
through
them and they
our
chew
city every year.
They come by
Why?
on their trucks and they'd smack the line of prisoners in the head with their rifle butts. They would wait for any chance to take them out of line and beat them or kill them. Asking for water could get you killed.
It's like a
There's
baton
one story, and I'm
academy
surprised to run into it. It
tournament thing.
involves General
And so
King
every year in the
himself,
summer,
who just surrendered here.
they
He
would,
gets to go on the death march too, and he doesn't get spared the
come to the
indignity
university,
of
and
this is the one remembrance
so it would bring a lot of money to the
just shows
town.
you
I mean, because there's nothing in the
this
city
was
at that
about
time. And
a bunch of captive soldiers that were totally in the powers
the people
of
were
their
really,
captors,
really
and their
spirited.
captors
They
played
decorate their
themselves
car, and it's really a
severely.
cute thing. Really, yeah.
This quote
And all the, like when you're a little kid, you'd be like, "What the hell is
Under the
AYOP?"
Rising Sun,
They're like,
memories
"Oh,
of
American Youth
Japanese
on
prisoner
Parade."
of war.
Like, what is that? So,
Survivor
did you ever see us?
this.
I don't know if they have a public.
Mile
They
after
may. I
mile,
don't know.
the looting
I
and the
did
beatings
always see them
continued.
though.
They
I played
cared not
racquetball
who
there
they
with
struck.
Father Bracky, and
High-ranking officers were no
they'd have
exception.
these
I
like
watched one
things where you could
Japanese
change.
private
That becomes a
attack
thing
Major General
where you
King.
could change in
The
like a
soldier
single
was
person
so
thing.
short, he had
Like,
to jump
why?
to strike the general in the face with his fist.
Well,
He did it time and
women
time
want
again.
privacy, of course,
And the
but
general
especially
just
little
stood
girls.
there. Guards
In
with
public,
pointed
you don't want all
rifles
these weird
waited
guys
for us to
looking
do
around.
something.
I mean,
Finally,
and
the private gave up in
weird women.
disgust and
You don't
walked
want
away.
people looking at you, obviously. And when they're changing, so there was like this pop-up thing that would pop up, and they could get changed in there. And I just thought those were cool. That was a newer thing. I hadn't seen those before in years past. Really? I shouldn't say in years past. It's not like I was in that building. I don't think maybe they're not that new, but they're newer. And they would just be funny. Not funny. They were cute. Really, yeah.
The Japanese
Are you
tendency
done?
is,
That would be my question.
from the beginning of the
Yeah, I mean,
Pacific
we're over
War,
here talking
the
about American
generally
youth
accepted
hey,
regulations concerning the custody of
anyway.
prisoners of war
Really?
and civilian
Yeah,
internees
and what?
were
Oh, they were just a
flagrantly
big deal. They fucking
disregarded.
took over
Prisoners
933,
of war
and
were
the Bob
murdered
Evans
by
there, the
shooting,
fucking
decapitation,
what is there?
drowning, and other methods.
Difference
They
there.
died during death
Becomes
marches
big.
on which prisoners of
I've only been
war
there
who
once,
were sick and
but I
quite
have been
unfit
there.
for exertion were forced to march for long distances in conditions which even fit troops could not have been expected to stand.
Anyway,
Many of those who
they
fell
used
out
to
of
have
the
all
column
kinds of places
were
like
shot
named
or
after.
bayoneted to
They
death
had
by
so
the
many
escort.
things.
End quote.
Touchdown Jesus, of course, but first down Moses,
Reading these
and there was another
atrocities,
one like
read them back to back to back.
unnecessary roughness. Somebody else. They make one little statue
Most
for all
of
of
the
them.
cause of righteousness
Yeah.
against people that would do these
Are
kinds of
you done?
things.
But no, none of the new one. That new thing. What? Who would you do? Aaron. There's no like
At the same time, I'm indebted to
safety
these
Aaron.
stories and authors
No,
who
there's no Aaron doing it.
shards of humanity in the story and use them to reflect back on the entire situation. These sorts of atrocities and these kinds of stories, even without the propaganda, can put you in a bit of a trance.
It has to be like a religious thing. It can't just be like part of like first down. Moses is going like that. But I don't remember in the Bible where Moses is like, he's more like this. At least in the Bible version in the movie. It seems to be the most thing. Anyway, are you done?
One was, I forgot where I read, but it talked about a Japanese soldier who jumped off of his tank
Invictus.
after losing one of the captives in the Bataan Death March was a classmate from college in the United States and embraced him.
Are you done now?
John told
Is being a
me.
done.
Tells a story of a
Yosh.
man, an American captive who was having his stuff stripped from him, including a ring, by a Japanese soldier. And the Japanese officer walks by and noticed that the ring
Is it done?
is a Notre Dame glass ring, strikes the soldier who took it, who looted it, in the face, gives the ring back, and said, "What year did you graduate?" And the guy said, 1935. And the Japanese soldier says, Tolan says with a faraway look in his eyes, said, "I graduated from Southern California in 35. And you think to yourself, why are these people hating each other again? Unfortunately for all of them, there's a massive amount of convict debt the Japanese military
There we go.
is acquiring. It's going to have to be paid off at some point. An enormous amount of hate.
What'd you do with that
That's
ring?
fashionable these days.
I wanted to get rid of it. I tried to give it to Rabbi Moshe Shalom and he wouldn't accept it. And I really gave it to him because I thought I was living in some rough situations.
Populations. The Axis power.
What'd you end up doing? I gave it to him.
Allied populations had hardened hearts by that point in the war.
Why?
It's important to remember what happened in 1942 to help harden those hearts in the first place.
I'm not sure
Many
that.
get described this part of the war as being on a roller coaster to disaster. So far, the Japanese have been trending upward.
Right, are you done?
What goes up must come down. The worm will turn, and all these karmic debts will be paid in full and interest.
Cuffing your jeans and shit would be a thing. Really?
Over the last year or so, my work life seems to best resemble an Evel Knievel motorcycle jump. Now, I don't mean one of those jumps where Evil makes it to the other side and everybody's happy and we celebrate and interview Evil afterwards. I mean one of those jumps where Evil was convinced he's going to be able to pull this off, no problem. All those buses, sure. I visualized it many times. And then Evil goes flying off that ramp at 100 miles per hour. He hits the air. He's about halfway over these buses, and you're thinking to yourself, this guy's going to make it. He's going to pull it off. He gets about 2/3 of the way over those buses, and you can see the momentum start to lag a little bit. You go, oh, a little bit farther, and your brain's doing the mental calculations, and you think he's not going to make it. And sure enough, before the other ramp, boom, onto the buses, rolls about 20 times, breaks every bone in his body. Metaphorically speaking, that's what the last year feels like for me. And I have to say metaphorically speaking because there are people out there who really got change it in the last year. I don't want to be insensitive. But it was one of those career years where I feel like I heaved
Oh, I thought
dog
you meant
years
because everybody at the board of directors was drunk. I was like, well, it did.
that I didn't get out more podcasts because of it. I got less podcasts out, but I have an excuse. And I hope it helps at least mollify your feelings towards me. It is involved in this whole life.
You don't think of Becky Irish as
spinning
drunk and
wrong,
spinning.
but I have a problem. Dealing with outside opportunity has always been a
Why?
problem for people who have labor.
I don't think of like
podcasts, so I'm not
it's
wrong
an
with that. There's not a lot of
Indian
slack
one
in
as
most of
well.
those
It's
people's
like
schedules. But
that's
sometimes
part
the
of the
opportunities
question.
are too good to pass up, so you convince yourself, like Evil Knievel, that you can jump those 20 buses and end up breaking every metaphorical bone in your body. So the shows have been few and far between. We're going to try to change that in 2020, get back on the podcast horse and really make up for lost time. The excuse that I have hopefully mollifies all the feelings you may have about this a little bit, and that is that we do have something to show for the time that was not spent on the podcast enough. I have a book available if you want it. People have been asking for a book for a long time. They've been asking for any kind of text format for hardcore history. They want transcripts, and I would say the only reason they want transcripts is because they've never seen transcripts. I've seen them. They don't want them. The reaction I have when I read the transcripts is, holy cow, do I really talk like that? So any text form, any translation to a foreign language, all of this stuff's going to have to be done in some sort of book form, and I have a book for you. It's called The End Is Always Near, Apocalyptic Moments from the Bronze Age Collapse to Nuclear Near Misses. I wrote this over the last year and a half. It involves a lot of the same research DNA, if you will, that we use for the podcast. It's part of what made that possible, right? Not having to go and start from scratch. Although, to be honest, in some of these stories, the information has changed so much since we did shows on it. It was back in the days when we did really short shows sometimes. So we have a chapter on the Bronze Age collapse, for example. And we did a show called Darkness Buries the Bronze Age years ago. There's no resemblance. So much has changed. But if you've heard all of our podcasts, some of the DNA, the research material, the narrative,
Look at this.
we tie it in to this subject matter that I kind of vaguely knew I was interested in, but the editors forced me to sort of confront in the same way that I can sit there and go, sure, I have torture books on my bookshelf, but that doesn't mean anything. The editors said, why don't you sit down and assemble all your shows on the floor and look at them and find out if you can see any connecting threads, right? Some DNA that ties all of the subject matter together. And it's like doing an ink blot test for some psychologist or something. You go, wow, really? And it's all the stuff you know and love, Statue of Liberty in the sand, civilizations being knocked back to an earlier level of technology, and do tough times make tough people, all the stuff that we sort of revel in. And somebody told me once when I was starting the book, gave me some good advice, said any good book should have an argument that you lay out like a hypothesis, and then you should argue it, and then at the end you should come up with a conclusion and make your point and stand by it. And I thought, oh man, then I'm in real trouble. Because you know me, I mean, that would be so foreign to the people who listen to the Hardcore History Show because, well, as a journalist, I'm more of a questions kind of person. And as a fan of history, I'm not going to be your answer kind of person. So this book focuses on all those questions that I love, and they're questions that people have been examining since ancient Greek philosophers and way before, so they're important questions, but they're not necessarily answerable ones. I mean, can mankind handle the power of their weapon system? That is both an important and unanswerable question, but it doesn't make examining it any less valuable because you don't come up with an obvious answer, right? So the book is that kind of stuff. For those who want to know if we did an audiobook version of it, we did. I recorded it, and I would be interested in hearing from those of you who hear it. If you notice any difference between it and the normal podcast, because the normal podcasts are totally unscripted. When I voice the audiobook, you have to be word perfect, so it's essentially very scripted. Be curious to find out which version you prefer. Is it
at the end of your story?
The book is available at the end of October. You can pre-order it now. As we said, the end is always near. Apocalyptic moments from the Bronze Age collapse to nuclear near misses. Now, the other project, just leaving Austin, I think we just wrapped up. It was the first official gig. It showed up at the Tribeca Film Festival a stripped down form.
Did you like him?
And just went to Austin. I don't know where it's going next.
A lot. I mean, didn't make time. I don't know did I want to, but
immersive
yeah,
memory is the way I like to call it. I like to call it 15 minutes in hell.
yeah, he was over a lot.
It's the World War I virtual reality destination experience where
Why?
you go there.
I think it was like all these kids, nobody. I never really learned where they lived. And it was like, okay, well,
I call it 15 minutes.
you're just adopted in the dorm, I guess. Really?
In hell. First of all, it would cost as much as a Star Wars movie or something like that. The second thing is
One guy,
we got
but
big full
the other
men
goalie,
tapping out sometimes at 12.
I thought he
which I
lived
don't
in the dorm.
understand.
And he was like, no, man, I live in.
But it's true. So maybe 3.5 hours in hell.
I still
Some post-traumatic stress problems. Nonetheless, people went. The comments are great. We really appreciate it. Go to warremains.com if you want to stay updated on where
He transferred in the dorm eventually, I think, but he did not. Like, it was like a year. I'm like, where's your dorm room? And he's like, oh, I don't live in this dorm.
Get right back on that motorcycle.
You are here so much.
Never
Never was it like, get the fuck out. Never. It was just like, oh my God, shocking. There was this other kid, Dave. He's like, Dave, you don't fucking live in this dorm. Now, I knew Dave did. They're like, Dave, you don't fucking live in this dorm. He's like,
professional
yeah,
wrestler attacking another popular good guy wrestler while his back was turned before the bell rings. Part of the story so far has been
why don't, where do you live? He's like,
the popular wrestler
first floor.
senseless.
I'm like, well, I live on the first floor. Where the fuck did you live? He's like, 103. I'm like, oh, no way, you live in Sebastian. He's like,
Begin to issue payback.
who the fuck is Sebastian?
I've seen this happen in real
He
boxing
lived there
matches
2 years
before.
ago. Anyway, he's
One
like,
fighter will come
that's
out
where
and
Mark
pummel
was.
the other one
Like, yeah.
mercilessly until the losing fighter will land one of those
And
blows.
I walked by his room one time. I think I walked in one time, and it was, but he had a fucking condo off campus, so he was never there. So it didn't have to be nice, which is nice. And he had a fucking, I had a fucking athlete living with me, and
That's what's going to happen.
he lived off campus.
After a particularly disastrous day at sea in
But theirs, they still had another roommate. I had a single in a dorm that did not allow singles. My friends were, I remember these girls would be like,
what you're
oh
about
my
to
God,
hear
your room is really, really nice. Where is your roommate? Oh, he lives off campus. So we came up with like this thing. Like, if he says he'd sleep on he's like never here, but he'd sleep on the futon. He was cool with that. And I told him he could sleep up there if he ever wanted it.
You haven't heard the earlier
So he just said, all right. And so he doesn't store anything in here really. And they're like, so you get a single? No one gets a single. This dorm doesn't have one.
It's history. It's
Did it?
hardcore history.
Not if you weren't an R8, an AR, a rector, an assistant rector, a rector assistant rector, or a rector. Those are the people who have them.
Question.
Really? Or like a priest in residence.
Especially, I can hear some people in the back of my head saying it's always been placed at the beginning of time, and certainly because of maybe the increase in the pace of change and whatnot. You see it in stark relief in both world wars, but it has to do with the difference between quantifiable more elements versus unquantifiable more elements. And this is not to say that one is more important than the other, but one is much more subject to proof and testing than the other. We had said earlier that the early parts of this conflict are the acid test of combat. The rubber meets the road moment for a lot of the pre-war promises about these ships and these aircraft and all these land-based systems and ideas, both tactics and strategy and equipment, where we get to see if all the hype before conflict breaks out lives up to it, which conflict does. The good news about something like that is that it's quantifiable evidence that the airplane sucks and doesn't live up to the potential and the promise you'll know it quickly.
And Indianapolis. Really just fishers and fucking farmers. No, I know some people. Really?
But the other side to the conflict is going much harder to measure. If you can't measure it, how do you know if it's working or not? How do you know if you should keep doing it or not? If somebody really wants to keep doing it, really believes in that might be a plus, might not be one or the other. But it has to do with the question of morale.
Is being done from there? Could you tell us about being done, Rabbi?
State, isn't it? So right now we're in the realm of harder to pin down and harder to say that what applies to person A will apply to person B necessarily. But morale is one of those things that on a tactical level, on a battlefield level, is undeniably huge, and they've been writing about it, military strategists, since the Bronze Age. The idea is not to kill everybody on a battlefield. Traditionally, it's to kill enough people to break their will to continue fighting, right? To destroy their morale. Killing is a means to an end. Nobody denies this. What is interesting, though, is to try to extrapolate what applies, and that is, if not provable, then demonstrable, right? You might not be able to prove it in a laboratory, but it's been shown to be true enough times you can say reliable, right? Morale is the most important thing on a tactical battlefield. Is it the most important thing on a strategic one? Does it apply to whole nation states? Can you break their morale? This is an open question in the Second World War. Some people say you can.
I can't believe they put Brian Seacrest on the throat to show to tell me this. What are you going to do?
That way? What breaks a nation's
Scratch my
morale?
back.
And what proof do you have that that's something that
Beat off.
occurs? Much of the justification for
My
some of
life.
the
Don't let
bombing
the
that's
terrorists
been
win,
done
kids.
from the air on cities and populations in cities is based on this idea that you will get them to, petition their governments and say, we must have peace now, we can't be bombed anymore. These are, we've done multi-hour discussions on this in the past, but this is part of the inner warriors of aerial development and theory on how aircraft are going to be these great peacemakers sometimes, because very quickly the populations will tell their governments, we've got a peace deal going right now, we're going to approve of this. And then the Germans bomb places like London, and the evidence seems to contradict that 180 degrees. The people in London and Britain weren't ready to give in because they were being bombed. They were pissed off. Now, does this mean that it doesn't work? No, it means that the jury is still out, right? We're not bombing enough. We're not bombing with the right kinds of bombs, the right kinds of plans. Now, the technology hasn't caught up with theory yet. I mean, there are still people that think once we use these nuclear weapons, we can finally get that morale question working at the grand strategy level, the way designed. And by the way, when Germany at the end of the war was bombed to rubble, they finally saw something more akin to numbness creeping into the population rather than a sense that they wanted the war to end at all costs, so that they were ready to give in, and it made you more likely to surrender. At the very, very end, I think they may have seen some of that, but by that point, you already destroyed all the industry in Germany, so why did you didn't bomb them for morale reasons then? You just leveled them, and if you want to say it worked, okay, but let's be honest about why. The problem is that because we know morale is important at some level, and in this war, because you can make up anything you want about how it's important at a giant level, how much effort do you put into it? One thing you can say is that morale has a connection to fear. Now, fear doesn't necessarily mean you don't want to fight. And if you bomb my city, I might not be willing to give in to you because I might be angrier than I was before at you, but I might be afraid. Or sometimes, scared people are the most dangerous thing you can ever run into. You can have a very benign, coin-sized spider in your hotel room up in the corner, and you can know that this is not a venomous spider that can hurt you. But what percentage of people, if you can't get that spider peacefully out of your hotel room, are going to have to kill that spider before they can fall asleep with any peace and comfort? And you never know. There have been Native American massacres predicated on little more than this idea, by the way. Years before the Second World War.
Nope.
Trust me, no. I listen to this fucking thing all day, every day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're going on. Oh man, I'm like 500 fucking days now. You heard that right. I can't believe I haven't fucking made that comment yet.
Years later, in the middle of the Second World War, when the U.S. has been involved for 3 months,
That shit just
not the kind of phrase you could probably get away with saying, not after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that was like crazy. Allergic to pork allergies or things like that. Maybe I did at one point.
That I've seen Americans have to absorb in their history.
Do you have an allergy
Not sure
to pork allergy?
Maybe sometime in the Civil War, maybe sometime in the Revolutionary War. but Pearl Harbor is 9/11 from a psychological and moral standpoint and from a sense of justice standpoint. But at the same time, it's also a military disaster that cripples your ability to respond to the perpetrators of the attack, right? If you're the president of the United States, you have to bolster the morale of the nation. You have to dampen its fear. You have to rally it towards the cause. Franklin Roosevelt is a controversial figure to some Americans because some Americans don't like his policies even today. But as a war leader, he was inspirational. And as a politician, he was masterful. There's a reason that there's a law now saying you can only be president for 2 terms because some of Roosevelt's detractors worried that if his health hadn't failed, he'd still be president today at 147 years old or something. His style was different than someone like Churchill's. Churchill was a guy who you thought was ready to take off his coat and get in the mud and wrestle with Hitler. He's a bulldog. He's a come and get it, that kind of. I mean, different politicians have different personas and ways that they present themselves. FDR couldn't do that. I mean, this is a man in a wheelchair. He's not going to give you that alpha male, tough guy sort of routine. He's got a different feel to him. If I had to describe it, he reminds me kind of like, Woodrow Wilson was a little this way too, but you get a feeling like Roosevelt would be a little bit more physical, even in a wheelchair, than Woodrow Wilson. But it's this sort of Yankee preacher looking down his nose and scolding while he shakes the Bible at you, just almost like a moral indignation and a righteous anger. You will get yours, sir, something like that. It's very effective, though, and it also sounds like you're definitely coming from the higher plane in terms of morality. It's a presentation that in its own way works. And you rarely saw, Roosevelt had this wonderful way about him where he seems calm and sometimes funny to me, but he doesn't have to change that tone and add much anger at all for him to sound absolutely livid. You can see how effective Roosevelt is at this, by the way. If you listen to some of the addresses that he did to the American people, he had these things that were known as fireside chats, where he would speak on the new technology of radio directly to the American people as though he was in the home with them. He's the first president to have been able to use mass communication in any way, shape, or form like that. It would be as if the president today had his own Twitter account and would communicate with Americans directly. One of the most important ones that he ever gave was delivered on February 23rd, 1942. This is 6 weeks or so before Bataan falls. But Roosevelt knows it's going to. He knows the American people have already been through the worst series of bad news events that they've probably ever been through. And he knows the worst is yet to come. Maybe it'll be one of the biggest surrenders in U.S. history. How do you get out in front of an issue, as they say in Washington, or be proactive about something like that while still bolstering morale, fighting spirit, and all that kind of stuff? And how do you whip the people back up into a frenzy? There's a lot at stake in that speech. 60 million people, by the way, or more will hear it during an era where the American population was half of what it is now. So these are basically Super Bowl type numbers tuning in. And if you go listen to it, it's not like a short little thing. It's like 35 minutes of Roosevelt talking to you. And like I said, like he's in your home, he'll say, please get out your maps and follow along. He couches this entire affair this time as a report to the American people. And he goes after conspiracy theories that say that the government's been hiding the real losses in everything from you. So he literally lays out, this is what he did. It was an interesting speech to listen to. But what he also has to do, like we said, get out in front of this issue. So first he basically says things are not as bad as you heard. We're giving better than we're getting. But he has to acknowledge losses and at the same time turn it around into something where, the light is at the end of the tunnel and we're going to turn this around. And he does so in that speech on February 23rd, 1942. Here's a sample of it.
We have most certainly suffered losses from Hitler's U-boats in the Atlantic, as well as from the Japanese in the Pacific. And we shall suffer more of them before the turn of the tide. But speaking for the United States of America, let me say once and for all,
Are you done? Oh, that's
we Americans have been compelled to yield ground.
Really?
but we will regain it. We and the
That's
other
why when
United
Shannon Surrey does
Nations
it,
are
that's
committed
one of the searches.
to the destruction of the militarism
That's here another name.
of Japan and Germany. We are daily increasing our strength. Soon, we and not our enemies will have the offensive. We, not they, will win the final battle. And we, not they, will make the final peace.
So that's inspirational on one level, and he's setting the stage for, there's going to be bad things still to come, and then he gets in how you motivate the American people. What are the right buttons to push? And the button he decides to push, it's not the Rambo button. It's not lead from the front like a church at work. Okay, give us the tools and we'll finish the job. Make sure you take a German with you. All that kind of stuff. It's they think we're weak. He's pushing that schoolyard button almost, right? But then at the end, he ends with something that you can almost hear in today's audience. Everybody going, USA, USA. Crazy chant. I will say this though, ever the master politician and always with his eyes on the prize, Roosevelt, right after the cut we're going to do, incorporates the rest of the United Nations, right? All the other countries in the world. He portrays this as a battle between like 100 countries on one side and 6 or 7 on the other. And every their role to play. In other words, the great politician makes sure not to make it sound like it's an all-American show. Make sure to include every one of them, saying every one of them's got their important place. That's masterful. But he basically says, Japan's calling us a bunch of weaklings. Are you going to take that? We'll show them, and we already have. He says this.
Ever since this nation became the arsenal of democracy, ever since enactment of last week, there has been one persistent theme of all action together. This theme has been that Americans are admittedly rich, that Americans have considerable industrial power, but that Americans are soft and decadent, that they cannot and will not unite and work and fight. From Berlin, Rome, Tokyo, we have been described as a nation of weaklings, playboys, who would hire British soldiers or Russian soldiers or Chinese soldiers to do our fighting for us. Let them repeat that now. Let them tell that to General MacArthur and his men. Let them tell that to the sailors who today are hitting hard in the far waters of the Pacific. Let them tell that to the boys in the flying fortresses. Let them tell that to the Marines.
Now, while this broadcast is going on, a Japanese submarine, a huge submarine, by the way, the Japanese, like the French, built some very big ones, surfaces off the coast of California over by Santa Barbara. It's about 7:50 p.m. Pacific time, so it's gloomy or it's dark. And with a 140 millimeter deck gun, they shell some refinery installations on the coast. This is a legendary incident where I come from in the era where I grew up with. Everybody still talked about it. Most of the rest of the country doesn't talk about it. This attack may have been timed to coincide with Roosevelt's speech as a way to put the lie to all of his fancy and inspirational, talk, right? Oh, sure, you're going to get shelled. You can't even keep us from shelling your coastline while you're giving the speech. I mean, it's a gesture that involves one two in Great Britain. Regardless of the intention of this Japanese sub as it related to the Roosevelt speech, it's a pretty classic sort of an attack against the morale of the enemy, intended to sow fear and a sense of vulnerability. Low risk, high reward sort of endeavor. Worst case scenario, it's a sub. Best case scenario, who knows, right? Just free money, let's gamble with that. I don't think the sub did anything to damage morale, but it sure already added a few more sticks of kindling to the fire that was burning on the West Coast in terms of fear. History folks have labeled this the West Coast War Scare, the West Coast War Panic during this time period, and having the Japanese sub open fire off, right on the coast there. I mean, that panicked people. Exhibit A, that it had some effect, is the very next evening, February 24th, 25th, 1942. Anti-aircraft artillery on the California coast around Los Angeles opens up in the night sky after somebody thinks they see a Japanese aircraft. It's probably a weather balloon or the moon reflecting off the clouds, but 14 or 1,500 shells later, 4 or 5 people dead from car accidents and heart attacks, property damage, things quiet down. But it was apparent that once somebody opened fire, everybody opened fire. My grandfather was one of those people, by the way. I always felt he was cursed by being born in April 1906, something most people would probably consider to be a sweet spot in the 20th century. Too young for the First World War to serve, too old for the Second, with 2 kids. He wanted to be there, though. He was a chain smoking, Irish American, adrenaline junkie Batman kind of guy. So he made sure he was on the coast, serving in the volunteer, the civilian role, manning the anti-aircraft guns on the coast. He witnessed the whole thing. It was a family story for a long time. Didn't know what happened officially until I looked it up. The Battle of Los Angeles. But the Battle of Los Angeles is evidence of panic, in part set off by a sub-attack on the coast. Really, it would have taken only a couple of hours for something from Santa Barbara down to LA. Might not have taken that long. These days, you find out we have a good sub coast people. I can imagine how we do that. That's why keeping the fear down is important, because if the fear takes off, you will devour lots of things that you'll be sorry about later. Case in point, some civil rights. Civil rights and wartime are 2 things that we all understand are sort of at odds with each other. It's tough to maintain peacetime levels of civil rights in wartime, especially total war. But the problem is, in this conflict in the Second World War, this is something that the framework exists, the propaganda is geared toward, and people understand it as a war between people who believe in things like what we call civil rights and people who don't. And so there's an irony attached to it that in order to beat the people who don't believe in civil rights, you have to do things that reduce the amount of civil rights in the countries that are fighting for that. There's a quote from, I think it's from Mein Kampf, it's a famous Hitler quote, where he said that the great strength of a totalitarian state is that it forces those who fear it to imitate it. I was doing some research on that quote. I stumbled across a journal or something that was quoting from a debate between George Orwell, who wrote 1984, and weird, wild, wonderful scientist Alex Comfort. And they were talking about the same thing, and neither of those guys fit into the American standard political spectrum anyway, especially not Comfort. But Comfort played off of that Hitler quote and basically said he's right, and we're falling for it. He said, wrote, quote, Hitler's greatest and irretrievable victory over here, meaning Britain, was when he persuaded the English people that the only way to lick fascism was to imitate it. He puts us in a dilemma which cannot be practically rebutted, only broken away from. Now speaking in Hitler's voice, if I win, you have political fascism victorious. If you want to beat me, you must assimilate as much of its philosophy as you can, so that I am bound to win either way. End quote. Reminds me of some of the critiques of the U.S. founding fathers about war's danger to political and civil liberty. Wartime exalts the power of the state over the individual for obvious and understandable reasons. But that's why the fascist states like war and praise war, because it dovetails into something they already believe in, the power of the state. In the Western democracies that are supposed to have these civil protections that tend to get steamrolled in wartime, well, it works against the basic framework of the system as it's at least advertised. If you want a practical example, I would only cite Executive Order 9066, which is infamous, but if you read it, it doesn't sound like it should be. This is an executive order signed by President Roosevelt about a week before that speech, that fireside chat we just took an excerpt from. And it, along with several subsequent sorts of orders and directives, ends up creating a situation where you get 110 to 120,000 people of Japanese birth or descent. The majority of them, by the way, 60 or 70% of them American-born citizens, sent to what we used to call, and it sounded better than, relocation camps. When I was a teenager, got changed to the more ominous internment camps, and now it's common to see the much more ominous, but not Nazi death camp equivalent of concentration camps. If you actually go read Executive Order 9066, it sounds short, it sounds vague, and it sounds something that's sort of commonsensical. I mean, if you look at it, you just think, well, I'd be mad at a president. It would be a dereliction of duty if he didn't do something like this. It sounds like an anti-sabotage and anti-espionage thing. We're going to have these really sensitive national security areas. We're going to put a military leader in charge of this whole regions of the country, right? One guy from the west, one guy from the east, and the south, and they're going to decide what these zones are, and it could be off limits to anybody, but especially enemies. It doesn't say Japanese this or that.
Then see
And you think, oh yeah, an airfield, an army base, a port. Gotcha. Everybody can agree with that. Who knew that the guy that's in charge of the West, who did not like Japanese people clearly anyway, pretty openly, who knew he was going to say that these little national security areas that are going to be off limits are going to be California, Oregon, and Washington, and states to be added later. Every Japanese person was sent out of Alaska to qualify to be relocated. By the way, you know how much Japanese blood you had to have in you? 1/16. If we applied that same standard to Italian Americans or German Americans and sent them all to relocation camps, how many Americans would you rule? The Irish Americans would rule today, wouldn't they? Probably. Scandinavian Americans. It'd be a small group after a while, wouldn't it? And that is not to say that the Italian Americans and German Americans did not feel these civil rights violations. They did. 10 or 11,000 German-born nationals or descendants of Germans were put in similar situations to the Japanese. Between 3,000 and 4,000 Italian-born or Italian Americans were as well. For some reason that's probably not hard to figure out, the Japanese Americans were affected at 10 times the number of German Americans. In order to avoid the normal criticism these days that people can brush aside this kind of talk because it's part of the postmodernist overemphasis on race that's so popular now, I picked a ton of people's favorite book, if you're my age, the 1985 published Eagle Against the Sun by military historian Richard H. Spector, so that we could avoid any suggestions that this was tainted by the sort of modernist climate today that allows people to not think about this stuff. And I should also point out that what happened to the Japanese Americans has been apologized by multiple U.S. presidents. I think Ronald Reagan gave the most open and long-winded kind of thing apology. I mean, we paid indemnities. Carter, Ford, Reagan, the elder Bush. I mean, these are all presidents who brought it up. And this is something we feel terrible about. My cynical way of looking at it, though, is I'm not sure we wouldn't do it again in the same circumstances, which is why I always leave blaming the people at the time. Ronald H. Spector doesn't seem to have that kind of problem. Writing in 1985, he says, quote, "Early in the war, in what one authority has called the most blatant violation of civil liberties in American history, American citizens of Japanese descent and Japanese resident aliens, most of whom had lived in the U.S. for many years, were forcibly removed from their homes on the West Coast and evacuated to large internment camps in the desolate interior of California, Nevada, and Utah. All were forced to abandon their homes, farms, and businesses to the doubtful care of the Federal Reserve Bank, or to liquidate their property at a severe loss." End quote. I should point out that this fear that these people were going to be a problem turned out to be 100% completely unfounded in terms of espionage and sabotage in the war. I mean, there's no rationale for this, but we need to understand the fear involved. This is the sort of things we talked about before that leeches away from the history books, that makes it impossible for us to understand people from other eras, because we're not scared like they were. We don't have the emotions anymore. And we talked about this analogy of the spider in your hotel room. It's going to be hard enough to go to sleep knowing that spider's there if everybody is assuring you that it's not dangerous at all. What if everybody is doing the exact opposite? The human beings, the Americans in this story, are not operating in a neutral informational environment, something Ronald H. Spector in 1984 also emphasizes. What's the climate like that all this is happening in? He says, quote, the citizenry of California and the other West Coast states, whose bigotry toward the Japanese had long been part of their way of life, saw their fears and suspicions amply reinforced by the nervous and indecisive leadership of Lieutenant General John L. DeWitt, the head of the Western Defense Command. California newspapers, he writes, carried headlines such as, now quoting the headlines, Jap boats flash messages ashore, and Jap and camera held in Bay City, and even caps on Japanese tomato plants point to airbase. He continues. At a meeting of California law enforcement officials in January 1942, the Los Angeles District Attorney, now quoting from a contemporary source, asserted that the U.S. Supreme Court was packed with leftists and other extreme advocates of civil liberty, and that it was time for the people of California to disregard the law if necessary to secure their protection. Later in the source it says, one high official was heard to state that he favored shooting on sight all Japanese residents of the state. End quote. Maybe I'm reaching here, but when you read why Hitler thought the United States was weak, it was always because we were a mongrel, polyglot nation. We didn't have this racial unity that kept us together, and we were liable to be pulled apart. Ex-slaves, all these immigrants. If you're looking at the world through his lens, maybe you can see that Japanese sub-attack and all the other things that create things like a West Coast war scare as something that begins the process of pulling us apart a little bit. And lest we think that this is something that only our grandparents would do, I have to tell you, after the 9/11 attacks, the mood was already wobbly, I thought, and had there been an Al-Qaeda submarine that surfaced off the coast and sent dozens of shells into some facility there, I think we'd start to see some of the kind of editorials that you were seeing in the vast majority of West Coast newspapers that were in favor of taking their fellow citizens to internment camps. One of them had a great line. I thought I went and read it. And it said, listen, you don't think they're letting Americans run around loose in Italy, Germany, and Japan, do you? And that's absolutely right. In Germany, the Gestapo will find you and they will take you down to a dungeon and they will torture the life out of you until you get the names of your compatriots, who they will also torture, and then they'll execute all of you. Want to do that in your Western democracy? Well, of course you don't. That's why you're fighting the war, right? To avoid a fate like that. You just have to be careful you don't end up at that destination accidentally anyway because of the war. Makes you think of the Nietzsche line, doesn't it? That when you're fighting monsters, you need to take care that you yourself don't become a monster. And the lesson, the experience of the minorities in the United States, mostly Japanese, but also German and Italian during the Second World War, is not that it should never happen again to them, but that wartime opens the door to the breaking of protections that defend us all, and that sort of experience could happen to any of us. Now, I should point out that in terms of actual importance to the overall Asia-Pacific theater and events that comprise a giant chunk of the globe, this sub-attack against Santa Barbara is nothing. I've overplayed its importance, but I did it for a reason. In Iowa, they would have glanced over the news story and hardly noticed it, gone right to the farming futures maybe in 1942. On the East Coast, they wouldn't have even raised an eyebrow. They've been living with U-boats operating off their coastline for months. So big deal. But my grandparents talked about that sub-attack for the rest of their lives. Something most people don't even know about. It scared everybody on the West Coast. So if you're going to have a West Coast war hysteria, those are the people you have to fight, right? The question that's interesting to ask is, does a West Coast war hysteria actually help the Japanese? Does it make the United States weaker? Once again, we're into this unquantifiable, squishy area of national psychology and morale and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to measure. The accountants can really enjoy themselves on the other side of war, the part where you're going to say, oh, we killed this many of the enemy, and we lost this many men in killing that many of the enemy. You can start to make charts and comparisons and intelligence decisions based on the rational data, that whole side of war. But this is the squishy side. And you can't say that Japanese sub-attack had no impact on everything that happened afterwards, but you can't say that it had all the impact. I mean, you don't know what to say. So the question that comes into play with these kinds of offensives against the squishy underbelly of the enemy's morale, how much are you willing to lose in order to potentially get whatever it is you get? In the case of the Japanese sub-attack, it was one submarine. If I'm wargaming this and I'm the Japanese high command, I think one submarine risked to get a chance to spin the wheel of who knows what happens if we shell the United States coastlines worth it to me. The question gets a little bit more upsetting, though. If you begin to risk too much, I would think, I'm a conservative person, take that with a grain of salt, but if you risk too much in this war against the squishy side, for lack of a better phrase, case in point, and yes, this will finally bring us back up to where we last left off in the story. I told you all that stuff to tell you this stuff. Right after Bataan falls, you have the Bataan Death March in early April 1942, which is where we left off. So once again, what FDR was prepping the American people for, the worst surrender, or one of the worst surrenders in American military history, coming right after all this other bad news. I mean, the U.S. needed some good news. How much would you be willing to risk in terms of human lives, or precious, in some cases irreplaceable military assets, to get that morale lift at home, especially if you could at the same time damage the enemy's morale? One submarine, certainly nobody has a problem with that. But on April 18, 1942, the United States would conduct an operation that is highly celebrated. It's mythical in the United States. But I think if you look at it logically, and again, I will totally cop to being wrong here, and I'm a conservative person, as I said, I can't see it as worth it in any way, shape, or form, which is a terrible thing to say because the brave people who went on it knew they were almost maybe on a suicide mission. It's called the Doolittle Raid. The reason that it's audacious is because it involves something that had never been done before and that I don't know that has been tried many times since. Flying land-based bombers, big bombers, off aircraft carriers. The reason the U.S. wants to do it is for a very similar reason the Japanese wanted that sub to attack the U.S. coastlines. The gains would be similar, and there would be no way with this attack to do any meaningful damage, just like that sub didn't do any meaningful damage. It's symbolic damage meant to affect psychology, morale, and all that. But the United States, in order to carry out this morale-boosting at home and morale-damaging, hopefully abroad operation, they're going to risk 2 aircraft carriers at a time when they only have 4 in the Pacific Theater, at a time when aircraft carriers have unexpectedly and as a surprise to everyone have turned out to be the most important ship now going into the mid-20th century. Everybody thought it was going to be battleships, and now here we are, and you're stuck with what you built before you knew that it was going to be the most important system, and everybody's frantically working on more, but there's a 2-year lag time or something on these things. So you want to be careful with them. And here the United States, with the Japanese Navy, is basically undefeated at this point in the war. Very scary. Surprise. I mean, it's you do not want to have to face them. Risk 2 carriers, we mean the United States, to launch these 15 or 16 B-25 medium bombers over Japan. At the last minute, they have to launch much farther away from Japan than they thought because they get discovered again. How much, I mean, what happened to the Repulse and the Prince of Wales not that long before, right? I mean, you can lose these things in an instant if the tide of war sweeps over you the wrong way. And in naval warfare, it often does. I mean, there'll be a hole in the clouds, the other side's reconnaissance aircraft sees you, and uh-oh. So, it's risky. these planes are supposed to land in bases on the other side. It's a one-way trip. They're not landing on those carriers. They're going to bomb Japan and keep going, and then land in China, hopefully. But a lot of China is run by Japan at this time period. Long story short, some of them make it home, some of them don't. None of the planes make it home. The aircraft carriers get away, which is the main thing from a U.S. perspective. There's a bump. First good news in the newspapers in the United States in a long time. Wonderful. How much is that worth? And there is a real sense, and after the war, you get memoirs and everything that confirms it, that this was very embarrassing to Japanese military leadership because, if nothing else, it put the emperor's physical safety in jeopardy, which is intolerable. So it had that effect. Again, what's that worth, though? From a cost-to-benefit ratio, it's worth one sub to me. I don't think it's worth two carriers in early 1942, especially since you're going to really need those carriers soon. Two other quick points worth making about the dual raid. The first is that there is another way of looking at this, and people who score more aggressively on the willing to take risk military commander spectrum than I do will say that in addition to the, everyone agrees upon morale and psychology boosts effects, that there was a real world goal in this whole thing, and that it was achieved. The real world goal was the equivalent of what a boxer does when he faints in a point of the ring. The Japanese flinched. They reacted to the blow by changing their strategy, moving their assets around, doing things differently, and perhaps deciding different places to strike and maneuver in order to prevent anything like this from happening again. So in other words, a real world military effect. Something that's hard to measure in terms of how much of an effect and how much that helps, but something different from the psychological or morale side of things.
So in places with
I
maybe
do
not
think it's a little
certain
bit more
race,
like
but certainly
when
people
we assume
with
the
lower
wheel of what
income.
happens when we
But
bomb
I'd
Japan
also
and
say it's
something
very
good came up, and everybody's got a different opinion.
like
Now,
it's like a
something
thing
that
in
is
the
not a
culture
question of
of
opinion
hip
is
hop
the
to have
real world effects of the Doolittle raid on our allies. If you're in an allied country, the Chinese, because they were so obviously in on this plan, they were to provide the bases that the pilots and the plane crews landed at. But there's a harrowing personal experiences
little
thing
laws
on the
like that.
Chinese side that's
You always have
unknown
to
in the
see
United States.
that like they can be Jim Crow like
The
laws. Like,
Japanese
oh, we
took
don't
their
want
anger out on
we
the
don't want
only
people with pit bulls.
allied people
And we
that
don't want
they could
people
get hands on
who
to take their anger
have
out
certain
on.
things. It's like, well,
And
why
punish
would
the
you want this?
Chinese.
And then you'd be like, oh, the people who
The numbers
own
are
that
incredible.
actually are the people
Most
who
people
don't
think that Chiang Kai-shek was exaggerating, but cut him in half if you want. Chiang says 250,000 Chinese civilians paid with their lives in reprisals for the Doolittle raid. In his book, Heroes War, author Francis Pike puts it this way, quote,
It's like
Chiang would later notify
if you say like
Roosevelt that in
we
southern
don't want
China,
low riders,
the Japanese
like low
army
riders.
slaughtered
Well, but you can say like that's just
250,000
a culture
Chinese
around that.
civilians in
And
a
if you don't
campaign
want that,
of vengeance, even
you can
allowing for
basically
some
be saying like, we don't
exaggeration on
want this
Chiang's
certain
part.
segment of
The
population.
Doolittle raid thus caused the death of more than twice the number of Chinese than the United States military suffered during the entire Pacific War. I'm fascinated.
Why? So law wasn't always this way, and I don't agree with doing law this way. But law
These
has
conversations,
evolved
in
to
the same
being
way I can't help but think about those B-25 crews that have just bombed Japan and whose planes are running out of fuel and they're, going to bail out. I can't help but wonder, oh my God, what is
how
that
it
like?
affects the greater
Human
good
experience.
and
And that
you
is
can
one
tie
kind
that
of human
to
experience.
societal,
But at the very
cultural, racial
opposite end of the scale,
terms,
what
can be
Franklin Roosevelt
there's a lot to
experiences
it.
when his ally Chiang Kai-shek tells him that resulting from decisions that he made, 250,000 civilians
Do I
were
think
brutally
no? I
killed.
don't think it's possible to
That's a
identify
different kind of human
a pit bull.
experience.
Why?
How'd you like to be in Franklin Roosevelt's shoes right then?
No, fuck that. Those are stupid fucking things that people made up.
Leaders of countries on
Yeah,
both
you don't
the
think you can
Axis and
recommend?
Allied
I
side
know what
seem to have
pit bull like
not a
fucking
ton
what
of
they look,
sympathy for human
but
suffering.
I don't know exactly. I didn't fucking DNA test it.
Tragedy,
What if it's a
statistic?
fucking I don't know, a
Another sense of
malute or
human
something that's not on your fucking list that just looks like a fucking pit bull? Well, that's what they say. It's gotta have these 3 fucking things and 15 fucking things. It's like, dude,
sense
now you're just
gut punch when you find out what results downstream sometimes for your decision making to all of them, but I do not believe many people would think Franklin Delano Roosevelt was one of those people. And yes, war results and terrible things happen, but in this case, Roosevelt is on record as saying what he was trying to do here, with a raid that would
They're not looking at this the right way. They aren't looking at this the right way. This is perhaps
this is what's going to happen because you start
people trying to keep people out of their
This was a measure, sort of a response that sent a message, and yet as a result of that decision, 250,000 civilians are killed. Imagine if Roosevelt would have reacted to that. Well, I wonder what that night's attack to sleep was like. That's not a human experience many people ever have to have either. Knowing that any decision you make could, in many cases, unforeseeably result in the
the
deaths
social ethics of breed-specific legislation. So I'm not the first person to fucking pick this.
But there's an alternative way of looking at this. I think it's almost like a DNA built-in output. It's just a different point of view. But enough of these people think this way, so it's a type, and maybe it has to be the kind of type.
The black man's dog. The social context of breed-specific legislation. I'm telling you, this black America's dog. Many pit-bull owners, particularly those who are black and brown and low communities, see these as yet another tool. I make a fucking really good point, and they're not making that point. They're not that good of attorneys.
Not making a move sometimes because you don't want to do anything that could people could end up killing more people in the long run. So there's not even a sort of a safe strategy to take here. We want to trade places with one of these war leaders in terms of responsibility. I don't mean to say, by the way, that Roosevelt has dictatorial-like powers in the Second World War. There's still a U.S. Congress. He's consulting all the time with military leaders, industrial leaders, so he's got a lot of influences working on him from every direction. But the Constitution gives the U.S. president a lot of warfighting authority. And so, to quote Harry Truman, Roosevelt's successor, when it comes to ultimate responsibility for things, the buck stops here, meaning the president's desk. In the case of Roosevelt, when weighing decisions versus outcomes, the buck stops there. But when you think about it, that's pretty common, isn't it? I mean, certainly in the Third Reich, the buck stops with Hitler, doesn't it? In the Soviet Union, it sure as heck stops with Stalin, doesn't it? He's the one with the responsibility. I think it's fair to say the buck stops with Churchill in the UK, even though that's a Western democracy and they have a parliament. Who does the buck stop with, though? In Japan, earlier we spent quite a bit of time talking about the unique way that the Japanese system, its politics and its culture developed after, well, really for more than a century before the Second World War, and how the system itself would break down. In the war, this is one of the ways it breaks down. There is no place the buck stops when it comes to Japanese military responsibility. And if you're analyzing the Second World War from sort of the big picture level, this is one of the strangest things. The Japanese command and control their leadership situation. None of this is anything like any of the other powers. We had said it's got a very sort of uniquely Japanese sort of feel to it. At the same time, this diffusion of responsibility is something that the other governments either did away with because they're totalitarian and they don't believe in diffusion of power anyway, or temporarily suspended a lot of it, like in the US and the UK with their wartime governments. The Japanese kind of don't. And it's because they can't. There are certain elements that are built into the system, right? American propaganda used to always lump the Japanese in with the Germans and the Italians. It was always the big three, Hitler, Mussolini, and Tojo, as though they're all totalitarians, all fascists, all dictators. But Tojo wasn't. Might like to have been. Japan might have done better if he was. He was the most powerful prime minister. John L. McClane says in the modern history of Japan, the most powerful prime minister Japan had ever had. Gobbled up a couple of other political offices too. Seems to be consolidating his power. Still couldn't control his underlings. He's an army general. Couldn't even totally control the army. Forget about the navy. We talked about the fact that the Japanese have the most hostile inter-service rivalry problem I've ever seen. Army and the Navy actively dislike each other, don't tell each other things. There really is nobody who can tell them what to do. When you hear the way sometimes Tojo is treated by his supposed underlings, well, that puts the lie to the idea that they're anything like Hitler or Stalin in terms of their power, because a Hitler would kill you. So would Stalin. If a general walked in to the office, demanded that you overturn a decision, and they called you a stupid fool to your face. James Clay tells a story in his book where that's exactly what happened to Tojo. Tells another story of another general who walks in and bursts into Tojo's office and demands that he either resign or shoot himself. Again, doesn't sound like the kind of government you're dealing with in the Soviet state or the Third Reich. There's no one here who can override one side, referee disputes. What do you do if the Army and the Navy have disagreements on how to fight the war? And you can't make them agree with each other and unify, and we're all on the same team here, right? What if they go their own way? What if they don't even tell you some of the things they're doing? The Japanese war effort throughout the entire conflict was very strange in terms of what they're doing. What are they trying to do? And it's because they're not operating with one voice. The Japanese, obviously, an extreme version of this, but the Axis has this problem across the board. The Allies are doing a great job working together, communicating. They'll eventually have whole conferences where all these guys, the leaders of the countries, get together. The Axis isn't doing anything like this. Cooperation is rare. Communication is rare. Sharing of intelligence is rare. The Allies are doing a lot more than that, not so much the intelligence. But if you look at this command and control problem we just talked about, you added to the other very non-sexy things in this war that the Allies simply dominate in: industrial production, possession of natural resources. I mean, the Allies are swimming in oil. The Axis always seemed down, especially after the midway point. They always seemed down like the last cans of gas. The logistics, the ability to get stuff to the people who are fighting, and the question of intelligence, knowing what your enemy is going to do and preventing them from knowing what you're going to do. These are areas where the Axis are dominated by the Allies. I mean, as a war game player, you can't help but notice how great, for example, German equipment is on the battlefield. Great tanks, great all this kind of stuff, great quality. And so you wonder, how did they win this war? They win this war with all the stuff that isn't that sort of sexy stuff. Take intelligence. The United States and the United Kingdom are the best code breakers and signals intelligence people in the world. They're very good at what they do, and they're sharing their information. The Soviets are fantastic at the old-fashioned, boots-on-the-ground kind of intelligence, human intelligence spying. Hard to find a country that does a better job in their ideology, which has this global appeal. You know, they're all comrades. If you're a working person worldwide, it tends to make it a little easier for them to recruit people to work in other countries for their cause than it would be if they were just saying, you know, we need people who agree with Russia and our national aims. It's another thing to say, you know, comrade, help us out as a fellow traveler for a giant world revolution. And it always seems like you could have even three people in the most top secret
I do have my
something like an atomic bomb or something like that. One of them will be a Soviet mole. Now, I should say there's been a lot of argument amongst historians about the value of this intelligence and how you try to quantify how much of an advantage the Allies had because of it. And some people will say it shortened the war by a lot, others by a little.
Yes, I don't have that. So I'll call that under number and see
Can't
if we
argue
can
with certain
provide
things,
you.
though. You
Thank
just
you
have
so
to
much.
look at it as enormous, and they're basically intelligence-related things. The Soviet Union had a spy who was able to tell them that the Japanese were not going to attack the Soviet Union and help
I don't
the
know if they
Germans
did.
who were driving toward Moscow, but
To
were
the
instead
correct
going to bomb Pearl
address.
Harbor
It's been
and go
6
that
months
route.
since I've talked to
That
the
allowed
social
Stalin
worker,
to free
so I
up
might have had to check
30 to
in.
40 divisions in his east and send them west to help keep the Germans from taking Moscow. How do you put a value on that? There are researchers and scientists in Poland who, years before the war, had started to dissect some of the German cryptological equipment, cryptographical equipment. Then they worked with the French, and then when the war started, they transferred their information
I'll
to the
call
British.
that number
The
and
British
see if we
had
can get reinstated, okay?
something called an Enigma machine, which is like a little coding typewriter that you had to have on both ends of a coded message to decode it. And the Germans thought it was safe. The British had one. It's part of a program called Ultra. It was called Ultra because it was ultra secret, and the information from Ultra did not become available till really the mid-1970s. Which means if you look at the history of the Second World War before the mid-1970s, and there is no word Ultra in the back index, it shows you that their view of the war is going to be very different than ours because we know how much the Allies knew about the Axis capabilities and intentions. I mean, make something like the whole North Africa campaign look kind of different. Everybody thought, and I read this in a book, everybody thought Montgomery was reading Rommel's mind. And as one historian said, he was instead reading his mail. In the Pacific, the United States had some idea of the Japanese coded messages and could read some of the stuff some of the time, and you have to be so careful because you have to make sure they're not feeding you a load of baloney if they figured out that you're reading their messages. You also have to be careful about how you react to those messages, because if you're too perfect and you react to everything you decode, they'll realize you've decoded their message. There's a book called Bodyguard of Lies, which is all about the Enigma and the Ultra program and how they have to make trade-offs sometimes and let troops go to their deaths in a situation where they know they shouldn't be going into that situation. But if they cancel it, the Germans will understand that the traffic's been compromised. They'll change the way they code things. So sometimes you make these hard choices to keep the information conduit open and save it for the really big, decisive moments. Of course, let's not pretend that you can always know what's going to be decisive before it is. There are some obvious cases. If you're going to have a huge battle, throw a ton of your strength in for some, war-winning or war-losing objective. You don't have to be Nostradamus to see that that's going to be decisive, and you should burn all your intelligence bridges or whatever it takes to give yourself an edge, right? Because all of us with an even cursory knowledge of war knows it is famously serendipitous and often involves luck and chance and all these things. That's why you have things like dice in wargaming. That's what you're simulating there. The random factors that are often out of one's control. I mean, I like the most stark examples. Those stories of ancient battles where the wind whips up unexpectedly and blows sand in the face of only one side, and so they lose. Something that would probably be seen as the gods making a choice in a battle like that, right? The problem with the wind whipping up, though, is you think, well, how do you take advantage of that? How do you use that ahead of time and know and make that decisive? Well, the easy answer is you can't, of course. I think about like a Julius Caesar who might have gone to the battlefield days in advance and interviewed the locals, such as the wind through these mountains. What time of day does that happen? Does it happen at this time of year? And does it hit the side of the river that's on the east or the west? I mean, you could kind of maybe take advantage of it. It's a double-edged sword, though, because sometimes having information in advance forces you to do something. And if you do something and it turns out wrong, you might have been better off not doing anything at all. I love that Herodotus story about the king of Lydia that goes to the oracle and says, should I attack the empire of Cyrus the Great? And the oracle says, if you attack Cyrus the Great, you will destroy a great empire. So he does, and loses, destroying his own great empire. So you got to be careful. In mid-April 1942, Admiral Chester Nimitz, U.S. Admiral Chester Nimitz, I believe his command is the U.S. Central Pacific area, the Central Pacific, and he gets information transmitted to him up the sort of military food chain, emanating originally from some of the crypto analysts like Joseph Rokeford, fabulously interesting guys in their own right. And the information is like the water of Galadriel in The Lord of the Rings, where the hobbits can look down in that water and they see what might be the future, but it also might be something that's a trick, but it also might be something that they want to see. It's intelligence, right? It's stuff from the crypto analysts that puts some of the jigsaw puzzle pieces together in a way that allows them to say with some confidence they think really weird. It brought it to Nimitz what the Japanese are going to do in about 2 weeks. So it's a little glimpse into the not too distant future. Now, the problem a guy like Nimitz has with something like this is, what do you do with it? Do you act on it? Or what if the crypto analysts have it wrong? Or, worse yet, what if the Japanese have figured out that some of their codes are broken and deliberately gave false information out there to trap you? Nimitz brings it to other admirals. There are mixed opinions. Some agree with him that this is actionable intelligence that we should take advantage of. Others much less sure, saying there's a lot of guesswork going on here. Eventually, Nimitz gets approval, though, because he seems to buy it to take advantage of this actionable intelligence by taking an action. His problem is he doesn't have all that much to work with. As we said earlier, American aircraft carriers strengthen the Pacific, and aircraft carriers have turned out to be the important weapon system, although that's not totally confirmed at this point in the war yet, but people are starting to think ahead. American aircraft carrier strength in the Pacific is 4. The Japanese, if you count light carriers, have more than twice as many. And when Nimitz has this 2 weeks notice with which to take advantage of the intelligence, he may not have all 4 of them because 2 of them are off conducting the Doolittle raid, sort of near Japan. He'll send them if he can, but he's not in charge of the timetable here. The Japanese are. They're launching what they believe is a surprise attack on the island of New Guinea, the second largest island on the planet. That's what Nimitz gets information about. What's more, the crypto analysts think it's going to be at Port Moresby, which, if so, is extra scary for the Allies because Port Moresby's on the Australian side of New Guinea. It allows the Japanese to avoid having to traipse over the mountain range in the middle of New Guinea, which is, the whole thing actually is just wicked. We talked about it earlier in the story, depending on your personal fears and things that make you squirm. New Guinea might be, for you, the worst place in the world to fight. Some of you really hate the cold. There's a lot of bad theaters, but for a lot of people,
in this room,
New
and
Guinea
that was
would be at the top of the list. The
I didn't
Japanese
realize it,
are
but
going to
like
go around the side of the
I
island to the far side, the Australian side. Most people avoid that home race. They're going to do it by ship. They're going to have some transports to carry the troops. They're going to have some escort
I
ships
checked
to
it's from
keep an eye on them. And in this case,
lactose
we
intolerant,
would have a
so
couple
I
of
didn't
aircraft
think I
carriers, 2 big ones, and a light aircraft carrier.
I just always thought it was an interesting word because you never see P and T
that
together.
area, not just New Guinea, but some of the Solomon Islands like Tulagi. And if the Japanese can establish air bases there, they're going to cause a lot of trouble. They'll be about 100 miles, 200 miles, something like that, off the Australian northern coast. That means not just bombers will be able to reach it, but you'll be able to have Japanese fighter planes in that whole northern Australian area. There was an Australian prime minister who, a generation before this time, said that New Guinea and some of the Solomons comprise
This thing, all it has is
fortress
information for
guarding the northern
this is in
approaches to Australia.
China. I want to
What
live
happens
here
if
and have
the
a
northern
milk pole
approaches
party.
are
Just Chinese
well
milk
guarded
invited,
that are held by the
other
Japanese?
hats.
If you're an American, imagine having the Japanese 100 or 200 miles off the coast. Intolerable, right? Well, Australia is one of those, let's call them, if you want to call them intolerable, I like to call them geographic firewalls for the Allies in this war. Places where the Japanese advance has to stop. Lines in the sand. Places like India on one side of the Japanese perimeter, and they're advancing in that direction through Burma, what's now Myanmar, fighting not just forces from the United Kingdom and involving Burmese and Indian troops, but also the Chinese troops linking up over there. It's key because if the Japanese get to India, they'll cut off supplies to China, all that kind of stuff. But they can't get farther than India.
NASA plays smoked
Now, it's
average
hard to
29
see
cigarettes a
them
day before the
getting farther than India. That's something all these geographic firewalls have in common, right? They're hard to imagine them falling. They're even hard to imagine communications getting cut off significantly. But like all firewalls, if somehow the firewall fails, if somehow the Japanese were able, either directly through some sort of military endeavor or because the anti-colonial forces in a place like India were somehow exploited by Japanese propaganda. If somehow the India firewall failed, well, then every fantasy that the Axis dreamers have could possibly be in play then. Maybe you could have this linking up of Japanese forces and Axis, Italian, German, Hungarian, Romanian forces somewhere in the Middle Eastern oil fields, right? That's a dream for all these Axis propagandists, but if that happened, all bets are off, right? In the west, on the opposite side of the Japanese defense perimeter, you have the other firewall, the Hawaiian Islands. Some would argue it also includes the islands that guard Hawaii, so like Midway, Johnson, those islands. It's hard to imagine the Japanese taking those islands. It's a little less hard, but still hard to imagine them completely and significantly between those islands and the continental U.S. But if they did, all hell breaks loose. So that's the geographic firewall in that direction. North, well, that's the Soviet Union. The Japanese have wanted to attack the Soviet Union. They already could have. Now they don't want to. Now that that whole Moscow advance looked like it's stalled on the Eastern Front, might have made the good decision there not to mess with the Soviets. So that's a direction they can't expand in. The Japanese supernova begins to run into firewalls in every direction. In the south, it's Australia. As we said, maybe these places like New Guinea and Solomon's guarding the approaches from the north. The Japanese get them. It creates problems, huge problems. This is also, we should point out, part of the effort in the plans for the reconquest of this area. MacArthur plans on using New Guinea, so have the Japanese all entrenched there with air bases and everything else. Well, that's preventing that is worth using a couple of aircraft carriers for. I think you could make a case. Nimitz does make a case. He gets approval to risk these carriers. And of course, the reason they're a risk is anytime you want to go out there and strike a blow, you risk what you're using to strike with. It's the same thing. If you throw a punching boxing, you're opening yourself up to a counter punch.
I had this friend
And
of
at
mine
this
who spent
time,
time in jail.
the loss of 2 aircraft
And
carriers and
for
half your
20
force
years,
in the
not
Pacific
just
so
a
soon after
lifetime,
Pearl
for
Harbor,
doing
all
something
the
that
other
I
things
know
that
different than I
happened,
did.
it's a big risk. It's also
This is
a
my
hell
cousin.
of an opportunity. It is the chance for a change to surprise the Japanese when up until this point in the war, it's been the Japanese who've been doing all the surprising and wrong-footing the Allies, and once they have them off balance, keeping them that way. This is the era, by the way, and this is debatable amongst experts, but this is the era where the Japanese, some of the writers, especially from Japan after the war, would talk about the problem with victory disease or other phrases that denoted a level of hubris that might have been creeping into some in the Japanese military, Army, Navy, upper command, or whatnot. They still have a bunch of people that think that they're doomed fighting the Allies, but so far so good, right? Maybe it got a little complacent. And what the Allies are about to do here is ambush a surprise attack. They're launching a surprise attack against a surprise attack. It's a counter-surprise attack. And if a surprise attack is a force multiplier, one would have to think a counter-surprise attack is like a force multiplier plus. So if you're a guy like Admiral Nimitz trying to figure out, what do I use my assets for? What do I risk? What are you waiting for? This is as good as it's going to get. And the reason you care is because the intelligence shows that there's going to be a couple of Japanese aircraft carriers here, 2.5, let's call it. Shokaku, Zuikaku, 2 fleet carriers, and the Shoho
Why
light
did it
carrier.
say it was 20 racks?
If you have a chance, because you have all the advantages in your favor, to take those out, that would be a nice little whittling down of Japanese aircraft carrier strength, wouldn't it? So Nimitz gathers what aircraft carrier strength he has, and he sends it out to the Coral Sea, which washes up against both Australia and New Guinea. It's the place where you have to be to make this interception of this Japanese
Social Security is
assault.
308 96
Yorktown
4086.
aircraft carrier there, you have the Lexington there, and their supporting ships.
Take your time.
And they will try to ambush the Japanese. But as we said, the
Michael
U.S. may have
Rothschild.
this intelligence advantage, but the Japanese control the timeline. And on or around May 1st, 1942,
3921 Claremont
they
Street,
strike
Irvine,
in the
California,
Solomons, launching
92614.
assaults in places like the island of Tulagi.
And what else?
Part of the really early moves in this expansion of the defense perimeter, southward.
It's
A couple of
714.
days after that, Admiral Fletcher on board
I'm sorry,
the Yorktown
949.
in response to the Tulagi invasion launches an airstrike.
279 2217.
Transports still on the beaches and everybody vulnerable, but it's really after things are done. So the airstrike roars in and sinks a transport and a couple of patrol boats and a destroyer. It's not really a real big haul for that amount of effort expended. And for what you essentially are doing also, which is announcing with a giant bullhorn that there must be an American carrier, at least one nearby, because we just got hit with American carrier aircraft, right? So the Japanese carriers that are not there but not too distant begin to show up on the scene because obviously they're going to be needed more than they thought. There's at least a carrier nearby. The Americans begin positioning themselves to try to ambush this invasion force, and what's going to unfold is what one admiral called it the most complex naval engagement in all history. I'm not an expert, but I beg to differ. just in my own personal accounts, because there's about 100 of them that look this complicated to me, but that's just because I'm not that smart. It's very complicated stuff, though. So, in a simplistic sense, the best way to look at it, though, maybe, is that it's going to be one of the last battles you're going to see, especially once you get satellites. Forget it, it's all over except for the submarines. But it's going to be one of the last battles where you really get a chance to get that feel that goes back to naval battles when people were in canoes, an element that's always been present in naval warfare because of the obvious. It's land warfare. It's a factor too, but the ocean completely makes it a different ballgame. You're forever looking for the other side. Where are they? You're like two people boxing in a fog. Go watch a film like Sink the Bismarck about the sinking of the German battleship. If you watch it, it seems to me like 3/4 of that film is all like a spy versus spy thing. We're tailing him. Oh, he gets lost in the fog. Oh, we picked up his scent over here. It should be called Find the Bismarck, not Sink the Bismarck. But that dynamic is the ever-present naval dynamic that's been around since the beginning of time, right? Fleets, even large ones, get swallowed up easily in the vastness of the ocean. Then there's the atmospheric conditions in the ocean. You got your fog, you got your squalls, you got your dark. There's a million things that just make it sometimes hard, sometimes impossible for fleets that want to find each other to find each other. If one side actively wants to get away, it's very difficult. What's more, in this era where you finally have something like aircraft carriers, which extends the eyesight of the fleet, doesn't it? Far distant, because you can scout ahead with all those planes, right? In the old days, like right before this period, until back to the canoe era, you could see as far as the tallest crow's nest, in the highest mast with your little spy glasses, as you can see, and that was pretty much it. The radar is going to get pretty darn good on the American side. It's already pretty good. Pretty darn good, though, later in the war. Start changing the characteristics of naval warfare that have always been present. The Japanese are significantly behind in radar technology and the deployment of radar into things like fleets. Yet even with the relatively rudimentary radar on the U.S. side, even with the submarines out there scouting supposedly, even with the air reconnaissance out there scouring the skies, even with the guys in the crow's nest on the highest mast looking for everyone, these fleets get frightfully close to each other and don't even know it. At one point, they'll be 70 miles apart and not know it. How do you have all those aircraft out there? It boggles the mind, but it's the ocean, baby. You don't know. It's always been that way. There's something comforting, though, the way things have always been. And what's about to happen in this encounter is going to change the way things have always been and begin turning them into the way things still are now. You go look at modern naval warfare and you will be struck by the speed at which it all happens, right? It's bewildering, it's disorienting, it's hard to follow, and if you're there, it's deadly, it's quick and deadly. The period at which that sort of speed acceleration happens is this period that we're talking about right now, and it's not hard to see why. It's going to be the aircraft. When you have lots of fast-moving, dangerous objects in the sky, things are going to be chaotic, and they're going to be going fast. Think of Star Wars. You have the big, giant ships, but they're besieged by hundreds of the little, teeny fighters. If nothing else, it's fast. These admirals that are heading to an encounter here are both working without any actual hard data of what it's like when two aircraft carrier armed fleets face each other. This is the first time that's ever happened. The Japanese, about a month before this time period, sank an antiquated British light carrier in the Indian Ocean, but it wasn't combat. This is full-on combat. And both admirals are sort of winging it, if you'll pardon the pun, but they're going to learn a lot. If you actually get granular, though, and study what's involved in carrier warfare, with the timetables involved in launching and bringing back planes and having to, the time involved in rearming them or changing their armament, these aren't just details, they're going to be the really crucial details, and for a bunch of admirals who are surface fleet commanders or submarine commanders, guys who are from a different world entirely, they're all learning on the job here, and the American crews and pilots, everybody especially, this is It's not so much a baptism of fire because these aircraft carriers have been involved in strikes here and there, but this is
No,
real.
so then I just checked
This
for
is
the
not
mail
like
and then
little
follow
raids. This is the
what's in the
full-blown
package, right?
thing. The Japanese are much more experienced in that regard, and they've been fighting
Thank
with
you
each
so
other
much
a
for
lot
your
more. It's
assistance.
more of a
Very helpful.
smooth running machine, but they haven't had to fight aircraft carriers either. Both sides have conducted exercises and war games before the war, and certainly continue.
We've got a little bit of ramen. We're gonna
Trying
make
to
this. We're
replicate
gonna
what
feed
might
5,000
happen
kids.
when these kinds of fleets ran into each other. And I was reading something on the U.S. exercises a little while ago that was saying that the evidence seemed to show that you had to, as the Americans, you had to find the Japanese carriers before they found you, and you had to launch a strike with almost everything you had immediately upon finding it, in the hopes that you could knock out their carriers before they could launch a strike at you. Think of two gunfighters trying to be quicker on the draw. Not only do you have to kill the other gunfighter, but you have to make sure you kill them before they loose off a shot at you. Because it could be like striking beyond the grave if the American aircraft are able to sink the Japanese carrier, but not before the Japanese carrier unleashes their planes that then knock out, the very carrier that killed them. It's like the two fighters killing each other at the same time. Sounds very Japanese samurai-ish, right?
We got peppercorn bubblegum.
Do it with your canine teeth, Rabbi.
Is it puts a real emphasis on, like a nail-biting emphasis on finding the enemy and then immediately crippling them. It gives you an itchy trigger finger. Continue the gunfight analogy here. And both sides have it. And it contributes to how things play out. Because on May 7th, both sides are looking for each other. I've read two things. I've read that neither side knows where the other is, and I've read that both sides kind of think that they know where the other is. But on May 7th, both sides think they find each other, and the Japanese get an early report in the early part of the morning that they found at least one aircraft carrier. So the Japanese doing what you should do based on what evidence the studies seem to show, right? Go get them before they can get you. Launches a full strike, and the full strike arrives on the scene to find not an aircraft carrier, but an oiler, a refueling ship, and a destroyer. The problem with throwing a punch like that, all the right common sense reasons, right? Take them out before they take you out. But while you're taking them out, you're totally defenseless. That's something else the pre-war war game showed. You're basically floating gasoline in the munitions vehicle without protection, and even those small groups of fighters you keep back known as combat air patrol, they're going to prove to be less than 100% effective. Part of the war. To take out the enemy carriers who could hurt you, and realize that the Japanese reconnaissance guy giving you the wrong information is potentially devastating. The Americans have a similar problem after them a couple hours later, though, when one of their reconnaissance planes accurately identifies some Japanese cruisers that they find, but somehow muffles the communications back with the fleet and the admiral, and what should say cruisers instead reads on the other side of the message in Admiral Fletcher's hands, carriers. So Admiral Fletcher does exactly what the pre-war evidence would seem to indicate you should do. Go get them. And launches a full strike. Those two reconnaissance pilots who muffled the message exchange have to land and run into Admiral Fletcher. In his book here, he does work. Francis Pike talks about that. So first he talks about how the strike gets going, and then he talks about Admiral Fletcher realizing that he's just launched his entire strike force against a few cruisers. Pike writes, quote, by 9:26 a.m., Yorktown's entire strike force of 93 planes had been spotted, fueled and armed on deck, and Fletcher came onto the bridge wing with a bullhorn and ordered them to get that goddamn carrier. 45 minutes later, the strike force was on its way. Nielsen and Straub, those are the two aircraft reconnaissance guys, now returned to New Yorktown, dropping a beanbag with an attached note that confirmed the location of the Japanese force. Fletcher was horrified to see that the note mentioned 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers, Not a word about carriers. As a result of the miscommunication, Fletcher had launched his entire strike force against a small cruiser force, leaving his own carriers bare to attack from Japan's carriers. When Nielsen landed, Fletcher asked him, "What about the carriers?" The shocked admiral, according to one witness, told Nielsen, "Young man, do you know what you have done? You have just cost the United States 2 carriers." End quote. The Americans got lucky. Another reconnaissance plane spotted. Not one of the big fleet carriers, but the light carrier Shoho, steaming about 20 or 30 miles away. Radioed that information back. Fletcher was able to break radio silence and vector the attack, which was, of course, going toward those insignificant cruisers, to change course and hit the Japanese light carrier. The Shoho got to be an early example of exactly why these admirals had every reason to be frightened to death of what these aircraft could do. She was blown right out of the water. The after-action reports of fighter pilots and combat pilots and bomber pilots of all kinds are wildly and notoriously and historically in every culture in the world that has them optimistic. They're an optimistic lot. I think in the map of Britain they actually have a formula to read out the natural optimism of fighter pilots. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. Craig L. Simon says that pilot Lexington claimed to hit the Shoho with 5 bombs and 9 torpedoes. The Yorktown crews claimed 14 bomb hits and 10 torpedo hits. 700 crew members or something. They pulled a little over 200 out of the water. Scratch one flat top was the famous American message back to let the commanders of the fleet know that they'd got the carrier. May 7th is kind of the appetizer for May 8th, and here's how naval historian Craig L. Simons describes the next day. He writes, quote, "The air attacks of May 7th were only the preliminary skirmish. The next day, scout planes from each side finally sighted the other's carriers, and at almost the same moment, the Americans and the Japanese launched full deck loads of attack planes toward the other's position. The planes even passed one another en route to their targets. Arriving first, the Americans encountered ferocious opposition from Japanese Zeros flying CAP, that's Combat Air Patrol, the defense of the fighters in their own aircraft carriers. An American pilot recalled, according to the pilot, quote, "It was an incredible scramble. People yelling over the radio, mixed up, and you never knew who was on top of whom. Amidst the chaos," Simons writes, "and harassed by the Zeros, the torpedo planes scored no hits. The dive bombers, however, plunging almost straight down from 14,000 feet, put 3 1,000-pound bombs onto the Shokaku, utterly wrecking her flight deck, though she managed to stay afloat. The Zuikaku, obscured by dense cloud cover, escaped entirely." End quote. It's worth a tiny moment aside here, because it's part of those weird sort of tragedies of war. We talked earlier about things that will fail in the acid test of combat, where you don't know till it happens. One of those things is going to be the American torpedo. Sounds like a small thing to bring up, doesn't it? But the American torpedo in the early part of the war is probably the worst torpedo of all the major powers. It's dysfunctional and unreliable. Often didn't explode, often ran too deep, all kinds of problems. It's been scandal among some, and there have been rightly since I was a kid. All kinds of things from the underperformance of the U.S. submarine service. I know your face. PT boats to the torpedo planes, blaming this weapon system that did not pass the acid test of combat. Now, the Japanese, on the other side of the coin, have by far, and it's not even close, the best torpedoes in the war. So that's an area where the United States has the radar, the Japanese have the torpedoes. I take the radar over the torpedoes, but the torpedoes are not insignificant, especially now when they are supposed to be the main ship-killing weapon in these naval arsenals. There's a sort of doomed heroism to the torpedo planes on the American side here, because they don't know it, but even if they manage to make this horrifically scary run, right, torpedo planes have to go at almost wave height. They have to line up, with the ship and go straight and level for a long time, which makes you a wonderful sitting duck for both the ship's anti-aircraft and the combat air patrol that's out to get you like a bunch of dragonflies amongst gnats. Then you got this heavy torpedo underneath you, which makes you lumbering and slow. All right, but it's worth it, right? If you can get a ship, the problem is that these torpedoes so often
Are you recruiting this kid? This might be against NCAA regulations.
How often early in the war,
Well, what happened?
These planes will, despite saying that they scored hits, it's going to be the dive bombers that take the toll on the Japanese.
This is not following me.
But the dive bombers have their way opened up by the torpedo planes. The torpedo planes are kind of like the lead blockers. If the lead blockers had to sometimes take a bullet for the running back, because the torpedo planes, as I said, operating at low level, well, that's where the fighters who are defending the fleet go get them, low level. When these dive bombers come in from like 14,000 feet, you can't just as a fighter climb from ground level to 14,000 feet quickly. It takes some time, and by then the bombs have dropped. So, in a sense, these torpedo planes, which get massacred in the early battles here, are taking up the attention of the dragonflies, so the bombers have a clear running lane to drop their bombs on the Shokaku and send her careening away on fire. The Americans do not escape unscathed, though, either, and the Japanese find them. They launch an anvil attack, Simon says, which means they're coming in from opposite angles. This shows you their professionalism, how often they've worked together. They may not have attacked carriers like this before, but they've got a lot of experience sinking big ships, and they do it so that no matter which way you turn, somebody's going to get you. The Yorktown and the Lexington, the aircraft carriers, are enormous. The Lexington's one of the largest non-nuclear warships ever built. I remembered how long it was because it's easy. It's 888 feet long. Try nimbly turning that monster. That having been said, the Yorktown's not much shorter, and yet she is able to nimbly escape, I guess, like 8 torpedoes. And the Japanese torpedoes, as I said, those are not dysfunctional in any way. They are deadly. And a couple of them hit the Lexington. So do a couple of bombs. The problem on all these carriers, this will never get solved in the whole war, although they'll get better as the newer carriers come online, incorporating what these early battles teach them. These things are they're bombs and fuel, right? Torpedoes, bombs, and fuel. That's what they carry in planes. Lots of flammable, explosive types of things. And so when a fire starts on them, it's extremely dangerous. And that's what these bombs really do. They blow holes in flight decks and they start fires. This is where another non-sexy side of war is going to come into play. When I was a kid, they remembered these folk, and they still remembered the CBs, the combat engineers who build stuff. That were also always credited with a lot of sort of under-the-radar importance in the war effort. The combat crews and the damage control crews on U.S. ships are going to turn out to be one of their strong points. Their ability to put out fires, prevent ships from listing, their ability to get ships that are out of commission, especially flight decks and flight operations going again, will be make it or break it stuff at several important points. And not just the crews on board, the ability of the crews back in places like Pearl Harbor to get ships up and running quickly are going to be absolutely crucial to the war effort in a way that you could never if you were back in Japan 15 years before the war going, you really have to invest in policies for people to quickly turn around ships if they're injured in wartime, because the Shokaku is going to go back to Japan and it's going to take some time to get her back in action. And the other ship, the Zuikaku, is also going to go back to Japan because it lost so many pilots in this encounter, which is going to turn out to be another one of those problems. So both of those things are going to be out of commission for a while. The Lexington's going to be out of commission forever because these damage control crews do heroic efforts to basically get the fires under control, get the list under control. The Lexington almost makes it out of there, and then internal explosions start, and the ship's doomed. And they actually were able to light their soul. I remember the stories of that. They would say that the crew had so much time they could go down and get whole helmetfuls of ice cream, from the restaurant at the ship, and then take it down. As they're getting off the ship, they took their shoes off. And it was a sort of a orderly getting off of the doomed vessel. They sent in a U.S. destroyer that torpedoed it with 5 torpedoes, at least some of which obviously were functional, and sent it to the bottom. Both sides kind of contemplated striking again. The Japanese actually thinking about looking for a night battle, but the end result was both sides sort of pulled away. Now, you never want to trade a fleet carrier like the Lexington for a light carrier like the Shoho, so it's often been portrayed, this Battle of the Coral Sea, as a tactical victory for the Japanese. And by the way, all sides claimed victory, exaggerated the enemy's losses, and all that kind of stuff in the media and propaganda.
I love restaurant. Like,
but from a strategic standpoint, the Japanese,
wonderful atmosphere, charming personality, great host,
in this whole supernova era that the Japanese have been
kind
thwarting one of their
ownership,
designs.
1-star.
This also keeps safe. That firewall on the south, that line in that direction that the Japanese must not be allowed to cross.
Other people who yell McDonald's.
We're going to test another one of the firewalls.
How is it different than
the Americans' firewall?
Well, this one had a pissed off man. All the managers at every McDonald's are pissed off. Why? If you're writing a Yelp review, somehow, somewhere you fucked up. Because, like, everybody's been to McDonald's. It's like, there's no reason you got to be Yelp involved in this. They'll fix it right there. Every manager at McDonald's is like, thank you, Rabbi. I will fix it. I'll give you an apple pie. I'll throw the extra shake. I'll even throw in fries if you want. Whatever. Just, what is it? You don't have to be like, unless you're demanding, like, free shit. But it would be like, oh, we fucked up. You get a free apple pie. Something like that. Like, if they fuck up, they'll bend over back. I've never known them to fuck up, but they would bend over back. Right?
And then
they don't know.
They're only a month apart from each other, and the time spent apart reminds me of what a boxer does when they go back to the corner. They get sponged down and stitched up, and you go and break down what here's what the other guy's been doing to you.
Yeah, and they're not. It's like if you have something like all these Yelp reviews at fucking down should go way up because it's like you know how many people go there and never Yelp, never ever. It's like 99.99999. You know how much fucking business that fucking do?
And they send the Yorktown within 48 hours with welders.
That shouldn't be a thing. It should be like if you're doing that much business, automatically you should be at like the Japanese. Why? Because it's just like they have to assume you're not a mom and pop business. You're McDonald's. You're the opposite. You're bigger than Yelp. Who the fuck is Yelp to tell you how good McDonald's is on 23 and
but what the heck the American carriers were doing it just the right place in Coral Sea. Because the Americans are going to do the same thing at Midway. They're going to have the same people. It's going to be the same crypto analysts like Rochefort. He's going to be one of these guys.
Where would you want it?
Tells them, even does a roost to try to make sure he knows what they're talking about. Tells the
on the mall. And put one back in the mall.
Midway,
or is there one at the mall?
If you actually look at it on a satellite map, called an island.
When they had this fucking
exaggeration. These two small little spits of reef.
The mall food
one of them is a little more than 1,100 acres. I think the other's more like 350. The two current airfields on the two
height of
atolls
everything
take
the
up more than half the atoll
The mall was everything, and within the mall, there's a
These
food
are
court.
islands that are
Really? Yeah, and we're at the pool table. So welcome. Are you done?
The Japanese are going to take it. What does this do? Well, a bunch of things, and the Japanese are sort of divided as to what they want here. Once again, the buck doesn't seem to stop anywhere, and strategies often decided that these liaison conferences, where the army leaders and the navy leaders and the emperor, and they're haggling, and it's a strange way. They cobble together something here. There's going to be apparently this is the largest Japanese naval effort up until this time ever, in multiple columns, including an attack on Aleutian Islands, Attu and Kiska, I think it is, and that may be a concession to the army, one of the defense perimeter out here. Going to attack the island of Midway in order to extend. Some of these people in Japan want the defense perimeter expanded. This is where fans of the Doolittle raid will point out that this is because of the Doolittle raid. Nobody wants to see Japan bombed again, hence we will move the defense perimeter farther away, giving us more space between us and the Americans, more room to detect their attacks, more space to launch countermeasures, right? So you have a good argument for expanding the defense perimeter in that direction, even if it extends our lines of communication even farther.
Hope it's not
It looks like Admiral
so you have to go a
Yamamoto,
week. Would you
the
be okay?
mastermind of Pearl Harbor, as he's always known. It's like he may have had another idea here. And he may have had to work out deals in the haggling with the liaison conference and the army and all this sort of stuff, and even within his own service to get his way. Maybe even a little prima donna activity there throughout the resign. But like a lot of aggressive admirals out there, especially guys who happen to favor the decisive battle school of naval thinking, and there are many of those in many different navies around the world. The idea of just sitting back and creating a defensive corridor to protect yourself from things like American aircraft carrier attacks seems like the wrong way to go about it. Why don't you just go get those American carriers and solve the problem right there? You already knocked out the battleship fleet at Pearl Harbor. Why not just sink those aircraft carriers somewhere where the water is nice and deep and you won't recover them, where the U.S. is trying to raise some of those battleships at Pearl Harbor? The histories paint Yamamoto as a guy who sees Midway, just like we explained, New Guinea, a firewall, something the Americans would think was a line in the sand, and that if he threatened or took it, they would come out and fight for it. And then he could sink those carriers in deep water. You know, he's got a mathematical equation going on in his head. He understands, Yamamoto, a lot of the Navy guys really understands the American industrial capability. He knows the Japanese are currently building one new aircraft carrier. And remember, they take a couple of years, the Japanese take longer than the Americans to build these things. So they got one in the pipeline. They won't actually get a new purpose-built aircraft carrier instead of a conversion until 1944. The Americans, by the end of 1942, are going to be working on like 5 of them at the same time. So if you're Yamamoto, you have a superiority in aircraft carrier numbers right now. You want to mow the lawn or cut the grass. You want to whittle American strength down now while your superior maybe cut their carrier force here by 3/4 or get lucky and sink all of them, and then continue to sink the American carriers in battles as they come off the assembly lines. It's the only way to maintain your superiority. Even if you would just mow the lawn once, in this case, you would buy the Japanese unbelievably important time to consolidate this defense perimeter, at air bases, stock. I mean, it would just be one, get the resource chain going that you just conquered. The Japanese have been planning this since before the Coral Sea battle that had taken place in May, and to lose the services of your two newest and most modern fleet carriers, the ones that were damaged or lost planes, the Zuikaku and the Shokaku, to lose their participation in what's about to come is going to turn out to be one of those things you look back on and go, wow, that might have made a difference. But they should take their place behind all of the other things that might have made a difference. This battle is going to be uncharacteristically sloppy on both Yamamoto and the Japanese side. Unexpected. You look at how they conducted themselves in the first phase of this whole supernova in the east. Initial expansion and everything. The Pearl Harbor attacks. I mean, those are intricately planned, wonderful, clever, elegant military things. The training. I mean, everything. This is going to be much more haphazard. And Masanori Ito spoke from the 1950s, the end of the Imperial Japanese Navy, the American title, had said that every estimate was bad, every guess wrong.
Aircraft carriers,
That's his
you
way
got
of
to name it
saying
after Rabbi.
what's about to happen is going to be a perfect example. One of the good military examples, although there's a million of them, of Murphy's Law, right? Whatever can go wrong will go wrong. It helps if you don't plan for certain things and you're not flexible. This Japanese assault, and assault it is, it's going to be an invasion of Midway Island, right? Those small little atolls. It's going to involve a fleet that is huge. It involves 4 aircraft carriers, 4 main fleet aircraft carriers, and battleships, and another one. They're going to be divided into columns, so they're separated. So think about different fleets. There are really 5 or 6 of them. And they're going to be stretched out over a huge length. The ones in the far north are going to be landing on Alaskan islands, Attu, Kiska, things like that. That's a weird part of this whole thing too. When I was growing up, we were taught that these were diversions. Nowadays, it's thought that this is maybe a concession to the army, and this is going to be the northern wing of the defense perimeter. Whatever it is, it's been criticized by military historians ever since as a needless diversion of force. And again, weirdly enough, the Japanese columns here, those different fleets, are too far away from one another to be of much help. The basics of the plan are that there's going to be an invasion of these atolls, the Midway Island atolls, by land troops. There are going to be American defenders on the island. There's an airfield, so you got to take those things out. So the aircraft carriers, the 4 aircraft carriers that are part of the main strike force, the fleet carriers are going to go in there and bomb the heck out of it. Their orders are to prepare the way for the land invasion so that can succeed. But they have another order, and that is to sink any American carriers that they find. Which order takes precedence? Well, they're still debating this while they're approaching the destination. This is how strange the whole thing seems. And there's going to be a lot of problems with the Japanese plan. They're going to be over-complexifying, if you pardon the misuse of the language, over-complexifying the whole thing, which is a problem they have. Their plans, when they work out, look like pocket watches in terms of the precision and the interlocking mechanisms all coming into place at the same time. And that's how the first phase of the supernova part of the war went. Their problem is an inflexibility when something doesn't go according to plan. And a bunch of times in this operation, something's going to be, for example, late. And when it's late, if it turns out to be a very important part of the operation, this will jeopardize the operation unless the operation accounts for this. We're going to change the plans a little bit. That submarine is not at the rendezvous point to use reconnaissance efforts, and make sure the American fleet's not coming. If you don't change your plans, things get a little ragged. If several of these things happen and you don't change your plans, things can get very ragged. The worst part, of course, from the Japanese standpoint is they're walking into another trap, the second one in like a month. First you don't succeed, try again. We mentioned earlier that the Yorktown, the aircraft carrier, damaged at Coral Sea by a Herculean effort with welders still on board, steams to the rendezvous point. The rendezvous point is a place where in the war games, the Japanese war gamer who he was playing the Americans, he put the fleet there in the war game, and the judge who works for Admiral Yamamoto apparently said, sorry, you can't put a fleet there, that's unrealistic. It's one of those things when I go, what, in the war game? I mean, if you want to get granular on this, people have debated every little moment of this encounter, ad nauseum, but it does kind of suck you in. It's fascinating. This is a moment-by-moment kind of conflict that's about to happen here because we mentioned how naval warfare nowadays is so quick and so deadly. Welcome to modern naval warfare. You got a taste of it at the Coral Sea. You're going to get more than you can stomach here, especially if you're Japanese. Personally, while there's a lot of errors you can attribute to the Japanese, let's not notice that this is a pretty beautiful little plan here from a military standpoint. The intelligence puts the U.S. in a position where they can hide 3 fleet carriers sort of behind and above, if you're looking at it on a map, the island of Midway. Use the Midway reconnaissance to find the Japanese carriers and sort of keep their carriers out of range of the Japanese scout planes. That's kind of nifty. eventually you're going to have to get within range, but for a while you're more invisible to them than they are to you. And as we had said earlier, the whole carrier thing at this point, and confirmed by the Coral Sea battle a month before, seems to be find them before they find you, find them before they can launch their own strike force, right? That's a nifty part of the plan, as is being able to use Midway as another aircraft carrier. If you've got 3 fleet carriers for this battle, which the Americans do, and the Japanese have 4 fleet carriers where you can use Midway to make up for one of those, so the odds are then even. Midway is not maneuverable like a carrier, but it can't be sunk either, so maybe those things even out. But what the Americans are doing is they've used the intelligence to set a trap, and they're lying in wait for the Japanese, who think, once again, that they're the ones ambushing someone. On June 4th, Nagumo launches an airstrike. First thing in the morning at Midway Island. The airstrike's job is to take out, as we said, the ability for the island to launch planes, to take out defensive stuff so that the amphibious assault force can land. He's got about half his planes, though, in reserve. He doesn't send those. He arms them with torpedoes, which are specifically ship-killing ordnance, whereas these planes going after the island of Midway are mostly armed with high explosive bombs, right? Different ordnance for different targets. And when Nagumo's strike force carrier aircraft, in a huge wave of aircraft, get to Midway, instead of finding the Americans with their planes parked on the runway, unprepared, they find the American air assets in the air waiting for them. John Tolan in The Rising Sun was talking about what an open secret it was amongst Americans, that the intelligence had perhaps been compromised and that this was a trap and that they were part of setting it. He talks about the scuttlebutt on the U.S. aircraft carriers amongst the sailors were saying that. And he quotes Admiral Spruance as saying that he thought that the next day, this day, June 4th, would be the most important in U.S. naval history. The Japanese strike force does a significant amount of damage to Midway, but doesn't seem to have inhibited the aircraft capability, among other things. And Nagumo gets the message from his aircraft strike leader that he recommends another strike on the island. This puts Nagumo on the horns of a dilemma from which he will not escape, because his job is twofold, right? To knock out this island and to sink any American carriers. He's got half his aircraft sitting around doing nothing with torpedoes just in case he runs into some American carriers, but he hadn't found any yet, so what do? I feel for Nagumo at this point. This is where you realize that the speed of the battle is going to be. Naval warfare has always been kind of quick and deadly. It's always been thought of that way. If you go back, they never thought it was slow and easy. But Nagumo's 55 years old. When this stuff starts cascading on him quickly, I love the way in Shattered Sword they look at all the, like I said, they get granular in this, but they point out that hit the bridge on the ship that he commands. They give the dimensions, the size dimensions of it. They talk about how many people would have been in the room with him. In other words, the whole point of getting into it is this guy's got no physical space in which to think. So not only does he not have time, he's got no sense where he can just let me think for a minute, and everything's going to happen so amazingly quickly. I just think about how disorienting it would have been. His problem starts, though, with arming the planes. And if you're a nut about Midway, this is the big deal, right? What are the planes armed with, and what do we change to, right? So here's the way naval historian Craig L. Simons describes part of this dilemma. And the real problem starts not when he has to decide, do I go after this island or do I not go after this island again? Because that's all predicated on, well, there's no American fleet, so what's the problem? When they find the American fleet. Another one of these wonderful little serendipitous moments in the Battle of Midway. The American fleet is spotted by a reconnaissance plane from the Japanese cruiser Tone. This plane took off 30 minutes late. Now, you think to yourself, hey, no big deal. It probably wasn't going to be the plane that sighted the American carriers on its search route, right? What are the odds? Well, it was. When it sighted the American carriers, sighted them about 30 minutes later than it otherwise would have. That's kind of a big deal. What's more, instead of the pilot radioing back, we found the American carriers, quick launch everything, he said we found a bunch of American ships. To which Nagumo then had to go, ships? What kind of ships? I mean, what are we talking about here? So ask him what kind of ships. Asks him what kind of ships. The message comes back, and then he finds out at least one aircraft carrier. Maybe the story Craig L. Simons picks up the story from there, and what a bombshell that must have been. Quote, that changed everything, and Nagumo now had to decide what to do with this startling information. He could order the anti-ship ordnance put back on the planes and prepare an immediate attack on this American carrier. That, after all, was his primary mission. The problem was that by now, Tomononga's planes, that's the man who just struck Midway with the strike force, Tomononga's planes were returning from the strike on Midway, and they needed to land. So too did the Zeros that had been flying combat air patrol all morning and were running low on fuel. Nagumo could not recover and launch planes at the same time. He had to choose. Because he did not like doing things by halves, he decided to recover Tomononga's planes, as well as the circling Zeros, then refuel and rearm all of them for a coordinated strike on the American carrier, or perhaps carriers. All that would take time, of course, but Nagumo believed he had time enough. He didn't. End quote. When I grew up, there was a blockbuster Hollywood film about Midway with big stars, and there's been another one since. I think the Japanese have a film on it. It's one of these sorts of events that, as a kid growing up, you get a sort of a sense of a rhythm for. And looking on it now with the good history books that have been written since and whatnot, I have a different feel for it. It doesn't feel anymore like it felt when the movies were telling a story to me. And I have a sense of maybe that being something the screenwriters needed or the filmmakers needed to set pacing and to provide breaks when there could be dialogue and drama between characters. I get it, but it screwed up my sense of the timing. And if you go look at the timeline of this, from, say, a Japanese sailor's perspective, I went and looked at a bunch of them, and they can be a little different from each other, but the general tone is the same. It doesn't look like there really was a lot of break once the attacks started. Maybe a little time here or there, but when you consider the chaos any of these attacks would have created, and the adrenaline and the cleanup or the casualties or whatever it might be, I don't think any of these had casualties, but you don't know that until you survive it. I don't think it would have felt like there was much of a break. I think the prevailing attitude on the Japanese sailors' part would have been something more akin to, oh no, here they come again. Right, just when you think you can relax and have a cigarette, oh no, more planes in the distance. So check out this timeline and tell me if it doesn't feel a little like that too. The Japanese, by the way, would be found. The strike force would be found by an American reconnaissance pilot who will break through the clouds, see the strike force of like 4 fleet carriers, 2 battleships, 2 heavy cruisers, 1 light cruiser, 12 destroyers, 250 combat planes, and it's just one of the many different fleets that are part of this overall Japanese offensive, stretching all the way to those Alaskan islands. And he said it was like the curtain rising on the biggest show on Earth. So he goes and radios back, found the Japanese fleet basically, and within an hour and a half, or hour and 35 minutes, the Japanese are facing their first American aircraft. Right? So as soon as they could get up and out there, they were on them. And the Americans will, in almost no time in this combat, develop a giant swarm of aircraft all at once and then launch it all at the enemy. The Japanese prefer to do it that way. The Americans might prefer to do it that way, but there are many decisions made commander-wise in this combat. Admiral Speranz will make a couple of them. One will be launching from too far away and just taking his chances, right? Not waiting for an optimal time, trying to get jump time-wise on the enemy. The other will be sending his planes in small groups as they get going, right? Don't wait around to concentrate. The Americans took a lot longer to launch than the very efficient and experienced Japanese carriers did. But don't wait 45 minutes until we're all up in the air in one swarm. You know, as you launch, you should concentrate in a small group and go. And they did, which means that the Americans were arriving all morning long, and they would get lost, some of these planes. The problem with this story is if you want to tell it best and most accurately, you need to, this is a war between beehives, and you need to follow small groups of bees. You need to be in Luke Skywalker's plane, Red Leader 1, Red Leader 4, because that's what's going on here. But it makes the story unbelievably complex and turns it into a bunch of vignettes, when really, if you're the Japanese sailor, at 7:10 a.m., the first American planes from the island of Midway show up, and you're under almost constant attack. The rhythm I feel now is not like the movie rhythm. The rhythm I feel now is like the Americans are trying to strike a match and the Japanese are trying to blow the match out. And you get strike, 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 and eventually it lights. 7:10 a.m. The Japanese are struck by American aircraft from Midway. The Japanese basically take no damage from these planes, but their Zeros get up there, they're fighting, they're using fuel, they're taking damage. So these attacks all count. The ships are all doing evasive maneuvers. Everybody's adrenaline is up. Everybody's wide-eyed and aware. So 7:10, you get your first attack. 7:55, 45 minutes later, another one from the island of Midway. These are all 15, 16, 12 numbers of planes. A lot of them are high-level bombers too, all different kinds. So 7:10 your first, 7:55 your second, 8:10, 15 minutes later, another one. 8:20, 10 minutes after that, another one. 9:25, so an hour, if you'll have a break, a chance to have a cigarette, talk about what just happened. Hour and 5 minutes later, boom, first carrier planes show up. Torpedo bombers, right? The ones that are real ship killers. Now, neither the Americans nor the Japanese realize that these torpedo bombers are really not going to do anything. You can't play it that way, and you might be able to argue that the reason the American torpedo planes didn't do anything was because of all the Japanese countermeasures, right? But the first torpedo planes show up at 9:25 a.m. 5 minutes later, torpedo planes from another American carrier show up. 10 o'clock, half hour after that, more torpedo planes from yet another American carrier show up. 10:25, 25 minutes after that, the dive bombers show up almost serendipitously at the same time from multiple directions, and the war changes. The moments before the U.S. dive bombers, which were unquestionably the best American carrier planes that they had going at this time, better than the fighters, much, much, much better than the torpedo planes. Before the American dive bombers showed up, this was looking a bit like a Japanese victory here. I have difficulty finding a more consequential 15 minutes in military history anywhere than what happens from 10:25 a.m. for the next 5, 10, 15 minutes of time. Historian Craig Simons talks about the Japanese before the dive bombers show up and how they have been ripping apart all the American aircraft and the torpedo planes, most of all, he writes, quote, only minutes later, the torpedo bombers from Enterprise and Yorktown arrived, and they too were overwhelmed by the Zeros. Of 41 torpedo bombers launched by the American carriers that morning, only 4 made it back to their ships. And despite that horrific sacrifice, none of them managed to hit an enemy ship with a torpedo. Counting the bombers from Midway, the Americans had now sent 94 airplanes to attack the Japanese. All but a handful had been shot down, and none of them had managed to land either a bomb or a torpedo on any Japanese ship. At 10:20 in the morning on June 4th, 1942, Nagumo had reason to believe he was winning the battle. To complete the victory, he needed to finish the transfer of ordnance down on the hangar deck, bring his planes up to the flight deck, and send them off to destroy the American carriers. None of Nagumo's vessels had radar, he writes, so it was one of the many lookouts on board the flagship Akagi who pointed skyward at 10:22 a.m. and screamed out, I believe it is Kuyukoka, which means dive bombers. Simon's book, I love his writing. That moment when the dive bombers are spotted is famous. There were eyewitnesses who survived the war and wrote about it. One of the things that some of the modern histories prove is, once again, you can't always trust an eyewitness just because they were there. They misremember things, they romanticize things. It happens. There's nothing new about any of this, right? This is what historians spend a lot of time doing, isn't it? Taking the most precious things they have to work with, primary sources, and if you're super lucky, eyewitness accounts, and then trying to figure out how much of it you can trust and how much is real, and how you filter out the biases, and how even the biases might teach you something. But you gotta have something to plug in for X to get the whole calculation going. You gotta love the primary sources. There's a bunch of interesting survivors from this event. On the Japanese side, one of them is the guy who actually led the first raid of planes into Pearl Harbor about 7 months before this time. The flight leader, Mitsuo Fuchida, is his name. I think we mentioned him earlier. We should have if we didn't. He's on board one of these carriers when the strike happens, and he gives you an eyewitness account that becomes something that was originally transmitted as accurate to 100%. I mean, this is an eyewitness. He saw everything that happened. Now it's been used and torn apart and re-put together. I mean, it's been analyzed 9 ways to Sunday. And a bunch of the specifics that he talks about are true, but it doesn't matter. If you plug your little tube into the back of his head and suck out some of those memories, it's the fire and explosions and what happens to him in the sense of disbelief, where that's what stays with you. And the emotions on the other side are shocking too, because we're not in war anymore. And you forget how much there's hate involved here, and a sense of almost tears running down your face. Revenge, right? You're getting what you have coming. The Japanese have been throwing all the punches, as we said, in this war. At Coral Sea, the Americans had given them their first loss of a ship larger than a destroyer that they'd suffered in the whole war, but they've still come off relatively unscathed. They've been doing great damage. There's a lot of anger. I mean, Eugene Sledge later in the war, I heard him say once he's a Marine, there was a crying, screaming Japanese wounded soldier outside his Marine's position, and the group wanted to finish him off just so they could get some mental peace. And another person in the group said, "Forget that, let him keep screaming. They killed my brother at Pearl Harbor. I like the sound of that." And you forget about that. But when you hear about the account from the person who dropped the first of these bombs on these Japanese carriers, that's what he was thinking about. He was thinking about payback. It's the most natural thing in the world, isn't it? These are the ships that hit Pearl Harbor. These are the pilots on these ships that did the act. To the Americans in this time period, this for them is the equivalent of what it felt like getting Osama bin Laden. Right? There's a sense of payback of all paybacks here. What's going to happen? And this narrative, by the way, picks up after the last of the torpedo planes have been eliminated. I think it's about 2 to 3 minutes. The timeline's all different, like I said, between the last of the torpedo attacks that I think started at 10 a.m. officially are done, and the beginning of the dive bomber attacks. That's where the story picks up. In Virginia, the guy who led the first wave into Pearl Harbor watched it from an absolutely target's eye view. Mitsuo Fuchida remembered, quote, "Visibility was good. Clouds were gathering at about 3,000 meters, however, and though there were occasional breaks, they afforded good concealment for approaching enemy planes. At 10:24, the order to start launching came from the bridge by voice tube." He means of his aircraft carrier's own planes, by the way. That's what he's talking about. He continues. The air officer flapped a white flag, and the first Zero fighter gathered speed and whizzed off the deck. At that instant, a lookout screamed, "Helldivers!" Those were American planes. I looked up to see 3 black enemy planes plummeting towards our ship. Some of our machine guns managed to fire a few frantic bursts at them, but it was too late. The plump silhouettes of the American dauntless dive bombers quickly grew larger, and then a number of black objects suddenly floated eerily from their wings. Bombs. Down they came, straight towards me. I fell instinctively to the deck and crawled behind a command post mantlet. The terrifying scream of the dive bombers reached me first, followed by the crashing explosion of a direct hit. There was a blinding flash and then a second explosion, much louder than the first. I was shaken by a weird blast of warm air. There was still another shock, but less severe, apparently a near miss. Then followed a startling quiet, as the barking of the guns suddenly ceased. I got up and looked at the sky. The enemy planes were already out of sight. End quote. Think of how quickly something like that just happened. He continues, by the way, to give you a sense of the situation on board, and this has been roundly broken down by experts, right? How much of these things happen the way the eyewitnesses said they did. But let's understand that what's going to happen on all these ships, it's going to all seem a little bit like this. Vegeta says, quote, I was horrified at the destruction that had been wrought in a matter of seconds. There was a huge hole in the flight deck, just behind the amidship elevator. The elevator itself, twisted like molten glass, was drooping into the hangar. Deck plates reeled upward in grotesque configurations. Planes stood tail up, belching livid flame and jet black smoke. Reluctant tears streamed down my cheeks as I watched the fires spread, and I was terrified at the prospect of induced explosions, which would surely doom the ship. End quote. Again, to the Americans, this would have been an exultant moment. And John Toland in The Rising Sun describes the feelings of one of these dive bombers who went in there and delivered this damage. This, by the way, is the remembrance of Lieutenant Wilmer Earl Gallagher as recounted in Toland's The Rising Sun. And Gallagher is one of the first guys, comes in there, sees carriers, goes for it from almost a straight down dive, according to eyewitnesses. A perfect pro maneuver type dive bomber. This didn't look like the Coral Sea where things were. These were professionals, the people on board the Japanese ships thought. And Toland writes, quote, Gallagher aimed at a huge rising sun, about 50 feet across, painted in blood red on the flight deck. Ever since the day he saw Arizona lie smashed and smoldering in Pearl Harbor, he had vowed to go after an enemy carrier. At about 1,800 feet, he released his bomb, then pulled up into a steep climb and kicked the Dauntless around. He kept watching his bomb, something he had warned his pilots never to do, tumble closer and closer to the target. It exploded on the after part of the flight deck, and he thought exultantly, Arizona, I remember you. End quote. As I said, to the Americans in this time period, it would have seemed like this was the most exquisitely sweet sort of justice. You surprise attacked us. You did all these nasty things in the Far East. You've had it your way the whole time. This is our wrestler analogy, our professional wrestler analogy, where the little guy at Pearl Harbor went after the big guy, the popular hero, when his back was turned before the bell was rung. And there's always the turning point in that storyline, as you probably know, when all of a sudden the big guy shakes the cobwebs out, turns around, and issues a big match-turning blow or two on the little guy, and now everything's going to be different. These American dive bombers come in here, and within a few minutes, I'll have 3 of these Japanese carriers on fire and burning, 2 of them out of control infernos. It is stunning. I just compared this to an Osama bin Laden 9/11 moment. If you lived through that and you can remember it, you remember the sense of disbelief in something happening this quickly that was this substantial. You couldn't really get your mind around it. And of these 4 Japanese aircraft carriers, the one that avoids getting in here you. In Shattered Sword, the remembrances of that captain are recounted at this moment where he just couldn't believe what his eyes were seeing. You have to imagine that these carriers were a couple miles apart from each other, but you can see them like torches on the naval horizon. I like the way, it's a great book, but you really have to want to know a lot about Midway. It's called Shattered Sword. We referenced it earlier, I believe. Jonathan Parshall and Anthony Tully break the whole thing down like a Kennedy assassination investigation. From Shattered Sword, quote, to the north, on Hiryu's bridge, there were collective moans as Kaga burst into flames and began smoking heavily. Hiryu had tried to warn her, but it had all been for nothing. Her navigator, Commander Cho, later remarked, quote, now quoting Commander Cho, it was like a horrible dream in slow motion. To see such a great carrier done in this easily. End quote. Jonathan Parshall and Anthony Tully continue. Almost immediately, though, the lookout started screaming in a loud voice that Soryu and Akagi were under attack as well. Afraid that the man's near hysterical demeanor would be bad for morale, Cho snapped at him to quiet down and use a lower voice. He could see, though, that the man was right. Cho tried to stay focused on driving Hiryu out of danger, as the torpedo plane attack was still coming in. But it was useless. Everyone on the bridge was stunned into insensibility by the magnitude of the attack. End quote. One of the things I like about the granular approach, like Shattered Sword, earlier they described the size of the thinking space that the Japanese admiral would have in the situation. The 55-year-old guy who's watching all this unfold this quickly. Then they talk about the things like how flammable these ships are. The quote that stood out was they said World War II era warships were marvelously flammable, and then went down the list of why. And they were talking about all warships in general initially, and then they specifically started talking about aircraft carriers. In the Pacific, the British have armored flight decks, but the Americans and the Japanese have wood ones, beautiful wood ones that burn wonderfully. They also have, of course, lots of aircraft fuel. They have bombs, they have torpedoes. These Japanese warships are carrying, on average, about 80,000 pounds of torpedoes, bombs, and stuff like that. So any fires on any of these ships is a huge and imminent issue. It sounds like the situation on two of the Japanese carriers was bad instantly. I mean, the Kaga has its sides blown out because of the everything just exploding. There's talk of cascading, like rivers of burning aircraft fuel tumbling off one level of the ship down into a hole. These are infernos. Again, the number of people that are dying on these warships and burning, it's a disaster. And as we said with this Commander Cho line that we just used, there's a sense of shock. How do you respond to this? The speed at which this occurred will change. I mean, this is what you're watching here is one of the great revolutions in military affairs demonstrated in real time in front of everyone. Everyone had started to have an inkling. We mentioned earlier when the first two battleships were sunk, the Repulse and the Prince of Wales by Japanese aircraft in December. And then you get Coral Sea. Now you get this. This is the exclamation point that says nobody needs to build battleships ever again. Nobody needs to worry about big guns on their ships maybe ever again. That's not how war is going to ever be fought again. This is going to be done with swarms of bees from a distance where these fleets can't even see each other. And you better have radar or you are going to be at a huge disadvantage. As I said earlier, it's hard to imagine anything short of an atomic weapons use in a war that was undecided, where things could be so radically altered in such a short period of time. And people argue, the myth used to be that within 5 minutes, the whole war was changed. And this was in large part because of what eyewitnesses said. Again, later historians have broken certain things down and figured out that certain myths existed. I mean, what kills poor Nagumo here, and we talked about it earlier, is he gets caught with his planes in transition. Instead of having attack planes up and ready to go get these carriers, we talked about it, he's divided between, okay, do I attack the island? Do I rearm the torpedoes? Or do I need armor-piercing bombs? Or do I need high explosive? I mean, it's famous. Now, in the old days, it was assumed that it was just like a lucky 5-minute window there where he was vulnerable, and that's when the Americans showed up. In more modern things, they say that this window was probably more like 45 minutes, and that explains why the American admiral, Spruance, who was pushing this whole thing, decided to launch when he did. He was hoping to catch the Japanese sort of in mid-transition, right? Landing some, refueling, rearming, but not up there waiting for him. That's exactly what happened. And instead of being able to mow the lawn so that the Japanese could maintain a naval superiority over a quickly building United States Navy, they ended up being the ones whose grass was cut. Because the first 5 or 10 minutes of this Battle of Midway Strike that we just recounted is so famous and so consequential. People have been talking about it forever. We may have said, but let's repeat it now just in case, that this is Kennedy assassination-esque in its level of detail and vitriol and the many viewpoints and continuing controversies over this whole thing, and I'm not qualified to weigh in on it. Was there a magic 5 minutes, or was it more like 45 minutes, right? I've always thought it didn't make a whole lot of sense for Admiral Spruance to take any other chances and launch a strike early in the hopes of catching the Japanese in transition. If that transition window was so dang narrow, right, you need like 3/4 of an hour to even have a chance, I would think. But I got my timing wrong on that also. Then there's the question of where the Japanese planes, this is what I grew up, by the way, where the Japanese planes on all these flight decks crowding, every little bit of space, just about ready to take off. The American carriers fully armed with weapons to take them down. But, just to make it better, with the ordnance they were previously armed with stacked right nearby, because they're changing all the time. That was part of the whole thing here. And they didn't have time to take it below deck, so it's right there too. So you go from having a bomb situation to a double bomb situation. And then, just to make matters worse, it's an aircraft carrier with lots of gasoline hoses everywhere and spilled gasoline. And they're basically, fuel and air bombs waiting to go off. And then just as luck would have it, in that 5-minute window, when the only time it could do this, the American dive bombers appear and set the things on fire. It's just, again, it seems a little too good and too Hollywood to be true, but there are eyewitness accounts that say it is. So I'm not going to weigh in on that, except to say that count me as a believer that World War II era warships are marvelously flammable and aircraft carriers triply so. They always are a bit like torches ready to be lit, and so when these dive bombers show up, whenever these dive bombers show up, it's a big deal. And the two carriers, the Kaga and the Soryu may have had planes ready. I mean, it's bad at the Soryu right away. The Kaga, we said the sides blow up, and I think that happens after a little while. But the fires that get going are unstoppable. And in the Akagi, which is the flagship, the carrier with Nagumo on it, right? I mean, it's one thing to be Commander Cho going, what the hell's going on? It's another thing to be Nagumo, the guy who's in charge. In his little teeny cabin, too small to think for him. The people, 55 years old, this unfolding. It's 5-10 minutes, folks, from beginning to end once the dive bombers are involved, and it never really stopped from the torpedo planes to the dive bombers. So this guy's been mentally buffeted quite a bit, and all these ships are taking evasive maneuvers. So it's this crazy situation trying to scatter and avoid the air attacks, and there is no time to react. And Nagumo seems in shock. We didn't even get into that. I mean, the cabin's burning around him because Akagi gets on fire and they fight the fires for hours and they just lose. But the flames at one point are leaping around the enclosure in the bridge, and they're trying to get Nagumo off. Here's what John Tolan in The Rising Sun writes about this moment, quote, Akagi was helpless. Flames licked the glass window of the bridge. Above the din, this is one of the commander's top officers, Kusaka shouted to Nagumo, "We must move to another ship." Nagumo refused. Kusaka said the ship could no longer steer and had no communications. Nagumo kept saying, "We're all right," over and over again. Thousands of gallons of burning fuel cascaded into the lower decks, and torpedoes stored in the hangars began detonating. Blasts of fire shot through the sides of the ship like a huge blowtorch. Nagumo still refused to leave his position at the compass. End quote. There are a lot of stories about Japanese commanders on these ships and higher officers deliberately choosing to go down with the ship or having to be wrestled away. One of them is holding up a sword and singing the Japanese national anthem, and he won't leave the bridge. Some of these guys tie themselves, to things on the bridge. They go down. There's another story that reminds you of sort of the cherry blossom, sublime Japanese idea of the beauty of death, at least in the American B-movie version interpretation of it. One of these commanders or officers puts his arm around another one who's decided to die with him and says something to the effect of, it's a beautiful moon out tonight, shall we watch it go down together, or something to that. I mean, where you're trying to sort of, there's just that interesting Japanese idea of death that comes forward, and it's both foreign to non-Japanese people in some respects, but touches a deeper human part of your soul. When you think about human beings in that position, and how would you behave? You certainly would probably want a little revenge, wouldn't you? And if there's anything worse than losing 3 aircraft carriers in 10 minutes or however long it was, losing 4 would seem to qualify because there are 4 fleet carriers the Japanese have outside of Midway, and one of them is undamaged, the Hiryu. And again, within 15 minutes to a half hour, the Hiryu has launched. Let's call it a revenge strike against the American carriers, wherever they may be. I said earlier that this is like a fight of the OK corral between gunfighters, and even if you shoot the other one as they're falling into the dust, they can loose a bullet off at you and sort of avenge their brethren from almost beyond the grave. Here, the Hiryu launches every attack. I think the story is it homes its way back following one of the very planes that bombed it from the Yorktown. How revenge-like is that, right? If you're going to get the exact carrier that did this to this historically famous Japanese fleet, right? The Kido-Butai, the Mobile Strike Force, the ones that hit Pearl Harbor, the ones that have done all these great deeds so far in Japanese history, and these pilots who would have been getting altitude off the flight deck of the Hiryu would have had an amazing historical, literally bird's eye view of history, wouldn't they? Looking out and seeing 3 smoking carriers out of 4, and knowing that you know people, especially pilots on those carriers, pilots who are going to have nowhere to land, especially if something happens to the Hiryu. The Akagi's burning. There are hopes that it can get underway, and it does for a few minutes and get going again, right? But fires take that over. So these pilots who are heading towards what will turn out to be the one ship that busted its rear end after fighting in the Coral Sea, still damaged, workmen still on board, just to make it here and add some strength to the undamaged carriers is the one the Japanese find, the Yorktown, and get to take out their feelings of anger on that carrier. There are, according to Francis Pike and Hirohito's War, sailors on the Yorktown who see these Japanese planes and these pilots who are attacking the Yorktown are shaking their fists at them from the cockpit. There's we had said earlier there was this moment for the American pilot, Arizona, I remember you, right? This sense of wonderfully appropriate revenge, almost tears in your eyes level revenge. It's a feeling most people don't feel very often, if ever. It's interesting to know the Japanese can be doing the same thing right now. You can imagine their pilots, instead of saying Arizona, I remember you, saying Kaga, I remember you, or Soryu, the sister ship, by the way, of the Hiryu, I remember you, or some pilot that they knew personally, I remember you. When the first wave of the Hiryu's retaliatory strike comes upon the Yorktown, it finds that the Yorktown is waiting for it. Its onboard radar is given in advance notice, and it's had time to get its own screen of fighters, defensive screen into the sky. It's had time to get everyone manning the anti-aircraft guns. It's had time to batten down the hatches, so to speak, when it comes to flammable things on deck, pushing over giant barrels of fuel and everything. And it's had time, non-sexy stuff here, to pump carbon dioxide gas into all its fuel lines. It's not armor. It won't stop you from getting hit, but it might stop a hit from turning into a critical hit in like 5 seconds. These are all the sorts of precautions the Japanese wish they could have taken that same morning, right? They didn't have the advance notice. So when the Japanese first wave shows up, timeline's bedeviling me a little bit, between maybe 2 and 2:30 in the afternoon. 18 dive bombers, 6 Zero fighters. The Americans are up in the sky and they're waiting. And here, once again, though, the Japanese pilots I've been raving about will show just why they're so good. The Zeros expertly occupy the American fighters so the dive bombers could go get the American aircraft carrier, and they do. In another nifty piece of flying, they put 3 bombs on her. Bam! The Yorktown is belching smoke. The boilers are damaged. As far as the Japanese pilots are concerned, the Yorktown looks just like 3 out of 4 of their carriers do. And that's what they tell the people on the Hiryu. You got an American carrier, it's burning, basically meaning it's done. One of the ironies of this whole battle, the damage control people on the Yorktown, who are not only good, but after Coral Sea, they've had real experience and they've got those extra workers from Pearl Harbor still on board. They managed to patch up the damage. There's a hole in the flight deck, and they patch it. They've got air operations going again. They get their speed back up. It's crazy, but they're kind of a victim of their own success, because after the Japanese knock out that carrier, they're not looking to find the same carrier again. They're looking for an undamaged carrier. So when the second wave arrives from the Hiryu, and it's a couple hours later, they find what they think is an undamaged carrier and go after it. It's not an undamaged carrier. It's a carrier that's been so well repaired by its damage control crew that the Japanese torpedo planes can't tell it's damaged. I mean, how great. Remember, that's a carrier that was damaged already when it showed up in this battle. It's a weird twist of history that had they not been as good at their job, and a little smoke had been pouring out of the top of the Yorktown, she might have been spared. Instead, she takes two torpedoes. One blows a huge hole in her side. The ship starts to list something like 26 degrees or something. They just figure, these things have a big old heavy flight deck on top. Capsize seems imminent. They take everybody off, and she still doesn't sink. So I think it's the next day, June 5th. They tow her and they start taking her back to Pearl Harbor. She's like the ship that, you can't kill. Gonna have this interesting reputation of fix her up, send her back out to sea, sell a lot of war bonds, right? Instead, the ending is anticlimactic as a Japanese submarine weaves its way through the destroyer screen and puts several torpedoes into the Yorktown. And that's the end of that. The ship that you couldn't kill almost seems like it was destined, one way or another, not to survive this battle, because it kept finding itself in the way of the enemy, in the thick of everything. The battle's not done, though, because at the end of the day, somewhere around like the 5 o'clock hour, when late afternoon transitions into early evening, the Americans find the last Japanese carrier, the Hiryu. And they essentially do to the Hiryu what had been done to all the other Japanese carriers and turn it into a torch, a burning wreck. And it is somewhat interesting that these aircraft carriers prove to be a little difficult to sink sometimes, but not difficult at all to light on fire. And I think that the Japanese actually are the ones ultimately responsible for sinking all 4 of these carriers. I think they have to torpedo them eventually. The Hiryu at one point is just sort of like smoking and drifting. There are some postscript activities to the midway battle, and the Japanese will lose a cruiser, and Yamamoto will try to force a night attack. None of it matters. As far as history is concerned, the damage has been done. Once the Hiryu is, for all intents and purposes, taken out of the war, and 4 Japanese carriers are lost in a day, there's no recovering from that. And there's so many elements, you don't think about. I had to, of course, for this, delve into it. And they're all things that when they're pointed out to you, you go, oh yeah, sure, that would be a big deal, but they don't occur to you. I mean, people have been talking for years about all the pilots you lose, and that's easy for most people to go, oh sure, the pilots would be a big deal. But this is the cutting edge of mid-20th century naval technology, and the engineers, the technicians, and all the specialists on these ships are, well, these are special people in their own right. And, I don't think about this either. You think about an aircraft carrier as a weapon, but you forget that it's all of them working together that creates a weapon system. And this Chido Butai, this mobile strike force of the Japanese, was a weapon system. All these ships had people on board who knew the proper ways to work together. They acted as components. And once you took those people out, you just cannot. First of all, it's hard enough to replace individuals who go away, but you can't replace the institutional memory and everything involved. You can't recreate that without years of work. It took 14 years to build this thing. They lost it in a day. This mobile strike force. Britain's Prime Minister Winston Churchill, whose forces are stretched all over the globe, way too thinly, who's fighting major battles and dealing with problems in North Africa, supplying the Soviet Union. It's for them, trying to contend with these problems in the Far East has been a nightmare, and it's been at the very low end of their priority list, simply because things are so grave in so many other places. And Churchill's response, he being a naval guy himself, by the way, to this American victory in Midway, as written in his History of the Second World War, quote, "This memorable American victory was of cardinal importance, not only to the United States, but to the whole Allied cause. The moral effect was tremendous and instantaneous. At one stroke, the dominant position of Japan in the Pacific was reversed. The glaring ascendancy of the enemy, which had frustrated our combined endeavors throughout the Far East for 6 months, was gone forever. From this moment, all our thoughts turned with sober confidence to the offensive. No longer did we think in terms of where the enemy might strike the next blow, but where we could best strike at him, to win back the vast territories that he had overrun in his headlong rush. The road would be long and hard, and massive preparations were still needed to win victory in the East, but the issue was not in doubt. Nor need the demands from the Pacific bear too heavily on the great effort the United States was preparing to exert in Europe." End quote. From a war perspective, an overall war perspective, the reason people care about this is it flips the initiative. It changes what the Japanese can do. The Second World War has a different feel, as I've said many times, than the First World War, different rhythm. Both of them involved grinding at a certain stage, grinding each other down. But in the First World War, either side could have taken out the other till a very late time period. It was an undecided fight. The Second World War is much more, one side has its way, and then there's a huge shift in momentum, and the other side has its way. And it's not so much grinding until about midway. And once the grinding part starts, that's when the fragility of things like the Axis economies and resource base and population size and industrial capability, that's when they're just exposed, because that's what they don't have, the strong foundations. They've got a wonderful cutting edge, but once you dull that edge and it becomes something where it is how much industrial power you have and all that stuff, then it becomes a rear guard action, and the question of how long can the Axis side hold out. But holding out is not the same as losing. It depends on what your victory conditions are, doesn't it? It had always been part of the Japanese plan, if you recall. They were going to conquer these resources that they needed, then a bunch of territory to surround them as a defense perimeter, fortify it, link it with aircraft, and hold out for the inevitable Allied counterattack, right? But then the combination of things like interior lines of supply, the rugged terrain, the Japanese Yamato spirit, and the decadent weakness of the American Westerners would create a situation where they were paying such large numbers of lives that the people back home in the United States who would neither pronounce these places' names or find them on a map would eventually go, why are we fighting for these places again? Japan wins in a negotiated settlement, which, after all, is the way every one of Japan's conflicts since she so-called opened up in the middle 19th century have gone. They have every reason to believe that's how this will end, after all. You know, the idea of unconditional surrender, which won't be announced until January 1943, by the way, that was not the normal way countries did things, so they had every reason to expect that some way or another this is going to end with an agreement. And here's the thing, even if you start losing, if you're in a strong position, you have a lot to bargain with. I mean, look at the way it is in Europe. I mean, they're obviously fighting a war of annihilation with the Soviet Union, a giant racial thing. Hitler does not have a negotiated settlement in his Plan B file, but Hitler doesn't necessarily have to be around. I mean, there are a lot of people who want to see Hitler gone, and if you ask Hitler, he'd say plots are ongoing all the time. So, if all of a sudden the German leadership were replaced in 1942, something like that, 1943, they have so much territory conquered, continental Europe, basically. If this is 100 years previously, and we're not in a total war, that's a hell of a negotiating hand right there, right? You give some agent who negotiates for basketball players or NFL football players or big entertainers that kind of leverage. Can you imagine? And I have this weird twisted brain, for some reason, that keeps playing a comedic, something like a bad Saturday Night Live vignette in my head, where I can't stop thinking about a TV stereotype of a sleazy kind of lounge lizard sports agent The new representative of Germany, after Hitler is being toppled, sliding into the Oval Office to give his initial pitch to President Roosevelt. And it's both comedic and instructive, though. I mean, you can imagine somebody walking in there going, Mr. President, big fan. Can I call you Frank? Listen, Frank, I just want you to know I have come from lunch with the new German leadership, and all I have to say is, wow, where have those guys been all my life? I mean, they are big fans of yours, by the way, Frank, and they want you to know that they would have done this whole coup thing sooner if they could have. It's a difficult job to pull off, though, and it's not a free country, as you well know, Frank, but it could be a lot more free soon. These new leaders recognize things have gone way too far. They want to dial it all back, and they feel bad about the whole thing. They know they're going to have to make amends, and they are prepared to deal. I have in my briefcase here, Frank, a deal to end all deals. I mean, this would make you the greatest peacemaker in the history of the planet, and all you have to do is sign it. I mean, we're talking about something where they are promising, get this now, hold on to your hats, promising to give up half of everything they've taken over the last several years. Half. This is going to save you a minimum, Frank, 5 years and 15 million lives. Think about the suffering that doesn't have to happen if you just sign this piece of paper here. And I gotta tell you, Frank, this looks like a war-winning deal to me. I mean, you can spin this any way you want to. I mean, this is victory, and you can walk away clean from this whole thing. I just want to warn you, as a patriotic American, they took me back to one of their secret factories, showed me some of these wonder weapons they have, and while I'm under a non-disclosure agreement, I just want to say, this thing's not in the bag. I'd sign this now and walk away a winner, Frank. As funny as that sounds, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine if the President of the United States or the leader of Great Britain were offered a deal out of the war that would save them years of fighting and tens of millions of lives? No matter what you think about unconditional surrender or the nastiness of the enemy or the state of things, it might be tough to sleep at night, don't you think, to turn a deal down like that? And if the worst happened years later, you somehow lost the war, it was a nightmarish, I mean, you might feel like that would have been something, the lesser of two evils, I don't know. It kind of makes you never want to be in the position of one of these global world leaders, doesn't it? These are some tough choices to make. Of course, part of what makes it seem so hard to imagine is it sort of runs against the grain of what you might expect from human behavior, especially collective human behavior, doesn't it? If you're winning the war, if you're kicking butt, I mean, the tendency is to let it roll, isn't it? Not to sit there and go, all right, cash in my chips, I'm walking away. This is enough for me. I mean, you might decide that that's the plan before the war, but once it's going so well, I would think that there'd be an inertia that might be hard to struggle against, right? Until you get a few socks in the jaw and things start looking bad, it's hard to slow the train down when the conquests are ongoing. I have a book called Japanese Destroyer Captain, the Remembrances of Captain Tamichi Hara, that I quoted in the previous segment. And he talks about running into people after the war who were suggesting, hey, it would have been good if we'd stopped right then. And he points out that that wasn't the attitude at the time, right? It's easy to think about that after the war, but people weren't thinking like that when the victories were rolling in. And he writes, quote, after the war, many of my countrymen said that Japan should have concluded a peace in the spring of 1942, instead of waiting to swallow Allied peace terms after Japan had been bled white. But in the early months of 1942, he writes, there were no thoughts of suing for peace. Indeed, many politicians and military leaders firmly believed that the occupation of Southeast Asia was assured as permanent, and that Japan, with the immense resources of this great region, would be invincible. End quote. If you pull out a map from mid-1942 that shows the extent of the Japanese conquest in the Asia-Pacific theater, you are looking at the maximum extent of the blast zone from the Japanese supernova. That's as big as it gets. If you get out your ruler and you realize how many miles that is, it looks darn big enough, to be honest. This is their, as I believe we said, this could easily be seen as the defense perimeter they always wanted. Now, the Allies do not have the luxury of assuming that this is all they want. The Japanese changed their codes after Midway, so for a while the Allies are in a little bit more darkness than they're used to, and surprise again becomes something that's a realistic possibility. But the Allies go from underestimating the Japanese capabilities before Pearl Harbor and the fall of Singapore and all that stuff, to almost the pendulum swinging the other way, where even things that are really, really improbable have to be taken as potential possibilities. Because, I mean, you know, who knows what they might do? The Allies are worried about an invasion of Australia as a significant, maybe not short term, but not too far in the distant term, Japanese intention. And the Navy thought about it, by the way, but they had to ask the Army for permission, obviously, and the Army all but laughed at them, maybe with a little bit of scorn. After all, they've been trying to eat the elephant that is China since like 1931. They keep a giant force available in northern Manchuria just in case the Soviet Union attacks them. Since December 7th, 7 months ago, they've been fighting all the Allies in places like Burma and the Philippines. The last thing they want to do is send 10 or 11 or 12 divisions across thousands of miles of ocean to a brand new continent to open up a giant new front. No. Here's the thing, though. The Allies do not have the luxury of assuming that this is the case and there are significant worries about an Australian invasion. They have to plan for it. The truth is if you look at the Japanese perimeter, though, at this point, they're still going to launch some offensives. The days of the offensives are not over, but their offensives are more like what the defensive side in the World War I battles would sometimes have to do. You might be on the defensive, but you might have to go on a limited offensive here or there, maybe straighten out the lines in one part of the front, or maybe capture this strong point to anchor another part of the front. And the place the Japanese are going to take to make a giant strong point in their defense perimeter is a place they've already tried to take, and they'll take multiple shots at trying to take during the war. Port Moresby in New Guinea. What's more, the Solomon Islands, if you look at a map, are so close to New Guinea that really they kind of form one little theater there. They ping off each other. It's important to assume that both are involved in any planning or operations. If the Japanese get New Guinea, they're going to be able to threaten the supply lines of Australia. The reason why is for everything we've just learned in the war so far. The unbelievable power of aircraft against shipping. Now, people weren't stupid before the war. The Japanese defense plan before the conflict even started assumed that aircraft were going to play a big role in shutting down sea lanes, didn't it? But Coral Sea, Midway, everything so far shown that the power of aircraft is far more intense than had been assumed. And all of a sudden, instead of needing a squadron of frigates like in the old days, or a squadron of cruisers to shut down a trade route or supply line or sea lane, you can do it with aircraft. You could put a few air bases around the perimeter of an entire island chain like the Solomons and shut the entire area down to shipping. So the Japanese having these places would be key towards being able to damage the Allies while having a huge strong point for yourself and protecting, the edge of your defense perimeter down in that area. The Allies want it for the same reason. Go look at a map and you'll see that if the Allies have New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, it's going to be like a giant bulge in the Japanese defense perimeter, like somebody just stabbed them with a sword. This area is going to be like the black hole of the Pacific Theater for a while, sucking in men, planes, ships, supplies from both sides. On the American Allied side, this is going to be a fascinating time to look at all of the things that influence the way the Allies counterattack here, which is what this is going to be, the first great Allied counterattack in the Pacific. But it also involves the long-term strategy for how to win the war, and this is where you begin to see the human element come into play again in a way that's fascinating. If this were a war between Vulcans and all they cared about was efficiency and logic and all that kind of stuff, it would be fought very differently than the way it actually is fought. Because in this war, we have the opposite of logical. Vulcans, we have some divas with egos. And it is worth pointing something out that a lot of people already understand. If you've watched anything, like if you're old enough to remember the Gulf War, for example, you get a chance to see how generals and people like that, military leaders, turn into like movie stars, celebrities. They attain a visibility and cachet during wartime that you just don't see elsewhere. I mean, if you want to think, I remember reading a book once that compared Churchill, Roosevelt, Hitler, Stalin, all those guys to like the gods of war in the Second World War pantheon, if you will. And below the gods of war, though, are these demigods, these people who, especially in their own theater and area of operations, are often almost gods themselves. I mean, I think of Douglas MacArthur as a guy who's on the borderline between demigod and god, and you can see some of those gods of war, like Roosevelt, actively thinking, what do I do if Douglas MacArthur comes up here, runs against me in the next election or something? He did call MacArthur one of the two most dangerous men in America, right? But it's not just MacArthur. You have look at all the military stars you have that are involved in the war on both sides. You have your Rommels, you have your Pattons. I mean, all these people. MacArthur, as we said, probably the greatest of all, right? And then we should recall that he was in the Philippines, and the Philippines were going to fall, and MacArthur said he was prepared to die there, said his wife and his little boy were both prepared to die there, and the president and the American military ordered him out. You know why? Well, I was reading one book the other day that said something I never thought about, and it was that they had this great fear that the Japanese would take MacArthur up on his offer, kill him, and then exhibit the photos of the mangled body of the almost godlike general and his wife and his little boy to the global media. That's going to be good. So they order him out. He goes to Australia, and of course, don't call it a comeback, vows to return. In Australia, he has to try to figure out how you do that. Right? What does return mean? How do you fight this war? And if you gave a scenario list to a bunch of generals and admirals about a war, and then asked them how they would go about fighting it, I bet you're going to get a lot of different answers, because there are a lot of different ways to fight a war. And it doesn't necessarily mean there's one right answer, right? A bunch of these people could be right. But if you have a bunch of your top military demigods telling you how to fight a war, and you're somebody like Franklin Roosevelt, what do you do if they differ? What if they have different ideas? We've made a lot of hay, haven't we, in this conversation so far about the Japanese governmental design, and how their army and navy are sort of weird. They don't like each other. They sort of have to have these horse trading liaison sessions where they have to bargain to get anything done. Ha ha ha. We also said earlier, co-opting a phrase that I've used for many different great peoples, but the Japanese are like everyone else, only more so. And you see the same dynamic in the United States military, just maybe not dialed up to the same degree. The guy who's running the United States Navy by this time, it's funny because if you wanted to have a well-oiled command structure and whatever, Franklin Roosevelt has the power to put anybody in here he wanted to. He can say, you're not a team player, you're gone, right? If you're going to put MacArthur in control of this whole theater, you can have people that can work well with MacArthur. They just have to say yes or no, sir. And instead, the guy who's running the Navy is a guy who can't get along with people who are famously easy to get along with. Right? The guy's name, and he's famous. He's maybe the most powerful U.S. admiral that has ever been. It's Admiral Ernest King. A guy who's the line about him that even the president of the United States used to tease him with to try to get a smile out of the guy was that he shaved with a blowtorch. It was his daughter that said that he was an even-keeled guy. He didn't have these emotional highs and lows. He was even-keeled. He woke up in a rage and he stayed that way. He was disliked by a lot of people. Author Robert Leckie, in his book Challenge for the Pacific, writes about Admiral Ernest King, quote, "The Admiral was tall, hard, and humorless. His face was of flint, and his will was of adamant. In the United States Navy, which he commanded, it was sometimes said, 'He's so tough he shaves with a blowtorch.'" End quote. The author continues later, quote, "If levity was rare in Admiral Ernest King, self-doubts or delusions were non-existent. He was aware that he was respected rather than beloved by the Navy, and he knew that he was hated by roughly half the chiefs of the Anglo-American alliance. Mr. Stimson, the U.S. Secretary of War, hated him. So did Winston Churchill, and Field Marshal Sir Alan Brooke, and Admiral Sir Andrew Cunningham." End quote. Those are some of his British counterparts he had to work with. I was looking at the index in Eric Bergeron's book Touched with Fire, and Army has an Admiral King entry in his index, and in it says Admiral King, and then it says Army hated by in many pages, British hated by in many pages. You just go, okay. In his fabulous book, American Warlords, Jonathan W. Jordan writes about King, speaking, by the way, about General Marshall here, the head of the Army and the counterpart of Admiral King. Quote, Marshall's staffers loathed the Admiral. In his diary, Lieutenant General Joseph Stilwell called him a, quote, high-powered projector who won't cooperate or listen or help. End quote. He then says, Eisenhower groused to his diary, quote, one thing that might help win this war is to get someone to shoot King. He is the antithesis of cooperation, a deliberately rude person, which means he's a mental bully. Of course, Stark, King's predecessor, Admiral Stark, of course, Stark was just a nice old lady, but this fellow's going to cause a blow-up sooner or later. I'll bet a cookie. End quote. It would be unfair to let Army people or foreigners have the last word on Admiral King's personality. But when you hear him quoted himself, he sounds like a guy who just doesn't have any time for people he considers inferior and considers most people inferior. Jordan has him saying about General Marshall, who was a famous, work together guy. He's the glue, he's the oil that provides lubrication for all these divas to work together. And he said that George Marshall could be a very agreeable man when he wanted to be, but that he didn't always want to be. And then he's quoted as saying about George Marshall, quote, sometimes I think he's stupid, and other times very good. King later mused, quote, his basic trouble is that, like all Army officers, he knows nothing about sea power and very little about air power, end quote. Jordan then writes, quote, King considered Marshall the second smartest man among the Joint Chiefs, after himself, but that did not mean the two headstrong men would see eye to eye. Quote, we had many fights, he recalled sourly, end quote. But he liked the other generals even less, and the Air Corps, which was part of the Army, the planes that flew at high altitude and bombed from high altitude were part of the Army at this point, and Hap Arnold was the guy who ran them, quote. And Marshall, in King's estimation, was about the best the Army had. Arnold, the Air Corps commander, King claimed, didn't know what he was talking about. King told his biographer that to form a sound strategy, quote, you have to use imagination and horse sense. It always seemed to me that the Navy was better equipped with strategical insight than the Army. The Air Corps didn't know a damn thing about it. End quote. Admiral King reminds me of MacArthur in a way. MacArthur's a hard-to-deal with guy. King is a hard-to-deal-with guy. You think, why are they putting up with these hard-to-deal-with people while they're bringing something to the table, right? We have to assume that there's some real positives that make the not able to work with side of these people something you can deal with, something you'll put up with, right? You'll tolerate it because of what they bring to the table. And King is a fascinating character. First of all, to be the way he is in sort of his job versus the way he is outside his job. He was a drinker, a womanizer. He was the first one at the officers' club with something in his hand to try. He's this interesting character. You didn't want to sit next to him because he would reach, under the table at women. He's a party dude sometimes, and then other times on his job, he's like the floor manager at the restaurant that the boss hires because the whole staff is kind of slacking off and getting a little lazy. So he hires just some jerk who is on you for everything. I'm paraphrasing here, but King said something like, no matter how good they are, meaning the sailors or the officers, you need a good kick in the ass every 6 weeks or you get lazy, right? So that guy who's the jerk floor manager that's just making your life miserable, though, sometimes they do actually do what they were hired to do, and everybody gets a little bit more tense and nervous and on job and alert and worried about the little things. Remember, in mid-1942, the U.S. Navy is still learning how to be a wartime Navy, and there's only been one for about 6 or 7 months. It's shaping up, and guys like Ernest King are part of the shaping up process because he's good at that. And he's not going to be necessarily nice or liked for doing it. He's also, we should point out, and this is important to Franklin Roosevelt apparently too. He is a brawler. He is a fighter. He is aggressive. I'm not being a homer here when I say that both the U.S. Army and U.S. Navy, even grading on a non-curvy, they are aggressive. That is part of their doctrine for good or ill, right? And that works both ways, I guess, sometimes. But the Navy is aggressive, and King is an aggressive admiral. And now he's in charge of things. And his problem and MacArthur's problems, besides their personal things, are now going to stem also from the services and the branches of the military, which they're a part of. As we've said before at length, the Japanese Army and Navy don't much like each other and find it difficult sometimes to work together. The same is true for the American military. These days, what passes for inter-service rivalry is when the ribbing gets a little bit too mean after a very one-sided Army-Navy football game, but it used to be really severe. It's gone up and down like a forest fire, sometimes getting really hot and sometimes getting really low. Before the Second World War, these guys didn't like each other at all often. And it's funny because it's at every level. It's at the level where, the 20-year-old private first-class guys and the sailors and the Marine recruits are at the bar drinking or whatever, and somebody mouths off and everybody's had a few too many and they get into a brawl. That's the kind of thing you imagine that older guys tell stories about when they're in their 50s and 60s, reminiscing on their wild youth. The problem is that they don't seem to outgrow that, and they feel the same way. And it colors their ability to work with their counterparts in the other services. Here's the way Ian W. Toll writes about the inter-service rivalry in the United States after saying that it colors the entire way that the entire strategy, especially early in the war. There's a dimension of inter-service rivalry and rancor in this. He says in all of it. So if it had been fought by Vulcans, you wouldn't have this, but because it wasn't, you do. And the war is fought differently because of it. In the Conquering Tide, Ian W. Toll writes about the inter-service rivalry, quote, "The acrimony was found at every rank. Vicious brawls erupted nightly between sailors, Marines, and soldiers on the streets of San Francisco and Honolulu. Sailors and soldiers taunted one another as swabbies and dog faces and settled the issue with their fists. Infantrymen begrudged sailors their hot meals and clean bunks, amenities that seemed criminally lavish when compared to the squalor and privations of war on land," end quote. He then goes on to point out that the rivalry and animosity between the U.S. Marine Corps and the U.S. Navy, right, you think of services that are really supposed to get along and work well together, dates back to the Revolutionary War and was notorious, pointing out, quote, that on naval bases across the world, guardhouses and gates were manned by scowling Marines whose customary hail to all sailors was, "Where in the hell do you think you're going?" End quote. So the Army and the Navy don't like each other. The Navy and the Marines have their issues. And of course, just to be fair, the Army and the Marines have their issues. Toll continues, quote, "Senior Army officers regarded the entire Marine Corps as a plot hatched by the Navy to usurp their rightful function and did their best to asphyxiate it, or at least limit its deployments to units no larger than a regiment," end quote. Now, it gets even better. There is no U.S. Air Force at this time. There is, however, an Army Air Corps and Navy flyers, and they don't care for each other. Quote, "Naval aviators grumbled that the Army Air Forces handed out medals like after-dinner mints. Pilots of different services took satisfaction in buzzing a rival's airfield and aircraft, or, when on the ground, holding down their brakes while gunning their engines in order to blow clouds of dirt and dust onto their adversaries. Every major action early in the Pacific War," he writes, "involved a dimension of inter-service rancor," end quote. When you have Douglas the Situation MacArthur in Australia and Admiral Ernest King running the United States Navy, I've heard it said that he's the most powerful admiral that has ever run the United States Navy, you're going to have some sparks over, questions of things like strategy. MacArthur has a plan, and While the carriers are still smoking after Midway, he cables it to Washington, D.C. In typical MacArthur fashion, he's got his eyes on the prize. He's seeing the whole war laid out in front of him like a vista, the surrender of Japan and everything. First step's going to be the taking of New Britain's famous harbor and airfields at Rabbi, which is part of the early stuff that happened in 1942. And he's going to do it in like 3 weeks, he says, which is insane. But that's the plan. And the way he's got the plan set up, this should surprise nobody, would set it up so that the Army's taking the lead, which of course means MacArthur would be running it and the Navy would be in a subsidiary role. But of course, conditions here in the Pacific with all the islands and water being what they are, MacArthur told Washington that he would need a division of troops trained in amphibious warfare, that's a way of saying Marines, and 2 aircraft carriers at a time when the United States only has 3 in the Pacific. And as we all know, within hours, I think, of the Battle of Midway, about a month after the Battle of the Coral Sea, when the admirals of the United States Navy are probably still in shock by how quickly you can go from having a nice set of carriers to having no carriers, right? A knife edge of like 15 minutes. The idea of handing over those carriers to a guy like Douglas MacArthur, to whom they will be just one of the spinning plates or juggling balls that he's managing to keep in his mind as he, sees his eyes on the prize of the eventual defeat of Japan and the return to the Philippines. Don't call it a comeback. Well, to them that looks like handing a precious glass family heirloom over to the klutzy forgetful child, or the ring of power, Gollum's precious, over to somebody that if he somehow were to lose the ring of power, his idea of what you do in that situation is ask the Navy for another one. And by the way, Ernest King had already had a plan for this region that he'd been telling the president about for months. And his plan, this should shock nobody, was designed in a way that would mean the Navy was running it. And people like MacArthur and his army forces would be there to mop up and garrison things as the Marines and the Navy continue to jump forward, seeing the entire Pacific theater as their theater. As Admiral King pointed out over and over again, we gave you the Atlantic, right? You got the European theater. You go have your army fun over there. This is a Navy operation. King is especially concerned with a Japanese airfield for seaplanes that has been built on the island of Tulagi, and he wants to go take that back right away, ASAP. And his problem is the Army is arguing with him over whether or not this is his decision to make and whether he would control it. Even if he did that, this is the way in his book, Guadalcanal, author Richard B. Frank describes the intensifying problems. And we should point out, there is a joint chiefs of staff with all of the heads of the military who are supposed to work together for the president, just like there is now in the U.S. military chain of command. But in mid-1942, this entity had only existed for a matter of months and was very loosey-goosey and amorphous. At one point, I was reading Franklin Roosevelt was asked by the press a question about it, and he just sort of shook his shoulders and said he hadn't the foggiest idea. Right, they're working it out, and when you see the actual histories, it really appears like it's much more of a question of 2 men hashing it out. The head of the Army, George Marshall, and the head of the Navy, Ernest King. And each one of them has their subsidiary entity in that location, right, in that zone of control, in that theater. For King and the Navy, it's Admiral Nimitz. For Marshall and the Army, it's our friend Douglas MacArthur. And in the book Guadalcanal, author Richard Frank writes, quote, on June 26th, Marshall presented the case for endowing command of the offensive in MacArthur. Acknowledging that simple lines drawn on the map earlier that year were not absolutely controlling, Marshall argued that MacArthur's position and knowledge would enable him best to coordinate Allied efforts. King replied in writing the same day. He began by pointing out that in Europe, Where the major forces engaged would be ground troops, King had acceded to Army command. In phrases, Frank writes, that became progressively less tactful, King stated that naval and amphibious forces predominated in the Pacific, and command should therefore be Navy. In fact, he asserted, the operation, quote, could not be conducted any other way. End quote. Frank continues. In a further slap at the Army and MacArthur, King promised to proceed, quote, even if no support of the Army forces in the Southwest Pacific is made available. End quote. Underlining this threat, Frank writes, King directed Nimitz on June 27th to prepare for operations on the premise that only Navy and Marine units would be available. Marshall restrained himself from a reply in kind to this provocative missive. Not so MacArthur, who threw one of his more remarkable tantrums of the war. End quote. I remember reading one description of MacArthur that said at times he could be positively Shakespearean. This is the way Ronald H. Spector in Eagle Against the Sun describes this moment of disagreement between the two divas, quote, the argument over command rocked the Joint Chiefs of Staff for almost a week. At one point, King warned Marshall that he would direct Nimitz to go ahead with the operation, quote, even if no support of Army forces in the Southwest Pacific is made available, end quote. While MacArthur, Spector writes, declared that the Navy's obstinacy was part of a long-time plot to bring about, quote, this is MacArthur talking, the complete absorption of the national defense function by the Navy, the Army being relegated to merely base, training, garrison, and supply purposes. End quote. He claims to have been party to information back in the Hoover administration that he gleaned secret info on the fact that there was this plot to usurp the Army. This is part of another brick in the intolerable wall. It's a little kooky at this level, isn't it? And yet, you see it in so many militaries. Looks like the Japanese, kind of, but other militaries do this too. The solution turns out to be the same sort of thing you see in these other militaries, the same kind of liaisons and haggling you see from the Japanese, trying to keep their Army and Navy in sync, you see, on the American side now. George Marshall, ever the mensch, comes up with a plan that gives both his little starlets their song in the musical, an equal number of lines. Everybody gets a piece of the action, a moment in the sun, in a multi-phased plan that puts each side in charge in a separate. Like first, we're going to have the first stage, that'll be a Navy stage, and then they get to run that. Then there'll be a second stage, this will be an Army stage, and then MacArthur and the Army get to run that. And you all play nicely together when it's not your turn. The first stage is going to involve that operation that Admiral King wants to do and wants to do ASAP. He's going to send landing forces and naval assets to take over islands in the Solomons. Tulagi had always been on the list, but in early July, the Japanese land on the island of Guadalcanal right by Tulagi and start building an air base there. And this takes an already impatient Admiral King worried about his golden opportunity here after Midway closing and lights a fire under the rear end of a person who needs no fire lit under his rear end. And he begins pushing everyone else. We have to invade now. He wants to invade the Solomon Islands in like 3 weeks. And everybody's jaws just drop. Here's the way naval historian Craig L. Simons in his book World War II at Sea puts it, and it picks up right after the MacArthur King, crisis in command. He writes, quote, having won the administrative battle for now, King announced an accelerated timetable for the operation. This is the Solomon Islands operation, the Guadalcanal one. Once the Japanese airfield on Guadalcanal became operational, it would give them air superiority over the invasion beaches. To ensure that did not happen, King set a target of August 1st, 1942, only 3 weeks away for the invasion. It was stunningly ambitious, and in the eyes of many, unrealistic. All the components of a complex amphibious assault, a landing force, the ships to carry them, other ships to escort them, plus the fuel, supplies, and the ammunition to sustain them, had to be found, gathered, organized, and delivered in a shockingly short time. This, he writes, would be daunting under any circumstances, but especially so in mid-1942, due to the acute shortage of transports. Though the assault was endowed with the code name Operation Watchtower, colloquially it came to be called Operation Shoestring. End quote. This is an understandable, though, military trade-off that is encountered all the time, and there's no always right answer. It kind of depends on conditions. And reasonable and even unreasonable military minds can differ. This is a question of, do we attack now before we're ready, maybe even in a half-assed way, but catch the enemy off guard? The Japanese were not expecting any counterattack until at least January 1943. That's 6 months from now. So you would catch the enemy off guard. Or do you wait and delay this several months, get your ducks in a row, rehearse this thing, stockpile supplies, get all the different commanders on the same page with the same plan, have 0 hour coordinated at just the right time, and go like it's June 6, 1944, and you're landing on the beaches at Normandy? That does sound organized, doesn't it? The problem is the delay gives your enemy time to organize as well. And the likelihood is that by then they'll have operational airfields all in that area, potentially hundreds of warplanes in the sky looking to sink your carriers and your transport ships. It's a trade-off. But if I tell you something's going to involve trade-offs, the smart thing to do is then to ask some follow-up questions, isn't it? What sort of trade-offs are we talking about here? What sort of disadvantages are my men, if I'm the Marine Corps commander, going to have to face as part of these trade-offs? When the Marines go into the South Solomon Islands, they don't even have any good maps. There's a few little aerial photos of little pieces of the field, but I mean, they interviewed people who lived there a decade ago and said, can you tell us a little bit about the layout of the land from memory? And there are many famous stories. One of my favorites involves the so-called grassy knoll, or the hill off the beach, because that's what they've been told. Well, there's a slight hill right off the beach, and then when the Marines land, eventually they look and they see what appears to be an extinct volcano in the distance. It doesn't match the maps they had at all. I can't imagine any U.S. forces of any size at all going anywhere in the world today without tons of photos and satellite images and maps of all kinds. Imagine going in there blind. That's a hell of a trade-off if you're a Marine. They're an interesting breed, though. I should just say that growing up, and I've said this many times, I feel like in this program, but this show is one where I grew up in the fumes of this era, and the era was so powerful that the fumes were too. And there was a romancing quality to the Marines when I was growing up. Still, it was a very John Wayne. When you saw it portrayed in the movies, the Marines had a certain swagger and cachet. And as Army guys never tired of saying, the best PR, management firm in the American military. The Army guys are quoted as saying that they could be involved in heavy-duty combat somewhere, and the newspapers never noticed. But the Marines get on a boat to go from one place to another, and the media's all. They were media darlings. And we should point out, and we will many times in the future, that the Army will actually carry the lion's share of the weight of fighting in this theater eventually. But it's generally the Marines who land on the beaches. Not always, but generally. And Guadalcanal's the first time they do it, but the subsidiary islands of places like Tulagi, and then there's another one called Gavutu, another one called Tanambogo, I believe, and they're all part of the Tine Island chain, with Guadalcanal being the big one in that little Guadalcanal, by the way, about 85 miles long, about 30 miles wide. My stepfather and my father both served in the Navy. My stepfather was there at the end of the Second World War. We didn't see combat, but he was sure he was going to. I've talked about that story many times. So we were basically a Navy family. My dad's brother was in the Navy in the Second World War. My Uncle Kim was in the Marine Corps Aviators. He was a Marine Corps pilot. So he didn't have to go doing any of those horrible things that my stepfather and father continually warned me about. They used different terms. My dad was a lot more cool about it, just vague about it. But my stepfather said, don't ever find yourself in the Marines. He said, they're crazy. It's a suicide squad, he said. And remember, the Navy guys are the ones who had to take the Marines to, like, the dumping off point on the island and let them off and then hightail it back to the ships while the Marines have to keep going into the teeth of the defenses, right? And my stepfather said, don't ever find yourself in the Marines. You'll be dropped off a half mile from the shore, hip deep in water, on a coral reef and have to wade in under machine gun fire. He said, don't ever get into a situation where you put yourself into that. You're too smart for that, which is a very Navy thing to say, isn't it? Look at what Admiral King says about all the other services. I've met tons of smart Marines, though, over my lifetime, and my Uncle King was brilliant. And worked for McDonnell Douglas after his time out of the service. I mean, I think it's just a difference of opinion. And my stepfather's attitude is, we want you coming home after a war, and if you're a Marine, your chances of that are lower because they're going to be right there in the middle of it. Some people join up for precisely that reason, though. They're a really interesting breed, though. Much romanticized when I was a kid, of course, but some of this based on some truth. I really like the way author Richard B. Frank describes the Marines and this mix that you get during this period between the old timers who were there, long before this war was on the horizon, to the newbies, the guys who joined up, when the big buildup began before Pearl Harbor, and then this huge glut of people that come after Pearl Harbor. These guys, leave the basic training early sometimes because they're so needed, and these are people who were told, you join us if you want to be the first in line to actually come to grips in combat with the Japanese, and these are the people who said, yeah, sign me up for that, that sounds good, I don't want to wait around cooling my heels, I want to get to them right away, I'm mad about Pearl Harbor. And then they join up with these people who are the opposite sometimes of these green, young go-getters. Let's go get those jets. They're much more like these cynical timers who are just deadly. And Frank describes them this way. Oh, by the way, when he says this other group, he's talking about the old-timers who were there already versus the newcomers who are just arriving, the volunteers who are called up and are gung-ho, with Frank Wright's quote. The other group was, by contrast, small in number, but like a drop of dye in a gallon of water, they gave the whole division an unmistakable hue. And they stamped a nickname on the division, the Old Breed. One of their own officers, Lieutenant Colonel Samuel B. Griffith, colorfully described them, quote, first sergeants yanked off planks in Navy yards, sergeants from recruiting duty, gunnery sergeants who had fought in France, perennial privates with disciplinary records a yard long. These were the professionals, the old breed of the United States Marines. Many had fought Cacos in Haiti, Bandidos in Nicaragua, and French, English, Italian, and American soldiers and sailors in every bar in Shanghai, Manila, Tsingtao, Tianjin, and Peking. They were inveterate gamblers, he writes, and accomplished scroungers who drank hair tonic in preference to post-exchange beer, which he says they called horse piss, cursed with a wonderful fluency, and never went to chapel. He says they called that the God Box, unless forced to. Many dipped snuff, smoked rank cigars, or chewed tobacco. Cigarettes were for women and children. They had little use for libraries or organized athletics. They could live on jerked goat and the strong black coffee they called boiler compound, and hash cooked in a tin hat. Many wore expert badges with bars for proficiency in rifle, pistol, machine gun, hand grenade, auto rifle, mortar, and bayonet. They knew their weapons and they knew their tactics. They knew they were tough and they knew they were good. There were enough of them to leaven the division and to impart to the thousands of younger men a share of both the unique spirit which animated them and the skills they possessed. End quote. When Marine Corps General Vandegrift, 55 years old at this time, and the guy who knows he's going to be commanding Marines in combat at some point, finds out that at some point is in August 1942, he says he just couldn't believe it. He'd been told by Admiral King himself that his Marines would not be seeing combat till at least January 1943, which coincidentally is the same intelligence that the Japanese had. instead, on August 1st is the due date. People just tell King it's impossible. We can't do it. He begrudgingly gives them another week. So the new due date is August 7th, 1942. There is a hastily thrown together rehearsal near Fiji that does not go well and leads to a sense of foreboding about what's about to happen here in this disorganized mess. The first one, better described as the largest amphibious assault since the Battle of Gallipoli in 1915, and people will recall that didn't go exactly swimmingly by the end. On July 27th, only 11 days before the Marines are scheduled to hit the beach, a rather extraordinary meeting occurs on the USS Saratoga, the aircraft carrier. It's the only get-together between the commanders on the scene here that's going to happen before the attack. The guy who is the operational head of the whole thing, Admiral Gormley, doesn't even attend. He sends somebody else. Admiral Fletcher will be there, though. Admiral Turner will be there, and Marine Corps General Vandergrift will be there. The reason it's extraordinary, first of all, people took notes, is the animosity between Fletcher and the other two men. Fletcher, as you recall, he's been at sea most of this year. He's fought in both Coral Sea and Midway, and those were recent. This is the way author Robert Blackie in Challenge for the Pacific describes it. He says, quote, Archer Vandergrift, the general, who had once been startled to see the unruffled Admiral Gormley acting like a drill sergeant, was now amazed to see that Fletcher looked tired and nervous, and he put it down to the Admiral's recent battles of the Coral Sea and Midway. Next, he was surprised to learn that Fletcher had neither knowledge of nor interest in the Guadalcanal operation. Finally, he was thunderstruck to hear him saying frankly that he would not succeed. Then, Admiral Fletcher turned on Admiral Turner and angrily accused him of, quote, instigating, end quote, the Solomons invasion. Unimpressed by Turner's indignant denial, Fletcher interrupted him to ask, how many days will it take to unload the troops? 5, Turner replied. Fletcher shook his head stubbornly. 2 days, he said, were quite enough. He would not risk his carriers any longer. End quote. It's worse than that on a personal level, though. Fletcher basically says to Turner that he doesn't have any combat experience, and he's making all these plans from Washington, D.C. Doesn't have any idea about this revolution in military affairs that Admiral Fletcher has seen up close and personal, and recently, not going to let this other desk-bound admiral, a planner, not going to let him use the precious aircraft carriers as part of his learning curve. And Vandergrift is stunned, because he'll leave this meeting described as furious, trying to explain to Admiral Fletcher that the 17,000 Marines he's going to land within 24 hours of the initial assault need air cover. And his plan is to capture the airfield that's on the island, unfinished of course, and finish it, and then have his own aircraft, and then the carriers can leave. Turner doesn't even have that kind of optimism. Admiral Turner just wants the aircraft carriers to stick around long enough for him to unload his transports. But if his transports are going to take 4 days, and Fletcher only promises 2, well, what do the other 2 days look like? Fletcher will eventually compromise and give him 3. So if you're the dad of one of these Marines who's going to land on this island 11 days from now, you just had a bad dress rehearsal over near the Fiji Islands, and now you have this, doesn't look too good, does it? On April 7th, 1942, the Marines hit the beach in the South Solomon Islands, the island of Guadalcanal, which is like 85, 90 miles long, something like that, about 30 miles wide, and the subsidiary smaller islands, places like Tulagi, and I think it's Kavatu, a bunch of little ones. The really little ones are measured in yards by yards. Tulagi is like 3.5 miles by a half mile. The Marines land on all these different islands. They have a big bombardment by the fleet first, and this is going to become the standard script for the rest of the Pacific War's island campaigns. It will evolve, it will change, it will become more efficient, it will learn a lot of lessons, but the basic template sort of style stays the same. You have the offshore ships shooting first at the beachhead, then you bring in the planes, which they duly do, who strafe and bomb the beach and drop colored smoke any place they think warrants a little extra attention still from the guns offshore. And then the transports come in, the precious transports, there's never enough of them, well, for any power, any country. The precious transports come in and drop the Marines off on the beach. The assumption is the Marines are going to lose a lot of people in this first assault. They fully expect, the D-Day, June 6, 1944 treatment. They expect to run into machine gun nests and artillery. Certainly mortar rounds dropping on the beach. It might be mined. There should be, you would expect barbed wire, maybe tank trap type something. They're expecting the worst. Instead, they're stunned when they roll up on this place, and in a Twilight Zone level of eeriness, there doesn't seem to be any enemy there. The Marines thought there might be as many as 5,000 Japanese combat troops on this island. And there still might be. One of the nasty things about these islands, which look like you're fighting at a resort in the tropics, when you're looking at it from the air from like 5 miles away, right? Gorgeous green jungle canopy, the water is an unbelievable blue. But when you get down to ground level, you realize the only thing you can see is the beach and the ocean you just came over, the little strip of land between the water, covered with sand, and where the jungle begins. And then, well, who knows? It's a giant haunted house as far as the Marines are concerned. And there will be this juxtapositioning of the Marines opening coconuts on the beach. Obviously, the sense of relief that they weren't just machine gunned to death trying to take this landing beach, but also, the officers will come ashore and see that the Marines are not too keen on exploring any farther because they think this must be a trap. Right? They're just waiting for them to do something, so let's just stay here. There's a giant traffic jam trying to unload all the supplies. It's as disorder and chaos-filled as everybody predicted. There will be all kinds of famous stories about how bad it was. Marines will talk about how the transports were loaded in backwards sometimes, and the important stuff you need right now, like ammunition and explosives, was loaded first, and then a whole bunch of non-essentials was loaded after that, so they're throwing stuff into the ocean to get to the stuff at the very back of the hull that they need right now. The situation will not be so easy on the subsidiary islands. Tulagi is about 20 miles off of Guadalcanal. On that island and the smaller ones, the Marines run into Japanese. On Tulagi, a couple of what are called Marine Raider battalions land on the tiny little island and begin fanning out. Here's the way author Robert Legge in Challenge for the Pacific describes it, quote, "Throughout the morning, the raiders moved over rough, jumbled ground, working through rocks and trees, keeping clear of the shore trails covered by enemy cliffs. At noon, they spilled into the former Chinese settlement on the island's north coast, and there the Japanese struck back. Mortar shells began to fall. Marines toppled. Lieutenant Samuel Miles, a physician, rushed to help 3 badly wounded men and fell dead, the first casualty of the campaign. A company commander was wounded. The Marines moved more warily against these rickety Chinese shacks, and the tempo of their advance slowed." End quote. They also got a lesson in how good the Japanese are at digging in. They had taken these dugouts and dug them into the sides of hillsides, crisscrossing little teeny depressions and what would be very, very, very small, like valleys with machine gun fire. And by the time the Marines figure out how they might handle this, the sun's going down. And they are going to have to fight at night. And as we said earlier, the Japanese kind of pride themselves on and look for a psychological advantage with their night fighting. They do it very well at sea and they do it very well at land. And the guy who's in charge of the Raider Battalion here, his nickname is Red Mike because he's a redhead, a ginger, as you Brits would say. Red Mike Edson, Lieutenant Colonel, he knows a counterattack is coming at night, and it does. The Japanese come out, they try to infiltrate it. It's a very prolonged night sort of assault that is terrifying on a number of different levels for the Marines. One of these levels is the willingness of the Japanese to fight long beyond any hope is left, just to take some more Marines with them. there is a war correspondent who lands with the Marines on Guadalcanal. Been there for a while. His name is Richard Tregaskis. He writes a book called Guadalcanal Diary, and he published these writings where the American people back home, obviously with war censorship, taking out stuff that the government doesn't want. But this is how everyone's going to find out what it's like to fight the Japanese. There are people like Tregaskis, and Tregaskis is not on Tulagi when this fighting happens, but he arrives soon afterwards. He talks to Lieutenant Colonel Red Mike Edson about what it was like to fight the Japanese. And Edson, again, we're all, if you know anything about the Pacific War, you're jaded by Japanese conduct. You kind of know. I mean, they're famous, right? They'll fight to the last volley. But this was not something at the time that there were rumors, but Mike Edson explains that that's just what they did. And Tregaskis quotes this lieutenant colonel, and these numbers are numbers from the scene at the time, so they may be different now that the history books have checked and gotten records, but this is what the Marine lieutenant colonel on Tulagi at the time thought. And pardon the language, as we said earlier, this is the zeitgeist of the time. There was a giant race war here on all sides and in all theaters. To take this out would be somehow dishonest. This is what Tregaskis writes, quote, Colonel Edson summarized the Tulagi campaign, now quoting Red Mike, quote, the Japs had one battalion of about 450 men on the island. They were all troops, no laborers. He continues later, quote, the Japanese casualties were about 400. Not a single one gave up. One prisoner was taken. He had been dazed by a close mortar burst. When a man went into one of the holes to get the radio, he found 17 dead Japs, end quote. Edson continues a minute later, quote, it was the same in all the dugouts. We found that an officer was alive in one of them. We sent an interpreter out to get him. The interpreter came to the mouth of the cave and asked if the officer wanted to surrender. The answer was a grenade, end quote. He talks about the counterattack at night, saying he suffered quite a few casualties, but then analyzing for the war correspondent right afterwards, this is how he described the Japanese way of fighting. And we should point out there's an old line that you never get a second chance to make a first impression, but the Japanese do in this war, because the Americans and the Australians have both fought the Japanese already, right? Corregidor, Bataan, Malaya, Singapore, all these places, but those guys, for the most part, never came home. They went on the Bataan Death March. They ended up in prison camps. The knowledge that they gained was only trickles of it made its way back to, say, boot camps and recruitment centers and the high command. So that experience kind of has to be relearned here, and it is, and it will never be forgotten again for the rest of the war. But this is the Japanese showing the Marines, for example, what fighting the Japanese are going to be like, and we're jaded because we know that they're willing to commit suicide and all those things. These people at the time had heard about this, but it's one thing to read what you think might be wartime propaganda exaggeration, and another thing to see it up close. Red Mike says, quote, the Japanese defense was apparently built around small groups in dugouts with no hope of escape. They would stay in there as long as there was one live Jap. There was a radio for communication in nearly every one of these holes. We pulled out 35 dead Japs from one dugout. In another, we took out 30. Some of these people had been dead for 3 days, but others were still in there shooting. In none of these places was there any water or food. They had evidently made a dash for their dugouts when the naval bombardment came, without stopping for provisions. In one case, he says, there were 3 Japs cornered. They had one pistol. They fired the pistol until they had 3 shots left. Then one Jap shot the 2 others and killed himself. End quote. That's not only shocking for anyone, but it is something that foreshadows how tough this is all going to be. And if we recall that this is an element that's baked into the Japanese grand strategy here, this idea that they're willing, it's like a giant game of chicken, they're willing to suffer heavier casualties than the other side is for a bunch of places that are more important to the Japanese than they are to the Allies. This is not American boys dying for some major super cause like, that you can easily rationalize, like landing on the beaches of Normandy, or a Russian son dying to protect Moscow, or an Allied soldier, dying in the attempt to take Berlin and end the European war. These are Americans dying for little islands nobody's ever heard of. Tulagi, as I believe we may have said, 3.5 miles long and a half mile wide. The American combat casualties for taking that tiny little place and a couple of other little islands that are measured in yards by yards. Well, I've seen different numbers according to the U.S. West Point Atlas, World War II in the Pacific. 144 Americans lose their lives taking these places in like 24 hours. 144 dead is about the same number of dead due to enemy action that the entire coalition side suffered in the first Gulf War. The Japanese, by the way, lose between 800 and 900 men for these tiny little islands. That's quite a game of geopolitical chicken right there, isn't it? And the numbers always look small in the Pacific when you compare them to the Eastern Front, or places like Italy in 43 or Western Europe in 1944. But if we divide this by deaths per yard, then the real cost becomes manifest, and you start to realize that these people are losing lives at an enormous clip for the size of the places they're taking, and we have a lot of these places still left to take. And the Japanese grand strategy assumes that because of their willingness to fanatically defend these places and take as many of the enemy with them over and over and over again, that eventually people will get tired of losing their sons for places that seem insignificant to them. As you might imagine, once the Japanese hear about this landing on these islands in the South Solomons, they respond. They have that base we told you about 650 miles to the north. Rabaul, air, naval assets, they send them both down to the area. The ships take a little bit longer. The planes arrive within a few hours and begin to go after the transports. And there are battles between the anti-aircraft on the transport ships and the Japanese aircraft. There are battles between American fighters off those carriers of Admiral Fletcher's and the Japanese planes. Both sides take their losses, but the carrier strength is getting slowly whittled down, and Admiral Fletcher thinks he's low on fuel, apparently. And so when a message comes from Admiral Turner saying, all troops ashore, on the 8th of August, Fletcher decides, well, I've done my job. Apparently, this is all controversial. Fletcher asked for permission from that admiral who's nowhere nearby, Gormley, to leave. About 9 hours later, he gets the word, okay, you can go, and he decides to take off. The problem, of course, is that Admiral Turner might have had all his troops ashore, but he didn't have all their stuff ashore. So who's going to protect him when the aircraft carrier's gone? Historian Craig L. Simons in World War II at Sea describes Turner's reaction this way, quote, when Turner received his copy of Fletcher's request to withdraw, he was furious. He later characterized Fletcher's departure as nothing less than desertion, and he used even harsher words in private. End quote. Before those carriers even get the approval to leave, though, the Japanese ships come to respond to this invasion, and they get there at night. And the Japanese are wonderful night fighters. They put a lot of effort and training, and they have a lot of pride. And surprise attacks by their navy has been a source of pride for them since at least the turn of the century. Japanese Rear Admiral Gunichi Mikawa is in charge of some cruisers that slip down into what's known as the slot. It's an area between all these islands that forms a natural channel, and at night they slide in and they run in on purpose to the American cruisers, protecting the whole beachhead. The first sign that anything is amiss is a message from a U.S. destroyer. I love it because it sounds like they've spotted aliens or sharks in the water. At about 1:45 a.m., in the very dark Pacific waters between Guadalcanal and Savo Island, the bridge, the officers on the U.S. cruiser, the Chicago, get a message from the U.S. destroyer Patterson. Warning, warning, strange ships entering harbor. Simon says that the only real indication that the admirals on these ships have that there's something amiss is when large caliber shells begin throwing up huge geysers around their ships. The Japanese launched their famous long-lance torpedoes even before the guns opened fire. So as soon as the American and Australian cruisers in the situation find out they're under attack, there are torpedoes on the way, shells landing, spotlights illuminating the ships, and mass confusion. As you well know, if you're on the receiving end of the spotlight, your view is very different than if you're on the projecting end. The torpedo blows off the bow of the Chicago before they even figure out really what's going on. They haven't even apparently had time to tell the other ships what's happening, so as Simons points out, they all get to be surprised in turn. The Australian cruiser Canberra takes 24 shell hits, he says, in less than 4 minutes, making it a burning and sinking wreck. And then says, quote, arriving amidst the northern group of cruisers, McCowan lit up his searchlight and used it as a pointer. Like a bright white finger in the night, it illuminated one American ship after another, as if to say, here, fire on this ship. The cruiser Astoria was the first victim. An early salvo started a fire in her airplane hangar, and the bright flames in the dark night provided the Japanese with a vivid target. Pounded by successive hits from 8-inch shells, she lost power and was dead in the water. Captain Samuel Moore's Quincy was next. Caught in a deadly crossfire, the Quincy was shot to pieces before her main battery guns could be trained on the foe. Moore himself was an early victim when a shell hit the bridge, leaving it, quote, a shambles of dead bodies, end quote. Simons continues, quote, in his last order, the mortally wounded Moore told the helmsman to try to ground the crippled vessel on Savo Island to prevent her from sinking. That gambit failed, and when a torpedo hit the Quincy's magazine, in the words of one survivor, she literally leaped out of the ocean. She sank at 2:35. End quote. In a little over 2 hours, in a night attack that was chaotic, well, at least for the people on the receiving end of it, the Americans and Australians lose 4 cruisers and over 1,000 lives. The Japanese losses are negligible. This is considered to be by many the worst defeat in the history of the United States Navy in a fair fight. And it makes it very clear to Admiral Turner, with his transports and cargo ships still unloading at Guadalcanal and Tulagi and all that he's in great danger. He just lost his aircraft covering force, and now he just lost his heavy cruiser covering force. So he leaves too, with ships that still have cargo on them that the Marines need, and leaves 11,000 or so Marines on Guadalcanal itself. But all in all, in this area with Tulagi and these other, it's about 17,000 guys who are now marooned here in the South Solomon Islands, with a counterattack on the way. By the time the elements of the counterattack arrive, the Marines have been able to prepare a little bit. They create a defense perimeter around this airfield that'll be called Henderson Field, and that they will finish just in time and get some aircraft on it just in time for the counterattack. They will create this zone around the airfield that will become the closest thing that Guadalcanal has to anything you might call a front line in this island war. This will be the area that's fought over. They will have just enough time, apparently, to string a single strand, and these silly little things sometimes become important, barbed wire in front of some of their positions, about 30 yards in front of some of their positions, so that when on August 21st, after midnight, the first of these Japanese counterattacks arrive, it is a slaughter. The Japanese had landed the first troops for a counterattack after midnight on August 19th. And instead of waiting for reinforcements, as had been the plan, the commander has a bad case of what the Japanese called victory disease, or maybe he's just really confident and he moves right toward the Marine positions instead. The elite Ichiki detachment, 900 men originally. I think 100 were left behind to guard the rear area, went up with these 800 men who show up, who attacked thinking that they were facing a smaller force, probably. I mean, the very fact that the Marines were marooned may have misled the Japanese intelligence people who were looking at the reconnaissance and thinking, well, if this was a large number of Marines, surely they would have, transport ships and resupplying them. Might have confused them. In this battle, you get to see a lot more of the hallmarks of these Japanese opponents, though. Because when you fight them half the time or more, it looks like you're in the Vietnam War. You can hardly see anything. It's this jungle war where everything's invisible and you almost never see the enemy. But what you didn't have in that war that you have in the Second World War against the Japanese is sometimes they just launch full frontal attacks in bunched up groups, and that's what happens at the Battle of the Tenaru, or the Elu River, or Alligator Creek. It's known as all three. What the records show part of the nastiness of this area is that instead of alligators, which would be benign compared to what they actually do, they have crocodiles. And on that night when the Japanese attack, they're facing Marines in foxholes on the opposite side of this water obstacle. They've strung up a single line of barbed wire, as I said. They have two 37mm cannons, which are not all that big of a deal, you would think. And they've got canister rounds for them, which are like shotgun shells. But it will make a big deal in this battle. They've got some artillery behind them. And when the Japanese attack, in several different waves over the course of several hours, they are torn to pieces. Eventually, the Marines will counterattack. Light tanks will be involved later, the likes of which people who saw them said afterwards they have rolled over so many Japanese that the treads of the tanks were completely bespattered with gore. Some 40, 42, 44 Americans lose their lives. Between 700 and 800 Japanese lose theirs. Marine Corps veteran Tom Jones is quoted in the book The Things Our Fathers Saw, and he was at the Battle of the Tenaru or Alligator Creek or what have you. And he talks about this night encounter, and he writes, quote, "We had been able to string a single lane of barbed wire, Japanese barbed wire we had captured. We were on one side of the Tenaru River, and they were coming from the other side, so they had to cross the Tenaru to get to us. And for some reason or another, I don't know, the Japanese attacked on a narrow front. Consequently, their casualties and wounded and dead were more or less bunched. They would throw up a flare, and you could see a target. Boy, we laid down a sheet of steel. During the night, I think I fired off 100 rounds or better, and the rifle was an .03. Let me stop here. He means the model 1903 Springfield rifle, which was the usual thing the Marines were using. I think the rifle was an .03. It kicks like a mining mule. It's a very accurate rifle. The next morning, I had a jaw on me like I had the mumps, that damn rifle kicking me. Well, the next morning, we counted something like 600 dead Japs. And we found out it was the Igers Battalion. It was supposed to be the premier fighting group of the Japanese, and it had considerable success in the Philippines and the Orient, and they were hastily sent on to Guadalcanal. And that was just the first battle." End quote. It's at the Tenaru, though, that everybody gets the same lesson that Mike Edson and his Marine Raiders had gotten on Tulagi. The Japanese, wounded after a Marine counterattack at that battle, start killing themselves in full view of the Marines. In Touched with Fire, the Land War in the South Pacific, historian Eric Bergeron writes, quote, "Crushed by Marine defenses and a counterattack, 800 Japanese infantry perished. The death throes of the Igers detachment took place in daylight, and hundreds of Marines watched events unfold. Many wounded Japanese took hand grenades, armed them, and then held them to their heads. This type of behavior was incomprehensible to a Marine. But far worse," he writes, "several of the wounded tried to kill Marines who were attempting to take prisoners. Infantryman Andy Polini was involved in the closing stage of the battle." Now Bergeron quotes this Guadalcanal veteran, quote, "As we approached a pile of Jap bodies, up jumped 3 Japs. Two of them were in good shape, but the third was wounded. They were carrying him as though they wanted to surrender. But just as they got near us, our sergeant jumped out in front of them and yelled, "Cut him down! Cut him down!" He saw something we didn't. As soon as he yelled, the two unwounded Japs reached in their shirts for grenades, but they never got to use them. End quote. There was also a battle that really soured the Marines. It may have been a misunderstanding, but the way it was explained to everybody was that the Japanese had sent somebody to tell the Marines that there was this detachment ready to surrender, and when the Marines went to take their surrender, they ambushed the detachment instead and cut them up with swords. Marine Corps General Vandergrift, who is a hard man already. I mean, this is the old breed right here, right? He's quoted in Richard Frank's Guadalcanal, writing a letter just a couple days after witnessing the tenor we just talked about, and trying to explain to this other general what he'd seen. And he wrote, quote, "General, I have never heard or read of this kind of fighting. These people refuse to surrender. The wounded wait until men come up to examine them and then blow themselves and the other fellow to pieces with a hand grenade." End quote. Remember, though, these are lessons that have been learned in the Philippines and Singapore and places like that, and they were being relearned here. Another one of the lessons that's being relearned has to do with the atrocities, which is one of these inexplicable things. We had talked about it earlier. It was heavily studied after the war, not just the Japanese version of it, but the Nazi version of it. And I mean, it's a fascinating part of the human condition. It's a political thing, a cultural thing, a human thing. But you see it again when the Japanese restart their attack on New Guinea, which happens right around the same time Admiral Fletcher's trying to get his aircraft carriers out of Guadalcanal. Part of the reason the Japanese don't respond as well as maybe they could to this American attack in Guadalcanal is their eyes are about 700 miles away on Port Moresby, where they're launching an offensive. Remember, they wanted Port Moresby earlier. They wanted to take it at the Battle of Coral Sea by sea, but because of the way that battle turned out, that scotched that attempt. This time they're going to try to take it via the overland route. They already have tiny little beachheads on northern New Guinea. Right around the time the Guadalcanal landings happen, they land more and more troops. They trickle them in, and they start coming overland. There's this thing called the Kokoda Track, or the Kokoda Trail, which is a trail over the Owen Stanley Mountains from northern New Guinea at the tail, the eastern tail of New Guinea. And at the other end of the Kokoda Track basically is Port Moresby. So the Japanese are going to come over this trail and take Port Moresby via land. Right away, they start committing the same kind of atrocities that have become a trademark of theirs in this war. And they are the sorts of things that poison their enemies against them. And if you believe some of the evidence that seems to be out there, you could make a case that this may have been by design. News of earlier Japanese atrocities in places like Singapore and elsewhere have filtered back in bits and pieces. When the Japanese start moving up from New Guinea, they famously will murder some religious folk and their families, and there are accounts that are more vicious and terrible and emotional and heartbreaking than others. You can only imagine this stuff, though, in the era of phone videos and viral sharing of the war porn type stuff. But in Hirohito's War, Francis Pike has a relatively low-key rundown. After talking about how a couple of nuns or nurses are murdered famously, he writes, quote, "Australian Anglican priest Father James Benson was more fortunate. He was taken prisoner and transported to Rabaul and miraculously survived the war. In another incident, at the Anglican mission in Sangara, the Reverend Henry Holland and Reverend Vivian Headley were beheaded along with co-workers. Showing a peculiar mercy, a captured 6-year-old boy who became distraught was shot in the head. Sasebo 5th SNLF, that's a naval force, troops, according to the captured Japanese diary of Toshio Sato, beheaded 7 Australian men and women, including a 16-year-old girl." Now, quoting from the diary, quote, "They held her down screaming and crying while they cut off her head," end quote. Even Toshio Sato, Pike writes, an interpreter working in Buna, was horrified. Records of murders and massacres by Japanese troops were perfunctorily recorded. First Class Seaman Shunji Shin noted in his diary, quote, 14th August, about 8 a.m., decapitated or shot the 9 prisoners, end quote. In the book Japan at War and Oral History, Taya Cook and Theodore F. Cook include the thoughts of a lot of different Japanese folk from a lot of different perspectives. But some of these perspectives are the kind of people that sound like Allied propaganda caricatures. In one chapter, they have a guy, and they go into depth. These aren't little quotes, but the guy says, if I went more than 2 weeks without me taking a head, I didn't feel right, meaning decapitating people. He talks about getting requests all the time from other officers. Do you have any prisoners in the jail we can use? I want to test my new sword. Now, normally these were Chinese prisoners. It's one of the reasons you mysteriously look and go, now, with all the Chinese troops that fell into Japanese hands, they should have giant POW camps full of Chinese prisoners. Shouldn't they? One of the things, and this is a famous Samuel Eliot Morrison story, that historian, he talks about, and I'm going from memory here, but it's one of those things that sears into your brain. He talks about a couple of Australians the Japanese captured right during this early advance up to Kokoda, and they had been, he said, bayoneted, tied to a tree and bayoneted, and then some Japanese soldier who could speak and write English had put above his head on a placard hung by the dead Australian, he took a long time to die. And then, of course, they were found by Australian troops. You can only imagine what that does to those soldiers and how they feel. Australian soldier Bill Crooks is quoted in Murder It's Touched with Fire, and he makes it sound like there's not really hate involved as much as, well, he says, quote, I don't know that we were indoctrinated with a hate for the Jap. We knew what they had done in Nanking. We knew that they had machine-gunned our nurses on Bangka Island. We knew that they'd bayoneted Australian prisoners after they captured Rabbi. We knew they'd bayoneted hospital inmates in their advance down the Malayan Peninsula. But we did not develop a hatred. We just would kill every bastard soul of them the moment we came against them. We knew their Bushido Banzai code was to take no prisoners in battle and never surrender, so we killed them. End quote. When we talked about this same kind of Japanese atrocious behavior in Singapore, for example, in Malaya, and asked where it came from, we quoted Japanese officers who would often make the excuse about a bunch of soldiers who were in the hot blood of combat, who had lost their buddies, and it was understandable they get out of control. Maybe a little institutional laxity, that kind of understandable, boys will be boys kind of an excuse. But the Australians will capture Japanese, rarely, but they will. And there's an affidavit that was used in the war crimes trials after the war, which are much more sketchy in the Pacific than they were in Europe, by the way. But this is cataloged in Lord Russell of Liverpool's book, The Knights of Bushido. And he quotes an Australian officer who, right around the same period, also found Australian troops who'd been mutilated and tortured by the Japanese. Not the same Australian Samuel Eliot Morrison was talking about, but other ones. And not only did they luckily capture a Japanese soldier, but one who spoke English. So they asked him about what's going on here, right? And here's how the affidavit describes it. Captain Kendall says, quote, and I hope I get some of these place name pronunciations correct, quote, on the track leading from Wagga Wagga to Lillahi, I saw the body of another Australian soldier with his hands tied behind his back, lying face downwards. He was tied with a string. He had a wound on his leg with a field dressing on it, and he had the top of his head cut right off. The top portion of the skull was lying forward, as if it had been cut through with a heavy knife or sword, and had been chopped from the rear. He also had lacerations crisscrossing his back and shoulders. They appeared to be knife or sword wounds, and had cut right through the shirt into his flesh. 2 days later, a Japanese soldier was captured at Ahioma. He spoke English, and I showed him the bodies of the 2 Australian soldiers whom I previously mentioned. He told me that he was attached to the landing party, and that the ill treatment and torturing of Australian troops was done by the order of their officers, so that the Japanese soldiers would fight and not surrender, because the same things would be done to them now that these atrocities have been committed on the Australians. End quote. That's the very opposite, isn't it, of what the excuse was in the Singapore situation in Malaya. This is the officers making the soldiers essentially participate in the atrocities as a way to keep any of them who might think about surrendering into line. Most of them wouldn't, right? They're basically fanatical about their devotion here, and they know what the society expects of them. They don't want to come back home and put shame on their family and all that, so they're going to do their duty. But for any of you who are thinking maybe you just might surrender, take the easy way out. Well, now that we've forced you to commit these atrocities, human beings being what they are, what do you think those Australians and Americans will do to you? Might as well not surrender, right? There's a sort of an evil Machiavellian, but at the same time sort of that twisted genius of an understanding of how human nature works that maybe trapped these Japanese into this situation. I mean, again, I always say you could be born in Japan at the time period that would have made you old enough to be in the service. At this time, think about how this traps you. If you're a good person, you don't have anything to do with something like that. It was an evil war in so many ways. Wrath of the Khans, Punic Nightmares, Apache Tears, and of course, Ghost of the Ostfront. Just a few of the classic hardcore history titles available from dancarlin.com. Every true fan has heard these favorites. Hey, they make great gifts too.
If you think the show you just heard is worth $1, Dan and Ben would love to have it. $1 a show, it's all we ask. Go to dancarlin.com for information on how to donate to the show.
In his book Touched with Fire, historian Eric Bergerud writes, quote, U.S. Marines and Australian infantry developed an odd affinity. They never fought on the same battlefield, but a mutual respect developed across theaters. When the U.S. 1st Marine Division was sent to recuperate in Australia after Guadalcanal and later set up training camp there, Marines and Aussies frequently crossed paths, with a brawl or two punctuating the Mutual Admiration Society. Marine Donald Fall expresses a common sentiment, now quoting Fall, quote, I fought with the 1st Marine Division from Guadalcanal until I got too close to Japanese mortar fire on Peleliu. I'm not bragging, but I think we were the best, period. Except for maybe the Aussies. If anyone could fight as well as the Corps, it was Aussies. If it was up to me, they would have all been inducted into the Marines then and there. End quote. Australia is a country with 7 million people around this time period. The United States, by the way, 131 million, somewhere in there. And yet, it will come to them to have this moment in New Guinea of their own while Guadalcanal is going on, where they combat the Japanese on the Kokoda Trail. And it is a potential bar brawl, especially for an American, to start saying which is the more famous Australian military history moment. The landing and fighting at Gallipoli in 1915, or the fighting on the Kokoda Trail. We'll find out how that goes in Part 5 of Supernova in the East. How far do you go in trying to recreate a negative human historical experience so that people can get a tiny little taste of it? That was one of the fascinating questions we dealt with when trying to put together our, we call it an immersive memory project, War Remains. For those of you who don't know, we put together what you would think of as virtual reality. We got the headsets on, walk around, but it also was a destination event. So there was a real trench kind of built with barbed wire and rats and stuff you can touch, and it matched what you saw in your headset. And that was, we thought it was kind of cool. But the number one complaint we had about it was, how come it's not nearer to me, or how come I can't get tickets, or how come I can't go, or when's it coming around here? And I couldn't answer those, but now I can. Many of you said, why don't you just make a home edition? Easier said than done, as I'm sure you really understood. But we did it, and it's available now. If you were one of those people that said, I want a home edition, well, here it comes. Bad news is you don't get trench included or people to set it up. That part of the experience from the live event is sacrificed. There are compensating elements added instead. The sound is still unbelievable. That was done, if you don't know, by the guys at Skywalker Labs in Northern California, the Lucas guys. And they took to this with enthusiasm. It was kind of a fun project for them, and I liked watching them have a great time with it. So the sound is awesome. The graphics and the commitment to historical realism was fun to watch. The guys over at Flight School in Texas took that on, and they were fantastic. And then Madison Wells Media, who put this whole thing together, I mean, they asked me over and over and over again. The bottom line was always the same. What do you want, Dan? Does this look good to you, Dan? Is this what you had in mind, Dan? Do you want to do, I mean, they didn't let me do a $250 million, 2.5-hour movie-like experience with the VR, but we'll get there, baby steps. Nonetheless, the questions were fantastic, including things like, how badly do we hurt the people who go through and experience the process? And of course, people on the inside said, what do you mean you don't hurt them at all? I said, well, World War I would hurt them. How loud do you make the shelling? Well, if this is too loud, it'll hurt their hearing. Well, it hurt the veterans' hearing. Half of them came back half deaf. So those were kind of some fun, interesting trade-offs. I wanted to make it so that there was a knob or a button, so you could, like a hot sauce heat level of spice at your Thai restaurant. You could tell them, oh, I need mild, or I need medium, or I like it really hot. So you can tell how much fun it was creating something that is not the First World War, nor would any of us want it to be or claim it was. Nobody's losing a leg in this thing or worse. But I think just, speaking from an American who's viewed the American offerings out there are ways in which it hits you and things that it leaves you with that the written accounts don't, some non-historians, multi-part podcast doesn't, television portrayals don't, and even movie portrayals don't. They all have their strengths, and they can touch different elements of you, your psyche, your emotion, your mentality, your humanity. But this is a new realm of media that allows us to do this in a different way. I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. If you want to give it a try, I should let you know. It's $4.99, which is the same as saying $5. Let's just call it what it is. You can buy it on the Steam Oculus and the HTC Vive port storefronts, and it can be experienced on the Oculus Rift, the Oculus Rift S, HTC Vive, HTC Vive Pro, and if I have my way, more eventually. Thank you so much for all the support, kind words, and everything else those of you who've already been through it have provided. And for those of you who said, why don't you get your act together and come out with a home version? Well, there you go. Go to warremains.com if you need more. What you're about to hear is part 5 of what we can now confidently say is going to be a 6-part series on Japan and the war in Asia and the Pacific Theater in the Second World War. If you didn't catch the earlier editions of this, you might want to. If you don't mind, or if you already did, well, then without further ado, part 5 of Supernova in the East. It's history.
A date which will live in infamy.
The events. I take pride in the word that has been
Deep in our history and our doctrine. And remember, we are not descendants.
It's a hardcore mystery. We left off this story talking about a Japanese advance on the second largest island in the world, New Guinea, which is part of the main theater of conflict in mid-1942 in the Pacific, New Guinea and the Solomon Islands, specifically at this time Guadalcanal, where the Marines had just landed in strike. For quite a while in 1942, really the rest of 1942, this will be the focus in this part of the world. Though we should not forget certain other things. The Japanese are fighting in China, have been since before this war started, will be fighting there till the end. That's never going away, and the Chinese get little credit in most countries for tying down the great bulk of Japanese forces and resources. The Japanese are also fighting in Burma, what's now Myanmar, against Indian forces, British forces, or some Burmese forces, and other friends, Chinese forces too, by the way, in Burma. They're fighting Australians and Americans in the New Guinea, Solomon Islands area. When last we spoke, the Japanese had just started their advance over the mountains, overland from their bases in northern New Guinea to try to take this important city on the south side of New Guinea, known as Port Moresby. I said it was Port Moresby, which is silly because it's spelled exactly as it sounds. And as this advance begins, the Japanese begin doing what they've done all along, which is sort of baffling to most observers. They're committing atrocities, horrible atrocities. They love beheading for some reason. And they've done, they're killing prisoners in Rabbi before this. They're beheading, the civilian killings. And it's one of those things that sort of boggles the modern mind, because you can't help but ask the salient question, why? Why is this happening? How does this benefit anybody, right? Isn't this counterproductive? Well, if you look at the entire war, this was a fascination on the parts of the world when the war was over. Not just the war crimes trials, but studies, experiments, surveys, all sorts of psychological evaluations, post-war examinations of human conduct and behavior and orders and obedience to other people's orders were something that was highly focused upon, because it is somewhat stunning. It seems a little bit easy to just say, well, human beings can be terrible to each other. And it doesn't apply in some situations. For example, in Europe, the situation is much easier to boil down to leadership. I mean, the Nazi regime in Germany ordered these things. Don't have to get too complicated. You go look at things like the Obersalzberg speeches and what was saying to the Poles of the wars before the attack of the Soviet Union about having to sort of throw civilized norms aside. Comments like Genghis Khan is remembered as a statesman today, so it really doesn't matter. I mean, the end result is how you be judged, not how you got there. And in the documents, when we read this stuff, and this doesn't apply, by the way, to how they treated the Jews in the Holocaust, because that had nothing to do with practicality, unless you want to say that it was revenge. And you say, well, if the Jews unleash another war in Europe, they'll be sorry. Maybe that's what he's doing there. But a lot of this atrocious stuff was done, or at least justified on practical grounds, right? I mean, take the way the Germans treated civilians in villages where partisan activity was nearby. If somebody took a shot at German soldiers, they'd line up civilians in the village and kill them. Of course, the goal wasn't to just be cruel, it was to try to deter them through terror. Something that is generally frowned upon today. It's called collective punishment. And it's funny because everybody believes in collective punishment to one degree or another. I mean, you ever been in the classroom and the teacher's got a couple kids talking, amongst the 30 students, and says if the talking doesn't stop, all 30 students have to stay after school. Or how about the football coach? He says if anybody starts fooling around, everybody's going to have to run laps. That's a way to sort of get the group to enforce behavior, right? The idea is if the Germans line up a bunch of civilians in a village and kill them for partisan activity, the other villagers will go, stop this. We're the ones paying the price for this. So the idea may be completely flawed. In fact, evidence seems to show that in the Second World War, German atrocious attitudes toward the civilian population to stop partisan activity actually leads to more partisan activity. It's long been understood that the Germans were welcomed in some places as virtual liberators when they took over areas that had been occupied by the Red Army, and they turned those people against them by their cruelty. This is not a Second World War thing, of course, though. In the First World War, go look at the rape of Belgium. It's based on a similar sort of thing, killing civilians in villages in an effort to deter partisans. What's going on in Asia is a different story and much harder to pin down. I mean, as far as I can tell, and I could be wrong about this, I can see like 3 levels of responsibility here. What's going on with Japanese soldiers and this cruelty could be happening at the soldier level, which is an excuse that the Japanese sometimes use. I mean, the Nanking situation in China, it was sort of a, boys will be boys kind of excuse. Yes, the soldiers did things that were out of control, but can you blame them? It was a very hard fight to take the city. They lost a lot of buddies. Sometimes people lose their minds a little bit. Maybe a lack of institutional control, but this was not a deliberate effort to wipe people out. That would be the excuse. Listen, soldiers have been misbehaving since caveman times, so there's some validity to that, maybe. Of course, there's no excuse for the loss of institutional control, but we'll play with that as one of the possible levels that atrocities happen at. The actual ground level where the soldiers are, right? Then there's a high level responsibility and possibility, which is what's going on in Europe, right? You could say, listen, the emperor and the major leaders decided they wanted to have a iron fist, and this would be very in keeping with sort of fascist intellectual doctrine, right? An iron fist sort of strength. We'll crush dissent and we will teach these people, that sort of thing. And that can be true too. But where we left the story was in discussing an affidavit from an Australian officer that was introduced in the post-war war crimes trials in the Asia Pacific theaters recounted in Lord Russell of Liverpool's book, The Knights of Bushido, where in New Guinea, Australian troops were being atrociously killed. We used, as an example, Samuel Eliot Morris, I think it was, incident where he said some Australians had been tied to a tree, tortured, and killed, and some Japanese soldier who spoke English had put a placard above the head of one of them that said he took a long time to die. How do you think that's going to make the Australian soldiers react when they capture a Japanese soldier? Well, according to this affidavit, that's exactly what the Australian officer had done. The Japanese soldier had fallen into their hands, which is unusual, and the guy spoke English, which is a double rarity. And the Australian soldier who gave the affidavit says they took the Japanese soldier to the Australian corpses, not the ones tied to a tree, but some other ones, and basically said, why did you do this? And his excuse was the officers ordered us to. And his rationale was that he says, and these are my words, but this is what he essentially points out, that they were trying to create an intentional tit-for-tat retribution cycle of atrocities as a way to discourage their own troops from surrendering. I mean, that didn't happen very often anyway, right? But, the thinking might be, it never hurts to have an insurance policy. You have some Japanese soldiers thinking about dishonoring himself, dishonoring his family, dishonoring his unit, dishonoring his branch of the service, dishonoring his country. Well, we'll just add this little caveat. You're not going to spend a couple of years in some POW camp and be repatriated to your country. You're not even going to be put up against a wall and shot. You're going to be treated the same way we treated their captives. So you might as well take the honorable way out and kill yourself. We should also point out that the Japanese cultural viewpoints on suicide are complex and nuanced. They'd always had more of a embracing of that than many other cultures, but an attempt to sort of meld fascism with traditional Japanese cultural beliefs made it even more of an imperative, and the emperor's orders to his troops basically said you're not to fall into the enemy's hands. And maybe making sure that the conditions were such, and I think we called it diabolical on the part of the officers, if this were true, making sure that the conditions were such that the Japanese soldiers would face torture and atrocities and then be killed at the hands of the enemy made it a lot easier to just say it'd be better to slit my stomach, shoot myself, or hold a grenade up to the side of my head and take the honorable way out. So in trying to figure out why the Japanese would be committing all these atrocities, it's still an open question. Seems counterproductive, doesn't it? There's one other aspect that might be worth introducing into here, part of the fascination. In the fighting in New Guinea, there will be a Japanese soldier named Ogawa Matsutsugu, and he will write a book after the war called Human Beings and Extremists, The Island of Death, New Guinea. I tried to get that book in English, it doesn't exist. Excerpts from that book we already talked about in the show. It's called Japan and War and Rural History by Haruku Tayaku or F. Cook. And in it, Matsutsugu talks about Japanese training methods, and I wonder how much these training methods contributed to how Japanese troops behaved. we'd said earlier. And using a line that was originally used for Jewish folks, I think, but it works wonderfully for all sorts of very distinct peoples on the planet. So using a line and converting it to the Japanese, we said that the Japanese are like everyone else, only more so. Every major military in the world has a process for turning their civilians into soldiers, basic training, right? And the Japanese versions of basic training, in many respects, parallel those of other nations. Except what Masatsugu says is when you actually got on the ground, in the field, in country, as they would have said in Vietnam, some of these officers and units took it upon themselves to go farther than most other armies. He talks about what would be referred to in other places and times as blooding the troops. Masatsugu says when he got to China, in country in that war, here's what he writes about what the officers made them do as part of sort of finishing their training. And again, try to imagine any other Allied army doing this, and there are photographs, by the way, in case you have doubts, and try to imagine how that might have some impact on how things actually turned out in the field. He writes, quote, I never really killed anyone directly. I shot my rifle, so I might have hit somebody, but I never ran anyone through with my bayonet. In China, soldiers were forced to practice on prisoners, slashing and stabbing as soon as they arrived for training. Stab him, they'd order, indicating an unresisting prisoner. I didn't move. I just stood there. The platoon leader became enraged, but I just looked away, ignoring the order. I was beaten. I was the only one who didn't do it. The platoon leader showed them how, with vigor. This is how you stab a person, he said. He hit the man's skull and knocked him into a pit. Now, stab him. They all rushed over and did it. I'm not saying I determined it good or bad through reason. I just couldn't take the thought of how it would feel running a man through with my bayonet. End quote. Considering the rarity of cameras in these scenes, it's interesting that there are a decent number of photographs of this actually occurring. Time Life actually published some during the war, and they are astounding. No other military did this, no other major military did this. Does that create a different kind of soldier when this is how you train them? Even Japanese recruits showing up in veteran units we talked about, I'm using the exact word here, how mean the veterans looked when they showed up. I mean, these are people who've been through a lot. I should also point out that James Jones, arriving on Guadalcanal, talked about seeing the Marines who've been fighting for months, and he used the exact same word, mean. So in mid-1942, when these Japanese are starting their trek over the mountains, heading toward Fort Moresby, and killing missionaries and their children and everything along the way, decapitating them, killing natives, this is all something that plays into the entire way that the Axis is viewed. They're just seen as somehow vicious and atrocity-oriented and cruel in a way that even other armies, and listen, armies are generally known for good behavior in combat, but this was on a whole different level, and it created a level of hatred. As we said in the Pacific, where you interview or talk to Pacific veterans, giving to me a very hard thing to do, there are fewer people left, and actual combat troops, which is much different than other troops. They're different, and you can tell. They don't sound like Western front troops. They don't sound like soldiers from North Africa. They hate the enemy. They hate them often, even to this day. It's because of what they saw and what they did. The Japanese were cruel. Where that cruelty came from is hard to pin down. In New Guinea, when they start coming over the mountains in 1942, there is very little to stop them. And that's part of the heroic tale of the Kokoda Track or the Kokoda Trail, which is one of the great moments in Australian military history. You should remember, there's only about 7 million Australians in the world at this time. So when we use numbers to talk about the size of forces and everything. Remember how small this population is that they're drawing troops from. And we need to remember something more, as the Australians will point out left, right, and center. Their army isn't there. Can you imagine having the Japanese that close to something like California and having the army that would normally defend California on the other side of the world? Undefended, don't you? The Australian troops, who are part of their regular military, are fantastic. They're making up the tip of the Allied spear in North Africa against Rommel. Some of these units are in places like Tobruk. They were spending time in Syria, becoming excellent in that theater, learning all the little tricks of the trade of fighting in the desert, which is a unique sort of environment. So what happens when the Japanese start coming over the Kokoda track, threatening the northern outposts of Australia, threatening Australia itself? They have a bunch of what in the U.S. we would call like National Guard troops or reservists. And this is where the lore of the defense of the Kokoda Trail sort of begins. We should also point out something else. It has all the literary makings of a great tale. The stage is set for drama, isn't it? And anyone who's interested in military history knows if you combine one part small area to defend, like, for example, a pass, with one part threat of national extinction, throw in a little pinch of outnumbered, outgunned, and overmatched, with a little dash of what the Aussies call mateship, military comradeship. You have a recipe for national military immortality. In the Australian military annals, the Kokoda track is right up there with Gallipoli for those moments that just move the Australian soul. Reminds one a little bit of like Thermopylae in ancient Greece, right? The only difference is at Thermopylae, you have the Spartan king and 300 of his best guys. And some extra people too, but you have the cream of the crop keeping the enormous hordes of the enemy at bay. In New Guinea, it's people the regular military refer to contemptuously, usually, with the term Chacos, which is short for chocolate soldiers. That's what the Belgians were called in the First World War, often by the Germans. They figured they would just melt when exposed to heat. The Australian regulars generally look down upon these people who are going to be the first line of defense in New Guinea, because after all, if they were any good, wouldn't they be with the tip of the spear in North Africa or Syria, or even places like Singapore that just fell, or Burma? These guys are what's left, and they have to hold down the fort against Japanese veterans who have steamrolled everything in their path up to this point. Good luck with that. Right, beating the British in Singapore, beating the Americans in the Philippines. Who's going to stop them in late July 1942? These reservists, these National Guardsmen, these Chaco soldiers. I mean, at least in another incident similar to this, you get Thermopylae in ancient Greece, at least the Spartans had a king there with 300 of their best guys. Part of the lore in this case that makes it so immortal is that it's not Australia's best guys, and they're the ones sort of by fate tasked with this endeavor. Now, what makes it so terrible, though, is where this endeavor has to take place, because to those of us not in combat, it just seems like it would be awful to be facing bullets and shells and aircraft and all that stuff. But everyone in the war on the front lines anyways facing that. What makes one experience of a combat soldier different than another are the other variables, like how terrible a place you happen to be in while you're facing the bullets and shells and aircraft. New Guinea is on par with fighting in the Arctic, or the Sahara Desert, or the Amazon rainforest. And that makes all the difference in the world. I mean, there was a phrase that I ran across in the materials. that purports to be a saying the Japanese soldiers had, and it's basically a comparison of the various places a Japanese soldier might find themselves fighting in or stationed in, based on their good or bad fortune. And the saying is that heaven is Java, hell is Burma, but no one returns alive from New Guinea. That's why the title of Ogawa Matsutsugu's book was Human Beings in Extremis, the Island of Death, New Guinea. And Matsutsugu says that people would come simply to look at him after the war because they couldn't believe somebody got out. That's how few people did. Remember, the Japanese are going to have a name for all these people that get lost in the war and then come back years later, right, to view their own gravestones, to go back to their families only to find out that their wives have remarried and their children have grown up with their fathers. They called them the living or dead, which is a fabulous and interesting phrase. How many people do you have to have falling into that category? You have to come up with a special phrase for it. And they had this all over the war, we should say. I mean, there were Germans returning from Soviet POW camps years later. The difference is that people didn't get lost in any other theater anywhere near as often as they got lost in the Asia Pacific theater. Now, a lot of people got lost in New Guinea because when you look at the terrain and the circumstances of the people who had to fight there, it is wild. Mountains that are on par with the Alps, jungle that is as heavy as you will find anywhere, rainfall that sometimes tops the more than 300-inch mark. It is never dry in New Guinea except on a few particularly dry spots. I think it's Matsutsugu who wondered if you could drown marching in rain that was that heavy. Famed military writer James Dunnigan said about the New Guinea fighting that it combined the worst aspects of jungle and mountain combat. And that's what makes the situation so memorable for the people who fought there. Yes, they remember the fighting, as combat troops on every front remember, but they added to that the equivalent, as one author said, of fighting in an obstacle course. The number of veterans that talk about these things like the phenomenon of the false crest, for example, is a little bit shocking and pretty universal. The false crest phenomenon relates to the fact that the soldiers who fought in New Guinea, and Osmar White, who was a war correspondent there, said something to the effect that, geography is impartial, so it affects both sides equally. The climbing that these people had to do straight up and straight down, mountain after mountain after mountain, broke the spirits of so many of them. Their stories of soldiers on both sides breaking down in tears and embracing each other when they finally get to the top of some of these mountains. And then to look over the horizon, which had been invisible to them before they got to the top, and seeing more mountains just the same as far as the eye could see. His book Kokoda, which is a pretty classic book, author Peter Fitzsimmons tries to give a sense of what the terrain is like. And by the way, when he refers to what he calls the diggers of the 39th, he's talking about the 39th Infantry Battalion. And the diggers, that's a term for Australian soldiers. The diggers of the 39th, struggling up and over these godforsaken mountains, tried in vain to come to terms with their new surroundings. This was like no place they'd ever been before or even heard of. For many of them, particularly those from the often long, low, featureless plains of western Victoria, it was beyond their imagination. The mountains and ranges continued to the far horizons. To all points of the compass, valleys, crevices, and creases sprayed out seemingly at random, many of them filled with thick mist, and most of them, the men knew, entirely uncharted by Europeans. Through it all, somehow, the track, he means the Kokoda Trail, the bloody track, poked and prodded its way roughly northward, sometimes gripping grimly to the side of a mountain above a raging torrent, sometimes going from rock to rock in that torrent for as long as a mile, sometimes glugging along beneath 4 feet of marsh, and often going up a slope which was just a few degrees off vertical to an absolute height at the top of the ranges of over 7,000 feet. Then, he writes, it wasn't just the gut-wrenching agony of reaching the top only to find that a dozen more hills exactly like it lay between them and sundown. It was the bone-jarring agony of the equally steep descent, torturing knees that had never been subjected to such punishment, and all the while risking falls that could maim a man for life. End quote. At the suggestion of some Australian listeners, I picked up Osmar White's book, Green Armor. And White was a war correspondent who essentially went with the troops and kept journals. So it's a little like being with a travel correspondent. And as White finds something unusual, you discover it with him. And he talks about the primeval nature of the jungle in this area and how it is a little like Jurassic Park in the sense that he said at one point that 10,000 bombers could drop their load in one of these valleys he was talking about and it wouldn't leave a scar. If you sit still for a few hours, you get the feeling that you can start turning into a human chia pet and start going all green and growing. In country like this, the help of the native peoples is vital. And the native peoples of New Guinea are fascinating. The more I researched them, the more I started to fall in love a bit with my subject. There are about, and there were no surveys done, so who knows, about 2 million estimated people on the island at this point. And the diversity is impossible to describe because there's between 700 and 1,000 tribes of them. They speak between 700 and 1,000 different languages. A giant chunk, by the way, of the entire globe's language diversity comes from New Guinea, and the differences between one tribe of people and another tribe of people right next door could be stark. So trying to broad brush anything is a fool's errand. The people in Port Moresby, for example, who are in regular contact with Australia, very different than people's miles into the interior, which is a little like going into a time machine if you get off these trails, because you start running into peoples that have little to no contact with the outside world. In fact, if you wanted to try to find some of the last remaining groups of human beings who have not been contacted by the outside world, you should have New Guinea on your short list. You should have some islands off the coast of India. That's always been a fruitful place to find some uncontacted tribes. The Amazon rainforest, always a good bet. Lots of things can hide in there. And New Guinea, even today, has tribes that, if not uncontacted, very little contact with the outside world. That is both fascinating and somewhat scary, and it makes the Allied and Japanese armies look a little like one part, John Wayne in a war film combined with one part pin helmet wearing great white explorer, kind of. One of the things to consider also is, just like on Guadalcanal, there are few to no good maps. So the armies fighting here are flying blind, which is just one more reason you need the natives. The indigenous peoples have always been important when outside powers are fighting in their territory. We always use the example of Apache scouts because that's one of my favorites. I mean, you want to go fight Apaches in the Dragoon Mountains, you better have Apache scouts or you're not going to find any. You want to go into Afghanistan, start going after tribesmen there, better have some friendly tribesmen to help you. And in New Guinea, the one aspect that really gave the Allies an advantage over time in this regard was they had more friendly indigenous peoples on their side than the Japanese did, and they made a real effort to cultivate them. And they had to, because remember, the indigenous peoples of New Guinea are basically colonial subjects. I mean, there's a natural tendency to sometimes have a sense of resentment against the colonial occupiers, but pretty soon the Japanese, for similar reasons how the Germans returned people in Eastern Europe that they had liberated against them, they could have had them on their side. The Japanese do quite a bit of that to the indigenous peoples of New Guinea, and they would pay for that by not having their help. And their help is such that the Australians would coin a term for the people there. Sounds a little bit politically incorrect today, but anyone who knows the story knows how much love and respect it is spoken with, the Australians called the indigenous people that helped them the fuzzy angels. Many an Australian soldier, and a bunch of Americans too, owe their lives to the locals. We just spent all this time talking about the insane terrain, how wet it is, how crazy this footpath trod over by the natives, how crazy it was for both Western troops and Japanese troops to try to negotiate these things. How on earth do you get the supplies, the massive amount of supplies the troops need to fight, to them through this? There's no bulldozers making roads. The stuff, for the most part, has to come in on the backs of other human beings. And the Allies will contract in 1942 alone to use 32,000 natives as the equivalent of a human transport chain. You can airdrop some stuff, and there is an airbase, a small airbase in Kokoda, which is a prime strategic objective, but you absolutely can't survive without the help of these natives, not just, as we said, bringing the food in, but if this track, this Kokoda track, is so unbelievably hard on soldiers, what is it like to try to get wounded men from the front lines back to a place where you can treat, I don't know, like a blown off limb? The natives bring them down, a native on each corner of a cot carrying a wounded man, sometimes jumping from rock to rock to rock in stream terrain. This is a story of human endurance, and you can see why the Australians just sit there in awe of what was achieved here. The conditions were heartbreaking and trying beyond belief. Now, what it isn't is an affair that you can sit there and put a big map up on the board and show these giant outflanking maneuvers and big arrows pointing everywhere, although that's not stopping MacArthur, of course, from doing press conferences down in Australia, showing that that's exactly what he's doing here. Part of the way I want to talk about the whole upcoming war, especially these island campaigns, is to try to acknowledge the sameness of the experience of the soldiers fighting on the ground. For them, there's not that much difference because the war itself has nothing to do with generals. For them, and colonels and majors and captains, as one Australian veteran pointed out, Kokoda was a straight-up corporal's war. That's because when you're out on some trail or patrol, there is no general there with you. I love the way one of the squad leaders, although I didn't hear him murder, it's broken. I think it's one of the best. I think I've said it's one of the best I've ever read. The nitty-gritty ground level stuff of what fighting in the Pacific was like. Touch with fire, the land war in the South Pacific. He quotes a U.S. squad leader explaining sort of the difference between what it's like, at these higher levels where the 17 to 25 human beings it takes to support every combat man at the front line, what it's like for them at a war level, and what it's like for the guy who's the squad leader and the people who are in his squad. Originally was this American squad leader, but this is exactly how it was for the Australians too, as saying, quote, "The squad leader, a corporal or sergeant, is the man who sees that the assault orders are executed. Reams and reams of paper are used to write orders from the highest authority down, telling everyone what to do and how to do it. They have predictable phrases: take and occupy, assault and capture, operations orders, annexes to the operations orders, etc. The squad leader never sees the reams of paper consisting of brilliant orders written by officers who've attended every war college in the world. The annexes to the orders cover everything from battery voltage and handheld radios to the rolls of toilet paper that will be available. These orders and annexes are sent to the war colleges, the archives, and the big file in the sky, but the snuffy squad leader doesn't care a tinker's damn about them. When push comes to pull," he says, "the lieutenant or platoon leader tells his squad leaders, when I give you the word, first squad, move out in that direction. Second squad, keep contact with first squad's right flank and move out. Third squad will be in reserve for now. Got any questions?" Everyone is thinking to themselves, he says, "Yeah, can I go home now?" So the lieutenant says, "Move out." The squad leader tells his 12 or so men, so-and-so, meaning Joe, move out. Number 2 is John, and so on. An enemy machine gunner is pounding like hell at you. One of your snuffies says, Jesus Christ, Sarge, you're going to kill every one of us. You yell back, that's right, move out and get killed, or I'll have to kill you. And so it goes. All of those a-holes, he says, or most of them, who wrote all of those brilliant operations orders were never squad leaders. The way the war appears depends on the zoom level you look at it. And you can look at it from any zoom level you want. That is the ground level, squad level zoom level, the people actually fighting. But you can zoom in and out to any degree you want. I mean, I can pick up a book I hardly ever have out of my arm's reach, the Encyclopedia of Military History, Trevor Dewey writing it. And he'll give you the satellite level zoom out and just explain the campaign sort of in very quick and general fashion, but you don't get any sense of what it was like for the people on the ground. But maybe an overview is worth it here in Australia to show what happens. As we said, the Australians are fighting with the Chacos, these people who are like reservists who have to kind of hold back the Japanese long enough for Australian troops who are being, some of them anyway, withdrawn from the Mediterranean, brought back to Australia for a quick refit, and they're going to be sent to help. And here's the way Dewey puts the, this initial part of the Dakota campaign. It doesn't sound very dramatic the way he says it, though. But it is an encyclopedia, after all. Quote, July 21st to September 13th, 1942, advance on Port Moresby. Elements of the Japanese 18th Army, under Major General Tomotaro Hori, pressed inland from Gona, drove in local Allied troops, and moved up the rugged Kokoda Trail to seize the key pass over the Owen Stanley Mountains, which happened on August 12th. Pushing ahead, he writes, the Japanese reached to within 30 miles of Port Moresby before stiffening Australian and American resistance under Australian Major General Edmund F. Herring, supported by tactical air forces with local air superiority, halted the advance. End quote. That doesn't really give you a sense of the drama and the impressive jungle fighting involved. I've always found that for that, you need to turn to either the soldiers on the ground who are doing the fighting in their accounts, or the stories of the war correspondents who were often the ones who wrote those accounts down. For example, Australian war correspondent George H. Johnston was there on the ground. His dispatches were eventually cataloged in a book called The Toughest Fighting in the World. And he, at the time, writing in contemporary terms as he's finding stuff out with the troops, starts seeing the survivors of some of these conflicts up on the Kokoda track in the Owen Stanley Mountains come shuffling down from the jungle. He says, quote, our wounded are beginning to come back from the Owen Stanleys. Thin, bearded, gaunt men with hollow cheeks and the marks of strain and pain around their eyes. Their uniforms are ripped and covered with dried mud. Their slouch hats are pulpy and shapeless. Stretcher cases are jolting back on crude log litters on the shoulders of brawny Papuan natives. The others have walked all the way along the terrible track that links Moresby with Kokoda. They don't try to conceal what they've been through. It's only by realizing the difficulties our troops are facing that we shall be able to overcome them. Up there, we've been fighting on the worst battleground in the world, one man said. Before I was hit, I spent 46 hours without shutting an eye. There are mists creeping over the trees all day, and sometimes you can't see your hand in front of your face under the cover of the jungle. Most of our chaps haven't seen a Jap. You don't even see the Jap who gets you. It's like fighting the invisible man. Those Japs are tough, hard fighters, and their camouflage is perfect. They can move through scrub or tall grass without making a sound, and without showing a sign, except if your eyes are good, an occasional stirring in the vegetation. My unit made 2 attacks on Japanese positions. We got to within 15 feet of them, but we still couldn't see them. When they were attacking, we could hear a voice shouting from some distance back. We soon learned that trick. The voice voice always comes from a long way back. But the real danger is the Jap force right up close to you. The Japs have amazing patience. They will lie on the ground or stand in a creek up to their necks in water all day without moving, just waiting to catch you off guard. They use the old trick of calling out false orders, and sometimes they begin jabbering at you from only a few yards away. If you stood up to cover them with your rifle, a sniper would take a crack at you from a different direction. At the moment, they're all over us. They've got 5 times the number of men we have. End quote. The false orders thing is wild. A lot of these Japanese troops have a person or two in the units who spoke English, and they would yell out orders to see if they could get some of the enemy, usually absolutely exhausted and tired and on the edge of their, nerves, to see if they can get them to stand up or start moving and then open fire on them. It's vicious. It's that kind of fighting. The Australians run into the same trick the Japanese wounded and other Allied troops have run into. The story I recall has a Japanese wounded soldier calling out for help. An Australian officer goes over to try to help him, and the Japanese soldier throws a grenade at him from close range. Once again, that poisons the well for any other Japanese who might legitimately want to surrender and get medical treatment or anything. But the British and the Americans have already begun doing in their theaters, not taking any chances. I remember one soldier saying, "We just never stopped watching Japanese dead." And they run them through the bayonets and shoot at the corpses. It was a little like having vampires rise from the grave. They just never knew when it was safe to consider, a corpse a corpse. For those who are scholars of the Dakota campaign, they know how many revisionist books over the years have been written about so many of the aspects of the fighting. I mean, were they really outnumbered as bad as the old stories say and all that kind of stuff? And I just want to say that as an American, I find that somewhat distracting from the real situation here that makes it heroic. It's not being so outnumbered. It's literally what they went through. When you read these accounts with these soldiers are dealing with, it's upsetting and horrifying in a way that you just didn't run into, as I've said many times now already in other theaters. And I should also, to be fair, as Osmar White said, radiography is impartial. This is happening to the Japanese too. They're going to get a lot more of it when the situation turns the other way. There's a lot going on in this theater. As we said, on August 7th is where the Queen landing. About 850 miles to the east of here happens, right? This one theater on Guadalcanal. We talked a little bit about that. And then the Japanese will try to land at Milne Bay, another part of this same area of New Guinea, to capture an airfield, and the Australians will throw them back. This is famous. You guys have heard it. People say it's not true, but I think it is. Becoming the first Allied troops to sort of deny the Japanese something that they're trying to take in this war. The scale of the fighting reminds one of a very large Vietnam War campaign. So the Kokoda fighting will have like 6,000, 7,000 Japanese troops against 2,000 or 3,000 Australians for certain. It seems like small potatoes compared to other fronts. But you can't have large potatoes on this front because you can't feed anybody. You want to put 4 or 5 divisions on New Guinea? Well, you don't have the transport to do it, and they die after you drop them off there, right? So this is how you're going to take this area. With about that many troops, and the Japanese are slowly but surely going to start to get pushed back over the mountains the other direction, back down toward their bases on the north of the island. Part of the reason for this is because the Marines on Guadalcanal have made this entire theater something that the Japanese have to address. And sometimes when they're trying to reinforce Guadalcanal against the Marines, they can't reinforce New Guinea to the same degree. So they're starting to ping off of each other and take pressure off of each other. Also, the Milne Bay battle that we just discussed, that's where you start to see Americans on the ground fighting next to Australians and with them. This is not widely understood in the United States. In Milne Bay, it's more engineers and some anti-aircraft gunners, but you're going to see more and more of that. Also, and this is a bit of a sore point in a lot of Australia's soldiers' minds, but there will be criticism from people like General MacArthur in Australia, who will say things like, the Australians aren't fighting well, that they're not good troops and all these kinds of things, completely neglecting that these are militia going into combat for the first time against Japanese veterans who've been there before. Wait till he sees what the Australian tip of the spear guys can do when they get there. And they start arriving little by little. And as this campaign goes on, you start to see the really good Australian troops up against the really good Japanese troops. There's a line that I loved. I believe it was going to when they asked a veteran who was talking about how they ranked the jungle fighters, and after a while, it was always thought the Japanese were now these super jungle fighters, but after a while they would say that the Australians are the best jungle fighters in the war, that the Japanese are the second best jungle fighters in the war, and that the Americans really you can't judge because they sort of knock the jungle down first and then fight in what's left. But once the tables turn a little bit and the aircraft play a big role in this, you'll start to see the Japanese suffer, and they're going to suffer in a way that will be cataloged. Osamu Matsutsumi's book, and he'll call the fighting on Kokoda. You'll say his great memories of the entire campaign is one of suicides and mercy killings. To give you an idea of the Japanese memory of this place. And as the fighting continues, the Japanese are not just fighting, the European allied troops. They're fighting the natives in green armor. Osmar White has a little blurb that just reminds you that these natives, they remind me a lot of the Polynesians, where a lot of the Polynesians are the most friendliest, most open, most welcoming, most hospitable kinds of people you will ever want to meet. But don't make them mad, right? If you make them mad, they can be just, well, here's what Osmar White talks about. He talks about one of the natives fighting with the Australian troops, and his name is Lik. And White says, quote, with him, meaning one of the people in the story, was a small, hot black native about 4 feet 9 inches tall named Lik, a cheerful-looking creature with a grin that spread right around his head. Paddles, the other person, said that Lik was being sent back into disgrace and told us about his offense. In a raid on Salamaua on July 1st, Lik begged to be allowed to carry ammunition for his boss. Eventually, permission was given. During the raid, he behaved with great steadiness and courage as number 2 to a Tommy gun. He killed 2 Japanese with a bush knife, then he disappeared. Our troops had withdrawn by 9 o'clock in the morning. Lik was missing at the rendezvous. Just before the last men moved off, he arrived exhausted, dragging a bulging copra sack. It contained 13 Japanese heads. He then had the effrontery to ask for leave so that he could take them back to his village in the hills and hang them on the pole of the, he described it as a men's clubhouse. When in the course of his dressing down, it was pointed out to him that very little credit would devolve on him for cutting off the heads of men killed by other warriors, he replied simply, but they were not dead, boss. They were only wounded. End quote. So Lik had gone out there, killed the wounded, and cut off their heads. Or stories of natives wanting Japanese heads so badly that they, lacking knives, sometimes would carry them to a tree with a fork in the trunk, wedge their neck into the fork and spin the body around until the head popped off. Whole Japanese patrols will go missing soon, only be found later as rotting skeletons with the jungle vegetation growing all through them. Like I said, like Polynesians sometimes, wonderful, hospitable people who seem so innocent and giving that it's almost like Eden before the fall, right? Don't make them mad. What eventually begins to turn the tide in New Guinea is something that is beginning to turn the tide against the Axis in the whole war, everywhere you look. It's the non-sexy stuff. We've been talking about it this whole series, haven't we? The Marine Corps General Robert Merrill had a great line that just echoes what generals have said forever. He says, amateurs think about tactics, but professionals think about logistics. in New Guinea, you can see the Australians slowly but surely building up their strength, bringing in new, good units from the Mediterranean and places like that. The Americans bring in more troops. In Guadalcanal, you're going to see the Marines eventually give way to Army troops. And all of this is part of what will begin to simply stop the Axis impetus. And the things that the Axis had going for it, things like the momentum, the initial surprise, the wonderful cutting edge, and the head start that their militaries often had in being prepared for this. Remember, the Japanese have been fighting in China for years, right? That creates a bunch of veterans. The Germans had a war machine that was just awesome. But they needed these things to compensate for what they didn't have, because this is, on paper, not a fair fight, the Axis against the Allies. We've been saying it all along, right? The Allies have an advantage, a huge advantage in population, economic power, industrial capability, natural resources, the geographic distribution of things like their bases and support areas. These are not anywhere near equal. It's part of the reason the Axis went to war, right? To redress some of that imbalance as they saw it. But in a war of attrition, which Eric Berkowitz says the Pacific is going to be, once the impetus of the Japanese is stopped, these are the things that are important. And the Japanese begin to start the process of seeing what being ground down means. The Germans are getting the same experience with their Axis partners in Europe. As everyone who studies the European War knows, that they'd already failed to take Moscow in the 1941-42 winter, and a lot of people look at that as the loss of their impetus. They would try to regain that impetus as part of the big summer 1942 offensives, and of course that ends up with Stalingrad. We all know how that turns out. But I mean, look at the difference. Compare how things look from the Axis side on the first day of the year, 1942, January 1st, 1942, to how things look from the Axis side on December 31st, the last day of the year, 1942. It is night and day. What changed? The Axis impetus had stalled. The sides had sort of crystallized, and now you have a grinding war of attrition. And in a grinding war of attrition, the side with the most stuff, the better ability to bring that stuff and transport it to where you need it, the ability to resupply, all these things begin to tell. And many of the battles in the last 6 months of the Pacific War here in New Guinea and the Solomon Islands is the grinding down stuff. I mean, in Guadalcanal, there's going to be something like 7 larger naval battles and 3 larger land battles, but almost all of them are connected to, one way or another, trying to resupply the island. The side that can keep bringing in fresh troops and replacements and supplies is going to win. In Guadalcanal, you get this wild situation for a while. I like the way author Richard B. Frank in Guadalcanal describes it. He says it's a mutual siege. So 12 hours of the day, the Allied forces are under siege. The other 12 hours of the day, the Japanese forces are under siege. And it's a night and day question. At night, the Allied forces are under siege. In the daytime, the Axis forces are under siege. Frank writes this, and when he says cactus flyers, by the way, on Guadalcanal, he's talking about the pilots who are flying off of Henderson Field, this air base that is the sort of at the center of the marine perimeter of Guadalcanal that they're defending. He writes, quote, because of the efforts of the cactus flyers, and the lack of efforts by American admirals, a curious tactical situation arose in the waters around Guadalcanal. A change of sea command every 12 hours, creating a sort of mutual siege. By day, American ships plied the channel between Tulagi and Guadalcanal, and transports arrived to unload, keeping a wary eye cocked for Japanese aircraft. At sundown, all the ships flying the Stars and Stripes exited hastily to the east, or sought the haven of Tulagi's harbor, quote, like frightened children running home from a graveyard, end quote, in the words of Samuel Eliot Morison. End quote. He's now going to talk about Iron Bottom Sound for a minute and a couple of ships. Iron Bottom Sound was the name given to Miriam, so these ships had something said it had Iron Bottom that's around these islands. He says, quote, shortly after darkness, Japanese men of war heaved into Iron Bottom Sound, which they'd ruled unchallenged since August 9th, with the unhappy exception of Blue and Henley. There they would favor their countrymen with rice, bullets, and soldiers, and the Americans with a bombardment. These operations achieved the regularity of a crack railroad run, and disgusted Marines labeled them the Cactus Express, soon better known as the Tokyo Express. End quote. In other words, both sides are trying to keep their troops resupplied and reinforced, and the side that stops being able to do this is going to be the side that loses. That's what happens in a war of attrition, right? Eventually, one side's worn down to the nub and the other isn't. And this is where our description of this war is probably going to deviate from a lot of the TV specials you see, or things from documentaries, because wars of attrition tend not to be all that interesting from a tactical and strategic standpoint. There's a workman-like way about them. I like the way Eric Berger, of course, I said that describes it. First, he points out that there is no real front line in most of these battles like you might have in Europe or North Africa, because the jungle's just too darn easy to infiltrate through. So what the sides involved do is create perimeters like the Marines on Guadalcanal. A perimeter is something where you create a circular defense area where everyone's facing outward, and that way, even if somebody comes through the jungle and infiltrates and outflanks you, you're not surrounded. So you have perimeters, and the other thing you have are patrols. Patrols are the only way intelligence is gathered by the officers on the ground. They send out squads, usually of soldiers, who will go out in different directions and try to see where the enemy is, make contact with them if they have an advantage. And that's what this war devolves into, which makes it not so interesting from the General MacArthur level, because, as I said, workmen-like, right? Patrols go out all the time. They run into the enemy. The firefight's quick and deadly and over. And that just continues on and on. Eric Berger writes, quote, the small unit war of patrolling and watching the perimeter had a brutal pace. During a campaign, there was no let-up in the activity or the violence. The Japanese landed at Buna and started over the Owen Stanley Mountains in July 1942. Rabaul was bypassed in early 1944. In the time between, significant contact existed between Allied and Japanese ground forces every day. Although punctuated with a small number of massed Japanese assaults, the war in the South Pacific was a war of attrition. Day in and out, soldiers were killed, maimed, or stricken with fearful disease. Many characteristics of the war, he continues, such as the immense casualty rates, the poor replacement system, the hideous climate, and malignant terrain, all worked to push the armies towards exhaustion. Yet the soldiers fought the land war in the Pacific with a savage and relentless intensity that had no parallel in World War II. Although it is possible to identify incidents of restraint and humanity on both sides, the essence of the conflict was something very close to a war of annihilation. So even though it's taken quite a long time to get to this point, we're going to be moving rather quickly for a while because there's a sameness to the things. And my apologies to everyone out there whose grandfather or great-grandfather fought in one of these campaigns. We're going to hop over like the island hopping the U.S. Navy is going to do. But these island fighting situations are very similar. Author James Jones, who fought on Guadalcanal, said it was like a choreographed military ballet to a certain point. You land on the island, you isolate the island, you cut the island into pieces, and then you begin slowly slowly but surely wiping out the defenders. This is part of why, as Eric Bergman said, it's a war of annihilation, because unlike many other theaters in the war, the goal is not the same. In those situations, the goal is to break the enemy. There's lots of ways to do it, right? You outflank them, you get in their rear, you hit them at decisive points, you take strategic objectives that screw up their defense lines, whatever it might be. But once you get the enemy to flee, run, retreat, route, whatever it might be, that's where the real killing starts. Think about the Highway of Death in Iraq, or the Falaise Pocket in 1944. That's where a ton of damage happens. The reason this theater is different is because the Japanese don't run. Alone amongst the great armies of the world, the Japanese morale is, for all intents and purposes, unbreakable, which means you have to go around and kill them all. You have to wipe out each position one by one by one. It's a combination of workmanlike and extremely deadly. And it creates a sense of fatalism amongst the troops, which is normal in war, but of a level that you don't see. That's why, again, the Pacific War veterans are different. I remember the wonderful series I saw from Britain called Hell in the Pacific, where they interviewed so many American veterans, and one of them just says, we were crafted to be a machine, and each one of us were working parts and killed. That's what we did. We were a killing machine. In that same wonderful documentary, one of my favorite people to ever talk about the Pacific War, Eugene Sledge, who was a Marine. He described the front lines this way, and I've never forgotten it. He said, quote, "The front line is really where the war is, and anybody 100 yards behind the front lines doesn't really know what it's like." End quote. Now that statement isn't meant to denigrate all the people behind the front lines, because I think, as we said earlier, 17 to 25 individuals is what it takes to keep someone at the front lines, and those people could be killed or in danger at any time. But those people in the 100 yards at the front line, it's a different situation. First of all, there's not a chance you might get killed. According to James Jones in his book, A Chronicle of Soldiering, it's something he calls the evolution of a soldier. He says part of the evolution of a frontline soldier is coming to the conclusion, not that you might die, but that you will die. He says you are a different person simply for considering the idea. The other thing you do in the 100 yards at the front line that the people maybe in a medical station behind or a support unit or whatever doesn't do is you kill. And you don't kill here and there, you kill all the time. And that will change you too. I find it much more interesting to focus on the soldiers than the leapfrogging and the maps and the arrows in this case, because all these campaigns share a similarity, and they all really revolve around finding the best way to marshal your forces at decisive points in order to get the killing machine, as that American veteran said, into place so that they can begin killing. The other thing that is important to point out is that the war looks very different when you read the actual accounts of the Pacific War veterans, especially if they're not clouded with all sorts of nostalgia. If you find the stuff that happens at the time, written at the time, you find very little patriotism and all the things that glorify, especially the Second World War, which is often referred to as the Good War. You find a sort of deadly earnestness that is both sobering, and if you're a scholar or a student or just really interested in human behavior, it's a wonderful sort of test case for extreme kinds of things that you just don't encounter anywhere else. Jones writes in A Chronicle of Soldiering, "Such are we humans, such is our nature, that we can look back on moments where we very nearly died and remember them with nostalgia and pleasure. The truth is, 35 years, which is how long it had been since the war when he wrote this, 35 years has glossed it all over and given World War II a polish and glow that it did not have at the time. The process of history always makes me think of the way Navajos polish their turquoise. They put the raw chunks in a barrel, half filled with bird shot, and then turn the barrel and keep turning it until the rough edges are all taken off and the nuggets come out smooth and shining. Time, I think, does the same thing with history, and especially with wars." End quote. He then goes on to do something that you don't normally see done in the history of wars, and especially the Second World War. And he explains why. He goes on to make a distinction between the leaders and the soldiers. He talks about class differences. He doesn't mean it in a Marxist sense. He simply means it in a way Americans would say college boys and rural kids. I mean, the difference between the people who both write the history and who the history is written for. You know, the generals, the press, the media, the people back home who read this stuff, the people in the colleges, and he makes a distinction between the people on the ground and says you can fight in a bunch of battles and read the history of those battles later and not recognize the campaign you fought in at all. And by the way, doesn't this remind you like of Harry Berger, the veteran who said none of those people pushing papers were squad leaders? Well, James Jones says basically the same thing. History is always written from the viewpoints of the leaders, and increasingly in our age, more leaders do not get shot at with any serious consistency. Leaders make momentous, world-encompassing historical decisions. It is your average anonymous soldier, or pilot, or naval gunnery rating who has to carry them out on the ground, where there is often a vast difference between the grandiose logic and plans and what takes place on the terrain. He then talks about the sort of things that almost never make it into the history books. He talks about how the war itself and combat specifically can turn a person into someone who lives simply for this moment. And he talks about how it's true that everything tastes better, every moment is savored more. You are, in a certain sense, really living because the moment is all you have. This is quote. Little things become significant. The next meal, the next bottle of booze, the next kiss, the next sunrise, the next full moon, the next bath. Or as the Bible might have said, but didn't quite, sufficient unto the day is the existence thereof. This is a hard philosophy, but then a soldier's profession is a hard profession in wartime. A lot of men like it, though, and even civilian soldiers have been known to stay on and make it their life's work. It has its excitements and compensations. One of them is that since you have none yourself, you are relieved of any responsibility for a future, and everything tastes better. It is absolutely true, for example, that when you know you are going off to die somewhere soon, every day has a special, bright, delicious, poignant taste to it that normal days in normal times do not have. Another perversity of the human mechanism? Some men like to live like that all the time. Some are actually sorry to come home and see it end. Even those of us who hated it found it exciting sometimes. That is what the civilian people never understand about their returned soldiers in any war, Vietnam as well. They cannot understand how we could hate it and still like it. And they do not realize that they have a lot of dead men around them. Dead men who are walking around and breathing. Some men find it hard to come back. Some never come back at all. Not completely. End quote. That's the part of the experience that to me is so much. I always say I'm fascinated with the extremes of the human experience. Well, going from this island to that island to this other island doesn't intrigue me as much as what James Jones talks about there. What this war put human beings into as far as situations and what those situations did to them. And it would be decades before these circumstances filtered down to the public, and in fact, a lot of the public still doesn't understand, even though the information is out there, exactly what the real war on the ground was like. I've heard a lot about this over the years, and the best possible explanation for this is that most people don't want to know what it's really like. It is too awful to serve as a good propaganda tool during the conflict. We're not going to exactly get people all excited about going off to war or having their children go off to war if you see what it's really like. It's also not very good as an entertainment option after the war is over. You're not going to want to go see multiple viewings of a film that shows what war is really like. American poet and journalist Walt Whitman had said about the U.S. Civil War that the real war will never make it into the books. And that phrase is used as the title of a chapter author Paul Fusel's book, Wartime. Fusel was an American officer in the Second World War, led troops badly wounded in Europe, and then after the war spent some time trying to de-romanticize modern conflict. And in a chapter where he talks about the way that the soldiers talked, vaguely subversive sort of tone in their voice, he then explains why this was. And it has to do with the difference between what they were experiencing and what the public back home were being treated to in terms of portrayals of their experience. And he writes, quote, "What was it about the war that moved the troops to constant verbal subversion and contempt? It was not just the danger and fear, the boredom and uncertainty and loneliness and deprivation. It was rather the conviction that optimistic publicity and euphemism had rendered their experience so falsely that it would never be readily communicable. They knew that in its representation to the laity, meaning the public, what was happening to them was systematically sanitized and Norman Rockwellized, not to mention Disneyfied." End quote. One of the ways in which this was done was in the decisions what you show the folks back home when you're showing the dead. How do you portray the dead? Fusel points out that most Americans got their history knowledge of the Second World War from books like the Time Life Goes to War book published in 1977. He points out that in an entire book of photographs, there are exactly 3 human heads, and they are all Asian. He then goes on to show that all of the bodies that you see of American troops are intact. And these are all things that are done for the sensibilities of the readers. But that's not what the soldiers on the ground saw. And he says that a better comparison for what your average combat soldier was seeing in the Second World War would be what a plane crash of hundreds of people in a jet aircraft looks like if you're the first one that wanders up on the scene. And he then points out that most people don't know what that looks like either. He talks about how most of these soldiers would see all of the things that are normally on the inside of a human body on the outside. Again, you'll see no portrayals of American troops looking like that in your history books. And believe it or not, well, the excuse that is often used is that we're trying to be respectful of the troops. According to Fusel, they didn't like this because it made their experience all the more difficult to relate. I mean, I talked earlier about how hard it is to sometimes get these combat veterans to speak. It's because we who weren't there have no frame of reference. We can't possibly begin to understand. And he writes, quote, "What annoyed the troops and augmented their sardonic, contemptuous attitude toward those who viewed them from afar was in large part this public innocence about the bizarre damage suffered by the human body in modern war. The troops could not contemplate without anger the lack of public knowledge of the graves registration form," that's a burial form, "used by the U.S. Army Quartermaster Corps, with its space for indicating, quote, end quote, members missing." That's fingers, hands, toes, other things. He continues, "You would expect frontline soldiers to be struck and hurt by bullets and shell fragments, but such is the popular insulation from the facts that you would not expect them to be hurt, sometimes killed, by being struck by parts of their friends' bodies, violently detached. If you asked a wounded soldier or Marine what hit him, you'd hardly be ready for the answer, my buddy's head, or his sergeant's heel or his hand, or a Japanese leg, complete with shoe and puttees, or the West Point ring on his captain's severed hand." End quote. The other things that don't make for very good, exciting propaganda pieces or war movies is your own soldiers losing their mind from what they see. And Fusel quotes a few incidents, talks about Wilfred Owen, who was a famous poet from the First World War, and which they of course called the Great War until there was a Second World War. if you so writes, quote, in the Great War, Wilfred Owen was driven very near to madness by having to remain for some time next to the scattered body pieces of one of his friends. He had numerous counterparts in the Second War. At the botched assault on Tarawa and BDO Atoll, one coxswain at the helm of a landing vessel went quite mad, perhaps at the shock of steering through all the severed heads and limbs near the shore. One Marine battalion commander, badly wounded, climbed above the rising tide onto a pile of American bodies. Next afternoon he was found there, mad. End quote. These may sound like isolated occurrences, but in his book On Killing, Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman, who taught psychology at West Point, said this, quote, during World War II, more than 800,000 men were classified 4F, meaning unfit for military service, due to psychiatric reasons. Despite this effort to weed out those mentally and emotionally unfit for combat, America's armed forces lost an additional 504,000 men from the fighting effort because of psychiatric collapse, enough to man 50 divisions. At one point in World War II, he writes, psychiatric casualties were being discharged from the U.S. Army faster than new recruits were being drafted in. End quote. Then there's the sort of incidents I imagine you would least like to find out about if you were one of the parents who received those terrible telegrams from the U.S. government, which usually started off with the phrase, we regret to inform you, and explaining that your son was never coming home. The last thing you want to find out is that perhaps they were killed by their own people. One of the nasty realities of war forever, but modern war specifically, is how many people die from what is euphemistically called friendly fire. This is an unavoidable thing, especially in modern war, but in Europe and North Africa and other theaters, it was usually very understandable things like artillery, for example. Your famous phrases, the short round, for example, short round meaning a round that lands way short and hits your own people instead of an enemy. It happens. Or aircraft coming in for close air support that hits friendly troops instead of enemy. Again, hard to avoid over the long haul. But in the Pacific, due to the terrain, jungle especially, and all the night fighting, the friendly fire was often much more up close and personal, and many more people were killed by their own people using small arms. Australian medics, I was reading one account, were continually horrified by the number of slugs they pulled out of their own people that were of a caliber that the Japanese didn't use, but the Australians did, meaning those people were friendly fire victims. And when you look at the rates of friendly fire, they are shocking. Eric Berger quotes some of them. The worst was on the island of New Georgia, 24%. That means 1 out of every 4 Americans shot on New Georgia were shot by their own people. But there were reasons for this. The jungle jitters was one of the famous ones. People got trigger happy, and the number of people that were found when daylight first hit outside their foxholes, killed by other Marines or U.S. Army soldiers, is legendary. You had to go out to go to the bathroom, but everybody's so afraid of the Japanese that anything that moves gets shot at, and in the morning you find out that you killed a water buffalo, or you killed a deer, or you killed a civilian, or one of your own. These are the sorts of incidents that are so troubling and upsetting that they don't sell a lot of tickets for movies after the war, and they prompt phrases like, the real war will never make it into the books. When you look at the fighting of Guadalcanal, for example, you can write, as Richard B. Frere did, an entire book about it, and it makes it sound like a number of major World War II battles were happening there and the whole thing. But when you compare it, for example, to what's going on in Europe, the numbers look minuscule, as we've said. Even when Guadalcanal will have 30,000 Japanese on there, which is a sizable force, we should remember that at the exact same time during the German summer offensive, it's millions of men fighting on the steppes of the Russian area around Stalingrad and that whole area. But that doesn't make it any less important. In fact, the Emperor of Japan will push his people to continually reinforce Guadalcanal in an attempt to take the island. And the problem they have is they deliver them little by little on this Tokyo Express that we mentioned earlier. And they're trying to build up a sizable force. And when the commander takes a look at what he's got available, the new troops look great. The troops that have been there already are dying, starving, racked with disease. Disease will be much more of a problem for both sides than combat will be. So you're never able to get, say, 30,000 well-rested, well-fed, ready for combat troops. This will be an issue, as will be American firepower. The Japanese had hoped to offset firepower disadvantages by attacking at night, as we said, by their what they consider to be superior Yamato and Bushido spirits, and they were going to go in there and they were going to overrun American positions, and it was carnage. When you read the Guadalcanal battles, it often reminds one of like the old cowboy and Indian movies where you've got the horse soldiers, up on a hill, and they're defending the hill against waves of enemy attacks. Well, that is what the Pacific was kind of like. Most of the damage, as we said earlier, is done by patrols, right? Like a Vietnam War situation, and you have the patrol ambushed on the trail, quick firefights, and people are dead. That just happens day in and day out all over the place. And when the Japanese would launch these major attacks, these charges at night, those are always sort of recorded as official battles in the Guadalcanal campaign, right? On September 12th, for example, something called the Battle of Bloody Ridge. Well, if you look at the casualties, it's a little more than 100 Americans. It's a little more than 700 Japanese, which is a lot in the Pacific for an encounter. But again, in Europe, this is small-time stuff. But it doesn't matter that it's small-time stuff if it's a question of taking and holding the island or conquering the island, right? The only thing that matters from the war effort point of view is who has the island at the end of the day. Actually, it's not casualties, it's deaths. So remember, casualties involves wounded people too, missing people too, captured people too. Just over 100 on the American side, just over 700 on the Japanese side. That refers to dead, KIA, killed in action. In any case, there'll be naval battles that are famous, but they really sort of just add to the attrition. On August 24th, 1942, there was something called the Battle of the Eastern Solomons. On September 15th, 1942, a Japanese submarine will sink the carrier Wasp. So, those precious aircraft carriers, which are now the most important ships in the world. The Americans lose another one. On October 11th and 12th, there'll be another battle, naval battle of Cape Esperance over Guadalcanal. Again, more attrition. On October 26, 1942, there'll be the Battle of Santa Cruz. The U.S. was the carrier Hornet. It's all part of the attrition process. By October 13th, 1942, speaking of attrition, and the side that's able to supply their people with reinforcements and supplies wins, the first U.S. Army troops land on Guadalcanal, and I believe James Jones, the person we quoted earlier, with them. He said the U.S. Marines, I believe I said this, he said they looked mean when we saw them. They also looked hammered, especially the troops from the division that landed initially, and they had that famous stare that the artists sort of immortalized. They'd been racked by malaria, they'd been fighting and had very little sleep. I mean, what this did to the veterans, as we said, you can tell a Pacific veteran if you look at photographs of U.S. soldiers, for example, or Australian soldiers, or Japanese soldiers in the war. You can tell where they were serving. You did not see, for example, Japanese soldiers racked by disease and starving very often in China, but you did in Guadalcanal. They, in fact, nicknamed it Starvation Island. The starvation's much worse on New Guinea, when the Australians and Americans eventually retake the Kokoda track, begin to attack and put under siege the Japanese bases on the north part of the island, places like Buna. It's awful. The Japanese, by the way, had constructed these bunk houses, these areas where they could defend from it, and just tore up the people that tried to take them. Very vicious. But the lack of food and supplies turned the Japanese situation into exactly what Ogawa Matsutsugu said. He called it the island of death. He tells a story about everyone trying to find food, and that all of a sudden, what a human being might consider edible changes. Matsutsugu talks about the starvation and writes, I sensed that the extremes of existence could be reduced to the human stomach. Lack of protein in particular fostered a kind of madness in us. We ate anything. Flying insects, worms in rotted palm trees. We fought over the distribution of those worms. If you managed to knock down a lizard with a stick, you'd pop it into your mouth while its tail was still wriggling. Yet under these conditions, a soldier offered me his final rice. And a soldier I met for the first time gave me half a terror routine dug up. We had other fears on New Guinea. Near the end, we were told not to go out alone to get water, even in daytime. We could trust the men we knew, but there were rumors that you could never be sure what would happen if another of our own soldiers came upon you. We took precautions against attack. I once saw a soldier's body with the thigh flesh gouged out, lying by the path. The stories I heard made me shiver and left me chilled to the bone. Not all the men in New Guinea were cannibals, but it wasn't just once or twice. I saw this kind of thing. One time when we were rushing along a mountain trail, we were stopped by 4 or 5 soldiers from another unit. They told us they had meat from a big snake that they were willing to share with us. Their almost sneering faces unnerved me. Maybe we were thinking too much, but my companion and I didn't stop. Thank you, maybe next time, we said and left. I knew that if it were really a snake, they'd never have shared it. They were trying to pull us in to share their guilt. End quote. Cannibalism. Something that you saw almost never on any of the other fronts. They apparently referred to Australian flesh as white pig, and the Papuan, the indigenous people of New Guinea, Papuan flesh as black pig. Can you imagine? And when you read the accounts from Australian troops or American troops, they're all seen through the eyes of an individual, right? A small mosaic. As I said earlier, the combat can be switched today. You can switch the New Guinea combat with the Guadalcanal combat, and if I didn't tell you where it was, the difference is negligible in terms of your average soldier eye view. For example, after the last big attack by Japanese troops, and at one point the Japanese, as I said, will have like 30,000 men on Guadalcanal. The Americans are continually reinforcing the island. They'll be up to like 58,000 at a certain point. This battle for reinforcement and resupplies, as we said, the non-sexy side of war. The key to who's going to win these things, and after a big, it's sometimes referred to as the land battle of Guadalcanal in mid-October, the Americans start going more on the offensive and trying to drive the Japanese to the edge of the island and then eliminate them. And when you read the accounts of the American veterans, for example, you once again get a real idea of the absolute hatred that has been engendered by the treatment meted out to both sides. It was an Australian soldier who said that he didn't, in North Africa, he didn't feel one way or the other about what he called the Townies, which are the Italian troops. And he said they sometimes had a sort of grudging admiration for the Fritzes, the Germans, but he hated the Japanese. In the book Into the Rising Sun by Patrick K. O'Donnell, which is accounts of American veterans, he talks to Raider Battalion members on Guadalcanal, and one of them is Dean Winters, who was part of the 2nd Raider Battalion. He was on one of these patrols known as the Long Patrol to drive Japanese troops sort of backwards. And he says at one point that they came on a Japanese hospital in the clearings, and the hospital is just a bunch of huts. And he writes, quote, "We came upon a Japanese field hospital, a bivouac area. We killed a lot of Japs. We bayoneted and shot anything that was still moving. It was a series of grass huts. They were on the ground, wounded. Several had broken legs. It didn't look like they'd had proper medical attention because some of them were bent at a 45-degree angle. They weren't sticking straight out. We were back in Japanese territory and didn't want to make noise, so we used bayonets. I was pretty angry. We had a patrol, and they captured one of our men and tied him over a log and used him as a woman. They rammed a bayonet up his butt and he bled to death. That made me angry. So whenever I get into action, I get angry. I wasn't afraid when I was angry. We all felt that way after what we'd seen. It is really tough, though, to get into close combat. One Australian soldier said that he just shriveled up. And this is quoted in Francis Pike's book here. He said he just shriveled up when the Japanese were 10 yards away with edged weapons. What you saw as a soldier in terms of other people being wounded and the terrible wounds. Well, my stepfather had a friend who fought on one of these islands, an American. And had me go up and see him once, and he wouldn't talk to me. He'd become an alcoholic and stayed in his house all the time. This is 40 years after the war. And he was one of those guys, like Eugene Sledge had said, he was within 100 yards of the front line all the time. He was one of those guys that James Jones had pointed out never came back from the war completely. But look at what they saw. In the same book, Donald Cruz, second-rater battalion veteran Ray Powell, who says, quote, I was about to go back and tell them that I couldn't find anything, and behind us our officer, named Miller, and his runner must have walked up along the trail, come around, and crashed through like a herd of elephants. I almost shot him. I said, holy Christ. He was pissed off. He said, where the hell is everyone? What is taking so long? I said, they're laying over here about 15 yards, I'm guessing. Then I was going to step in front of them to lead them, but they trained the officers to go first, so I stepped right behind them. I was about a step behind them. We took 2 steps, and a Jap machine gun went off and almost blew his entire head off. All his teeth were knocked out, and his tongue was like strips of liver. His whole lower jaw was almost missing. I said, lay low. It's amazing how you react. And I said, lay low, Lieutenant. He then later says that the next day, the officer who knew him shot in the head died, saying he suffocated in his own phlegm, and then pointed out the obvious. It wasn't a pretty sight. Those are the kinds of experiences, right? The human experiences. You'll have some people, understandably, almost drinking the rest of their life away, trying to not recall the terrible images that are stored in their memory banks. As terrible as the hatred may be between the combatants, I can't get out of my head something I read in Francis Pike's Outrageous War, because it reminds me a little of the Christmas truce in 1914, the first World War, where the 2 sides jumped out of the trenches and came together and started exchanging materials and gifts with each other, to the horror of their commanding officers, by the way, because it sort of showed a humanness that defied the conflict itself. There's much less of that, as you might imagine, in the Pacific, which some many modern histories like to call a race war of annihilation. But in Hirohito's, or Francis Pike recounts an incident I'd never heard of before, based on an entry in a Japanese diary, and it involves the starving Japanese soldiers on Guadalcanal. At Christmas, 1942, the Americans get a special Christmas food treat because the Americans weren't eating potato nut well either, and the Japanese nearby can smell it. And Pike writes, quote, while the Japanese were receiving their last supplies from Rabbi on Christmas Day, gifts of boiled lollies, I don't know what that is, by the way, tobacco, and matches were being distributed to the Allied troops. Field kitchen served a special dinner of meatloaf and preserved peaches. The smell of American delicacies drove the Japanese to despair. Private Nishimura recorded a bizarre incident in which one of his colleagues, an English speaker, declared, "I've had enough." He stripped to his underpants and, feigning drunkenness, staggered towards the American lines. Silence followed, only occasionally interrupted by laughter. The Japanese soldier returned several hours later bearing food, a gift from the American soldiers a few yards away. Few Japanese soldiers, he writes, were as fortunate. End quote. By Christmas 1942, then, the situation in Guadalcanal is almost over. By the end of the year, the emperor gives permission for the Japanese troops to withdraw, and they launch a campaign to try to evacuate some troops from the island. And by February 1943, the Americans declare the area secure. The final casualties are, however, sobering. When you combine the land casualties with the casualties from pilots in the air, the casualties of the naval soldiers on both sides, Richard B. Frank says the American forces lost 7,100 people, the Japanese forces at least 30,343 people. The casualty rates were very lopsided, and 75% of the Japanese killed died due to disease and starvation. This is an example of the cruelty, if you will, of the Japanese strategy, with the idea that they're going to take these islands and they're going to force the Allies to take them back, and they're going to win over the Allies because their people are willing to suffer more. They may be right about that, but the suffering that they put their own people through is cruel to the extreme. They did create a sense of admiration, though, from their enemies. Richard B. Frank writes, quote, "We cannot leave the subject of the Japanese soldiers on Guadalcanal without honoring them for their one supreme virtue, a determination, a courage far above that of any of the other combatants in World War II. John B. George, a junior infantry officer who faced the Japanese at the Gifu, and later in Burma, wrote, quote, most of us who have fought in the Pacific are ready to admit here and now, away from all the convincing first-hand evidence we've seen, mass starvation, untold suffering, shell shock, cannibalism, mass suicide, that for sheer, bloody, hardened steel guts, the stocky and hard-muscled little Jap doughboy has it all over any of us." End quote. Frank continues, quote, "In facing defeat," George went on, "the Japanese soldier, quote, took it like a man, like a hero. No surrender for him." End quote. In his book, The Rising Sun, author John Tolbert quotes a report from Lieutenant General George C. Kenney to Hap Arnold, the head of the U.S. Army Air Forces, pointing out that the people back home, including the War Department, had no conception of the problems facing the troops in the Southwest Pacific, and says, quote, "The Jap is still being underrated. There is no question of our being able to defeat him, but the time, effort, blood, and money required to do the job may run to proportions beyond all conception, particularly if the devil is allowed to develop the resources he is now holding. Let us look at Buna," he writes. "There are hundreds of Bunas ahead for us. The Jap there has been in a hopeless position for 2 months. He has been outnumbered heavily throughout the show. His garrison has been whittled down to a handful by bombing and strafing. He has had no air support, and his own navy has not been able to get past our air blockade to help him. He has seen lots of Japs sunk off the shore a few miles away. He has been short on rations, and he has had to conserve his ammunition as his replenishment from submarines and small boats working down from Leh at night, and once by parachute from airplanes, has been precarious to say the least. The Emperor told them to hold, and believe me, they have held. As to their morale, they still yell out to our troops." Now quoting what they yell. "What's the matter, Yanks? Are you yellow? Why don't you come in and fight?" A few snipers," he continues, "asked to surrender after they'd been surrounded, called back, 'If you bastards think you're good enough, come and get us.' I'm afraid that a lot of people who think this Jap is a pushover as soon as Germany falls are due for a rude awakening. We will have to call on all of our patriotism, stamina, guts, and maybe some crusading spirit or religious fervor thrown in to beat them. No amateur team will take this boy out. We've got to turn professional. Another thing, there are no quiet sectors in which troops get started off gradually as in the last war. There are no breathers on this schedule. You take on Notre Dame every time you play. End quote. A football analogy there, of course. Guadalcanal is often seen as a campaign with major mistakes on both sides. Ernest interpreter in the Encyclopedia of Military History says the Americans made fewer mistakes than the Japanese, and that's why they won. The American mistakes were almost inevitable if you recall that the entire campaign was given 5 weeks, a mere 5 weeks of preparation, and the Marines performed heroically. But you can begin to see a mere year basically after Pearl Harbor, that the writing is on the wall for what the Japanese have signed up for, and you run across numbers sometimes that just display it in a wonderfully obvious sense. In 1942, for example, this is, remember, the first year of the war for the United States. The Americans churned out 49,445 planes, according to Richard B. Frank. Japan churned out 8,861. And 1942 is the least productive year of the war for the Americans. 43 and 44, you're going to see production numbers absolutely shoot through the moon. Now, all those planes aren't being used in the Pacific Theater by the Americans, and all those planes are being used in the various theaters in the Asia-Pacific area by Japan. The United States, it should be pointed out that by the end of 1942, has opened up a second front in North Africa, Operation Torch. So they have troops that they have to support with aircraft and all these other production figures in multiple theaters. Nonetheless, the difference in production numbers are so incredibly profound that the Japanese would be foolish to think that they are going to just be buried. It is the bravery, courage, and willingness to die for the emperor that they hope will compensate for that. But when you look at the casualty ratios between Japanese and Allied troops, as we said earlier in this segment, you would be justified, I think, as a Japanese parent of a dead Japanese soldier, thinking that the government was guilty of some sort of gross negligence or military malpractice in the positions they put their own soldiers in. I mean, on New Guinea, after the campaigns in Buna and Gona and those places, the war continues there until 1944, and the Australians have gotten extremely good, and the kill ratios are astounding. Here's what Mary Berger in Touched with Fire writes about it, quote, "The Australian juggernaut was not only rolling, it was doing so with very little cost in Australian lives. Disease preyed upon all soldiers in New Guinea until the end. The Japanese, however, were losing their ability to cause pain to their enemies in New Guinea. Fewer than 1,000 Australian soldiers were killed from February 1st, 1943, the end of the Buna-Gona-Sanananda campaign, until January 1944. During the large Japanese attack on Finschhaven, 52 Australian soldiers lost their lives, a minuscule figure in the grim arithmetic of war. In the process, in addition to the 13,000 dead suffered in Kokoda Buna, the Japanese lost another 30,000 men. We will never know exactly how many died in battle, but the kill ratio on New Guinea was mounting to levels rarely seen in modern war." The Allies were adopting strategies, too, that would minimize their casualties even more. They were not going to attack the most strongly defended areas that the Japanese held. This is the so-called leapfrogging strategy that the Allies choose MacArthur often claims credit for this, by the way, but there's a lot of historical evidence to suggest he was sort of dragged kicking and screaming. It may have been Admiral King who came up with this initially. He was sort of the counterpart in the Navy to MacArthur, but the strategy meant that these major strong points were simply to be bypassed, and that if you could cut them off from resupply and reinforcement, these soldiers on those places would simply starve to death, and those wonderful defenses that had been so carefully set up would never be used. Berger compares them to giant POW camps, in effect, and the more soldiers the Japanese sent to these places to make them even harder to take, the more they were inadvertently consigning to captivity and starvation, and the less they had to send to areas that were actively going to be attacked. Author Ian W. Toll, in his book The Conquering Tide, explains the Japanese feelings about the Allied leapfrogging strategy and writes, quote, and by the way, Rabbi, as we had said, was on the island of New Britain. It is the major Japanese base in the region, and the Japanese assume the Allies are going to try to take it, so they're going to make it a death trap. And Toll writes, quote, as an airbase, Rabal had been very nearly neutered by unrelenting air attacks, but with units streaming into the lines from points west, Japanese troops' strength approached 100,000. Surrender was beneath consideration, of course, so the garrison began to prepare for a climactic fight to the last man. Defeat might be inevitable, but it would be honorable. Heaven beckoned, and they would sell their lives dearly and take plenty of American soldiers and Marines with them. For almost 2 years, the Japanese have been building and improving their defensive fortifications, their intricate networks of subterranean bunkers and tunnels, and they were well stocked with provisions and ammunition for a long siege. He writes, so they waited and waited and waited, and the Americans did not come. The defenders were denied even the consolation of dying for the emperor. A Japanese intelligence officer interviewed after the war admitted that the Japanese, quote, end quote, hated the leapfrogging strategy, perhaps because it offended their sense of honor. But he added that they respected it and understood its wisdom. Now, quoting the intelligence officer, quote, the Japanese army preferred direct assault after the German fashion, but the Americans flowed into our weaker points and submerged us, just as water seeks the weakest entry to sink a ship. End quote. This, of course, is not to say that there weren't terrible, terrible fights to come. Even the so-called weaker points in the Japanese defense perimeter were going to be extremely difficult to take. And this leapfrogging strategy that bypassed these major areas still had to take a ton of other islands in order to do so. If you looked at a map of the region in the southwest Pacific, you will see that MacArthur and the U.S. Army and the Australians and New Zealanders are coming up through New Guinea towards Rabaul on one side. On the other side of New Britain and Rabaul, the Navy and the U.S. Marines are working their way up the Solomons, the island chain there, and they will sort of cut off Rabaul. Now, the fighting, though, working your way up the island chain is brutal. Take New Georgia, for example. After a nice rest period after Guadalcanal is over to restock your forces and get them ready, the Navy and the Marines and Army units also start working their way up the island chain. On the 21st of June 1943, or thereabouts, the Americans land on the island of New Georgia, and it is brutal. One of the main areas on New Georgia is called Munda, and here's what Ian W. Toll in The Conquering Tide writes about that, quote, the 4,500-man Japanese garrison had dug in deeply and well, and the terrain was abysmal. The Munda campaign was a photo negative of the fight on Guadalcanal, with the Japanese and Allied positions reversed. Now it was the American soldiers and Marines who struggled through swamp and underbrush, losing contact with adjacent units and suffering heavily under harassing attacks by the enemy. Japanese units, he writes, launched nighttime bonsai attacks, accompanied by shouting profanities and taunts in broken English. 2 Green American Army regiments broke and ran, throwing down their weapons. Several were shot by other American soldiers who mistook them for enemy, and several dozen had to be evacuated because of quote-unquote psychoneuroses. One officer recalled that fear was like a disease that spread through the ranks, eventually transmuting into mass panic. Discipline and morale crumbled. Now quoting a soldier, quote, by morning, in an unmanageable mass, men were huddling in groups along the trails to the rear and pursued savagely by the enemy that caught up with many of them, and to use an archaic phrase, put them to the sword, end quote. Toll says that, quote, eventually all available reserves were committed to the capture of Munda. 3 Army divisions required a full 5 weeks to secure the airfield. 1,195 Allied servicemen were killed in the effort. Most of the defenders died or took their own lives. End quote. We've talked about how much hate there was amongst both sides, and yet there are memories, as we said, that stick in the memory banks of the soldiers and Marines who had to fight in these campaigns. There's a wonderful book that we've quoted already from Into the Rising Sun. Patrick K. O'Donnell talks to Harry Clark of the 4th Raider Battalion fighting in Georgia, and he remembers this. We took Viru Harbor, a lot of boom boom and bang bang. It was a blur. It was kind of bewildering, to say the least. There's nothing orderly about modern combat. I'm sure you've been told that enough that you're about to vomit in your wastebasket. It's a blur of sound. The only thing you're whittled down to immediately is the base person you are. You know what you're supposed to be doing. Then he sighs and says, I shot this guy. Thank God he was Japanese and not American, or I would have made the biggest mistake in my military career. He sighs again. Being a scout sniper, I've been cautioned over and over to look for papers, look for documents. This, that, and the other thing. This soldier was about 6 feet, the guy he shot, clean as a whistle. Most were starving to death and filthy and dirty. This guy was as clean as a whistle, and around his neck he had the most gorgeous miniature painting of himself in Shinto robes. I took his dog tags and papers he had in a side pocket and turned them over to military intelligence. They're the ones who told me his name, something that has haunted me for my entire life. They said, no, quoting them, quote, this is a second lieutenant. They don't call them that, but he's like a lieutenant in their special landing forces. They're Marines, and his name was Ryuki Yanagara. Now, again, quote, I'll tell you, I cannot remember the names of so many people to whom I owe so much, but I remember his name. It's terrible to find out the name of somebody you killed. Later, I was in Japan with the Dow Chemical Company, and I ran an article in the newspaper. The article said, quote, anybody interested in knowing about Ryuki Yanagara, Special Landing Forces in World War II, please contact Harry Clark at such and such a hotel. And he says, at my age, I'm forgetting so many things, but the last thing I'll ever forget is Ryuki Yanagara. End quote. Right, once again, remind us all to remember what is in the memory banks of these guys. And long after we've forgotten about the war, they haven't forgotten about the people they killed, the people they lost, the friends, and the visions that haunt their nightmares. By the time the new Georgia campaign kicks off, the most important and well-known figure in the Japanese military is not around to see it. The great Admiral Yamamoto, who's head and shoulders above all of the other Japanese military officials, will be shot down by American pilots on April 18th, 1943. The result, once again, of American intelligence advantages and crypto analysts who were able to decode the Japanese messages announcing that Yamamoto's going to be in the region. They ambush him, they shoot him. He's found later with 250 caliber bullet wounds, apparently sitting in his chair after the plane that he is in is shot down, crashes in the jungle. And one American said that this was the equivalent of winning a large battle against the Japanese, that there's no other Japanese military officials anywhere near his caliber. And for the Americans, we had said during the Battle of Midway that it was essentially like paying back in Osama bin Laden when the Americans sunk those Japanese carriers. Well, from the American point of view, when Admiral Yamamoto is like Osama bin Laden, and so to be deprived of his leadership at this point in the war is almost getting impossible to imagine things turning out in any way, shape, or form the way the Japanese would hope. I mean, if you look at the number of aircraft carriers that the U.S. puts into operation from late 1942 all through 1943, it's something like 7 big carriers and a ton of escort and light carriers. The Japanese are commissioning very few ships, and the attrition is taking a toll on a bunch of ships that normally you don't pay attention to. Everyone focuses on the big ships and the important ones, but there's a lot of things like destroyers and transports and things that are vitally important to day-to-day operation being destroyed regularly. They're not being replaced regularly. In fact, some of the really heartbreaking things that you read about in this campaign, if you're Japanese, are the numbers of Japanese soldiers that end up drowning when their transports are sunk. And I think there was thousands and thousands in one incident alone that went to the bottom of the sea before they ever even got to land and fight. As we said, if you're a Japanese parent of a soldier that didn't come home, you could have every right to be extremely disappointed, and that might be putting it mildly, at the way the war was conducted and the lack of any sort of real sense of value in the lives of the average Japanese soldier. In November 1943, the U.S. Navy launches another line of assault in the Pacific War. This one will be an island-hopping campaign through the Central Pacific. So we've been in the Southwest Pacific up till now, right? Australia, New Zealand, New Guinea, the Solomons, all those places, New Georgia, Guadalcanal. But now, in this area, the Gilbert Islands is like 1,200 miles from Guadalcanal, a whole different line of assault that will eventually take the U.S. Navy towards the Philippines and towards some of the most iconic island assaults in this war, places like Iwo Jima. But they start with another iconic assault on a coral atoll in the Gilbert Islands. It's iconic for a completely different reason. It's called Tarawa. And Ian W. Toll in The Conquering Tide says that it was the proudest and most terrible day in the history of the Marine Corps, where Murphy's Law, and I said Murphy's Law is never more applicable than in war, where everything that can go wrong does go wrong, and the only saving grace for the Marine Corps and the whole affair is that many important lessons will be learned, and that the price the Marines will pay at Tarawa will almost certainly save the lives of a lot of Marines later in the war, places like Iwo Jima, for example. But the lesson is so sobering. This is why, and I mentioned this earlier in the series, this is why my naval from the Pacific War stepfather said don't ever join the Marines, because he'd seen the kind of situations they found themselves in, and he wanted his stepson to return home alive. All you have to do is look at the photographs, and they are shocking. Marines chest deep in water on coral reefs, wading with their rifles over their head towards the shore, as Japanese machine guns, something like 100 of them, crisscross the water, shooting down the Marines when they're absolutely helpless trying to just get to the shore. Tarawa is nightmarish. The bombardment that starts on the 13th, 14th, 15th of November, they will shoot, drop, and lob something like 6 million pounds of ordnance onto this little teeny place. The fighting area is about half the size of New York Central Park. The island is heavily, though, fortified and protected. There's about 5,000 Japanese troops there. The admiral that is in charge of them says that 1 million troops could not take that island in 100 years. In the Encyclopedia of Military History, Ernest and Trevor described the situation this way, quote, November 20th, 24th, 1943, Tarawa, Bayshore Island, citadel of the atoll, an area of only 300 acres, flat and sandy, had been honeycombed with underground shelters and some 400 concrete pillboxes, bunkers, and strong points. Defending artillery included 8-inch guns brought from Singapore. The island was ringed by a coral reef, its openings studded with submarine mines, and the beaches laced with barbed wire. Insufficient reconnaissance and faulty maps had not disclosed that the inner coral reef of Bayshore itself was too shallow for landing craft. Despite the heavy preliminary bombing and naval gunfire, 4,700 veteran combat troops under Rear Admiral Kiichi Shibasaki emerged from their underground shelters to man their defenses as the initial assault waves of the 2nd Marine Division approached. While some amphibious tractors reached the beach, they write, most of the assault craft grounded on the inner reef, and the assailants were forced to wade several hundred yards through crisscross fire, suffering shocking losses. End quote. To say that doesn't do justice to what the Marines encountered in some of the eyewitness assaults do a better job. I should point out that these atolls are very different than Guadalcanal and New Guinea. They don't have giant mountains like Guadalcanal and New Guinea do. The high points on some of these atolls are like 10 feet above sea level. And they don't have dense jungle to hide you either. They're pretty open. The good news is, not a lot of places where you're going to get terrible malaria like you do on the Solomons and whatnot. The bad news is, when the Japanese start shooting at you, there's no place to duck, cover, and get out of the way. The Marines will initially pile up on the beach behind a giant retaining wall that the Japanese made out of cut coconut trees, and the logs stacked up. So you see these Marines who arrive in the first wave. They have the landing craft. There's a small number of landing craft that have tracks, and the tracks go right over the coral reef and land them on the beach, and they're stuck there waiting for the subsequent waves of troops to join them. Those are the waves in Higgins boats, a different kind of transport craft that get caught up on the reef, while the Japanese are beginning to blow them up with accurate fire, and sometimes the drivers of these boats begin to panic. There will be quite a bit of animosity, and I think we mentioned this very early on, between the Marines and Navy and Coast Guard drivers who will drive them from the ships to these beaches they storm, because sometimes those guys don't want to get anywhere near the beaches that these Marines have no choice but to assault. The eyewitness accounts are brutal. There's a Time Life book series, a whole series on the site, where they have one book called Island Fighting, with a lot of primary source accounts that bring the chaotic and heartbreaking, well, I guess unless you're Japanese, scenes to life. One of the ones that caught my attention specifically had to do with some of these vehicles being blown up in the water as they went from the transport ships trying to get the Marines to the beach. Here's the way the book describes it. Only a handful of Amtraks remained to shuttle them, meaning the Marines, in across the lagoon reef. In fact, there were no Amtraks at all in sight when Major Robert Rudd's 3rd Battalion 8th Marines reached the reef opposite Red Beach 3 in Higgins boats. As the ramps of the boats came down, Marines on shore heard a sound, quote, like a steel girder hitting concrete, end quote, and one of the boats disappeared, quote. It had been there, said one eyewitness, and then suddenly it was not. In its place, for a split second, there was a blur in the air, and then there was nothing, end quote. Then came another grinding crash, and a second boat vanished. The Japanese had the exact range. Beyond the reef, the coxswain of the 3rd boat panicked, quote, "This is as far as I go," he yelled, and let down his ramp, and a boatload of heavily laden men drowned in 15 feet of water, end quote. ones that didn't drown found themselves sometimes in neck-deep water on a coral reef that could cut right through your shoes, holding their rifles over their heads as the machine guns raked the sea around them. Quote, the remainder of Rudd's battalion began wading in. Few lived to tell of it, but there were many witnesses. Colonel Shoup radioed Major Crow, quote, Rudd is landing to your rear and catching hell, end quote. Crow and his men could see for themselves. So could a sailor on the dash shield in the lagoon, that's a destroyer, watching through binoculars. Later he recalled, and this is the recollection quote, it was like a war movie. Those poor guys plodding in chest-high water and getting shot down. I tried not to look, but I couldn't turn away. The horror of it hypnotized me. If I get to be 100 years old, I'll always remember. End quote. Overhead, the story continues, in the battleship Maryland scout plane, Lieutenant Commander Robert McPherson watched too. He wrote in his log, quote, the water seemed never clear of tiny men, their rifles held over their heads, slowly wading beachward. They kept falling, singly, in groups and in rows.
Those fucking athletic.
The description ends with this quote. Some of the waders made it to relative safety under the pier. Others trudged on toward shore through water tinged pink and whipped by bullets. Many died quickly. Some died slowly, wounded and struggling to keep their heads above water as the blood drained out of them, and their packs pressed them down. Some stepped into holes and drowned. Some died trying to help wounded buddies. Heads and limbs of the newly slain bobbed gently in the swell. The dead from the first assault waves floated stiffly like logs. End quote. The chaos at shore was very apparent when the Marines managed to get something like 6 medium tanks ashore, but in order for the tanks to move up and help, they would have had to roll over and crush Marine dead and wounded, which they refused to do. But then when trying to get around them, ended up falling into holes for the most part. And once again, like so much in this conflict, it's average infantrymen that have to go up, average Marines that have to go up and destroy all of these Japanese strong points by hand. By the time it's over with, so are the Japanese. Of the 4,700 Japanese defenders on the island, 17 prisoners are taken, and most of them grievously wounded. A lot of Japanese will kill themselves by shooting themselves with their own rifles, pulling the triggers with their big toes. And of the Marines, well, Tarawa, in ratio between casualties and troops engaged, ranks among the costliest battles in American military history. Its lessons brought about many improvements in amphibious assault techniques, correcting the manifest mistakes committed there. End quote. Saying that the Marine casualties on Tarawa would end up saving Marine lives later in the war by teaching invaluable lessons on how you conduct amphibious warfare is cold comfort to the families of the dead. We said earlier that Japanese parents of dead Japanese soldiers would have every right to think about their young people, their loved ones, as being sacrificed. Admiral Nimitz received tons of letters, and one of them's quoted in the Time Life book, just saying, you killed my son at Tarawa. Imagine getting a bunch of those. According to the Encyclopedia of Military History, Marine losses taking these places in the Gilberts were 985 dead Marines and 2,193 wounded ones, fighting, as we said, in a territory about half the size of New York Central Park. The American public was shocked by the results, and doubly so because Franklin Roosevelt made the executive decision to do something that was rare and allow footage of American corpses floating off the beach to be shown in theaters. He thought the American public needed a jolt in the fabulous documentary I mentioned earlier, Hell in the Pacific. It said that the Shock did indeed result in an increased number of war bonds being sold, but it also resulted in Marine Corps recruitment dropping. For the same reason my stepdad probably didn't want me in the Marines. He called it a suicide squad when you saw those Indian Marines waiting 700 yards in chest deep water under machine gun fire. If you're a parent, you probably don't want your son doing that. The Marines didn't want their people doing that either. The Marines paid a high price for learning that Tarawa will be employed later, as we said. It reminds me of Douglas Haig on the Western Front, the British commander there that took so much flack for being a butcher, but fans of Douglas Haig say that what he learned in those terrible battles that got him that nickname assured that there would be less loss of life later in the war. Marines at places like Iwo Jima later will benefit from the sacrifice of Marines at Tarawa now. Douglas Haig, of course, is a First World War general. In 1914, the first year of the First World War, and 1918, the last year of the First World War, right in here 4 years, it is astounding, and I believe we said when we talked about the First World War, it's like technology on steroids, and in the modern world, war has that effect. And you see it in the Second World War also. In 1943, the Allies aren't just churning out tons more stuff than the Axis, right? It's not just a quantitative advantage. It is beginning to show a huge improvement in quality as well. The United States, for example, had poor, for the most part, poor aircraft when the war started. There were some exceptions. By 1943, much, much better aircraft are making appearances and being deployed. I mean, the P-38, the famous Lightning, that was a 1942 plane, really, but in 43, it's all over the place. In 43, you start getting P-47s, you start getting Corsairs, the F-4U. The P-51s are still a little ways away, but you do start getting B-29 Super Fortresses rolling off the assembly lines. New carrier aircraft, Helldivers. I mean, it's going to be the fact that the Japanese, especially, are not going to be able to take advantage of improvements in technology to anywhere near the same degree. If you're an aircraft fan from the Second World War, you know that they're constantly, all the powers are trying to take advantage of what you learn in combat and come up with variants of your planes or new versions. So if you take the Me-109, the German aircraft, well, there was an Me-109A, B, C, D, E. Finally, you get to like the G's and stuff, and then they're all better, right? Taking advantage of newer stuff. The Americans will do the same thing. The British will do the same thing. The Russians will do the same thing. The Japanese fall behind on that too. They had the Zero fighter that was such a great fighter when the war started, but as the war goes on, the Japanese aren't getting much better, and their enemies are. You combine the fact that you're going to have a ton more aircraft being churned out by Allied factories, and this aircraft is going to start outstripping the Japanese aircraft in quality too. It's not just aircraft; they're getting qualitatively better. I mean, for example, in 1943, you start seeing late 42, actually, 43, you start seeing the Essex-class aircraft carriers rolling off the assembly lines. My dad served on the Essex in the Korean War. The Essex is one of these carriers that actually takes advantage of wartime experience to make a better design. As we should remember, in the Second World War, everyone expected battleships to be the big, important queen of the seas. When it turned out to be aircraft carriers, the aircraft carriers that Japan and the United States had, for example, were ones that were designed before the war, before they knew that these were going to be the dominant ships, and before they had any chance to incorporate real wartime lessons into the design. The Essex-class carriers are different, and people who talk about them, I was reading a whole thing on them just the other day, were saying that they're significantly better than the pre-war aircraft carriers. The Japanese are not going to get a chance to incorporate those wartime lessons in ship design anywhere near as effectively because they produce so many fewer ships. the Japanese are going to rely on converting battleships that are under construction into aircraft carriers. I mean, they're going to try stopgap measures to help themselves. Meanwhile, the United States is creating like 7, 8, 9 new fleet carriers a year. I mean, it's a dynamic that the Japanese can't win. It's a steamroller by 43. And 1943 shows you that the Axis are beginning to lose everywhere. We said at the beginning of 1942 to the end of 1942, it's like night and day. But once 1943 rolls around, this is a quicker than Mussolini. The Germans flip out, as you might imagine, when Italy decides it's going to declare war on them now, and they quickly occupy the country, and they start fighting British and American forces in the tough mountainous terrain of Italy. With Mussolini controlling sort of a rump symbolic state that's propped up by Hitler, but the writing's on the wall. Also in 1943, the bombing of German cities really ramps up. 42 saw, the 1,000 bomber raids and all that, but by 43, it's almost round-the-clock bombing. The British at night, the Americans by day. And eventually, this will begin to take its toll on German quality because German designs will be almost Captain America-ish, crazy technological stuff, jets, and all these other things. But slowly but surely you see the whittling down of German parts, the tool and die industry, and the ball bearings, and all these things that suffer from the bombing. So that by 1945 you may have these really sophisticated German designs, but the internal parts and whatnot are substandard by German standards. So that will begin to erode some of the value in these high-tech designs. It will also make it harder for the Germans to churn out some of this cutting-edge stuff in any sort of numbers that can make a difference. On the Eastern Front, the Soviets are now, by the end of 1943, pushing the Axis forces irrevocably and irreversibly back toward the frontiers of Germany, all the conquered territory that the Germans had taken in 1941 or 1942 is being won back at huge costs by the Soviets. Even though some areas will remain in German hands longer than others, the long fighting retreat back towards Germany has begun. And of course, in Britain, the stockpiling of troops and aircraft, supplies, equipment, and transport ships is well underway for the long-awaited, much-anticipated re-invasion of Western Europe that will culminate with the June 6, 1944 landings of D-Day in Normandy. So the Axis is in real trouble by the end of 1943. You can see how things are speeding up in the Pacific by the fact that the Allies, the Americans especially, start increasing the speed of their timetable beyond what they thought they would. They had estimates for how long it would take to move from this island to that island, and they throw those timetables out and they start going more quickly. What's more, the fact that they have control over a lot of the code breaking, as we said, and the intelligence allows them to see where the Japanese are deciding to put their reinforcements, right? They'll reinforce this island and then that island, so the Americans will go to other islands. It is absolutely a confounding strategy for the Japanese. This is really the point in your war where you can find yourself, as I do now, somewhat morally conflicted by how you feel in the Japanese situation. Because on one hand, in the so-called good war that the Second World War is portrayed as, these are the bad guys, and to feel sorry for them is like feeling sorry for Nazi Germany. I always want to remind myself that there are a lot of people in a place like Japan who didn't support where things are.
You could get them fixed.
And they're trapped along with
There's a store downtown.
who deserve something.
I think it's still a store. It's a shoe fix.
All of them, I think, have some bone to pick or a good argument to be made against a government that puts them in the situation that they find themselves now, because they're about to
because
break the world.
eating such low food is nothing.
We've said all along that Japan
It's not
is all
something
the time
I still don't like to watch
punching
from
above its
neighbors.
weight class.
It's just
How
they kept
astounding
touched by
our
it.
conquests have been to this point. Because Japan has no right to expect that they could do what they've done. We compared it to the Japanese rising sun going supernova. And the explosion has taken the blast radius to the borders of India in one direction, to the borders of the Soviet Union in the north, all the way to Midway Island, nearing Hawaii in the west, and down south all the way
It's
to
a southern thing?
Solomon.
I don't even look, honestly, I don't even look to be an East Coast.
A small
I
island
do a
nation,
southern too, but
a nation that is resource poor, a nation whose industry is only formidable when compared to its regional competitors.
they do use pigskin in their shoes.
Punching above your weight class often doesn't last. And they're about to find out exactly why they're forced to use their human capital in such a reckless and heartbreaking fashion, because they have to make up for the material capital that they lack.
It's that bad.
The concrete tide has a story.
Not yet. Hush Puppies and Lazy Boy, they're like two really old man, call them like old man brands.
The great arsenal of democracy in the United States, for example, has ramped up. You see big companies like Boeing and Grumman and Douglas, these aircraft companies that are churning out assembly line production.
Jared Hall?
The Japanese still had skilled small craftsmen.
Lady's just gonna be drinking Jared Hall.
And he tells
Why?
a story about how the Mitsubishi plant that is making the Zero fighters has no airfield.
I don't know, it's been a thing. I'm sure you get people when they get old.
Made Zero
Really?
fighters.
A bottle of Jared Hall?
They're too fragile.
Yeah.
Can't do it
Why?
on railroads. There's no railheads near the
There's
factory.
Betty White and
So
Jared Hall.
they use beasts.
I don't know, when my dad turned 50, everybody bought Jared Hall.
Oxen towing these fighter planes the 25 miles that they need to go. And by this time in the war,
I'm okay.
they can't get feed for the oxen except on the black market.
I just took a shit, Betty. How are you feeling? We were supposed to fuck in January. We had a date. You fucked up. I had a countdown to fuck this bitch. Yeah, you didn't have enough energy to finish out your life, bitch. I haven't discussed the issue with him. I'm not talking to my doctor about having sex with a 99.999-year-old woman. Oh, that's like what Michael Fantasy did when you're like bleeding in your mouth and tasting blood, and it tastes like pennies. So Jaredol makes it taste more like pennies? I think Jaredol makes your blood taste more like pennies. Let's ask Betty White about it. Oh wait. 2 tablespoons. And a pound of calf liver.
Sinking allied fleets, destroying allied bases on other islands. This is just what the Americans started to do.
It looks like she was having a tough time getting that job. I need a Benjamin. Somebody needs to be like, yeah. In June of 1952, I bought this bottle of Geritol. I don't know where it is. I don't have the receipt. But Betty White said I could get my money back. And the Geritol company has to give you your money back. Really? Yeah, I would make a thing like all those like ancient deals that were like buy one, get one free on a coupon from the 1900s that are still legally binding. Would have Southwest Pacific advances and Solomon Island termination. Really? Why? Because if not, people find that shit and they'll use it like 200 years later, and there's a legal argument that they should be able to use it, and companies don't know about it. So you're protecting the company, man. It's called Vida.
They sink something like 200,000 tons of shipping, much of it crucial and vital and in short supply merchant ships. They have some submarines there helping the aircraft too. The American submarines are
This is the best. You should try it by family. If you want to know, if people are like, well, why were you like all in on Judaism like right from the get-go? I'd be like, well, a brisk is one of them.
The Japanese are in no position to repair facilities.
Wow, Judaism had some of the cool people.
Where they can operate and where to put precious fuel.
And that
where
was
to risk things like merchant ships. There's got to be several
Or did they?
major merchant ships.
Did we?
Taking hundreds or thousands of Japanese fresh troops on the way to some paying evacuated from somewhere else to the bottom of the sea.
Now, anybody from within a stone's throw of the university be able to tell you, well, you can't have it on campus. It'll get you fucked up, but not as fucked up. That's about a Mad Dog 2020. Really? Yeah, Mug and David. Really? Yeah, I mean, it's like it's called Mad Dog 2020.
It is a triumph of modern industrial scale of logistics. Started the Central Pacific Campaign to Taiwan, in the next jump, look at your map, right? From the Gilberts all the way to the Marshalls. So the first week of February, the Americans take Marshall Islands. And the third week of February, they take these islands falling over, and they're deadly. Nothing but terrible.
They need to make an alcohol called Vita Vita Benjamin. This is exactly 23% alcohol. Really? It fucking writes itself. Some Silka Miriam girl has nothing going. Just got to get a little bit of seed money, and you got to drink it with a spoon. Really? You can't drink it in their dorms. Maybe they'd have their whatever their stupid thing is, except Vita Benjamin. If she gives a little kickback to each of the dorms. That's how the fucking what the hell?
They're taking off from their bases in areas which are closer to Japan than Hawaii is to California.
Cool.
The Emperor's Palace if they want to. At will.
Betty White's the one woman I ever heard tell.
Small-time stuff. Nastiness that the Japanese give them, which is why they're part of the absolute national defense zone.
Jericho, it'll make your blood taste like honey. It might make your blood taste like honey. No, I tell you.
Challenges are, everyone knows about the day. It gets a lot of press. But as a culture, you start challenges the American buildup to the invasion of Saipan, the codenamed Operation Overture, occurred simultaneously with preparations for measured by firepower, the Saipan invasion was even larger than the one devoted to Normandy. Raymond Smullins commanded the overall invasion for the nation's powerful task force 50, which by now consisted of 15 aircraft carriers, 7 battleships, 11 cruisers, and 86 destroyers. It would provide cover for an invasion force that included 56 attack transporters and 84 LSTs, carrying 127,571 soldiers and marines. Some of these are light carriers, but they'll still make a huge contribution. In its entire name, one task force brought to the table
Contain
500 ships that will find liquid Saipan landings. The invasion of Saipan also required a much longer
if it takes it just like a shake of the crate.
while the invasion forces for Neptune Overlord had to make 50 or 100 miles across the English Channel. Many of the transports and amphibians loaded up in Pearl Harbor, more than 3,500 miles from the target beach. For Neptune Overlord, the landing craft could shuttle reinforcements and supplies to the beaches in a near constant rotation for weeks after the initial landing. For Saipan, by contrast, The men,
I thought it was
the
vitamin
supplies,
vitamin.
and the ammunition all had to cross the broad Pacific in a
And
single
somehow
giant
Miriam
stride.
seems to make a vegetarian version
Eisenhower,
of it.
he
They don't
continues,
meat.
had warned
in your
Marshall that a shortage
alcohol.
of LSTs
Maybe
landing
you
ground
did
in
somewhere.
Normandy
Meat
could
tasted
mean that his
alcohol?
invasion force might be
I haven't
stranded
seen
on
it
the
yet,
beach
kids.
for as long as
If I
3
haven't seen
days
it,
without
it's a challenge.
resupply. By
Space
design,
Elevators Kuwaitis,
the
get
men
on
who
that
invaded
ship.
Saipan
Some
would be
from Miriam,
stranded there
get me
for
on that
3
vitamin
months
beta
before
vitamin,
significant
vitamin
reinforcement
vitamin.
supplies could reach them. Though, of course, he writes, the Japanese, too, would
It's
have
the
to fight the
vegan
battle
version.
with what they had on hand.
Some girl's gonna be,
Since
oh, you got
Saipan
vitamin
had
beta
virtually
vitamin.
cut
Like,
off
actually, we've got vitamin beta vitamin. It's the vegan version. They're gonna be like, vitamin beta vitamin is vegan too. It doesn't have real meat in it.
Marianas are going to be a different animal than terror on the coral atolls was. It's going to be more like those battles in the Solomons, maybe even New Guinea. He writes, quote, the Marianas were much different from the tiny low-lying atolls which the Marines had captured in the Gilberts and Marshalls. Saipan, Tinian, and Guam were large and varied land masses, with everything from swamps and sugarcane fields to high jungle-covered peaks and steep ravines. They combined all the hazards which American soldiers and Marines had learned to dread in their earlier island campaigns. A fringing coral reef protecting a shallow lagoon, rugged jungle terrain, and lots of limestone and coral caves for bunkers and artillery positions.
Not the peanut, it's going in and aiming. Why? I know
American intelligence has been very good, as we said.
there are like not a lot of
Jump
people
with Japanese because
over age.
they and the British are reading Japanese codes, but they don't know that the Japanese have about twice as many
with peanut
defenders on
allergy.
the island as the Americans think
Really?
they have.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
That's going to be a nasty surprise.
Why did they come about?
The good news is that
Gotta
because
make
the
theories, but
Marianas are
it's really hard.
in the inside of the Japanese defense perimeter, the Japanese don't have the defenses up to par yet because they didn't expect the Americans to be there that
You should be like, does it have to do with Big Jelly?
So both sides are going to be caught a little
Like, what do you mean?
off
You'd be
guard.
like, you know,
American attacks on
there's
the
a peanut
island start
industry,
air attacks followed
and then there'd be Big
by
Jelly.
fleets. The American fleets are 500
You'd be like,
ships. This may be the
you
largest.
know, whenever you think that like there's like something behind something, you always call it the big whatever. So I'd be like, oh,
In his book, The Rising Sun, author
no one knows
George
about
describes
me on the internet,
the
and you'll say,
Japanese
oh yeah,
soldiers' account
big tech,
of
big tech's against you, Mikey. I'd be like, yes, you just call me Big, whatever.
Marines to
All right,
eventually
Mr. Big,
land. He writes, quote,
are you done?
battleships, cruisers, and destroyers began the final bombardment at 5:30. That would be 5:30, June 15th, by the way. The dug-in defenders, he writes, along the beaches and on the slopes, crouched through the ordeal, prepared to fight to the death. One made a final notation in his diary, now from the Japanese diary, quote, we are waiting with Molotov cocktails and hand grenades, ready for the word to rush forward recklessly into the enemy ranks with our swords in our
You just
hands.
another story?
All that worries me is what will happen to Japan after we die.
Okay, fuck around.
The Marines and Army troops, too, because there's going to be an Army division reserve here, are themselves wondering about what it's going to be like and what sort of hell they're going to encounter when they get to the beach. They are being given a little bit of information from exactly the wrong people. The Americans, of course, like everyone, like to listen to whatever the cutting-edge music coming out, the new tunes from the States, and unfortunately for them, one of the DJs playing the hits works for the other side. Gentleman writes, quote, a more ominous admonition came from a graduate of UCLA, an American girl of Japanese descent who had been visiting a sick aunt in Japan when the war broke out.
Really?
Nicknamed Tokyo Rose by the Americans, she first went on the air as Ann,
I hate it.
short for
Why?
announcer, and currently called herself Orphan Annie, your favorite
Can I have a
enemy.
bedroom?
Now quoting Tokyo Rose's radio broadcast,
And Rothschild
landings in Saipan,
in
the
Newport?
American soldiers and Marines
Rothschild headquarters?
setting
very
up
top?
the next record, playing your favorite
In
Andrew
my
song.
bedroom over the city.
I've got some swell
One day.
recordings for you.
Why don't you just have an air mattress up there or
Just
something?
in from the States.
Right?
You'd better enjoy them while you can,
Why?
because tomorrow at 0600,
Well,
you're hitting Saipan. and we're ready.
I don't know. I might
So while
ollie.
you're still
I might have a little
alive,
area down there
let's
where I
listen
ollie.
to
It still doesn't get a side note.
say.
It's like
Whatever the song
the most
is,
powerful
while
company in
you're
the
still
world
alive, there's a little
by a ton.
Dorsey for you,
Um,
something like that.
So there's no fucking sign.
The Japanese were
There's just
great
this little shield.
at the psychological warfare side of it, and the soldiers and Marines getting ready to hit the
It
beach.
doesn't need one.
Had just a little bit more to think about after Orphan Annie gave her.
You gonna beat off when you see it? No. Why?
When the actual
I feel like I'm a backpacker.
again, you can see the
Have you ever
advantages.
beat off in a backpack? Fuck yeah.
Places like Tarawa,
I beat off a backpack
they
in a
have enough
school
of the landing
with 13 other boys in the
so
room.
that the Marines don't have
Not
to
thinking
go
about
way
any other
through
13
the
boys, thinking about
rifles over their head being shot with
45-year-old
machine
women.
guns. The landing
Huh?
craft in an almost,
Yep.
they've really synced up how the landing craft hit the beach almost
You mean
simultaneously.
someday, but you mean some 13-year-old boys beat up
Despite
45-year-old women?
the
This
massive
one certainly did.
bombardment and aircraft everywhere, the Japanese
Why?
were there and ready.
The peak
So the
of
American
beauty
Amtrak's and everything
and
coming into the beach was working
reproduction
better.
ability.
Unfortunately, the Japanese were also ready for the attack and normally expect to raise
Alright, peak of beauty and
the
reproduction ability, you
result
know?
was that the Amtrak's
Under
and
the
armored
fault
amphibians churning toward the beach on the morning of June 15th encountered fierce resistance. As the first waves left the line of departure, tractor drivers could see large splashes thrown up by Japanese artillery shells falling directly behind them.
Nobody likes it.
When the landing
I want
craft
somebody to be
crossed
like,
the reef and entered the lagoon,
dude,
the
this is
enemy
all
unleashed a
over my
barrage
shit.
of artillery, mortar,
Why do
and
I keep
machine
saying
gun
that?
fire. Marines crouched low in the bombing Amtrak's, listening to the whistle of heavy shells and feeling the sickening thud and jerk produced by
Start
near
duetting.
the Amtrak's and armored amphibians answered with their 75mm guns and automatic weapons, while planes from nearby escort carriers swooped down on the beaches like angry hawks, firing rockets and machine guns and bombing targets just beyond the beach. And he says in the first 20 minutes, 700 of these vehicles and 8,000 troops came ashore. Think about that. To have 8,000 Marines landing in 20 minutes. That is coordination. Some of these Marines, though, are on the footholds as small as 12 yards off the water. By nightfall, Marines have laid 20,000 men. This is showing exactly how much of a science they've got this down to. The problem is even
The
now,
little things, the microphone in the speakers and
at
thing.
night the Japanese will counterattack.
Yeah.
The beachheads, they will use
What about the
tanks.
night they
They
burned
will
those bitches
fail,
down?
but it's the beginning
While
of
the band was
the kind of
playing
battle
this
that the
thing.
Japanese are going
Nah,
to fight for the rest of the war. When you're fighting essentially for the homeland.
You like this song?
They're also willing
Why?
to
It's on a
risk
jukebox.
much
I like
more
every
now
song
that
on
the
the
stakes are
jukebox.
so high,
Really?
including
Yeah, I mean, they have weird songs like the theme from Hawaii Five-0 that were on.
battle fleet.
That sound like
There hasn't
that.
been a battle
Lyrics.
in a while now. The Japanese haven't wanted
What did I just
to
say?
risk something like this without a good chance of winning, achieving some the potential downsides, saving the absolute national defense zone from conquest is deemed to be something that important. Probably expect your eagle against the
I knew
sun.
the night they drove or Dixie down.
While the Marines were digging in for the night, Lieutenant Commander
Well,
Robert Risser, captain of the submarine
There'd be a
Flying
burn one
Fish,
too.
was peering through his periscope at a parade of Japanese battleships and carriers, silhouetted
The
against
band
the
becomes baked
coastline
bread.
of San Bernardino Strait in the central Philippines, about 900 miles from Saipan. It was the biggest group of targets Risser had ever seen.
Want a
But
little
he knew that the
rabbi?
first priority had to be getting word of this fleet to Spruance.
Name of the name and
When
after
darkness fell, the
the
Flying Fish
Danville train.
submarine surfaced and sent out her message.
Yeah,
The Japanese fleet is heading for the
came
Mariana
and tore up the tracks again. In the winter of '65, we were hungry, just barely alive. Again, regiment fell. It's the sun I'll remember oh so well. And the night they burn all ditches out. Well, all the band was ringing. They don't roll just down. And all the people were singing. They were
Both sides put together muster 7 heroes. This battle that's about to happen is about 24, since it's only viewers and the second coast battle. Just the aircraft. This is the largest air battle. If you just count the aircraft, it's the 4th largest air battle in all history.
And I don't care if it's the money from
the largest military capability in history. Perfect example.
When all the people are ringing, I go down. And all the people were singing, na 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 na.
You would have every right to be optimistic about the outcome. Japanese are desperate for a decisive battle. It looks like they've scraped together the proper forces together. And over again, remembrances by Japanese sailors who are looking out over the balcony and can see so much more powerful. They struck I mean, just take the 2 largest battleships that ever put afloat. Their weight was